You have traversed into the realm of Douluo, becoming a soul beast in the form of a sapling with merely a year of cultivation. You cannot help but lament the unfairness of the heavens. With a sigh, you gain 1,000 experience points. Taking a deep breath, you acquire 5,000 more, and with a gasp of disbelief, another 10,000 experience points flood in. As you grapple with the sudden surge of power, you find yourself panting in astonishment. Experience points continue to accumulate. 100,000. 100,000. 100,000. Thus, you become invincible. Chapter 1. The Breathing System. In the Douluo continent, within the Stardow forest, lies a dense wilderness, brimming with the essence of nature, serene and tranquil, with crisp, fresh air. Oh, yet another tedious day. The sky is so blue, and the clouds are so white. An inconspicuous sapling sways gently, adorned with several vibrant green leaves, dancing in the breeze. Alas, no one can comprehend the sapling's musings, nor would they fathom that this seemingly weak tree, with only a year of soul power, harbors another soul within. Alas, how unjust the heavens are! Why must I be brought here, cursed to exist as a plant-like soul beast? Is this some cruel game? Chen Xiaoming silently screams within, having inexplicably arrived in this world a year ago, crying out countless times to no avail. Having envied the scenarios depicted in novels, he now realizes the tragic reality of his own situation. While others traverse as heroic figures, he finds himself merely a victim. Fortunately, with only a year of cultivation, no foolish soul master has targeted him yet. However, the thought of his future struggling to elevate his power only to be slain for a soul ring after a century fills him with dread. It seems he is but a pig fattened for slaughter, and he has unwittingly become that pig. The crux of the matter is that as a soul beast in the form of a tree, fleeing is not an option. Chen Xiaoming's internal tears have long dried. He is utterly despondent. Ding! The breathing system has been successfully bound. A sudden voice resonates within his mind, leaving Chen Xiaoming momentarily stunned. What is this? A system? Has a system been bound to him? Though he had pondered the possibility of having a system, a year had passed without a trace of one, and he had lost hope. Yet the emergence of this voice reignites a flicker of determination. I'm also a person with a system now. With a heart filled with excitement and trepidation, he mentally repeats the word system. Whoosh! A stream of light flashes, revealing an attribute panel within his mind. Host, Chen Xiaoming age, 26 soul beast, Chimu tree soul power, 1 year items, none experience points, 0 activate. Yes, no. Chen Xiaoming gazes at the paltry values on the attribute panel for a moment before shifting his attention to the activation option at the bottom. Without hesitation, he clicks yes. A warm, radiant light envelopes him, and he feels countless streams of warmth flowing within, a sensation of pure comfort. The Qingmu tree's form sways gently, producing a melodious sound. After a while, as the light recedes, Chen Xiaoming reappears, basking in the lingering comfort. Phew, that feels wonderful. Taking a deep breath, he revels in the sheer pleasure of the experience. Ding! You took a deep breath and gained 5,000 experience points. Startled by the mechanical voice of the system, he barely has time to process it when he hears the next notification. You breathe in and gained 1,000 experience points. You breathe in and gained 1,000 experience points. You breathe in and gained 1,000 experience points. Gradually, the name of his system comes to mind, the breathing system. He can't help but sway his feeble branches, his breaths growing heavier. Ding! You took a deep breath and gained 5,000 experience points. Ding! You took a deep breath and gained 5,000 experience points. Ding! You took a deep breath and gained 5,000 experience points. In a short while, the system notifications inundate his ears, and Chen Xiaoming silently urges the system for more. The attribute panel reappears. Host, Chen Xiaoming age, 26 soul beast, Qingmu tree soul power, 1 year 41, 0000100 items, none experience points, 41,000. What was once a barren interface now displays 2 new elements, a symbol following the soul power and the number 41,000 at the bottom, continuously shifting. Having read numerous novels, Chen Xiaoming forms a bold hypothesis and, with a thought, taps on the symbol next to his soul power. Soul power, 2 years 43, 800200. He can distinctly feel his soul power surge by a year. His heart begins to race uncontrollably. I made it. I am on the path to rise. I am no longer a useless tree. Ding! You excitedly took a deep breath and gained 10,000 experience points. The sudden notification stuns Chen Xiaoming, yet he becomes even more exhilarated. Ding! You excitedly took a deep breath and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! You excitedly took a deep breath and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! You excitedly took a deep breath and gained 10,000 experience points. The numbers fluctuate incessantly, and for the first time, Chen Xiaoming finds breathing to be a joyous endeavor. He silently thanks his fortune that trees in Douluo can breathe, otherwise he would be doomed. As he continues to inhale deeply, Chen Xiaoming resolutely taps on the attribute panel. Soul power. 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 9 years, 10 years. In the blink of an eye, his soul power surpasses 10 years. Chen Xiaoming feels an intense heat surging within him, a great energy coursing through his roots. Under the influence of this energy, the Qingmu tree rapidly grows from a mere 1 meter tall sapling. In an instant, it reaches a height of 3 meters. The once frail branches now boast a girth akin to a wrist, flourishing with vitality. In a moment, he grows 2 meters taller, and the air he breathes becomes refreshingly pure. The rapid increase in soul power leaves his heart racing. I can't take it anymore, I need to breathe. If he doesn't pause for air, he fears he might faint from excitement. Ding! He took a deep breath and gained 100,000 experience points. The notification echoes in his mind once more, leaving Chen Xiaoming in a state of shock. What is this entity? Is it a devil? It merely seeks a moment of respite. This system is utterly terrifying, frightfully so. Sigh, in this day and age, can we still allow trees to breathe freely? Chapter 2. Enhancement of soul power. On the outskirts of the Douluo forest, Chen Xiaoming leisurely gazes at the clouds. Having grown taller, the view is distinctly different, seemingly larger than he remembers. With a pleasant breath, he lightly taps on his soul power. Soul power, 99 years, 1860000999000, effortlessly. He ascends to the level of 99 years soul power. With just one more level to break through the threshold of a 100-year soul beast, Chen Xiaoming collects his emotions. Taking a deep breath, he acquires 100,000 experience points, calming himself. He taps to upgrade his soul power beyond the 99-year mark. With a swish, a blazing light envelopes Chen Xiaoming, warm currents flowing within his body. The main body of the green wood tree rises again. Having just reached 3 meters, it swiftly grows to 5 meters in height. The branches, which were only as thick as his wrist, have nearly doubled in girth. What astounds Chen Xiaoming most is his root system. The intricate roots suddenly begin to expand, extending downwards, reaching from 5 meters to 10, then 20, and finally halting at 30 meters. Subsequently, the roots rapidly divide, spreading outward. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30, 60, 70, 80, 90. The roots stretch nearly 100 meters underground. Abundant soul power surging into the green wood tree, nourishing it. Simultaneously, a flicker of insight dances in Chen Xiaoming's mind. With just a glance, he finds himself captivated, instinctively focusing to comprehend. The insight flashes within his mind, and in an instant he grasps a method of utilizing soul power. With a thought, branches from the canopy suddenly lash out, striking the ground and leaving a deep imprint. Coming back to his senses, Chen Xiaoming stares at this scene, joy flickering in his eyes. He begins to speculate about the insight in his mind. If all goes as expected, eliminating the soul master who harmed him should grant him a similar soul skill. Wait, am I not a soul beast? Why do I have such thoughts? Shaking his head, he realizes that having been human in his past life, his way of thinking has yet to fully transform. Never mind. I shall take a few more breaths and strive to become a 100,000-year soul beast soon. A soul beast that does not reach 100,000 years has no assurance of survival. If one encounters a formidable soul master by chance, it could mean doom. He surveys his surroundings, noting that most creatures here are 10-year soul beasts, with many 100-year soul beasts absent from this area. Chen Xiaoming feels content in this environment. Over the course of a year, although others cannot comprehend his words, he can understand theirs. Previously, when soul masters passed this way, he learned that he resides on the outskirts of the Douluo forest. A 100-year green wood tree soul beast does not stand out here, at least not enough to attract powerful soul masters. As for the weaker soul masters, well, if any dare approach, Chen Xiaoming would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. For now, he shall accumulate experience points on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, refraining from further enhancing his soul power. The branches of the canopy sway as he shakes his head. With a respiratory system in place, ascending to a 100,000-year soul beast is inevitable. Yet, moving now is impossible. If he carelessly escalates to the level of 1,000-year or 10,000-year soul beast and finds he still cannot move, it would be a tragedy. If news spreads of a 10,000-year plant-type soul beast appearing on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, Chen Xiaoming fears a horde of soul kings and soul emperors would come seeking trouble. Thus, he decides to conserve experience points and refrain from upgrades, remaining hidden. Ideally, he would endure until he can ascend to a 100,000-year soul beast in one swift motion. After all, as a soul beast, particularly a long-lived plant-type one, he can afford to take his time. Breathing slowly and enhancing gradually, everything will come to fruition. With his goals set, Chen Xiaoming gazes at the sky, which is truly blue. Such a life is indeed delightful. Suddenly, 3 figures emerge from the dense forest. Where's the light? I distinctly saw it here earlier. Let us investigate carefully. The sudden light must indicate something. You two, move closer and search together. 2 men and a woman, all soul masters, evidently form a soul master team. One man wields a long staff radiating faint soul power, while another has activated his martial soul, a wolf. They cautiously approach the woman, who appears to be in her 20s, holding a compass. 3 white and 2 yellow soul rings shimmer beneath their feet. Once leisurely, Chen Xiaoming now feels bewildered by the sudden appearance of these 3. What are they doing, looking so vigilant? As his mind regains focus, he observes them with interest. The staff-wielding man is an equipment soul master. His soul power remains unknown, but he has a white 10-year soul ring beneath his feet, suggesting he is over 20. An inexperienced soul master, he thinks, shifting his gaze to the other 2. One has a white soul ring, the other a yellow. Their soul rings dance beneath them. One possesses a beast martial soul, the wolf, while the other wields the compass. Judging solely by their soul ring configuration, they are unimpressive, merely typical soul masters. Strange. I clearly saw the light here. Why is there nothing now? With soul beasts lurking nearby, the wolf martial soul master hesitates to venture too far. However, the area is open, allowing for a clear view. There is not even a reflective object in sight. The female soul master furrows her brow. Given that they are on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, where many soul masters hunt soul beasts, she speculates that someone may have gotten there first. Perhaps it has already been taken. Let us leave, she quietly suggests, leading her companions away. Wait, the light. Are they referring to me? Having been an observer, Chen Xiaoming listens intently to their words about the light, recalling that the only illumination had emerged when he broke through his soul power. Could it be that they're searching for him? Just as this thought crosses his mind, the nearly departing female soul master glances back, her expression momentarily startled. Halting her steps, with a smile, she addresses the soul master beside her, who possesses only a white soul ring. Old 3, your luck today is poor. You didn't find a luminous treasure, but it seems your second soul ring is on the horizon. Chapter 3. Elimination of the Soul Master. Old 3. What do you see over there? The female soul master points towards Chen Xiaoming, who appears taken aback, waving his branches, peering around. The nearby 10-year soul beasts have long since fled, leaving the area empty. Could she be pointing at me? The soul master, known as Old 3, wielding a long staff, turned his gaze in the direction indicated by his finger, and was met with the sight of Chen Xiaoming's body swaying with unparalleled grace. The Qingmu tree soul beast, which had long made its home on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, was a familiar entity to the staff-wielding man, being one of the most common plant-type soul beasts found there. Previously, he had focused intently on the glowing treasure and had not lingered over such an ordinary soul beast. Now, observing the 5-meter-tall creature, a smile crept onto his lips. "Ha ha, Old 3, it seems fortune favors you. You've stumbled upon this century-old Qingmu tree soul beast without any difficulty. It is a rare find indeed." The wolf spirit master clapped Old 3 on the shoulder, laughing heartily. While many Qingmu tree soul beasts thrived on the periphery, most were merely 10-year-old specimens, with those over a century being quite uncommon. Old 3, your luck is truly remarkable. This Qingmu tree, having recently crossed into the century mark, would serve perfectly as your second soul ring. The compass-wielding female soul master chuckled lightly, pleased that her companion had found a suitable soul beast. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoming, aware of the trio's intentions as they pointed and plotted against him, felt a sardonic amusement. They truly believed him to be just another soul beast. If you have the audacity, come a bit closer and see who meets their demise first. Understanding the life and death implications of the relationship between soul beasts and soul masters, Qin Xiaoming refused to show mercy. These individuals were undoubtedly intent on killing him. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he quietly summoned his soul power, knowing that it was not yet the right time for an upgrade. Should he elevate his soul power now, he risked scaring them off and attracting even stronger soul masters, leading to his own downfall. Thus, he resolved to wait and gather strength. All right, let us approach slowly and cautiously. Do not let your guard down, the female soul master instructed in a hushed tone, to which the other two nodded in agreement as they advanced towards Chun Xiaoming. The weak point of the Qingmu tree is its crown. Shortly, Old 3, and I will create an opportunity for you to strike. Understood, elder sister, the staff-wielding soul master tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze burning with fervor as he focused on the Qingmu tree. Listening to the trio's conversation, Chun Xiaoming could not help but smile slightly. The crown? I was unaware of my own weakness, but I must thank you. Watching as they drew closer, he remained unhurried in his response. Opportunities for attack were scarce. He needed to ensure a single, decisive strike, for should they escape, more would come after him. The distance closed 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Now, the compass-wielding female soul master commanded, and as her first soul ring glimmered beneath her feet, a beam of light shot into her compass, which began to whirl with vibrant energy. First soul skill, cutting. A stream of spiritual light swiftly emanated from the compass and pierced the body of the wolf spirit master. Huh! The wolf spirit master exclaimed as he forcefully leaped into the air, his second spirit's brilliance igniting. To ensure success, he unleashed his second soul skill immediately upon entry. Second soul skill, Netherwolf Claw. This second soul ring, derived from a century-old netherwolf, could unleash 70% of its power. His muscles surged forth, the ethereal claws of the wolf glimmering as they aimed for the crown of the Qingmu tree. With a cold sneer, Chun Xiaoming sent forth the branches he controlled, striking out like a panicked century-old soul beast. His attack lacked finesse, thrashing chaotically in retaliation. Now Old 3 go, the female soul master shouted. Witnessing the second soul master sever the branches in his path, the staff-wielding soul master, having awaited this moment, sprang into action. First soul skill, cutting. The light from the compass flashed once more, merging with the staff in his grasp. The staff, now emanating a faint pulse of soul power, gleamed with a metallic sheen. The trio clearly exhibited a well-honed cooperation. As the light merged, the staff master acted without hesitation. His white 10-year soul ring shone brightly. A flash of light surged forth into the staff, which glowed with a soft white light. Following the wolf spirit master's attack, the staff-wielding master moved in tandem. Observing their coordination, Chun Xiaoming could not help but reflect that, had they faced an ordinary century-old Qingmu tree, they might have indeed triumphed. Alas, they had encountered him instead. Qin Xiaoming swirled his branches, enveloping the area in a tempest of movement, the assault akin to a torrential storm. Yet, the two opponents remained undaunted, advancing resolutely. Beneath the tree, the compass-wielding female soul master observed with a slight smile as her second soul ring flared to life, and her compass spun rapidly. They had long since mastered the Qingmu tree's attack patterns. Second soul skill, resistance. A yellow halo rose from the compass, floating skyward just as she prepared to launch it into the air. Suddenly, she felt a tightening at her feet, her expression stunned as her body was propelled uncontrollably upward. From the branches that had originally been assailing the wolf spirit master and the staff-wielding master, several now redirected to ensnare her. This is bad. The female soul master's heart raced. She had never encountered such a situation, realizing too late that the Qingmu tree had ambushed her. Elder sister. The wolf spirit master's eyes flickered with uncertainty at the sudden shift in circumstances, but decisively he lashed out with his netherwolf claw toward the branches binding her. Second soul skill, Netherwolf Claw. The silvery claws shot forth, aimed directly at the branches. Unfortunately, I won't grant you that opportunity. Though touched by the wolf spirit master's concern, Qin Xiaoming prioritized his own survival. The encircling branches surged with renewed speed, ensnaring the female soul master's neck and arms before the wolf's attack could reach her. The branches constricted violently, choking her tightly. As the netherwolf claw approached, a look of disdain crossed Chen Xiaoming's face. He loosened the branches around her feet, while pulling the others taut, effectively dragging her into the path of the impending attack. "No, elder sister!" Cries of alarm rang out as the netherwolf claw struck, painting the scene in a splatter of crimson. "No, no, no." Witnessing his attack claim the life of his companion, the wolf spirit master was consumed with rage and recklessly charged at the Qingmu tree. The staff-wielding master, equally affected, unleashed a fierce blow with his staff against the tree's crown. A sharp sound pierced the air as a branch impaled him, and he looked down in disbelief to see it had pierced through his chest. As his life force waned and the light in his eyes dimmed, he attempted to bring his staff down in a final act of vengeance. Yet a branch struck, sending the weapon flying from his grasp. Filled with bitterness, the staff-wielding soul master slumped, lifeless. With two adversaries vanquished, Chen Xiaoming directed the remaining branches toward the wolf spirit master. Moments later, the once serene outskirts of the forest bore witness to the lifeless forms of three soul masters. Chen Xiaoming gazed at the lifeless forms of the three, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Alas, do not blame me. It is simply that you are but mortals, while I am a spirit beast." Chapter 4. The breakthrough to a 10,000-year spirit beast. The next day, the first rays of dawn illuminated the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Chen Xiaoming languidly swayed his branches, as if stretching. Yet another beautiful day had dawned. The leaves danced in the breeze, and the air was particularly refreshing. Let me see how much experience I have accumulated. With a joyful thought, the attributes panel of my respiratory system materialized in my mind. Host, Chen Xiaoming, age, 26, spirit beast, Greenwood tree spirit power, 100 years, 398070001000. Items, none experience. 39807000, gazing at the panel displaying over 39 million experience points. Chen Xiaoming's spirits lifted even further. Alas, merely 40 million experience points. Should I level up or not? He sighed deeply, only to hear the familiar sound of the system notification. Ding, ding, ding. You took a deep breath and gained 100,000 experience points. After contemplating, Chen Xiaoming glanced at the 1 million experience points required for the next level and noted the additional 100,000 points. He reached out and tapped the spirit power once more, witnessing a flash of light as the attributes panel shifted. Host, Chen Xiaoming, age, 26, spirit beast, Greenwood tree spirit power, 101 years, 38857000100000. Items, none experience. 38857000. Oh, the required experience hasn't increased? Upon scrutinizing the experience needed for the next level, Chen Xiaoming was momentarily stunned, then a joyful expression broke forth. To ascend a level only requires 1 million experience points. If this remains constant, I can earn approximately 40 million experience points daily, equating to 40 levels of spirit power each day, or 1,200 years of spirit power in a month. As for reaching the 10,000-year spirit beast level, it would only take about 9 months. The thought of advancing so swiftly to a 10,000-year spirit beast filled Chen Xiaoming with delight. Yet, wait a moment, it would take 9 months to achieve that. And to reach the 100,000-year spirit beast level, would it not require at least 8 years? 8 years. That is an entire 8 years. It means I must remain in this form for a full 8 years. Chen Xiaoming's heart felt as if struck by lightning. His branches began to sway violently, incessantly striking against his crown. Even attempting to grasp a strand of hair seemed an arduous task, leaving him in a state of despondency. Not far away, 2 bamboo spirit beasts, both of the plant category, stared blankly at this scene. The pair, 1 male and 1 female, were 100-year spirit beasts, a married couple and among the few 100-year plant spirit beasts in Chen Xiaoming's vicinity. At that moment, the female bamboo glanced at Chen Xiaoming, who was persistently striking himself. Her eyes filled with confusion. "My dear, what is the matter with this greenwood tree?" The male bamboo, utilizing his profound wisdom, pondered for a moment. "My love, I believe he's gone mad. Let's keep our distance, lest he inadvertently harms you, and I would be heartbroken." "Very well, dear." The female bamboo looked on, shaking her head with sympathy and regret. This greenwood tree had grown under her watch for a year, finally breaking through to the 100-year spirit beast level. It was a pity he seemed to have lost his mind. Under the male bamboo's persuasion, the two gradually distanced themselves from Chen Xiaoming. Hey, do you two think I cannot hear you? Where do you think you're going? Come back if you have the courage. The branches swung wildly as he vented his frustrations. Amidst his distress, he overheard others claiming he had gone mad, and even worse, the couple had displayed their affection in front of him. How utterly infuriating! After a moment of venting, Chen Xiaoming eventually calmed down and resigned himself to fate. Very well then, if it takes 8 years, so be it. After all, I am but a tree and can afford to wait. He sighed deeply, gazing helplessly at the blue sky. I wonder when I'll find myself in the world of Douluo, trapped here, unable to move, not even free like those two lovebirds. I cannot help but wonder what the familiar figures of my past life, like Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, are like. Lost in thought, Chen Xiaoming's branches swayed erratically. 1 year later, in the span of a year, much had transpired. Yet for the spirit beasts of the Douluo forest, a year was merely a fleeting moment. Chen Xiaoming remained as a 100-year spirit beast, having stayed in place without advancing his cultivation. Day after day, he would gaze at the blue sky and white clouds, or playfully tease the weaker spirit beasts passing by. Life had become rather monotonous. However, from time to time, spirit masters would set their sights on him, but without exception, they had all perished, becoming nutrients for the fertile soil of the Douluo forest. Well, it is about time I ventured into the inner circle of the Douluo forest. Casting a glance at the surroundings he had inhabited for 2 years, he noted that the pair of bamboo had continued to thrive. Besides them, there was also a leopard spirit beast. Over the past year, Chen Xiaoming had conversed with him quite frequently, yet now he had no choice but to depart. Although he had killed numerous spirit beasts during the year, the number of spirit masters in the outer region of the Douluo forest had steadily increased. Recently, encounters with spirit masters had become more frequent for Chen Xiaoming. The position he occupied was on the very outskirts of the forest, and remaining here had grown increasingly perilous. With a resolute determination in his heart, he silently summoned his attributes panel. Host, Chen Xiaoming, age, 27, spirit beast, greenwood tree spirit power, 101 years, 1418, 025, 700010000000. Items, none, experience, 1418, 025, 7000. In the span of a year, his experience had surged significantly, now exceeding 14 billion. A few months prior, his experience had already surpassed 1 billion. Yet the uncertainty of spirit power upgrades lingered. Thus, to play it safe, Chen Xiaoming had refrained from rushing to level up. Were it not for the growing number of spirit masters in the outer region making it unsafe, he would have delayed his advancement until the very end. Let the journey commence. Silently reciting this in his mind, he took a deep breath. Ding, ding, ding. You took a deep breath and gained 100,000 experience points. Before upgrading, he inhaled deeply to quell his anxiety. Chen Xiaoming pointed at the upgrade option behind his spirit power. Spirit power, 101 years, 200 years, 300 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, 8,000 years, 9,000 years, 9,999 years. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xiaoming's spirit power soared, breaking through from a 100-year spirit beast to a 1,000-year spirit beast, and then from a 1,000-year spirit beast to a spirit beast of 9,999 years, just one step away from the 10,000-year spirit beast level. Phew, that was close. The experience points did not rise. He glanced at the requirement of 1 million experience points for the upgrade and let out a sigh of relief. This breakthrough to the Millennium Soul beast left Chen Xiaoming still unable to move. He could only place his hopes on the 10,000-year soul beast level. After a bumpy moment of focusing his soul power, a flash of light appeared, and the attribute panel shifted. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of soul power flowed into Chen Xiaoming's body. Upon breaking through to the 1,000-soul beast level, Chen Xiaoming's height surged to approximately 10 meters, and in the blink of an eye, he reached a towering 15 meters. His robust branches thickened once more, becoming significantly more lush. What concerned Chen Xiaoming the most was his root system. With the influx of immense soul power, the root system underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally expansive roots retracted significantly. 100 meters, 90 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, almost 2/3 have been drawn back, yet the once slender roots had become thick and powerful. Rows of barbs adorn the roots, with tiny mouths that absorb the surrounding soul power, greatly enhancing efficiency compared to before. Chapter 5. Journey to the inner circle of the Star Dough Forest. As the tremendous soul power gradually assimilated, Chen Xiaoming relished the exhilaration of his soul power elevation. Once everything settled, he regained his composure and summoned the attributes of his respiratory system. Host, Chen Xiaoming. Age, 27. Soul Beast, Qingshu Tree. Soul Power, 10,000 years, 418038 5000100000. Items. None experience points. 418038 5000. His soul power had surpassed the level of 10,000-year soul beasts, consuming 10 billion experience points, leaving him with just over 4 billion. Glancing at the continuously increasing million experience points, Chen Xiaoming exhaled in relief. Each increment was significant. Otherwise, he would be waiting for an eternity to level up. It is time to depart. The elevation of soul power had momentarily made Chen Xiaoming forget the most crucial point. Gently sensing his root system, he concentrated, and the robust roots that had been anchored beneath the ground surged forth. Thump, 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 roots erupted from the earth, creating a cacophony as the ground within a 30-meter radius around Chen Xiaoming caved in. At last he could move. Taking a deep breath, he extracted his roots from the ground, which now resembled feet firmly planted upon the earth. A gentle breeze stirred, and after 2 years, he regained his freedom, leaving Chen Xiaoming with a complex mix of emotions. The soul beasts that had coexisted with him for over 2 years looked on in confusion, instinctively prostrating themselves on the ground. 10,000-year soul beast. The aura emanating from Chen Xiaoming made them tremble, unable to meet his gaze. Everyone, I must take my leave. Why are you all lying down? As his branches swayed, Chen Xiaoming attempted to bid farewell, only to see the Cui Zhu couple and the leopard soul beast cowering before him, filled with trepidation. Chen Xiaoming paused, then gradually retracted his intimidating aura. He hadn't paid much heed to it right after the breakthrough. Yet even after he had subdued his pressure, Cui Zhu and the leopard remained prostrate, not daring to stir. In an instant, the joy of his cultivation breakthrough was somewhat diminished. After 2 years of companionship with these few soul beasts, Chen Xiaoming had intended to lead them into the inner circle of the Star Dough Forest for survival. However, witnessing their current state, that thought was dashed. The world of soul beasts was straightforward. Strength reigned supreme. The inner circle was a habitat for 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts. 100-year soul beast entering would spell disaster. I am leaving, and I thank you for 2 years of companionship. His branches swayed gently, transmitting a unique vibration. The Cui Zhu couple stirred slightly, but remained on the ground. Chen Xiaoming, feeling disheartened, shook his branches and sighed deeply. As his roots moved swiftly toward the inner circle of the Star Dough Forest, loneliness and solitude enveloped him, emotions only he could comprehend. Outer region of the Star Dough Forest, everyone, be cautious. We are nearing the inner circle of the Star Dough Forest, where encounters with 10,000-year soul beasts are imminent. Maintain constant vigilance. A team of 5, 4 men and 1 woman, was led by an elderly soul master who appeared to be in his 60s, giving a firm yet quiet reminder. Behind him flanked 2 soul masters in their 50s, providing protection on either side. In the center stood a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 30s, carefully trailing behind. This group of 5, daring to approach the inner circle of the Star Dough Forest, was undoubtedly composed of formidable individuals. The leading elderly soul master was a soul sage of level 71, wielding the star-shattering blade, showcasing extraordinary prowess. The 2 accompanying soul masters were a level 63 soul emperor, with a martial soul of pine bamboo staff, and another soul emperor at level 61, whose martial soul was the blue wolf. As for the pair they safeguarded, the man was a level 50 soul zone, present to acquire a soul ring in the Star Dough Forest, while the woman, a level 52 soul king, though slightly weaker, possessed an auxiliary martial soul, the heavenly incense burner, making her the core of the team. We will search the surroundings first. If we encounter a suitable target, we will proceed. If not, we shall enter the inner circle. With such a powerful configuration, 1 soul sage, 2 soul emperors, and 1 soul king, the group felt confident. Even if faced with a soul beast of over 50,000 years, they could still manage a strategic retreat. Yet despite this, The soul sage remained reluctant to venture into the inner circle. Is the inner circle of the star Do forest truly that perilous? Inquired the young soul king, who was being protected in the center. This was his first time approaching so close to the inner circle. Previously, he had only operated in the outer regions of the Stardow forest. The elderly soul sage, upon hearing this question, seemed to recall some grim past, his demeanor growing increasingly somber. Never venture lightly into the inner circle of the Stardow forest. It is a warning forged in blood. The old soul sage solemnly articulated this, before continuing to recount his experience in a hushed tone. 20 years ago, when I was still a soul emperor, I once entered. On that occasion, I was led by a soul Douluo of level 87, aiming to assist his grandson in obtaining his 6th soul ring. Typically, a powerhouse of that caliber requires no entourage, as they can handle most soul beasts in the Stardow forest alone. However, his grandson had set his sights on a powerful soul beast, the Qingshu Wolf King, which had a cultivation exceeding 40,000 years. The surrounding individuals listened intently. The young soul king's eyes filled with intrigue. Isn't a soul beast of over 40,000 years manageable for a soul Douluo? The elderly soul sage nodded, offering a quiet explanation. While a soul beast of 40,000 years is not particularly concerning, the Qingshu Wolf King was cunning. Not only did it have 2 subordinates, both exceeding 20,000 years, but it was also accompanied by a plant-type soul beast, the Qingshu tree, whose cultivation surpassed 50,000 years. A collective gasp escaped the group, stunned by the revelation of 4 10,000-year soul beasts alongside a plant-type soul beast of over 50,000 years. Thus, that esteemed soul Douluo perhaps became overly confident. In his carelessness, he chose to recruit outside the Stardow forest rather than summon his friends. Leading a team of soul Douluo level, the group quickly took shape, ultimately comprising 6 members: 1 soul Douluo, 2 soul saints, and 3 soul emperors. Unfortunately, I found myself among these 6. The elderly soul saint seemed to recall something terrifying, his body involuntarily trembling, and his words momentarily faltering. Teacher, what transpired next? Did you successfully eliminate that group of soul beasts? After a prolonged silence, the young soul master could not help but inquire. Even after many years, the elderly soul saint still harbored a glimmer of fear in his eyes. No, ultimately, that esteemed soul Douluo perished, as did 2 accompanying soul saints. Only I and 1 soul emperor managed to escape. A collective gasp echoed, thick with astonishment. Was the inner circle of the Stardow forest truly that formidable? Chapter 6. An encounter with a soul saint teacher. The prowess of that esteemed soul Douluo should have made him unrivaled against the soul beasts within the Stardow forest, correct? The youthful soul master, unfamiliar with the forest, posed a question. The rank of soul masters, from highest to lowest, placed soul Douluo as a veritable sovereign of strength. He found it hard to believe that such power could not ensure self-preservation, even within the inner circle of the Stardow forest. Alas, you do not understand. The elderly soul saint sighed, shaking his head. In his youth, he had shared the same naive thoughts, which led him to recklessly charge forward. Upon entering, under the guidance of a powerful soul Douluo, they swiftly arrived at their destination. After a reasonable division of labor, they stealthily approached. However, before reaching the designated strike point, the ancient tree, over 50,000 years old, instinctively sensed their presence. In an instant, the Greenwood Wolf King became alert, and 2 additional Greenwood Wolves stood ready. Seeing their plan exposed, the group ceased their concealment and, led by the soul Douluo, charged forward. The soul Douluo faced the mightiest adversaries, the ancient tree and the Greenwood Wolf King, each claiming 1 foe. The remaining 2 soul saints, alongside the soul emperor, engaged the other 2 Greenwood Wolves. Initially, the battle progressed smoothly, but at that moment, the Greenwood Wolf King let out a howl that reverberated throughout the Stardow forest. The elderly soul saint's eyes filled with deep-seated dread as he recounted the tale. What happened next, teacher? With that howl, the once surprised ancient soul beasts, lying in wait within the forest, surged forth. 3 soul beasts, each over 30,000 years old, simultaneously launched an assault on the esteemed soul Douluo, while the ancient tree, boasting a cultivation of 50,000 years, ensnared him momentarily. Alas, in his arrogance, the esteemed soul Douluo suffered grievous injuries. We dared not continue the fight and could only retreat. fleeing to the outskirts. When I turned back, only I and one sole emperor remained. The others had already met their tragic fates. A heavy silence enveloped the entire team, the terror of the inner star, Douluo forest surpassing their worst fears. 7 ancient soul beasts, each possessing a cultivation no less than 20,000 years. It was no wonder that even a soul Douluo could meet his demise. Elder, surely the soul beasts of the star Douluo forest cannot be so united? The auxiliary soul king, who had remained silent, could not help but inquire. The elderly soul saint slightly turned his head, not exhibiting displeasure at the inquiry, but rather nodding in appreciation. Indeed, soul beasts are not so united. Typically, ancient soul beasts possess their own territories, and the more powerful the beast, the closer its territory lies to the core of the inner circle. Under normal circumstances, ancient soul beasts do not readily encroach upon one another's domains, as such invasions imply conflict and competition. The group nodded in understanding. This aspect of soul beasts mirrored their own human nature, both exhibiting territorial instincts. However, such was only true in ordinary times. If a battle erupted within the inner circle and prolonged too long, it could attract other soul beasts. The elderly soul saint left the rest unsaid. Yet the others grasped his meaning, fully comprehending the inner circle's terror. In outer skirmishes, even if soul beasts were drawn in, they would be mere 100 or 1,000-year levels. Yet in the inner circle, the summoned beasts would at least be of the ancient variety. Very well, let us search this vicinity further, he softly commanded. Just as the elderly soul saint issued his instructions, a figure suddenly emerged from the thicket nearby. The figure appeared to be 15 meters tall, with a stout trunk and lush foliage, its entire form of vibrant green, reminiscent of a tree, with roots resembling feet swiftly moving. Just moments ago, Chun Xiaoming had joyfully dashed through the thicket towards the inner circle, relishing the dwindling number of soul masters as he ventured closer. But now, who could explain why 5 individuals were present in this location? Soul masters, formidable ones at that. Chun Xiaoming remained calm, scanning the 5 figures and nodding to himself inwardly. Run, he shouted, his branches rustling wildly as he lifted his sturdy roots, whirling like a whirlwind, and bolted towards the inner circle of the Douluo forest. Whoever dared to linger here among soul masters could hardly be weak. At the very least, they must be soul emperors. Faced with 5 soul emperors, Chun Xiaoming believed his small frame could not withstand the encounter. If he did not flee now, he might soon become a soul ring. The elderly soul saint and the others were momentarily taken aback, but the soul saint reacted first. The ancient tree is just right for your 5th soul ring. Do not let it escape, he bellowed, springing into action and charging toward Chun Xiaoming. Boom! As he took a step, 7 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, swirled around him. Gripping his soul weapon, the meteor shattering blade, he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Meteor Break. The purple soul ring pulsated beneath his feet as he struck, sending a flurry of light clusters racing after Chun Xiaoming. The female soul master behind him, reacting swiftly, activated her own soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, and with a flash from her 2nd soul ring, a stream of light emerged from her soul weapon. The heavenly fragrance furnace, merging into the elderly soul saint. In an instant, his speed surged by 30% as he wielded the meteor-shattering blade and struck again. The others hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, as Chun Xiaoming raced ahead, he sensed the approaching attacks from behind. Glancing over his shoulder, he caught sight of the elderly soul saint in pursuit. 1, 2, 6, 7. Goodness, it was a soul saint. Counting the elder's soul rings, he noted 7 rings shimmering, indicating the elder's rank as a soul saint. He glanced again at the figures trailing behind. 2 soul emperors, 1 soul king, and a mere soul master. My goodness, such an impressive lineup. What do you intend to do? Chun Xiaoming felt tears welling up as the light clusters unleashed by the elder closed in. Gritting his teeth, he fervently waved the branches above his head. As for his roots, they quickened their pace even further. 1 soul saint and 2 soul emperors. He dared not slow down. To do so would spell his doom. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of energy struck the branches, sending plumes of white smoke swirling into the air. The dense barrage of energy was far beyond what the branches could withstand. Nearly 1/3 of it penetrated the branches and struck Chun Xiaoming. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. A torrent of white smoke rose, and the searing pain was an unfamiliar sensation for Chen Xiaoming. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, determined to run forward despite the agony. Chapter 7. Escape. Do not let him escape. A soft, yet resonant voice echoed, infused with soul power. Clear enough for those nearby to hear. Sixth soul skill, Radiant Slash. The pursuing Elder Soul Saint, with his fifth soul ring pulsating beneath him, summoned the brilliance of a profound black 10,000-year soul ring. A dazzling white light flickered from the star-shattering blade in his hand, aimed directly at Chen Xiaoming's core. Fourth soul skill, Evil Break. A crisp voice rang out behind him, and a flash of purple light darted forward, merging with the radiant blade's glow, enveloping it in a layer of purple energy. The Soul King female soul master spun the fragrant incense burner in her hands, her fourth soul ring shining brilliantly. Two soul emperors flanked the young soul master, one shielding him while the other, embodying the wolf martial soul, surged forward with an enhanced speed, preparing to attack Chen Xiaoming. As Chen Xiaoming ran desperately ahead, he sensed the soul power fluctuations behind him. A glance over his shoulder filled him with dread. A sense of danger surged from the approaching blade of light. Boom! In a life-or-death moment, instinct kicked in as Chen Xiaoming shook his tree-like body, causing leaves to cascade down. Swish, 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 swish. The fallen leaves, as if driven by instinct, transformed into razor-sharp projectiles, hurtling towards the Elder Soul Saint and his companions. The sheer volume of flying leaves took the Elder Soul Saint by surprise, momentarily halting him. Sixth soul skill, Wolf Howl. The Soul Emperor, poised to attack, shifted to block in front of the Elder Soul Saint. His sixth soul ring rose slowly from beneath him, emanating a powerful black light. As a tremendous sonic wave erupted from his mouth, the wave swept through the surroundings, shaking the very air, sending the approaching leaves spiraling away. With his attack thwarted, Chen Xiaoming had no time to contemplate further. The Elder Soul Saint's strike was already upon him, the purple-tinged blade glinting with lethal sharpness. Chen Xiaoming's defensive branch was effortlessly severed. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the nature of the auxiliary soul king's fourth soul skill, Armor Break. His sturdy branches were as fragile as tofu against the purple energy. Damn it, stop him! He shouted in frustration as all the branches on his body flailed wildly. He understood that his weakness lay in the crown. It absolutely could not be struck by the blade's light. With a singular focus, he swung his branches furiously to buy even a moment of time. With a crushing force, the onslaught of branches was met by the flashing blade of light, rapidly closing in on the vital point of Chen Xiaoming's crown. Dodge! The blade loomed larger before him. Chen Xiaoming exerted all his strength to maneuver his body, shifting his crown slightly to the side as a much thicker branch extended outward. The branch swung with tremendous force, generating a gust of wind that howled through the air. Rather than face the blade head-on, he opted to strike it from the side. Boom! A resounding crash erupted as the blade's power unleashed, sending a terrifying shockwave outward. The pursuing Elder Soul Saint and others were momentarily halted, their soul powers bracing against the blast. The Elder Soul Saint's eyes reflected urgency. The pursuit into the depths of the Douluo forest had become a desperate gamble. He had unleashed his sixth soul skill to swiftly conclude the battle. Yet he had underestimated the strength of this ancient tree soul beast. To see it fight back with such ferocity was unexpected. Casting a wary glance around, he edged closer to his companions. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the swirling dust, not pausing for breath, as it sprinted deeper into the Douluo forest on a whirlwind of energy. It was Chen Xiaoming, having narrowly escaped the lethal strike, but at a grave cost. The Soul Saint's blow, coupled with the auxiliary Soul King's armor break effect, had severed numerous branches. The exposed trunk now bore deep gashes, oozing a bluish blood-like fluid. The Elder Soul Saint glanced at the still mobile tree soul beast in disbelief, momentarily taken aback, his eyes flashing with indecision. The commotion was too great. Pursuing further would be perilous. As the chance to capture the soul beast slipped away, the young man's eyes reflected his unwillingness. Yet he ultimately deferred to the Elder Soul Saint's judgment. The dangers of the inner circle of the Douluo forest were beyond what a single soul master could contend with. Delving deeper would indeed be perilous. The accompanying soul emperors and soul kings exchanged silent agreements, fully endorsing the Elder Soul Saint's assessment. Continuing the chase would attract unwanted attention from other soul beasts, and they could not guarantee their safe retreat. Shall we leave? That tree soul beast has ceased moving. The young soul master, ready to concede, lifted his head just as he spotted the fleeing tree soul beast standing still in the distance. Joy illuminated his face as he pointed towards the creature. The elder soul saint turned to see that the previously fleeing tree soul beast had indeed halted. Yet before they could rejoice, the creature's remaining branch twitched, performing a surprising gesture. The branch slowly extended, and the few remaining twigs pointed towards the elder soul saint and his group, before the main branch swept across its crown forcefully. This gesture, reminiscent of a human miming a throat-cutting motion, left the elder soul saint and his companions momentarily stunned. The young soul master gaped at the scene, astonished by the intelligence displayed by the ancient soul beast. From a distance, after completing the gesture, Chun Xiaoming cast a deep glance at the elder soul saint and his associates, etching their faces into his memory before turning away without further ado. In the emptiness of the inner Star-Do forest, the elder soul saint and his companions watched the retreating tree soul beast, refraining from pursuit. As the wisdom it had just exhibited made it clear that continuing would lead them into the territory of other ancient soul beasts. Let us withdraw. After a moment's contemplation, the elder soul saint quietly instructed, leading the young soul master and others back towards the outer circle. In mere moments, he began to sense a vague, yet palpable danger approaching. As he departed with the young soul master and others, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He sensed he would deeply regret letting this tree soul beast escape today. Chapter 8. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Somewhere within the inner circles of the Star-Do forest, Chun Xiaoming collapsed wearily against a massive tree, his wounds seeping a bluish liquid, which could barely be considered blood. The bare trunk of the tree stood stark, with only a few leaves remaining. Most critically, one of its branches had been violently severed, akin to losing an arm. Fortunately, the injuries sustained to the crown were not too severe. Otherwise, Chun Xiaoming would have met his demise right there. Damn it, just wait. He cursed, recalling how narrowly he had escaped death. Such a grudge would not be easily forgotten. First, he needed to find a place to recuperate. Casting a glance around, he found himself amidst a dark forest where towering trees loomed, allowing sunlight to seep through only in narrow beams. Chun Xiaoming felt an inexplicable aversion to this setting. Dragging his wounded form, he slowly made his way to the side. In a short while, he stumbled upon a sunlit clearing. This will have to do, he decided, as his injuries worsened with time, leaving him no room for further deliberation. His roots delved deep into the earth, and as he straightened himself, he re-established his connection with the soil. Although a 10,000-year plant-type soul beast can move, it is ultimately still a plant. Rooting itself in the earth is, after all, the best course of action. The fertile soil of the Star-Do forest was rich in nutrients and abundant in soul power, which would aid Chun Xiaoming in his recovery. Sighing deeply at the misfortune of being inexplicably hunted and losing a branch, Chun Xiaoming felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Just then, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Experience gained, 100,000. His previously despondent expression brightened instantly. Yes, the system. He still had the system. Quietly praying for its omnipotence, Chun Xiaoming eagerly summoned the system. Host, Chun Xiaoming age, 27 soul beast, Qiaomu tree, soul power, 10,000 items. None status. Moderate injury experience points, 183, 625,000. To his surprise, he noticed a new status attribute below the item section, indicating moderate injury, followed by a familiar numeral. Chun Xiaoming paused for a moment. Then his heart leaped with joy. He glanced at the 1 million experience points behind him, and, with a flick of his thought, saw a flash of light as a warm current surged into his body. The warmth flowed through his roots, circulating to every corner of his being. The severed branches began to sprout anew, and vibrant green leaves swayed gently. The branch that had been cleaved by the sword's light was now slowly healing under the warm current, gradually regrowing. In just a short while, as the warmth receded and he opened his eyes again, he found that his injuries had significantly healed. He waved his newly sprouted branches, though their strength was somewhat diminished. He was quite satisfied with their dexterity. Glancing at his status panel, he noted that his condition had improved from moderate injury to light injury. After a moment's hesitation, He decided to tap on it once more. Another surge of warmth entered his body, gradually healing the remaining injuries, and the newly sprouted branches thickened further. The system is truly miraculous. Chen Xiaoming sighed in relief, feeling his body return to its former state, and he joyfully shook his branches and leaves. Looking toward the direction from which he had narrowly escaped, his roots began to inch out of the ground. A gentleman seeks revenge. 10 years is too late. It's time to settle the score. With renewed purpose, his roots whirled beneath him as Chen Xiaoming flickered into motion, disappearing in an instant. Meanwhile, on the edge of the inner circle of the Stardow forest, Lao Hunsheng and his companions were huddled in a corner. Recovering from their previous pursuit of Chen Xiaoming, they had encountered a 10,000-year-old beast upon their retreat, but luckily, it was only one. Lao Hunsheng had managed to wound it with a single strike, causing it to flee. However, the Soul Emperor protecting the young soul sect bore wounds from the attack, with a deep gash on his right arm. Damn it, these 10,000-year-old beasts are increasingly treacherous. The wounded Soul Emperor gritted his teeth, cursing. With his level of soul power, he shouldn't have been injured so easily, but that cunning leopard soul beast had ambushed them on their retreat. Lao Hunsheng had been covering their rear, allowing the beast to capitalize on the opportunity to strike from ahead. We can't linger here, Lao Hunsheng advised quietly, his gaze scanning the depths of the forest. With his vast experience, he sensed hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. Exchanging glances with the two other Soul Emperors, they understood his unspoken warning. Nodding, one Soul Emperor approached the Soul King woman and whispered something in her ear. She blinked in surprise, but then nodded in agreement. The injured Soul Emperor also moved to speak to the young Soul Sect leader, whispering softly. In no time, the group set off once more. Perhaps having exited the inner circle, they no longer felt the pressure of pursuers. Lao Hunsheng led the way, with the Soul Emperors and the Soul King woman following closely behind. The injured Soul Emperor and the young sect leader trailed at the rear. As they hastened towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest, the injured Soul Emperor and the young Soul leader gradually fell behind the group. "Hey, wait for us!" The wounded Soul Emperor called out, sounding genuinely distressed. The young Soul leader's eyes flashed with anxiety. Suddenly, a shadow darted out, sleek and dark, its soft fur shimmering with a ghostly glow. A pair of piercing leopard eyes glinted menacingly as its sharp claws lunged toward the Soul Emperor's forehead. "Huh! A beast is still just a beast." The Soul Emperor was prepared for the attack. He summoned his fifth soul ring, and his martial spirit, the Songju staff, appeared in his hand. A purple light surged into the staff from nearby, and he swung it toward the leopard's claws. Fifth soul skill, Skyward Staff. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he unleashed the skill, empowered by the purple light, striking with tremendous force against the leopard's paw. Caught off guard, the 10,000-year leopard soul beast realized the staff's formidable power was beyond what its claws could withstand, and it was unable to evade the incoming blow. As the staff shadow approached, it felt an overwhelming force that knocked its claw aside, followed by a powerful strike aimed at its head. In a moment of despair, the leopard soul beast closed its eyes. Chapter 9. The Ambush Whoosh. A swift sound pierced the air as a branch shot out from behind the Soul Emperor, crackling with concentrated soul power aimed directly at his head. "Watch out!" A frantic shout rang out. The Soul Emperor's mind jolted as an icy chill washed over him. A mere glance revealed the branch rapidly enlarging in his vision. Thud! The crisp sound echoed as the branch pierced through the Soul Emperor's head, his eyes still reflecting disbelief. He opened his mouth to utter something, yet a torrent of blood sprayed forth, his life force gradually waning. The fifth soul skill staff fell limply, unable to strike any longer. The desperate leopard, a 10,000-year soul beast, opened its eyes upon witnessing the Soul Emperor's fate. It hesitated for but a moment before dashing towards the nearby young soul master. "Beast, how dare you!" came a thunderous shout from the old soul saint, who, sensing the peril of his companion, returned with his weapon, the shattered starblade. Angered by the sight of the leopard beast advancing towards his disciple, he activated his fifth and sixth soul rings, channeling his soul power into the blade, which gleamed ominously. Fifth soul skill, Tracking Lock. Sixth soul skill, Luminous Slash. A blade of black and white light shot forth, representing the old soul saint's most formidable strike aside from his true martial spirit. Even stronger than when he faced Chen Xiaoming. Clearly, the old soul saint placed immense value on his disciple. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the side. Tall and lush, with two sturdy branches, which without hesitation struck out towards the blade of light. "Brother Leopard, strike him." It was Chun Xiaoming, who had come seeking vengeance. He had anticipated a gradual depletion of their strength, but was taken aback to find them confronting a 10,000-year soul beast. As the saying goes, in the realm of soul beasts, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Seizing the moment when the Soul Emperor was about to deliver a fatal blow to the leopard, he intervened, thwarting the attack. The leopard beast, initially shocked, heard Chun Xiaoming's voice and, despite its prior intent to flee due to the impending danger from the old soul saint strike, was moved by Chun Xiaoming's willingness to sacrifice himself to shield it. Without further thought, the leopard beast glanced at Chun Xiaoming, vowing to avenge him, and its fierce gaze shifted towards the young soul master. "Brother Tree, let me collect some interest first." In an instant, multiple silhouettes appeared as the leopard beast unleashed its talent, the mirage, charging towards the young soul master. Caught off guard, the young soul master quickly activated his fourth soul ring, summoning his martial spirit, a silver spear, which he thrust towards one of the leopard's phantoms. However, the cunning gleam in the leopard's eyes revealed the truth. The phantoms were not mere illusions. In a fleeting moment, two more leopard phantoms lunged at the young soul master, their claws piercing into his head and chest, leaving a gruesome scene behind. Who told you that the leopard phantoms were merely ethereal? Mine are very much real. In the blink of an eye, the young soul master, armed with his silver spear, was dispatched by the leopard beast. No! A cry of rage and despair erupted as the old soul saint beheld the death of his beloved disciple, his eyes reddening with fury as he charged towards the leopard beast. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoming faced off against the soul saint's strike with his two robust branches. With a resounding crash, one of his branches was severed, leaving deep gashes that oozed green blood, though the wound was not as grievous as before. Lacking the armor-piercing effect, the damage from the blade was significantly reduced. Had Chun Xiaoming not foolishly braced himself against the blow, he would have remained unscathed. "Ha ha ha, come at me." Fresh for a recent setback, Chun Xiaoming welcomed the enraged old soul saint with glee, his crown of leaves and branches thrashing in excitement, causing the leopard beast, which had just slain the young soul master, to pause in confusion. Is Brother Tree going mad? He is heavily wounded, yet seems so joyful. The leopard beast instinctively recoiled, feeling a tinge of fear. "Beast die." The furious old soul saint concentrated his soul power into the shattered starblade, his sixth soul ring shimmering once more, preparing to strike down the leopard beast first before attending to the now injured tree. With a swift series of strikes, the old soul saint was oblivious to the fact that the Aoki tree had regained its former strength, with numerous thick branches rapidly encircling him. "Brother Leopard, go for it." With a leap, Chun Xiaoming, having fully recovered through the system, wildly swung his branches towards the old soul saint. Not far off, the Soul Emperor and Soul Queen, arriving just in time, were taken aback by the scene. The Soul Queen activated her second and fourth soul rings, unleashing a bright yellow and purple light from her celestial incense burner. Second soul skill, Gale. Fourth soul skill, Exorcism. The radiant beams pierced into the old soul saint, coating the shattered star blade with a layer of purple energy, hastening its speed. "Today it's either you or me." The branches were severed one after another. But Chun Xiaoming, gritting his teeth, did not relent, wielding his remaining branch to clash bravely against the shattered star blade. Deep cuts marred the branches, green blood flowed freely. Yet Chun Xiaoming remained undeterred, utilizing the system to recover from his injuries. "Even if it takes all day, I will outlast you." Strike after strike, the old soul saint lost count of how many blows he had dealt, how many branches he had severed. Yet, his extensive experience and fading rationality alerted him that this peculiar oaky tree was unlike any he had faced before. Another strike landed on a sturdy branch, leaving a deep gash as immense force surged through him. But when he looked again, the wounds he had inflicted had vanished. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the old soul saint's rage was extinguished, and he regained his composure. This was indeed strange. He could not continue this way. In an instant, he made a decisive choice, summoning his previously unused seventh soul ring, unleashing a blazing light. Seventh soul skill, True Weapon Spirit. The old soul saint closed his eyes, and the shattered star blade in his grasp suddenly enlarged, lifting it with one hand. The scorching blade light erupted in a dazzling display, as if a formidable voice roared in fury. In that moment, the old soul saint became one with the shattered star blade. His form enveloped in a layer of brilliant silver light, merging their energies as one. With a subtle gesture, a silvery light swiftly magnified before him, revealing the ethereal form of the shattered star blade. The sound of gulping echoed as Chen Xiaoming, bewildered, realized he could scarcely comprehend how the blade had arrived. His corporeal form, the Qingmu tree, was abruptly cleaved in two, with a precise incision 5 meters above the ground. His upper body began to drift away slowly. The true essence of the weapon spirit was terrifyingly potent. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and then he snapped back to reality, instinctively tapping the recovery interface of his system. A surge of warmth flooded his heart, racing downward, and in an instant, it coursed into the severed trunk, restoring it to its original state with a flash of light. Testing his footing, Chen Xiaoming elegantly swayed his branches, a triumphant smile gracing his lips, and the leaves above emitted a mocking sound. No matter how formidable the weapon spirit's true form, he had the system. Today, his adversary was doomed. The fiery wheel beneath him began to spin, and he surged forward with vigor. The leopard spirit beast, lingering in the rear, was left utterly confounded. Hadn't he the tree been dismembered? How could it possibly have healed? Leopard brother, take care of the two behind. In a critical moment, Chen Xiaoming, who had just been sent flying by the old soul saint, shouted urgently to the leopard spirit beast, transmitting a message only they could comprehend. The leopard glanced up, astonished to see the tree, once cleaved, now restored to its former glory, and charged with renewed ferocity. A glimmer of determination sparked in its eyes. The tree seemed capable of holding off the soul saint, and it would take on the remaining two. With a swift motion, the leopard darted towards the battlefield where the old soul saint was engaged. Chen Xiaoming, caught off guard, wondered what the leopard was thinking. Did it truly intend to confront the weapon spirit soul saint? Did it not fear being dispatched with a single strike? Fool, your opponent is me. The wolf martial spirit soul emperor, who had not yet entered the fray, felt a surge of urgency upon witnessing the leopard's intentions. With his martial spirit manifested, he activated his third soul skill and rushed forward. How naive, truly naive, soul masters could be so foolish. As the soul emperor fell into the trap, the leopard's innate ability activated once more, creating multiple illusions. Instead of retreating, the leopard pressed closer to the old soul saint, biding its time for the wolf martial spirit's soul emperor to draw nearer. The two continued their clash, with the old soul emperor wielding the enhanced power of the weapon spirit. Chen Xiaoming found that his Qingmu tree could barely withstand the onslaught. He resorted to shielding himself with countless branches while relying on mere brute force to collide with the assault. His strategy was straightforward: entangle the opponent and engage in a war of attrition. As long as he avoided a decisive blow to his vital areas, he would remain unscathed. He doubted how long the old man could endure the seventh soul skill of the weapon spirit. Once it waned, it would be his opportunity to retaliate. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking reverberated. Seizing the moment, Chen Xiaoming glanced back to witness the leopard spirit beast biting down on the wolf martial spirit soul emperor's head. Though the latter bore several claw marks on his abdomen, bleeding but not fatal, the scene turned gruesome as the leopard forcefully tore him apart. The soul king female soul master, positioned at a distance, was left utterly stunned. She had just granted the opposing soul emperor an enhancement of power, only to witness him being ambushed and slain by the leopard spirit beast. The leopard had evidently been waiting for this moment. As soon as the soul emperor moved forward, the three leopard phantoms changed course and pounced. She had assumed the leopard spirit beast, and the Qingmu tree would assault the old soul saint, prompting her to bestow a speed boost upon him, only to realize too late that the leopard had turned to attack. The soul emperor, taken aback, found himself besieged from all angles. In the blink of an eye, the leopard spirit beast, disregarding its own safety, struck to kill. Realizing his miscalculation, the soul emperor fell beneath the weight of the leopard. The old soul saint, witnessing the carnage, felt the tide of battle shift dramatically. With two soul emperors fallen and only a support-type soul king remaining, he recognized the dire situation. One more confrontation would surely lead to his demise. Casting a glance at the Qingmu tree before him, shadows of disbelief and animosity clouded his eyes. Despite having inflicted numerous wounds, including a deep cut through its defenses, the tree had inexplicably healed. Retreat. The old soul saint, sensing the overwhelming losses, decided to flee towards the female soul king. Too many comrades had perished. If he did not escape now, he would meet the same fate. Trying to run? Leopard brother, let us take him down together. With the adversary finally on the brink of collapse after being restored multiple times, Chun Xiaoming surged forward, unleashing a flurry of branches to ensnare the old soul saint. He would not allow his opponent to act with impunity, thinking he could strike whenever he pleased or depart without consequence. The branches, fearless and relentless, ensnared the old soul saint. He had barely taken a few steps before being ensnared by the frenzied limbs. Meanwhile, the leopard spirit beast, having dispatched another opponent, turned its gaze towards the last remaining female soul king, invigorated by its recent victories. Today is indeed a bountiful harvest. The leopard, despite its wounds, charged forward with ferocity, its bloodlust palpable, causing the female soul king to pale in fear. The outcome of support-type soul king facing a 20,000-year-old spirit beast was all too evident. The old soul saint, wishing to intervene, found himself pursued relentlessly by the undeterred Qingmu tree, which once again used its body to absorb the oncoming soul skills. In mere moments, the female soul king was slain, and the old soul saint's seventh soul skill, the weapon spirit's true form, could no longer be sustained after delivering a final strike. As the Qingmu tree and the leopard spirit beast approached, the old soul saint was reminded of the horrific sights he had witnessed upon entering the inner circle years ago. Moments later, a lifeless body collapsed at Chun Xiaoming's feet, a robust branch impaling through the chest. Remember, I do not take lives lightly, but those who provoke me shall inevitably meet their end. Chapter 11. 8 years later, within a certain area of the Douluo Forest's inner circle, leopard brother. Is this your territory? The environment is quite splendid. Casually dropping several corpses, Qin Xiaoming surveyed his surroundings, relishing the rare patch of sunlight. He shifted slightly, unceremoniously embedding his roots back into the earth. Leopard brother, would you mind if I stayed here for a few years? As his branches swayed, producing a unique sound, Chun Xiaoming inquired of the leopard spirit beast, though his demeanor suggested he was already quite at home basking in the sun. The leopard spirit beast, pleased by the inquiry, readily acquiesced. Within the inner circle of the starry forest, the competition among soul beasts is equally fierce. Most 10,000-year soul beasts possess their own territories, which are not to be trifled with. Generally, within these realms, peaceful coexistence is only possible through subservience or kinship. Otherwise, two 10,000-year soul beasts cannot coexist harmoniously. However, the leopard soul beast exhibits little resistance to Qin Xiaoming residing within its territory. Firstly, the latter had saved its life and fought alongside it. Secondly, the former is a plant-type 10,000-year soul beast, which poses no significant threat due to their differing growth methods. Suddenly, a deep roar reverberates through the air as a black figure darts forth, resembling the leopard soul beast and accompanied by two tiny black cubs. The leopard soul beast converses with its counterpart, then swiftly carries away several corpses, leading the little leopards away with it. Among the corpses, one is brought over by the leopard soul beast, intending to bury it beneath Qin Xiaoming's tree. However, the leisurely Chun Xiaoming immediately sways his branches, conveying his disapproval. The leopard soul beast, taken aback, realizes that the corpse contains rich soul power, which could accelerate its growth if buried underground. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaoming firmly declines, prompting the leopard soul beast to take the body back in confusion. Watching the departing leopard, Qin Xiaoming playfully adjusts the leaves atop his crown, tidying his now dapper hairstyle. Amusingly, he muses that with his system, he could easily recover the soul power from the corpse with just a few deep breaths. With a mechanical beep, he inhales deeply, gaining 100,000 experience points. Listening to the sounds resonating in his ears, Qin Xiaoming prides himself on his understated demeanor, aiming to be a humble tree, basking in the warm sunlight and blooming flowers. Time flies, and 8 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In a certain area of the inner circle of the starry forest, two small black leopards frolic joyfully beneath a green tree, which occasionally sways its branches to tease them. A low growl interrupts their play, causing the cubs to pause, casting a reluctant glance at the green tree before scampering off in the direction of a fully black leopard soul beast holding food. That commanding call was an invitation for them to partake in a meal. Truly, what a harmonious family. The green tree is none other than Chen Xiaoming, who has unknowingly lived here for 8 years, perhaps owing to the tree's lack of a keen sense of time. Chen Xiaoming has not felt the swift passage of years. Initially, he thought that becoming a tree would render his life dull and monotonous. But the delightful companionship of the two leopards has added a touch of whimsy to his existence. Suddenly, a familiar figure darts into view, a 10,000-year leopard soul beast from years past. The creature circles around the green tree, its gaze fixed on Chen Xiaoming, emitting an inquisitive growl. Enough already. I have made my decision. Do not persuade me further. 3 days ago, Chen Xiaoming had informed the leopard soul beast of his intention to depart today. After 8 years together, he has amassed sufficient experience points for an upgrade, yet the bond formed over time makes parting difficult. However, possessing a system, he knows that soul beasts were never his ultimate pursuit. There are no eternal gatherings, and separation is inevitable. The leopard soul beast, sensing Chen Xiaoming's resolve, looks on with reluctance, but refrains from further urging. Over the years, there have been instances of other 10,000-year soul beasts invading its territory, especially when it ventured out to hunt, posing a threat to its young. Were it not for the green tree's timely assistance in vanquishing those intruders, its offspring would have faced grave danger. Shall we do this now? Thank you for your care all these years, my friend. Until we meet again. The branches atop the tree sway, and its roots emerge from the earth once more. In a moment, Chen Xiaoming rises from the ground, casting a lingering glance at the leopard soul beast and the two cubs happily feeding in the distance. Friends who have shared 8 years of companionship are few. Yet in this world, he has formed several bonds. Do not perish. Await my return. With that final farewell, Chen Xiaoming's form flickers, his roots spinning like a whirlwind as he races away. The leopard soul beast, filled with reluctance, does not pursue him, sensing deep down that they will meet again. After one last glance, it turns and heads back to its mate and cubs. Half an hour later, at the edge of the inner circle of the starry forest, Chen Xiaoming arrives at a tranquil spot where he reestablishes his roots in the soil. Closing his eyes, he attunes himself to the gentle breeze, calming his heart. After 8 years, he is finally free from his arboreal form. Inhaling deeply, he gains another 100,000 experience points. He steadies his emotions and silently calls upon the system, watching as a stream of light flashes through his mind, revealing his attribute panel. Host, Chen Xiaoming, age, 35, soul beast, green tree soul power, 10,000, 8 years items. None experience points, 116, 135, 755, 000 after 8 years. He has accumulated over 100 billion experience points. Observing the million experience points required for an upgrade, he realizes that reaching the next level of cultivation, a staggering 90,000 years, will require approximately 900 billion experience points. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, taking a deep breath, a flash of determination glimmers in his eyes. Let us commence. With a silent command in his heart, he inhales deeply once more. Deeply inhale, you have gained 100,000 experience points. To quell his excitement, he breathes in again before pressing on the upgrade button behind his soul power. Soul power, 10,000, 8 years 20, 00, 8 years 30, 00, 8 years 40, 00, 8 years 50, 00, 8 years 60, 00, 8 years 70, 00, 8 years 80, 00, 8 years 99, 999 years. In an instant, Chen Xiaoming feels a torrent of soul power surging within him, transforming his body at a breakneck speed. As the soul power stabilizes at the threshold of 999 years, he wastes no time and presses the upgrade button. Boom! A colossal wave of soul power floods into him, overwhelming his mind like an explosion, leaving him in a state of serene clarity. The world around him seems to undergo a dramatic transformation. Within his true form, the green tree, soul power flows vigorously, enhancing his physique. The once 30-meter-tall green tree swiftly grows to an astonishing 50 meters in height. The robust branches have become significantly stronger than before, and on the lush foliage, emerald green leaves curled slightly, surrounded by fuzzy thorns. The roots plunged into the earth, expanding rapidly as the numerous rootlets continuously split and thickened, their exposed pores enlarging, resembling gaping maws that voraciously consumed the surrounding soul energy. In his mind, a clear spiritual light flickered, and Qin Xiaoming became enraptured, enhancing his grasp of soul energy and the application of his own power. After a moment, he exhaled. Is this the power of 100,000-year soul beast? Truly terrifying. He gently waved a branch, carving a deep 3-meter furrow into the ground. With this subsequent strike, he realized why 100,000-year soul beasts reign supreme. The force of this attack was something a 10,000-year soul beast could never withstand. It was time to decide, as he broke through to become a 100,000-year soul beast. A profound glimmer of insight emerged in Qin Xiaoming's mind. A choice. Transform. Transform into a human. After a decade of anticipation, he did not hesitate and chose to transform. A blazing radiance emanated from the inside, enveloping Qin Xiaoming in an instant, causing his massive form to shrink rapidly. Meanwhile, the vast ocean of soul energy within him began to dissipate. His soul energy plummeted from 100,000 years to 10,000 years, then to 1,000, 100, and finally 10. In mere moments, the soul energy he had accumulated over 9 years vanished completely, yet Qin Xiaoming remained unperturbed. At that moment, he found himself in a remarkable state, blissfully unaware of the passage of time. As his soul energy fully evaporated, the light gradually faded to reveal a figure of purest white. Standing at around 175 centimeters, the figure sported flowing silver hair cascading down to her calves. Her skin as smooth as jade, and a delicate face adorned with a faint smile. I finally transformed into a human. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xiaoming felt an overwhelming joy at the realization of his long-held wish. However, he couldn't shake the chill he felt beneath him and instinctively glanced down, only to be taken aback. A startled cry escaped his lips, alarming the surrounding soul beasts, who turned their curious gazes toward the source of the sound. Without hesitation, a figure darted away, adorned with a large leaf. As he ran, Qin Xiaoming hastily glanced at his attributes panel. Host, Qin Xiaoming age, 26 martial spirit, green tree soul energy. Level 0, 2613 595 5000100000. Original form. Green tree items. None experience. 2613 595 5000. His attributes panel now included the martial spirit and soul master soul energy. While his former soul beast form, inexplicably, had not vanished but transformed into his original body. Strangely, his age had automatically adjusted to when he acquired the system. This was undoubtedly good news for Qin Xiaoming, who feared he might transform into an infant, which would complicate matters immensely. Yet, considering the age option on the attributes panel, he felt the system was exceedingly considerate. Even if he did turn into a baby, he could quickly age himself back to adulthood. The system's kindness in maintaining his adult form was indeed a relief. However, if it was so thoughtful, why couldn't it provide him with some clothing? Feeling exposed and vulnerable, Qin Xiaoming found the situation quite unbearable. Let's level up first. He glanced at the experience required for the next upgrade, which was still 1 million, prompting a smile to spread across his face. He began tapping fervently at the soul energy, as he was a transformed soul beast, thus bypassing the need to obtain soul rings. Soul energy, level 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. In the blink of an eye, he ascended to level 10, and a yellow soul ring began to coalesce beneath him, gradually rising into the air. Level 10 Soul Master achieved. However, upon checking the experience required for the next level, Qin Xiaoming was taken aback. The 1 million experience had escalated to 10 million, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Without hesitation, he continued to tap away. Soul Energy, level 11, 12, 13, 18, 19, 20. Upon reaching level 20, a second 100-year soul ring materialized beneath him, slowly drifting upward. Unsurprisingly, the experience needed for the next level surged from 10 million to 100 million. Qin Xiaoming's pupils constricted sharply. Was this a cruel jest? Each upgrade required tenfold increases in experience, and if this continued, reaching the rank of Soul King would demand astronomical figures for each level. With his mere 100-year lifespan, surpassing the 100-level threshold seemed impossible. Doubt gnawed at him as he resumed tapping at his soul energy. He refused to believe that the experience requirements would always multiply tenfold. Soul energy, level 21, 22, 23, 28, 29, 30. Upon reaching level 30, a purple thousand-year soul ring began to coalesce beneath him. Chen Xiaoming had no time to waste. He urgently glanced at the experience needed for the next upgrade, 100 million. He exhaled in relief. While 100 million was indeed substantial, it was not beyond reach. Without further delay, he pressed on with his leveling up, for he was close to the inner circle of the Stardow Forest, where the soul beasts were not something a mere three-ringed soul master could contend with. For his own safety, Chen Xiaoming, while frantically fleeing, embarked on a frenzied plan to enhance his soul energy. Chapter 13. Shrek Academy. Periphery of the Stardow Forest. Though the Stardow Forest is a haven for soul beasts, teeming with 10,000-year soul beasts and fraught with peril, many ventured here to hunt them. At this moment, two figures cautiously explored the outskirts. Leading the way was a robust man at the Soul King level, followed closely by a girl who appeared to be no older than 13 or 14. Teacher, are we just searching the outskirts? Why not venture deeper? The girl, closely following the Soul King, expressed her confusion. They had been meandering at the very edge for several days without encountering suitable soul beasts. You don't understand. The Stardow Forest is exceedingly dangerous. Before he could finish, 3 verdant branches suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring both the Soul King and the girl. One branch pierced through the pack slung over the Soul King's back and swiftly retracted. In an instant, the branches had seized their prize, and the pack disappeared without a trace. Both the Soul King and the girl were momentarily stunned. Mere seconds had passed from being bound to witnessing their belongings snatched away. By the time the Soul King regained his wits and attempted to pursue, their assailant had vanished into the depths of the forest. Casting a grave glance into the shadowy depths of the forest, the Soul King's expression hardened as he slowly led the girl backward, retreating from the perilous Stardow Forest. As the two departed, the branches offered no resistance, as if their sole purpose was to embrace. After retreating nearly 100 meters and seeing no further branches, the Soul King sighed in relief. Still holding the girl's hand, he immediately turned towards the periphery. Meanwhile, not far behind the giant tree, a figure was frantically rummaging through the package, soon emerging with a piece of clothing, joy illuminating his face. Finally, a soul master had brought clothing. Tears of excitement streamed down his cheeks. This figure was none other than Chen Xiaoming in his transformed state. Reflecting on his glorious image, he refused to be tarnished by a state of undress and decisively targeted the soul masters hunting soul beasts. Not every soul master bore a soul guide. Their packages were Chen Xiaoming's objective. After taking down over 10, he finally found a garment in today's hall. Without hesitation, he donned it, albeit oversized. It mattered not. His immediate concern was to cover himself. Ah, at long last I can venture forth. Douluo continent, here I come, he inwardly shouted, his figure darting toward the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Inside, tranquility was restored. A month later, in the Baffled Kingdom, Soto City. At last, I have found this place. Under the blazing sun, after a month of wandering, Chen Xiaoming arrived at the city, gazing at the grand inscription of Soto City above the west gate, a content smile gracing his face. At this moment, clad in a loose blue robe, his silver hair cascading casually over his shoulders, his handsome visage bore a hint of determination as he excitedly looked towards the horizon. It's still early. Shall I go take a look now? Having emerged from the Stardow Forest for a month, Chen Xiaoming had also gathered information about the current timeline, noting the absence of the Shrek 7 and the likes of Tang's San, indicating that the plot had yet to commence. To confirm the timeline, he had deliberately sought information on the 3 great sects. It seemed that Hao Hian's sect had closed its doors many years ago, a fortunate revelation for him. As for further details, he did not inquire. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, calm down, calm down. With eager anticipation of these familiar figures from his past life, Chen Xiaoming was filled with excitement. Naturally, being a person of integrity and virtue, he was not as one might assume. Shrek Academy, located outside of Soto City, held little renown across the continent, yet was somewhat recognized within Soto City. After inquiring for directions, he made his way directly to Shrek Academy. Leaving Soto City, he followed the road southward, flanked by expansive farmlands. Leisurely observing his surroundings, he soon came upon a small village, home to about 100 families, encircled by a wooden fence, seemingly to ward off wild beasts. Upon entering, he noticed an archway constructed of wood at the village entrance, bearing a somewhat tattered sign inscribed with the 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. Beneath the inscription was a green face that resembled a humanoid monster. Indeed, it was the visage of the monster Shrek. At last, he had arrived. The village entrance was devoid of people, but he could see a couple of ordinary villagers gazing at him with curiosity. Momentarily, Chen Xiaoming felt a pang of frustration, although the sign of Shrek Academy was present. It was clearly a village. How was he to find anyone? Just as he pondered this, a figure approached slowly, standing around 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and handsome with a hint of ruggedness. The figure had long golden hair flowing down to his waist. His peculiar eyes, each with dual pupils, were deep blue and cold, flickering with an ominous light. Ah, the enigmatic dual-pupil Dai Mubai. He was undeniably recognizable. Dai Mubai appeared even more striking than Chen Xiaoming had anticipated, and he regarded Chen Xiaoming with keen interest. "What are you looking for?" His gaze swept over Chen Xiaoming, revealing a glimmer of intrigue as he coldly inquired. It was not that Dai Mubai was indifferent, but rather the innate dominance exuded by his white tiger martial spirit. What a formidable white tiger! Chen Xiaoming silently admired, yet did not hesitate to respond with a light smile, pointing subtly behind him. "I seek Zhao Wujie and Flender." You're looking for the dean and teacher Zhao?" Dai Mubai scrutinized Chen Xiaoming, who appeared to be no more than 20 years old, making such a request seem implausible. However, the fact that he could distinctly name the dean indicated that he was not merely a stranger. After a moment's contemplation, Dai Mubai turned and headed into the village. "Hee, Shrek Academy, how intriguing." Chen Xiaoming chuckled softly, already formulating his plans as he followed in Dai Mubai's footsteps. Upon entering the village, Chen Xiaoming observed the wooden structures, simple and unadorned, showing signs of age. After walking a short distance, he arrived at a clearing approximately 500 square meters in area, situated at the very heart of Shrek Academy, surrounded by other wooden buildings. He scanned the area but found nothing of particular interest, instead following Dai Mubai deeper into the academy. Before long, they reached a loft which, compared to the previous wooden structures, was slightly more refined, yet still somewhat austere. Realizing he had reached his destination, Chen Xiaoming glanced at Dai Mubai, who had halted in front of him, and a subtle smile graced his lips. "We've arrived. The dean is upstairs. You may go on your own." After addressing Chen Xiaoming, Dai Mubai took one last look and turned to leave. However, his instincts warned him that this newcomer was not to be underestimated. "Thank you, Dai Mubai." The enigmatic, dual-pupiled, white tiger. Chen Xiaoming nodded, smiling as he called out Dai Mubai's name. Dai Mubai's expression shifted. He realized he had not disclosed his name, and with a swift movement, he retreated slightly. Just as he was momentarily on guard, he looked back, only to be taken aback. For beneath Chen Xiaoming's feet, a dazzling display unfolded, radiating brilliance as a powerful wave of soul power surged forth, seemingly compressing the surrounding air, making it difficult for Dai Mubai to breathe. His pupils dilated in astonishment as he stared at the soul rings slowly rising beneath Chen Xiaoming. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. 7 soul rings pulsated rhythmically around Chen Xiaoming. A soul sage. A 7-ringed soul sage. Dai Mubai could hardly believe his eyes. This young man, appearing no older than 20, was actually a formidable soul sage of over 70 levels. 2 figures suddenly emerged from the pavilion. One was of unremarkable appearance, yet remarkably sturdy. His broad shoulders resembled ramparts, and his coat could hardly conceal his physique, which was akin to muscles forged from steel, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. The unmoved king, Zhao Wujie. The latter's soul power and physique allowed Chen Xiaoming to recognize him, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he shifted his gaze to the other figure. The other appeared to be in his 50s, with a hooked nose and a jutting chin, his flat face adorned with a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. The 4-eyed cat eagle, Flanders. "Dean, teacher Zhao, this person claims to be looking for you," said Dai Mubai, stepping aside and releasing a sigh of relief upon seeing Flanders and the others arrive. Looking for us?" Flanders's eyes sparkled momentarily as he exchanged a glance with Zhao Wujia. They had been living incognito here, and few knew of their existence. Thus, this person was unfamiliar to him. Zhao Wujia, equally perplexed, shook his head slightly, and a sense of gravity settled over both. Please do not misunderstand. I'm not here to seek vengeance. I merely heard that Shrek Academy is a tranquil and elegant place, an excellent location for retirement. And I wish to inquire about a position. Chen Xiaoming spoke, casually glancing around the surroundings. He smiled gently at Dai Mubai, sensing that Tang San and the others were not present, prompting a shift in his intentions. With the system in place, he could level up anywhere. Why not stay here for a while and meet those he longed to see before departing? Flanders and Zhao Wujia were taken aback by Chen Xiaoming's words. Retirement? They exchanged skeptical glances, noting his youthful visage of barely over 20. Such a feeble excuse seemed implausible. Chen Xiaoming himself had little faith in his fabricated rationale and doubted that Flanders and the others would believe it either. However, he was undeterred. Sometimes, demonstrating strength spoke louder than words. Come, I have long heard of the renowned, unmoved king Zhao Wujia and the four-eyed cat Eagle Flanders. Since you do not believe me, let us engage in a match to clarify matters. His voice, imbued with soul power, echoed within Shrek Academy as Chen Xiaoming gestured for Zhao Wujia and Flanders to proceed. The 7 soul rings beneath his feet shimmered, and soul power coalesced as he prepared to strike. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Such a flawless configuration of soul rings caused Flanders and Zhao Wujia's hearts to race. A young soul sage with a perfect soul ring configuration. Which sect cultivated such a prodigy? They silently marveled at the sight, exchanging a glance that conveyed a message for caution to Zhao Wujia. If this remarkable talent hailed from a sect, any injury inflicted would spell disaster for Shrek. Since you are so formidable, we shall oblige, Flanders calculated with clarity. This individual was not one they could afford to provoke. Very well, I shall not hold back, Chen Xiaoming declared, his purpose here being to engage in combat. Otherwise, possessing such power without use would leave him feeling unsettled. First soul skill, Whip Strike. His right hand manifested the greenwood tree martial soul. Vibrant green tendrils swiftly shooting forth toward Zhao Wujia and Flanders. Old Zhao go! Flanders shouted, their cooperation seamless as he activated his martial soul, soaring into the sky. Zhao Wujia's expression tensed slightly as he let out a low growl, his body suddenly swelling. His already formidable muscles expanded significantly, and he grew an additional meter in height. A thick layer of brown fur enveloping him. 7 dazzling soul rings rose simultaneously, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, casting an intimidating aura around him. His eyes gleamed with cold light as he clenched his fists, the first yellow soul ring igniting. First soul skill, Unmoved King Body. A radiant golden light enveloped Zhao Wujia as he slowly spread his powerful fists, soul power coalescing upon them, with a determined gaze. The second yellow soul ring flared to life. Second soul skill, Great Force Diamond Palm. His palms transformed into gold, swelling to twice their size as they struck towards the oncoming tendrils. Facing an opponent of equal rank, Zhao Wujia dared not underestimate him, unleashing his first 2 soul skills from the outset. With a series of explosive sounds, the delicate tendrils were shattered by Zhao Wujia's Great Force Diamond Palm. Golden light radiated as he surged through the remnants of the attack, aiming a palm strike at Chen Xiaoming. Calmly observing Zhao Wujia's approach, Chen Xiaoming felt his fighting spirit ignite, a fire kindled within. Truly, the unmoved king was a worthy opponent. A purple soul ring rose beneath his feet, and Chen Xiaoming's third soul ring blazed with brilliance. The greenwood tree martial soul shimmered as emerald tendrils spiraled forth from all directions, converging upon Zhao Wujia's form. Third soul skill, Entangle. With a swift motion, Chen Xiaoming retreated, the overwhelming tendrils entwining around him, obscuring his figure. Attempting to flee, Zhao Wujia's brow furrowed, the golden light of the unmoved king body intensifying as he struck at the encroaching tendrils with his Great Force Diamond Palm. His third soul ring flickered, the purple 1,000-year soul ring expanding dramatically as it delved into the ground. Third soul skill, Gravitational Enhancement. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoming felt as though his feet were mired in quicksand, his body becoming unbearably heavy, as if his weight had doubled. "Ha!" Zhao Wujie shouted, the golden light of the unmoved king body radiating as the tendrils tightened around him. However, they did not snap as expected, leaving Zhao Wujie momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated the resilience of the tendrils. Channeling his soul power to the fullest, he finally broke free. Seeing Chen Xiaoming's tendrils approach once more, Zhao Wujie's gaze sharpened as his fifth soul ring glimmered, a deep black soul ring igniting. Fifth soul skill, gravitational compression. In an instant, immense pressure surrounded Chen Xiaoming, threatening to crush him as he was uncontrollably propelled toward Zhao Wujie. A faint smile graced Chen Xiaoming's lips, his calm demeanor causing Flanders, hovering above, to change expression. In the next moment, Chen Xiaoming's greenwood tree martial soul radiated with brilliance. And his fifth soul ring, a similarly deep black 10,000-year soul ring, sparkled. The greenwood tree surged with light, emerald leaves appearing in the air, their soul power coalescing to perfection, glimmering like sharp blades. Go! With a gentle flick of his hand, Chen Xiaoming activated his fifth soul skill, Thousand Leaves Dance, and in an instant, the leaves swirled in a magnificent display, cascading toward Zhao Wujie like celestial flowers in bloom, originally poised to execute the gravitational compression. Zhao Wujie found himself unwittingly accelerating the leaves' speed as a glint of cold light loomed ever larger in his vision. The fifth soul skill at the soul sage level is not something that can be easily resisted by a single immovable king body. With a focused gaze, Zhao Wujie made a decisive choice. Although he intended to hold back, in such a situation, further restraint would be foolish. He stepped forward, channeling his soul power. As the seventh soul skill began to manifest, preparing to unleash his martial soul in its true form. In midair, Flanders was momentarily taken aback by this scene. Instantly, the soul power that had been circulating within him erupted, causing the sixth soul ring surrounding him to shine brilliantly. The profound 10,000-year soul ring shot forth, embedding itself into the two wings behind Flanders. The dark wings, enhanced by the ancient soul ring, shimmered with a faint black light. As the black light flickered, the wings swiftly folded and a flurry of glistening black feathers shot forth. The sixth soul skill, Black Feather Assault. The black feathers, akin to needles, hurtled towards Zhao Wujie, embedding themselves in the attacking branches and leaves, forming a protective barrier that thwarted the assault. Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback, then looked up at Flanders in midair. Their eyes met, and Zhao Wujie retracted his seventh soul ring, gradually consolidating his soul power. With a glance at Chen Xiaoming, he propelled himself towards him, the long and used sixth soul ring flickering with energy. A searing golden shockwave began to coalesce in Zhao Wujie's mouth. The sixth soul skill, Mighty Diamond Roar. The golden orb shot forth, aimed directly at Chen Xiaoming. The previous assault of branches and leaves had been completely intercepted by Flanders, and Zhao Wujie's immovable king body glimmered with golden light as his right palm followed suit, activating the third and fourth soul skills simultaneously to enhance gravity and lock onto Chen Xiaoming. In an instant, Chen Xiaoming felt as if his body had grown heavier, as though he were ensnared by a unique soul force. A series of sounds echoed as Flanders, who had been observing from above, finally intervened. The two coordinated seamlessly. One trapped Chen Xiaoming from the ground, while simultaneously launching an attack to divert his attention, while the other provided aerial support, cutting off his escape. In that moment, Chen Xiaoming found himself cornered. Casting a glance at the descending attack, and then at Zhao Wujie, Chen Xiaoming couldn't help but admire Flanders' timing. Indeed, he was worthy of being called the four-eyed cat eagle. If it had been any other soul sage in this situation, they might have already conceded defeat. With a slight smile, he shook his head. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered him. Slowly raising his head, Chen Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with determination as he concentrated his soul power into the green wood martial soul in his hands, the long and used sixth soul ring pulsating with energy. The deep 10,000-year soul ring began to drift towards the greenwood, merging with it. In an instant, the greenwood radiated brilliance, and soul power erupted, revealing a colossal phantom of the greenwood that vanished in a flash. The ground beneath him trembled as robust branches surged forth from below. The sixth soul skill, Greenwood Defense. He chanted softly, and suddenly a thick trunk emerged before Zhao Wujie. The trunk was a vibrant green, adorned with simple patterns. Rising from the earth to a height of 5 meters, Zhao Wujia was momentarily stunned, but another trunk soon sprang up beside the first, and in the next moment, numerous trunks erupted from the ground, encircling Chen Xiaoming and forming a protective barrier. Flanders glanced at the scene. His feathered assault from above could not be obstructed by the tree defense, which only shielded from the sides. Yet, it seemed Chen Xiaoming had anticipated this. As he slightly raised his head and smiled at Flanders, branches extended overhead, shielding him from the incoming attack. A cacophony of sounds erupted as the black feathers struck the branches, embedding themselves halfway in but failing to penetrate further. In an instant, the branches were filled with feathers. Yet none breached the defense. Flanders' expression shifted. The defensive power of the opponent's sixth soul skill was far too formidable. With a roar, Zhao Wujia unleashed the powerful mighty diamond palm, enveloped in golden light, following the golden orb towards the green trunk. Bang! The golden orb struck the green trunk, unleashing a torrent of soul power that coursed through it, igniting a fierce blaze. A barely discernible crack appeared on the trunk's surface where the orb made contact, slightly dented and showing signs of scorching at the edges. Zhao Wujia was taken aback, but he quickly retaliated, striking the impact point with an enormous palm that had doubled in size, slamming down. Boom! The palm capable of cleaving gold and stone struck the trunk, producing a muffled sound as if it had crashed into steel. The tremendous force traveled down the trunk, yet it sank without a ripple, as if a stone had fallen into the ocean. Zhao Wujia was utterly stunned. He knew better than anyone the strength of his own palm. Even if the opponent's sixth soul skill surpassed his own, it should have shattered. An ominous feeling crept into Zhao Wujia's heart as he exchanged glances with Flanders, who was also frowning. What a pity, my esteemed predecessors. It is now my turn. Chen Xiaoming's calm voice emerged from within the sealed greenwood defense, and with a gentle sound, an overwhelming wave of soul power erupted from within. A deep black soul ring slowly rising, pulsating with a terrifying force. In the depths of darkness, a flicker of red light glimmered. Flanders' gaze sharpened. This soul power fluctuation, this soul ring. Flanders realized why this greenwood's defense was so incredibly strong, and the knowledge only deepened his astonishment. Bang! With a snap of his fingers, Chen Xiaoming's composed voice rang out, and the black 10,000-year soul ring descended, merging into the greenwood. The fortified greenwood exploded under the influx of soul power. Countless shards erupted outward, each piece like a sword, hurtling toward Zhao Wujia and Flanders above. Chen Xiaoming stepped forth from the greenwood, smiling lightly at the two. His sixth soul skill was not merely defensive. It was a perfect blend of offense and defense. The sudden onslaught caught both Zhao Wujia and Flanders off guard. On the ground, Zhao Wujia noticed the approaching shards, and his first soul ring blazed brightly as the golden light of the immovable king enveloped him. Casting a glance at Dai Mubai behind him, Zhao Wujia gritted his teeth, activating his sixth soul ring once more. The 10,000-year soul ring shone brilliantly as a golden shockwave surged towards the incoming shards. Simultaneously, he leaped forward, positioning himself in front of Dai Mubai, his hands expanded, the mighty diamond palm bracing against the impending threat. In midair, Flanders, sensing the imminent attack, flapped his wings, ascending higher while simultaneously activating the third and fifth soul rings around him. A profound black fifth spirit ring soared forth, merging seamlessly into the wings behind Flandra. Under the amplification of spirit power, the wings expanded to more than double their size, their surface shimmering with a metallic luster as the spirit energy coalesced and circulated. The third spirit ring, a purple hue, similarly emerged, halting before the majestic wings. With a sudden flap, the wings unleashed a tempest, howling downward towards the incoming shards of blue wood. Concurrently, a black halo flickered, and the wings folded, enveloping Flandra in a protective embrace. As the fierce winds swept through, the assault of the blue wood shards diminished somewhat, their power lessened but still akin to sharp blades, piercing the surface of Flandra's wings. The sound echoed like metal striking metal, a series of clangs resonating as the shards left only a pockmarked trace before shattering into fragments. Flandra, utilizing the power from the blue wood shards, ascended higher into the sky, shedding a significant portion of the impact's force. Ah, indeed, cunning and crafty. observing Flandra's adept defense. Chen Xiaoming felt a fleeting surprise. He had anticipated forcing Flandra to reveal his true martial spirit. Clearly, the seasoned soul saints possessed an abundance of practical experience. With the realization that his attacks were futile against Flandra, Chen Xiaoming's gaze shifted to Zhao Wujie. In stark contrast to Flandra, Zhao Wujie's situation was somewhat dire. Situated within the village, with Dai Mubai behind him, he dared not unleash his true martial spirit, relying instead on his immovable king body and the mighty Vajra palm for defense. Even with his hands enlarged, he could not cover all angles, and some shards managed to breach his defenses, striking against his golden immovable king aura. The initial protective spirit skill was insufficient, and the golden light shattered, leaving trails of wounds across his body. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to endure the onslaught. However, Zhao Wujie's gaze towards Chen Xiaoming sharpened. He, the illustrious, immovable king, had never been subjected to such humiliation. With a resounding strike, he shattered the last of the blue wood shards, a flash of fierce determination momentarily igniting in his eyes. Regardless of the opponent's background, he would not be intimidated. In a swift motion, Zhao Wujie's seventh spirit ring shimmered as he prepared to launch an attack, only to be intercepted by Flandra, who appeared before him with a raised hand. Your Excellency possesses exceptional strength. We are unworthy. It seems we must concede defeat, Flandra stated. Zhao Wujie's fury flared anew. Being struck like this was one thing, but now Flandra was intervening. He glanced at Flandra, who gravely shook his head, signaling for restraint. Years of camaraderie tempered Zhao Wujie's anger as he cast an annoyed look towards Chen Xiaoming. What is it that you wish to discuss? Seeing that Flandra had discerned his intentions, Chen Xiaoming sighed, finding the encounter lacking in thrill and wishing to avoid a drawn-out confrontation. Very well, let us cease hostilities. Flandre, I wish to assume the position of vice president at Shrek Academy. Would that be agreeable? With a light chuckle directed at Flandra, Chen Xiaoming felt assured that Flandra's astuteness would prevent any refusal of his request. As his words settled, a glimmer of realization crossed Flandra's eyes, initially believing it a jest. He now recognized Chen Xiaoming's genuine intent to remain at Shrek, despite the uncertainty surrounding his motives. Your interest in Shrek is indeed an honor for us, Flandra replied, his expression shifting rapidly as he donned a warm smile, retracting his spirit power and stepping amicably towards Chen Xiaoming. In the dormitory of Shrek Academy, under Dai Mubai's guidance, Chen Xiaoming was assigned a solitary residence adjacent to the student quarters. The surroundings were modest yet clean, with a brand new bed and bedding that appeared quite comfortable. The air was fresh and the environment tranquil. Upon opening the rear window, he was greeted by a serene view of the forest, satisfying his preferences. After exchanging a few words with Chen Xiaoming, Dai Mubai scrutinized him briefly before hastily departing. With a soft laugh, Chen Xiaoming closed the door and reclined on the bed, inhaling deeply. Beep, beep, beep. You have gained 100,000 experience points for your deep breath. A familiar system notification chimed in his ears. Chen Xiaoming squinted, leisurely summoning the system in his mind. Host, Chen Xiaoming age, 26 martial spirit. Blue wood tree spirit power. Level 79 first spirit ring. 300 years second spirit ring. 600 years third spirit ring. 1,200 years fourth spirit ring. 6,000 years fifth spirit ring. 20,000 years sixth spirit ring. 999 years seventh spirit ring. 999 years body. Blue wood tree bloodline. None items. None experience points. 16, 525, 795. 000 since his transformation. Over the span of a month, Chen Xiaoming had allocated his experience points primarily towards enhancing his spirit power and the spirit rings. Following that day of rapid spirit power elevation, he discovered additional functionalities on his attribute panel, such as the age of each spirit ring and the familiar experience points for upgrades. This unexpected surprise revealed that with over 20 billion experience points, he could easily attain the pinnacle level of a title Douluo, leaving Chen Xiaoming concerned about the potential monotony of his future. After all, what took others a lifetime to achieve, he could accomplish in less than a minute. Sigh, the rapid ascent in spirit power could sometimes be a burden. Each time he pondered this, he silently lamented, resigning himself to bear the weight of such a unique struggle alone. However, The newfound option for upgrading spirit ring ages imbued him with renewed purpose, presenting an intriguing objective. For instance, a title Douluo with 9 spirit rings of 100,000 years each, or a title Douluo boasting 9 spirit rings of 1,000,000 years each. Furthermore, a title Douluo adorned with spirit rings spanning 10 million years. A smile of anticipation crept across Chen Xiaoming's lips. Such a life would indeed be captivating. He couldn't help but wonder if a title Douluo with 9 million-year spirit rings could contend against a third-level deity. With excitement and thrill flickering in his eyes, he found himself unwittingly entranced by dreams of besting deities. Ahem, first things first, let us focus on enhancing my abilities. Emerging from the realm of splendid fantasies, Chen Xiaoming cleared his throat twice. Though the dreams were enchanting, it was time to confront reality step by step. For instance, he decided to set a modest goal, to become a limit title Douluo, endowed with 9 soul rings, each spanning 100,000 years. Leveling up. Resolute in his determination, he cast a glance at his attributes panel, where he had already elevated the years of his 6th and 7th soul rings to the ultimate limit of 999 years. The reason his 6th soul skill was able to suppress both Flender and Zhao Wujia was not solely due to his elevated soul power. It was also because the age of his 6th soul ring was merely 1 step away from achieving the coveted 100,000-year mark. It was time to begin. His previous hesitations stemmed from a desire to spar with formidable soul saints like Flender. Having indulged in that, it was now time to enhance his abilities. With a silent gesture, he tapped on the upgrade option following his 6th soul ring. In an instant, the attributes panel shimmered, and a surge of immense soul power flowed into Chen Xiaoming's body, cascading downwards towards the 6th soul ring. The deep, dark hue of the 6th soul ring flickered with light, and the previously faint red glimmers now pulsed vibrantly, growing brighter with the influx of soul power. Chen Xiaoming attentively sensed the fluctuations of his soul power as the radiant red light gradually expanded, enveloping the entire soul ring. The brilliance erupted suddenly before settling into tranquility. In the serene confines of the chamber, a crimson soul ring pulsated rhythmically around Chen Xiaoming, slowly levitating. His 6th soul ring had transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring. Enraptured, he gazed at the crimson ring beneath him, feeling an overwhelming surge of soul power emanating from it. The red aura resembled an intoxicating blood-red rose, luring him deeper into its strength. Ah, so this is what a 100,000-year soul ring feels like. Having acquired his first one, Chen Xiaoming's spirit soared, realizing that the enhancement of his 6th soul ring exceeded his expectations. No wonder every soul master yearned for a 100,000-year soul ring. Its power far surpassed that of a 10,000-year ring. After indulging in the sight for a moment longer, Chen Xiaoming redirected his gaze to his attributes panel. Onward with the upgrades. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. Having experienced such a significant enhancement, he would not shy away. He resolved to become the first soul sage in the history of Douluo continent to possess 700,000-year soul rings. With a decisive motion, he tapped on the upgrade option for his 7th soul ring, and once more, a torrent of immense soul power surged into him. The 7th soul ring beneath his feet flickered, gradually enveloped by the crimson glow, until in a brief moment, another 100,000-year soul ring emerged. Seizing the momentum, Chen Xiaoming wasted no time and pressed on to upgrade his 5th soul ring, which had remained stagnant for too long. The vibrant light continued to dance, and the years of his 5th soul ring began to soar. 5th soul ring, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. He halted after elevating its age to 50,000 years. A frown emerged as he sensed the overwhelming soul power surging within him, realizing that the energy within the soul ring had reached a saturation point. Is my body unable to withstand it? Chen Xiaoming mused, his gaze wandering as he contemplated his current predicament. He was neither a twin martial soul possessor, nor had he undergone the divine examination, and his physical resilience, due to his transformation, was akin to that of an ordinary person. Was it truly the limit for a soul sage of over 70 levels to bear 200,000-year soul rings? Or was there some inherent restriction regarding the transformation of soul beasts? Chen Xiaoming was uncertain, and for a moment, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. ultimately directing his attention to the bloodline section of his attributes panel. Following his recent enhancement, a new option had appeared on the original attributes panel. Regardless of the situation, this additional bloodline enhancement should provide a direct solution. Though he feared awakening some peculiar bloodline that might tarnish his illustrious image, there was no turning back now. Let's see what bloodline I possess. May the Supreme Old Lord bless me with a Panga bloodline, or if that fails, a Wu ancestor bloodline would suffice. With hands clasped before him, Chen Xiaoming chanted a silent prayer, then casually tapped on the bloodline option. Chapter 18. Bloodline Enhancement. May the Supreme Old Lord bless me with a potent bloodline. As he uttered his prayer, Chen Xiaoming tapped on the bloodline section, and a stream of light transformed before his eyes. Bloodline. Hollow Willow, Elementary. 16425795000000000. A surge of vast information flooded into his mind. For a moment, it felt as if he had been transported to a peculiar realm, enveloped in a sea of spirits. A silvery orb of light floated above him, shimmering enticingly. Chen Xiaoming instinctively reached out, but his hand passed through the orb as if it were mere air. The orb began to drift towards him, touching his chest before merging with him. In an instant, silvery light enveloped Chen Xiaoming, and as he gently closed his eyes, a colossal phantom of a willow tree materialized above him, its branches swaying as if traversing endless space. The phantom vanished in an instant, and, simultaneously, the ethereal image of a verdant tree appeared above him, albeit with a subtle transformation, now somewhat elusive. The white light enveloped him, a warm current coursing through all his meridians, as his once mundane physique underwent a profound metamorphosis. Chen Xiaoming could feel his body strengthening with each passing moment. Bathed in the silvery glow, he understood that the orb of light was the essence of the hollow willow bloodline. Though it was merely a singular entity, it was invaluable. A myriad of brilliant insights flashed through his mind as he closed his eyes in contemplation, losing track of time. Half an hour later, Chen Xiaoming opened his eyes, still captivated by the experience, with a flicker of silver light momentarily sparkling in his gaze before fading away. Innate spiritual root, hollow willow, spatial attribute. Chen Xiaoming felt as if he were dreaming. Although it was not the Panga bloodline he had hoped for, this hollow willow bloodline still brought him considerable delight. In a myriad paths of existence, time reigns supreme, and space holds dominion. The hollow willow had fortuitously granted him an understanding of a spatial pathway, a most unexpected joy. The flashes of brilliance in his mind were insights into the spatial pathway derived from the bloodline essence. However, whether it was due to his low cultivation or the laws of the Douluo realm, he found himself hindered by a nebulous barrier when attempting to grasp the initial understanding of his elementary hollow willow bloodline. Each time he thought he comprehended it, he ultimately found himself in a state of vague understanding. Was it truly the case that the laws of the realm imposed such limitations? Chen Xiaoming pondered, recalling Tang San's Tang sect techniques, which had indeed faced suppression, keeping him at a peak of one level until he awakened his martial soul and finally broke through. Yet his bloodline was undoubtedly superior to that of the Douluo. Even a creator deity would likely pale in comparison. Or perhaps, in this realm, all abilities could only be expressed through martial souls or soul power. Upon this thought, Chen Xiaoming turned his gaze towards his martial soul. Gathering his soul power, he summoned forth his martial soul, the greenwood tree. However, upon the briefest glance, he was instantly taken aback. The greenwood tree in his grasp had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its entire azure form was now enveloped in a silvery luminescence, appearing slightly smaller than before, yet it seemed almost ethereal, as if it could vanish at any moment. Was this truly the greenwood tree? It bore a hint of the hollow willow's charm. Chen Xiaoming hurriedly opened his attribute panel to examine it. The martial soul section still displayed the three characters, greenwood tree. He glanced at the entity below, which remained unchanged, not transformed into a hollow willow. Thus, have I merely acquired the essence of my bloodline? After contemplating for a moment, he felt uncertain. The radiant orb of bloodline essence in his mind had yet to be fully absorbed. Perhaps once he completely assimilated it, the outcome would become clear. Casting a glance at the pulsating orb of essence in his mind, he chose not to dwell on it further, knowing that time was abundant for exploration. As for the present, He looked at the remaining experience points, exceeding 100 billion, and a smile of delight spread across his face. With his physique significantly enhanced, it was time to elevate his abilities further. He wondered what could possibly hinder him from achieving his modest aspirations. With a grin, he joyfully pressed the upgrade button behind his soul rings. 5th soul ring. 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000, 100,000 with joy. He upgraded the 5th soul ring to the 10,000-year level, feeling no sense of saturation as before. Rather, he perceived no limits at all. Glancing at the pitiful 1st soul ring, he mused that since he had begun the upgrades, he might as well continue with all of them today. Good fortune favors the bold. Thus, he resolved to elevate 7 10,000-year soul rings. Reclining on his bed, Chen Xiaoming regained his composure and leisure, extending his hand to initiate the upgrade of the 1st soul ring. The originally century-old soul ring began to shimmer as waves of soul power surged into it. Subsequently, a hint of purple flashed through the yellow luminescence, enveloped by a purple glow, transforming it into a 1,000-year soul ring. This cycle repeated, elevating it from a 1,000-year ring to a 10,000-year ring, until at last a vibrant red glow flickered, culminating in the 10,000-year red soul ring. 1st soul ring. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, 90,000, 100,000. 2nd soul ring. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, 90,000, 100,000. 3rd soul ring. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, 90,000, 100,000. 4th soul ring. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, 90,000, 100,000. In the blink of an eye. 4 red 10,000-year soul rings radiated brilliance, combining with the previous 3, totaling 7 10,000-year soul rings shimmering in unison. Had Chen Xiaoming not restrained the power of the soul rings, it was likely that his abode would have been reduced to rubble. Meanwhile, in the Shrek Academy, within the director's office, Old Zhao, you have been reckless. Did you not notice that the 6th soul ring he possessed had a dark hue with a hint of red? That indicates it is at least a 90,000-year level soul ring. Flander explained earnestly to the enraged Zhao Wujie, who had only realized the truth after Chen Xiaoming's explosive display of the 6th soul ring. 90,000-year soul ring. Zhao Wujie exclaimed in surprise, as this detail had eluded him amidst the chaos of battle. He lamented, at such a young age, wielding such power, I wonder which sect has nurtured him. I cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse for Shrek. Flander approached the window, peering out to catch sight of Chen Xiaoming's residence. His gaze filled with a blend of concern and keen insight, letting out a soft sigh. Behind him, Zhao Wujie remained contemplative. The anger of being previously bested by Chen Xiaoming having subsided slightly with the revelation of the 90,000-year soul ring. Yet, a nagging premonition lingered in his heart. The tranquility of Shrek Academy might soon be disrupted. Chapter 19. The arrival of Xiao Wu a month later in the open grounds of Shrek Academy. Chen Xiaoming strolled in, dragging a deck chair behind him, his expression animated with excitement, though whether it contained any peculiar undertones remained uncertain. After a month of silence within the academy, the time had finally come for Shrek's admissions. Training Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had proven rather mundane. Chen Xiaoming eagerly anticipated the arrival of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others. With a casual flourish, he placed the chair at the center of the open space and reclined upon it. Leisurely gazing at the azure sky and drifting clouds, a habit from his days among the trees that he had grown quite fond of, he pondered what Xiao Wu and the others might look like, secretly hoping to catch a glimpse of their beauty, though he assured himself that he remained steadfastly honorable and reliable. As the saying goes, beauty is a universal pursuit. The opportunity to meet Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing piqued his curiosity. He wondered if they were as enchanting as depicted in the novels. Not far away, Flander and Zhao Wujie stood beside a nearby building, not deliberately hiding, but openly observing Chen Xiaoming. Flander's eyes sparkled with contemplation. He found it perplexing that such excitement was warranted for a routine admission process. After a month of interaction, he had come to realize that Chen Xiaoming was not particularly difficult to deal with. Could it be that his purpose was connected to this admission? Flander mused, recalling how Chen Xiaoming had voluntarily stepped forward to serve as an examiner for this 4th round. As time gradually passed, Chen Xiaoming remained unhurried. After years among the trees, he had cultivated a measure of patience. In the distance, Dai Mubai approached slowly, accompanied by 4 figures, 1 boy and 3 girls. Chen Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he sat up, focusing intently on the newcomers. The boy, dressed in simple attire, appeared around 12 or 13 years old, standing at approximately 1.70 meters, clad in a light blue outfit, with a belt adorned with 24 jade stones. His black hair was of medium length, just grazing his shoulders. With a mere glance, Chen Xiaoming discerned the boy's identity, but quickly turned his attention to the girl beside him. Her long, silky black hair was meticulously braided into a scorpion braid, cascading past her calves. She wore a snug pink top that accentuated her developing figure, revealing a delicate waist that seemed barely graspable. With arched eyebrows and large, glistening eyes, her slightly rounded, rosy face evoked the word adorable in Chen Xiaoming's mind with just a single look. Alas, it is no wonder that the pure-hearted Tang San is captivated. At such a tender age, she has blossomed into such a captivating beauty. Chen Xiaoming now harbors doubts. Could it be that Tang San discerned this quality early on? Hence he willingly accepted her as a younger sister? Were it not for the lack of internet in Tang San's world prior to his transmigration, Chen Xiaoming might suspect that Tang San was engaged in some form of lowly cultivation. Ahem, yet again, my thoughts have wandered into inappropriate territory. Something peculiar must have flashed through my mind just now. Clearing his throat, Chen Xiaoming shifted his gaze from Xiao Wu to the 2 girls beside him. One was adorned in a white gown, with a neat bob that barely brushed her ears, standing half a head shorter than Xiao Wu. Her fair, exquisite visage exuded an ethereal quality. The other, with long black hair, cascading over her shoulders, bore an expression of indifference. Her dark eyes devoid of even a hint of anger, standing at a height comparable to Ning Rongrong. Ahem, again, my thoughts have strayed. Chen Xiaoming, realizing he was being invaded by strange ideas, coughed lightly. Alas, I must exercise more. I am growing old. With peculiar thoughts invading my mind, Chen Xiaoming sighed inwardly. Yet a smile crept onto his lips. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing indeed appeared as strikingly radiant as described in novels. Teacher Chen, I have brought the participants, said Dai Mubai, who had brought the group for the assessment, glancing at the already prepared Chen Xiaoming, and solemnly shook his head at Tang San and the others. During their journey, Dai Mubai had informed Tang San and the others about the upcoming 4th assessment. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he had experienced some of Chen Xiaoming's formidable training and was somewhat aware of his terrifying strength. Casting a silent glance at Tang San and the others, Dai Mubai felt helpless and retreated to the side. Very well, Chen Xiaoming said, rising from his seat as his gaze swept over Tang San and the others. A smile that bore a hint of mischief gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with a spark of excitement. I trust that Mubai has briefed you on the assessment. You have a stick of incense to familiarize yourselves and strategize. After that, the test shall commence. Pausing momentarily, Chen Xiaoming focused his soul power, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he struck the ground. With a resounding thud, a wave of energy radiated downward, causing the ground around him to slightly dip, forming a circle with a radius of approximately 50 centimeters, just enough to contain Chen Xiaoming alone. The task is simple. You have 1 stick of incense to force me out of this circle, and you shall be deemed victorious. He gestured to the circle beneath him, a faint smile playing on his lips as he observed the smiles on Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's faces, feeling an inner delight. Laugh while you can. Soon enough, there will be tears, he mused, nonchalantly reclining on a nearby chair. He produced a stick of incense, lit it, and placed it firmly into the ground without the slightest tremor. Ah, how exhilarating this showmanship is. Chen Xiaoming reveled in his thoughts, choosing to disregard Tang San and the others. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, with a grave expression, began introducing the situation to Tang San and the others, knowing they would have to rely solely on themselves for the upcoming competition. Observing the relaxed Chen Xiaoming, who was resting with his eyes closed, and glancing at Tang San and the others who were engaged in self-introductions and planning, Dai Mubai found himself shaking his head unconsciously. Let's hope he shows mercy when the time comes. As the moments passed, the stick of incense soon burned down. Chen Xiaoming rose once more, stretching his wrists and indulging in a leisurely yawn. He smiled gently at the now prepared Tang San and the others, conjuring another stick of incense and lighting it, placing it into the ground beside him. The assessment begins. Ning Rongrong, representing the 7-treasure glazed tile school, sprang into action almost instantaneously. As her body pirouetted gracefully, dazzling multicolored light emanated from her, and in her palm appeared a 7-colored tower over a foot in height. The 7 treasures are renowned for their power, she announced, as her first spirit ring ascended, enveloping the 7-colored tower, which simultaneously released 3 beams of light that enveloped Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Oh, the 7-treasure glazed tile. Quite impressive, Chen Xiaoming remarked, his eyes sparkling with interest. This spirit, reputed to be the premier auxiliary spirit in Douluo, prompted curiosity regarding its efficacy. With her second spirit ring ascending, radiant light burst forth once more. The 3 figures, empowered with speed and strength, surged forward, Tang San at the center, Xiao Wu to his left, and Zhu Zhuqing providing support from the right. First spirit skill bind. Tang San commanded as his first spirit ring flickered, summoning a multitude of blue silver grass that ensnared Chen Xiaoming in an instant. Xiao Wu, he called. Having trained alongside her for 6 years, their synergy was flawless. A strand of blue silver grass appeared beneath Xiao Wu's feet, and with Tang San holding the opposite end, it became taut. With a swift motion, Xiao Wu propelled herself forward like an arrow released from a bow, executing her martial spirit attachment midair. As she extended her limbs, her feet aimed for either side of Chen Xiaoming's neck. Quite light, he murmured, his casual words falling upon Xiao Wu's ears, who interpreted them as an implication of her lack of strength, prompting her to snort disdainfully. With the tips of her feet pressing against the carotid arteries on either side of his neck, she twisted her body with all her might, while the blue-silver grass binding Chen Xiaoming was pulled taut under Tang San's control. Calmly, Chen Xiaoming refrained from resisting, reflecting upon the peculiar treatment he was receiving, akin to what Zhao Wujia would have experienced. With a subtle push against the ground, a surge of immense power erupted from within him. He was not Zhao Wujia and would not indulge in such recklessness. With a resounding crash, the blue-silver grass binding him shattered as his enhanced strength surpassed even that of Zhao Wujia. Not quite enough, my dear, he chuckled softly, grasping Xiao Wu's ankle. The touch both cool and soft. Ahem, now is not the time for such thoughts. Exerting a slight force, he aimed at the approaching Tang San and swiftly hurled Xiao Wu towards him. Go find your beloved, he thought, his gaze shifting toward the advancing Zhu Zhuqing. In the next moment, as Xiao Wu was tossed away, she flicked her scorpion braid backward, its tip coiling around Chen Xiaoming's neck like a serpent. With her body supported by her hands on the ground, one slender leg poised against Chen Xiaoming's abdomen, she arched her form like a bow. Hee. Xiao Wu chuckled lightly as she gazed at her binding of Chen Xiaoming, a sense of pride swelling within her as she activated her waist bow. No, Xiao Wu. Tang San called out urgently from his side, a flash of blue-silver grass darting forth to ensnare Xiao Wu's waist, tugging with all his might to pull her back to his side. The first soul skill, waist bow. With simultaneous force from her scorpion braid and the tips of her toes against her abdomen, Chen Xiaoming suddenly sensed a surge of power aimed at him, attempting to throw him off balance. A series of sharp, ringing sounds echoed from behind Chen Xiaoming, coinciding with Zhu Zhuqing's attack. It was unclear whether this was a premeditated plan or a spontaneous cooperation, but Chen Xiaoming had to admit it presented him with a bit of trouble. He found himself pondering whether he should impart some harsh realities to these adorable girls. Having already gauged his strength, did they still dare to initiate an attack with their waist bows? Was it excessive confidence or a belief that he was the kind of fool who would let his guard down? Retreat, Tang San uttered softly, activating his waist bow, yet failing to even rattle Chen Xiaoming. Xiao Wu visibly hesitated, her expression shifting slightly. As the blue-silver grass exerted force, Xiao Wu wasted no time. Retracting her scorpion braid, she struck the tips of her toes against Chen Xiaoming's abdomen and suddenly propelled herself backward. Forget it, considering we are all transformed soul beasts. I shall refrain from delivering a harsh lesson. Shaking his head gently, Chen Xiaoming realized he had perhaps underestimated himself. The strength of his enhanced physique, even without fully comprehending the essence of his bloodline, was indeed formidable. Coupled with his soul power at level 79 and the amplification from 700,000 year soul rings, He towered above Tang San and his companions, who, even with the benefits of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, barely reached soul power levels in the 30s. Standing there, even if they were to strike him, it was likely they would not succeed. Sighing softly, Qin Xiaoming contemplated that if he did not relent, they would never win. Meanwhile, as Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing returned, Tang San and his group hesitated to make any further moves. Qin Xiaoming's strength surpassed their expectations, rendering their previous plans futile. Tang San's eyes flickered, realizing the terrifying disparity in strength upon facing a soul saint for the first time. Such a vast gap could hardly be bridged by mere teamwork. Casting a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai, Tang San understood the true meaning behind Dai Mubai's words about showing mercy. Dai Mubai, equally helpless, shook his head lightly. Brother, it's not that I won't assist you. It's just that you are facing an extraordinary opponent. I assure you, other soul saints are not like this. Really? Aren't all soul saints this powerful? Tang San questioned. No, not all soul saints possess such strength. You are up against an exceptionally formidable one. Qin Xiaoming interjected. Are you two communicating through glances, as if I cannot comprehend? Mubai, it seems you need to continue your special training. Dai Mubai turned away, casting one last encouraging glance at Tang San, silently hoping nothing had transpired moments ago. Surely it was merely an illusion. Tang San offered a wry smile in Qin Xiaoming's direction, who returned the gesture with a knowing grin. Reveal your true strength, or you stand no chance. Reveal your true strength, or you stand no chance, Qin Xiaoming declared calmly, his gaze fixed upon Tang San. Among the multitude present, only Tang San held the potential to push him out of his comfort zone. Qin Xiaoming eagerly anticipated Tang San's Tang Sect techniques and hidden weapons. Let us all attack together. Xiao Wu, feeling underestimated, pouted and rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage, but was restrained by Tang San. He had yet to unleash his martial soul. Glancing at the incense on the ground, he noted it had already burned down by a third. His time was dwindling. Teacher Chun, you need to be cautious now. Confronted with such a vast difference in power, Tang San felt compelled to utilize his ultimate technique, the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. Simultaneously, Qin Xiaoming's overwhelming strength ignited Tang San's fighting spirit. As a genius of the Tang Sect in his past life, he was confident in his abilities and yearned to know whether his hidden weapons could contend against a soul saint in this otherworldly realm. Turning slightly, he exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, signaling his intent to handle the upcoming battle alone. The two exchanged knowing looks, having realized Qin Xiaoming's true prowess from their earlier skirmish. With their combined strength, they could not even compel him to reveal his martial soul. Tang San, we believe in you. Ning Rongrong smiled at him, acknowledging her role as a support-type soul master, aware that victory was beyond her reach. Tang San then turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing, who regarded him coldly. They locked eyes, and she eventually gave a slight nod. The trust of his companions brought a smile to Tang San's face, and as he turned his attention back to Qin Xiaoming, his aura shifted, as if he had donned a radiant halo. Teacher Chun, be careful, I am coming. Tang San's figure flickered, activating his ghostly shadow steps. His hands began to glow a brilliant white, translucent like jade. A gentle flow of energy seemed to circulate between his fingers. The Tang Sect's white jade hands were unleashed, a faint purple hue emanating from his eyes as he activated his purple extreme demon eyes. With a swift motion, 10 beams of icy light burst forth from Tang San's fingertips, targeting Qin Xiaoming's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, lower body, and abdomen. Each strike aimed at a vital point, none overlapping. Ah, finally, the Tang Sect's hidden weapons have arrived, Qin Xiaoming thought to himself, a glimmer of interest igniting within him as he gradually unleashed his long-dormant martial soul. A torrent of soul power began to coalesce, compressing the air around Qin Xiaoming, creating ripples of terrifying energy. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but pressed on, his form shifting to release another 10 beams of cold light. Qin Xiaoming raised his head, and a crimson soul ring suddenly appeared beneath him. Obliterating the chair, he stood upon with the force of his soul power. The red soul ring ascended like a rich, blood-colored gemstone. 10,000-year soul ring. Ning Rongrong gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her eyes wide as she stood frozen, overwhelmed. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were equally astounded by the appearance of the 10,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu quickly regained her composure, and, seeing Tang San advancing, A flicker of concern crossed her face as she recklessly charged forward. Donji! Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed softly, and Ning Rongrong, snapping out of her daze, abandoned their previous agreement. The 10,000-year soul ring was no trivial matter. They could not hope to contend with it. 7 treasures are renowned. The second, speed. A beam of colorful light emerged, merging into Tang San's body, lightening his form and making his ghostly shadow steps even more elusive. He did not retreat, but instead angled his body to the side, evading the oncoming threat. The unexpected emergence of the 100,000-year soul ring caught him off guard. However, bearing the hopes of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San would not easily concede. The illustrious 7 treasures, renowned for their significance, shone once more as Ning Rongrong's first soul ring flickered again. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she was left utterly astonished. A second red 100,000-year soul ring rose beneath Chen Xiaoming's feet, unleashing an overwhelming wave of soul power that enveloped the arena, leaving Ning Rongrong, who had been poised to resist, completely dazed. The fabled 100,000-year soul ring, revered as the ultimate treasure for spirit masters, was appearing consecutively, and all in the possession of a single individual. Ning Rongrong, hailing from the 7 treasures glazed tile school, felt as though her understanding of spirit masters, cultivated over more than a decade, had been shattered, like a hammer smashing into pieces. Beside Chen Xiaoming, Tang San, who had been waiting for an opportunity to act, was momentarily taken aback. Even he experienced a fleeting sense of confusion. Having studied spirit master knowledge under the master for years, he understood the significance of the 100,000-year soul ring more than Ning Rongrong did. Yet in theory, such rings were only known to exist as the 9th ring of a title Douluo, unexpectedly manifesting on a soul sage, and worse still, 2 at that. For the first time, doubt crept into Tang San's mind. Could he really make a move? No. As a disciple of the Tang sect, surrender was not an option. In the next moment, his gaze regained its resolve. The purple extreme magic eyes were activated to their utmost, and under the guise of the ghost shadow perplexing track, his figure flickered continuously. What the 100,000-year soul rings? He refused to believe they could be flawless. Every being harbors vulnerabilities. As Chen Xiaoming activated 200,000-year soul rings, he cast a glance at Tang San, who remained undeterred, prompting him to take a longer look. Could it be true that this was indeed Tang San? Even in such dire circumstances, he was contemplating victory. A faint smile crept onto his lips, if that was the case. He could not be blamed for delivering a blow to the fragile psyche of his opponent. In an instant, Chen Xiaoming ceased concealing his might, unleashing his soul power in full force, summoning his martial soul, the azure-wood tree, into his right hand. Simultaneously, yet more crimson 100,000-year soul rings ascended from beneath him. In a heartbeat, 7 radiant red 100,000-year soul rings pulsed rhythmically, the terrifying soul power compressing the surrounding air, sending an invisible shockwave radiating outward from Chen Xiaoming. With a resounding thud, Tang San, who had approached, was swept away by the soul power wave, his figure instantly retreating. Xiao Wu, rushing to his aid, caught him in her embrace. The impact sent her staggering back, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained stationary, swiftly moved to support her. Concentrating their soul power, they managed to counteract the force of retreat. A magnificent aura enveloped Chen Xiaoming, the blood-red 700,000-year soul rings glimmering like exquisite gemstones. He appeared as a sovereign, commanding the attention of all present, suffocating them with his overwhelming presence. Chen Xiaoming's disdainful gaze swept across Tang San and the others, his heart racing with anxiety. Was he showing off? No. His display of strength was perhaps excessive. What should he do next? Glancing at the azure sky adorned with white clouds, an idea struck him. The weather was splendid. It was time to rest. This assessment was sufficient, and he could consider them past. With that, he took a step, retracting his soul power, and in a flash, vanished from sight. What a delightful escape after displaying such prowess. Chapter 22. The arrival of Tang Hao. Additional update. In the open grounds of Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and Tang San were left in a state of astonishment, gazing at the retreating figure of Chen Xiaoming. Xiao Wu looked down with concern at Tang San, her face etched with worry. "Brother, are you all right?" Her anxious words reached Tang San's ears, and as he found himself in her embrace, He felt a rush of warmth. A glance at Ning Rongrong and the others made his face flush with embarrassment. He hurriedly attempted to rise. His cheeks burned with shame. Being so close in front of others was overwhelming, and his heart raced, leaving him uncertain of what he was truly trying to conceal. Dai Mu Bai, observing the scene, seemed to discern something, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He leaned closer to Tang San, draping an arm over his shoulder, and whispered, "What was that feeling just now? Don't joke around. Xiao Wu and I are siblings." Tang San's face reddened further at Dai Mu Bai's words, breaking free from his grasp and hastily defending himself. Observing Tang San's flustered demeanor, Dai Mu Bai exchanged a knowing glance and ceased further comments. He called out to Oscar, who promptly approached, offering Tang San a healing sausage. However, Tang San declined, finding the sausage unappetizing. His injuries were not severe and could heal on their own. Yet, while his physical wounds could mend quickly, the shock to his spirit would take much longer to recover from. 700,000-year soul rings belonging to a soul sage. It was imperative he write to his master. Chen Xiaoming's overwhelming display left him with a multitude of questions. Years of studying under the master seemed to have been trampled upon. The joy of the assessment victory was diminished by the weight of Chen Xiaoming's revelation. And Ning Rongrong's eyes glimmered with determination. She felt compelled to contact her father regarding the situation at Shrek Academy. Not far away, Flinder and Zhao Wujia had also regained their composure. The shock they felt was far deeper than that of Tang San and the others. They were aware that merely a month prior, Chen Xiaoming's soul rings had been ordinary. In such a short span, they had transformed into something so formidable. The two exchanged a glance, both filled with relief and trepidation. It was fortunate they had not offended such a powerful individual, nor had they expelled him from Shrek, for the consequences could have been dire. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussions, Chen Xiaoming, lounged leisurely atop a nearby tree, gazing at the azure sky and fluffy clouds. What pleasure was there in bullying the weak? He truly discovered the solitude of invincibility. Unbeknownst to him, he slowly closed his eyes and drifted into a tranquil slumber, oblivious to the chill of the evening air that made his rest somewhat uncomfortable. As night descended in the dense forest surrounding Shrek, Ning Rongrong stood alone in a clearing. "Come forth," she called into the empty woods. Suddenly, a figure clad in the attire of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school emerged, kneeling before her. "Deliver this letter promptly." "Understood, Mississippi." The figure accepted the envelope, and in an instant, vanished from sight. Ning Rongrong cast a glance at the night-shrouded Shrek Academy, her heart brimming with anticipation. Simultaneously, in Tang San's dormitory, illuminated by lamplight, he penned a letter, eager to send it to the master the following day. The day's events had left him profoundly shaken. Perhaps the master held the answers he sought. Above the dense forest outside Shrek, Chen Xiaoming stirred, awakening under the starlit sky. Did I doze off? He mused, momentarily disoriented as he surveyed his surroundings. No wonder it felt chilly. Night had crept in unbeknownst to him. Time to head back. He leaped from the treetop and, having barely taken a few steps, suddenly halted. Turning slightly, a smile graced his face as he gazed into the shadowy depths of the empty forest behind him. A shadowy figure emerged slowly from behind a grand tree. Cloaked entirely in black, even his head was covered by a hood, revealing only that he was a tall man. "You seem unfazed by my arrival," he rasped, his voice laced with hesitation and a hint of doubt. "Now that I am here, why would I be surprised?" With a light chuckle, Chen Xiaoming regarded the figure, having already discerned his identity. It was rather unexpected to encounter a titled Douluo at this late hour, especially one who had previously flaunted his superiority by bullying his son. The presence of a soul sage with a 100,000-year soul ring was a rarity, and Chen Xiaoming felt invigorated by the prospect of a challenge. With determination igniting in his eyes, he wondered about the strength of this titled Douluo. Tang Hao. The black-clad man slowly raised his right hand, and a dark light coalesced in his palm, transforming into a Haotian hammer. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings appeared around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red, encircling him completely. A title Douluo? How intriguing, Chen Xiaoming mused, a smile gracing his lips. He too felt a surge of power as 700,000-year soul rings manifested beneath him, their energies converging to an apex. waiting in anticipation. "Let's begin," he whispered, launching himself toward Tang Hao, his soul power concentrating in his right fist. He chose not to wield his martial soul, eager to test the limits of his physical prowess. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, surprised by the opponent's decision not to utilize his soul rings. Did he intend to engage in hand-to-hand combat, given their considerable soul power disparity? Chen Xiaoming's only chance to prevail lay in his 700,000-year soul rings. However, recognizing the strength of Chen Xiaoming's physique, Tang Hao remained cautious, channeling his soul power into his own fist for a counterattack. A thunderous impact resonated as their fists collided, a shockwave propelling outward, causing their garments to ripple violently. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered under the force. Again, Chen Xiaoming shouted, pivoting to unleash another strike. Tang Hao, his eyes glinting with intensity, mirrored the action. Launching a punch of his own, with a series of explosive sounds, the ground could no longer withstand the weight of their power, collapsing beneath them with a cloud of dust obscuring their figures. Chapter 23. How Ian Hammer. Two silhouettes burst forth from the haze, taking positions atop the trees, locking eyes with one another. Chen Xiaoming glanced back briefly at the Shrek Academy. "Let us depart. This place feels constricting." With a decisive leap, he moved away, and Tang Hao followed in silence. Shortly after their departure, a figure emerged, Flander, the Academy's dean. His expression grave, he surveyed the devastated clearing before him, his glasses glinting ominously. The battle had transpired alarmingly close to the Academy, and judging by the devastation, it was at least the work of Soul Sage. Within the Academy, aside from himself, only old Zhao, old Xian, and Chen Xiaoming possessed such power. The latter was conspicuously absent, leading Flander to suspect that the remnants of the battle were left by him. Yet, who could possibly contend with such a formidable opponent as Tang Hao? Lost in thought, Flander searched the area for signs of life, but found none, returning to the Academy with a growing sense of unease. Meanwhile, on the distant plain, Chen Xiaoming and Tang Hao stood at an impasse, the former's resolve aflame. Bullying the weak was ultimately tedious. Only a confrontation with a worthy adversary like Tang Hao held any allure. With no distractions, he charged forward, gathering his soul power. And this time, without restraint, he summoned his martial soul, the verdant tree, as 7 golden rings glimmered beneath him. His first soul skill unfolded, whip strike. Delicate branches erupted with breathtaking speed, slicing through the air and creating sonic booms as they lashed out. Their power far exceeded that of their earlier encounter. Tang Hao's demeanor shifted, his Hao-Ian hammer materializing in his right hand. He gripped it single-handedly, activating his first soul ring, a century-old yellow ring, infusing it into the hammer. With a mighty swing, he struck, unleashing a formidable shockwave as the air around them rippled with the force of the blow. Crack! The branches were shattered by his strike, and as Tang Hao swung the hammer with increasing ferocity, a vortex of turbulent air formed around him, drawing in the branches that sought to ambush him. "Whirlwind à meilleure technique," he declared, and within moments, he had unleashed dozens of powerful strikes. Chen Xiaoming could not keep count, but he could sense that Tang Hao's strength had magnified exponentially. With a sudden flicker, Tang Hao's 7th soul ring activated, and a colossal black Hao-Ian hammer erupted behind him, radiating intense dark light. The hammer expanded to a staggering length, resembling a small mountain. "Goodness, he is serious," Chen Xiaoming thought, realizing that Tang Hao had unleashed nearly all of his power, save for his 9th soul ring. The overwhelming pressure enveloped the area, and Chen Xiaoming felt the air grow thick with peril. Without hesitation, he accessed his soul power, instantly breaking through the barrier that had confined him at level 79 to ascend to the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo. He then glanced at the enormous hammer, swallowing hard, and focused on further enhancing his strength. In the blink of an eye, his power surged to a level surpassing 90, reaching that of a tidal Douluo. Yet still feeling a sense of insecurity, he concentrated his energy further, preparing to amplify his abilities to 96. As 2 black soul rings coalesced beneath him, he continued to enhance his 9th soul ring, transforming it from one of the 8,000-year variety into a dazzling red 100,000-year ring. Upon its manifestation, the 9th ring radiated brilliance. Chen Xiaoming's soul power surged, cracking the ground beneath him and causing roots to erupt from the earth, intertwining and enveloping him like a blossoming bud. 9th soul skill, tree realm descends. He proclaimed, laughter echoing in the air, who had been gathering momentum, let out a mighty roar as the colossal hammer, stretching 100 meters, descended from the sky. In an instant, the very air above the plane became distorted. The thunderous roar echoed like divine retribution, causing the ground to tremble violently. The vast defenses formed by the tree realm collapsed under the impact, creating a crater of 100 meters as countless branches were shattered and sent flying. The apex of the tree realm was forcefully driven down by the hammer. An eruption of dust filled the entire battlefield, the intensity of the vibrations even affecting the distant Shrek Academy. In the office of the Shrek Academy's principal, Flinder, who had just returned, felt the tremors beneath him. His expression changed dramatically as he swiftly leaped into the air, embodying his martial spirit. Under the night sky, he could only sense the overwhelming fluctuations of soul power from afar, though he could not discern the specifics. Even just feeling the residual waves of soul power made Flinder hesitant to approach. Inside the dormitory, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the others also felt the disturbance and emerged from their rooms. Flinder cast a glance downward. "Do not move," he whispered, his voice imbued with soul power, which resonated clearly with Tang San and the others. They exchanged bewildered glances, gazing in the direction of the disturbance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Chen Xiaoming coughed, feeling a lingering dread as he glanced at the branches above him that had been crushed. He was fortunate not to have foolishly used his sixth soul skill in a display of bravado. Otherwise, his head might have been crushed. With a swift motion, he darted out from the tree realm, and, upon seeing Tang Hao not far away, his expression shifted to one of relief, smiling. "No more fighting. It's getting late. Time to rest." He chuckled softly before heading towards Shrek Academy. As he passed Tang Hao, a hint of worry crossed his mind. "I must be cautious with my displays of strength. One misstep could lead to disaster." Chapter 24. The Arrival of the Seven Treasures at Shrek Academy. Chen Xiaoming quietly entered his residence. Lying on his bed, he fell into deep contemplation. He had been overly careless, allowing Tang Hao to unleash the chaotic wind hammer technique. With his strength and 800,000-year soul rings, he could have easily overpowered Tang Hao. The chaotic wind hammer technique was a unique skill of the Haotian sect. It was said that when mastered, one could unleash a continuous barrage of 81 hammers, each strike more powerful than the last, even without utilizing his soul rings. Tang Hao's final blow nearly brought Chen Xiaoming to his knees. Reflecting on his earlier arrogance, Chen Xiaoming realized that he should not have permitted Tang Hao to demonstrate the technique. In his eagerness to witness its power, he had overlooked the potential consequences. "Alas, I have become complacent with the system at my disposal," he sighed softly, calling forth the attributes of his system. Host, Chen Xiaoming, age, 26, martial spirit, greenwood tree soul power, level 96 first soul ring, 100,000 years second soul ring, 100,000 years third soul ring, 100,000 years fourth soul ring, 100,000 years fifth soul ring, 100,000 years sixth soul ring, 100,000 years seventh soul ring, 100,000 years eighth soul ring, 70,000 years ninth soul ring, 100,000 years body, greenwood tree bloodline, hollow willow, beginner, items, none experience points, 7, 356, 865, 000, gazing casually at his status. Chen Xiaoming tapped on his eighth soul ring, watching as its age increased, swiftly elevating to the level of a 100,000-year soul ring. "I have been so careless," he lamented repeatedly, then focused on enhancing his soul power. With a gentle tap, his soul power surged from level 96 to level 97, an immense wave of energy flooding into his body. He slowly absorbed it, then pressed on to increase his power further. His soul power rose again, now reaching level 98, with an even greater force surging within him. Resolute, he pressed forward again. Soul power, level 99 limit Douluo, with a substantial surge of power. Chen Xiaoming glanced at his hands. With such strength, why hide? He leapt from his bed, eyes set on the window, and in a flash, he was gone. Chen Xiaoming believed in avenging grievances on the same day. If he was struck, he would retaliate without delay. With renewed vigor, he raced through the dense woods. Quickly arriving at the battlefield, which lay in disarray, Tang Hao's figure nowhere to be found. Gone? His power dissipated as he felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he had spoken too soon about not waiting until the next day. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. He knew Tang Hao was near Tang's San. Chun Xiaoming resolved not to rush, for the next encounter would surely end with a resounding counterstrike. If only Tang Hao knew what Chun Xiaoming was plotting. He might have roared in anger. I couldn't even break through your ninth soul ring's defense with my chaotic wind hammer technique, and now you dare to strike me? Frustrated, Chun Xiaoming turned and made his way back to Shrek Academy, realizing that without Tang Hao present, there was no need for him to linger. 1 week later, a week had passed since the enrollment at Shrek Academy concluded. Flinder and Zhao Wujin began special training sessions for Tang San and the others, mirroring the events of the original storyline, starting the soul battles in Soto City. Chun Xiaoming, however, did not intervene much. He found it tedious to fight against a group of novices with soul powers in the 20s and 30s. He searched around Shrek Academy for several days, but failed to catch a glimpse of Tang Hao, marveling at the latter's remarkable ability to conceal himself, making it no wonder he evaded the Spirit Hall's pursuit. Time to return, Chun Xiaoming decided, I'll wait for the next opportunity. In the dense forest behind Shrek Academy, Chun Xiaoming clapped his hands, resigning himself to the absence of Tang Hao, fully aware that he would inevitably appear later. With a gentle step, he trod upon the dry branches beneath him, his expression turning serious as his soul power gradually coalesced. Who goes there? Step forward. He scanned a shadowy corner of the forest, finding nothing. Unhappy, he shouted, condensing his formidable soul power to the 99th level beneath his feet, and stomped down. Umph. A coward lurking in the shadows. Must I summon you? The ground trembled as a wave of soul power swept through the surrounding space, creating ripples in the darkness. Gradually, a figure emerged, a gaunt old man, draped in loose clothing that seemed held up solely by his skeletal frame. His skin was withered, his eye sockets deep set, and a few sparse white strands clung to his scalp, resembling a specter on the verge of death. Indeed, just as that girl described, he chuckled. That girl? A title-level powerhouse, Ning Rongrong. Chun Xiaoming retorted coldly. I'm curious to know why the esteemed Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is hiding here. Although he surmised the latter's intentions, he was aware of the Douluo's formidable prowess. Boasting over 70 levels of soul power and 700,000-year soul rings, an asset not to be overlooked by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet, he was no longer merely a soul sage. Ah, young friend, I harbor no ill intentions. The leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wishes to meet you. The Douluo stated with a smile, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. However, Chun Xiaoming had no time for such matters. He was occupied. Not interested, I am busy. With a flash, he turned to leave, but a faint wave of soul power approached from behind. Young friend, wait, leave me be. He bellowed, unleashing his soul power, which forcefully repelled the Douluo, whose confident demeanor shifted to one of alarm as he gazed at Chun Xiaoming's retreating form. Without pause, Chun Xiaoming continued onward, his words lingering in the air. If you wish to see me, have Ning Fengji come personally. Chapter 25, Journey to Stardow Forest. As for Ning Fengji, Chun Xiaoming did not wait long, for Oscar had advanced to a 30-level soul master ahead of him. Flinder and the others were preparing to assist Oscar in hunting soul beasts in the Stardow Forest to acquire soul rings. Upon hearing they were heading to the Stardow Forest, Chun Xiaoming's interest piqued. It was his domain, a place he knew well. So, with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to accompany Tang San, Oscar, and the others to the Stardow Forest. Flinder, initially considering sending Zhao Wujia, was delighted to see Chun Xiaoming volunteering. After witnessing the aftermath of their previous battle, Flinder's astonishment at Chun Xiaoming's strength only deepened. The group hastily set off towards the Stardow Forest, relying on their own arrangements along the way, as Chun Xiaoming would not intervene unless faced with insurmountable trouble. In no time, they arrived at a nearby town, significantly larger than the village housing Shrek Academy, akin to a small city, with bustling streets lined with diverse shops. Let us rest here for the night and set off at dawn, Chun Xiaoming suggested, pointing to an unassuming inn. He was indifferent regarding their accommodations. The inn was a 2-story building, with a simple dining area on the ground floor, and, after a long day, Chun Xiaoming felt a pang of hunger. He would not deprive himself. Summoning Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others, they congregated in the dining room. Wow, Teacher Chun is treating us. Time for a feast. The chubby Ma Hongjun exclaimed with a mischievous grin, unceremoniously requesting the menu from the waiter and expertly placing numerous orders. Quite good. While modest in size, this place appears to offer a wide selection. I hope the food meets a certain standard, Tang San remarked, glancing nervously at Chen Xiaoming, who, with a soft chuckle, accepted the menu and shot a knowing look at Ma Hongjun. Let us go with this, he quietly instructed the waiter, then turned to the astonished expressions of Tang San and the others. Why do you all look at me like that? Do you truly believe I possess a vile temperament? Teacher Chun is merely jesting. How could that be? Oscar chimed in with a smirk. Having all witnessed Chen Xiaoming's might, none dare to speak ill of him. Chen Xiaoming was unfazed. It was a rare opportunity to share a table with the Shrek's 7 monsters, a dream he had cherished since reading novels in his previous life. Though you are all prodigies, you remain quite young, he stated, pouring himself a cup of tea and savoring a sip. Your talents may give you a sense of pride, yet they blind you to the most crucial truth. In this continent, strength reigns supreme. Placing the teacup down, he extended his hand and grasped theirs firmly. Understand this. No matter how gifted you may be, it matters little. Just as I previously bested you, I hold back my full strength. Yet, that does not mean other formidable beings will do the same. Here, the might of one's fist dictates authority. His gaze swept across Tang San, Oscar, and the others, particularly directed at Tang San, whose connection to the Spirit Hall could have spelled his doom without his protagonist's luck. No matter how powerful Tang Hao was, he could not be there at all times. Should Spirit Hall desire his demise, a single tidal Douluo could strike him down effortlessly. Tang San sensed the depth of Chen Xiaoming's words, though he could not fully grasp their significance. Do not take my previous strictness as cruelty. I merely sought to impart a lesson during the assessments. Talent is undoubtedly important, yet must be underpinned by strength. A prodigy who fails to grow is no prodigy at all. His words resonated like a hammer, prompting Dai Mubai and the others into deep contemplation. They understood the rationale behind his assertions. Slowly reaching for the teapot, Oscar was quicker, pouring a full cup for Chen Xiaoming, who nodded appreciatively. As he sipped his tea, he observed Ning Rongrong, who understood the lesson yet appeared somewhat indifferent. As the princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, who would dare to lay a hand on her? Chen Xiaoming shrugged, noting that among the Shrek's 7 monsters, only Oscar and the chubby Ma Hongjun truly hailed from humble beginnings. The others, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, came from royal backgrounds, while Tang San had the Haoyan sect behind him. Ning Rongrong represented the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and Xiao Wu was a transformed spirit beast of 10,000 years. In terms of personality, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun lacked arrogance, displaying a down-to-earth demeanor. This similarity in character resonated with Chen Xiaoming, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Today, as we gather together, I shall share a bit more with you. With a casual wave of my right hand, a subtle ripple of soul power envelopes those around us, creating a barrier against sound. This world is inhabited by soul masters as well as soul beasts. But do you comprehend why it is the soul masters who dominate this continent, rather than the soul beasts? Though the latter endure arduous cultivation, their combat prowess is formidable. A 10,000-year soul beast would pose a significant challenge even to a soul emperor in a one-on-one encounter. As for the 100,000-year soul beasts, they are beyond even the might of a tidal Douluo. Given the overwhelming strength of the soul beasts, one must ponder why they have fallen to the fate of being hunted by soul masters. Chen Xiaoming's words momentarily stunned Dai Mubai and the others, for they were but in their 20s, at most in their 30s, and lacked such knowledge. However, Xiao Wu gazed at Chen Xiaoming with an intriguing glimmer in her eyes. Tomorrow, you shall venture into the Stardow Forest, so allow me to elaborate further. Just as Chen Xiaoming was about to continue, he paused as a server approached with the dishes, gently dispersing the surrounding soul power and silencing the conversation. There are many eyes here. We shall speak more tomorrow when we enter the forest. With a soft utterance, Chen Xiaoming picked up his chopsticks and savored the delectable dishes. Xiao Wu, who had been anticipating more information, found herself momentarily pouting in dissatisfaction at the server, leaving the latter bewildered. As the conversation continued at the dining table, Chen Xiaoming grew more familiar with the group, particularly after he had dealt with the provocation from Tsanghui Academy by effortlessly sending their turtle-like mentor flying with a single slap. You can all take your turtle nonsense elsewhere. Chapter 26. The Supreme Dragon and Serpent. The next day, as the sun gently ascended from the east, the pale light gradually expanded, illuminating the sky. The day grew brighter as the group hastened their steps, departing the small town and heading towards the Douluo forest. In a short while, they arrived at the forest periphery. A refreshing breeze wafted towards them, filled with the fragrant scent of plants, invigorating and delightful. Before them lay an expansive sea of green, towering trees exceeding 20 meters in height, casting dense shadows where the true landscape remained concealed. Prepare yourselves, we shall proceed within. Remember, the Douluo forest is unlike any other place. It is best to stay close to me, within 100 meters, and avoid straying beyond this range. Chun Xiaoming instructed with a calm demeanor, causing Tang San and the others, who had just received recovery sausages, to feel as though their food had lost its appeal. Dai Mubai cast a deep glance at Chun Xiaoming, sighing internally at being caught off guard once more. After regaining their composure, the group ventured deeper into the Douluo forest. The terrain within was exceedingly intricate, with no paths to follow, and thus the task of forging a way fell to Dai Mubai. Chun Xiaoming strolled leisurely, not inclined to engage in the hunt for thousand-year soul beasts, as he awaited the arrival of a particular entity. This entrance to the Douluo forest was unfamiliar to him, as he had previously exited through a different entryway. Contemplating his return, thoughts of an old friend surfaced. He wondered how that leopard was faring. The desire to check on his companion crossed his mind, but he ultimately decided against it, reminding himself that he had only just departed and would return when time allowed. After about an hour of travel, just as fatigue began to set in among the group, Chun Xiaoming's expression shifted subtly as he gazed into the distance. Ah, Oscar, fortune smiles upon you. A soul beast approaches willingly. He pointed ahead, where a rustling sound grew louder. In an instant, everyone unleashed their respective martial spirits, bracing themselves in anticipation. Chun Xiaoming, however, remained silent, observing quietly. A mere thousand-year soul beast did not inspire him to take action. Noticing Chun Xiaoming's indifference, Tang San exchanged glances with Dai Mubai, and the members of Shrek Academy began coordinating their efforts. The rotund Ma Hongjun undertook the task of suppressing the soul beast, while the others prepared to engage. Yet, the speed of the wind-tailed coxcomb serpent exceeded their expectations, leaving them unable to capture even a thousand-year soul beast. Shaking his head, Chun Xiaoming produced a small stone from seemingly nowhere, flicking it with precision. The stone soared forth, infused with soul power, striking the serpent's head and rendering it unconscious with flawless control. Well done, Oscar, now go ahead. Though he spoke lightly, he sensed the energy fluctuations approaching from afar and smiled softly. Just as Oscar was about to act, a hoarse voice rang out, swiftly followed by two figures emerging from the direction where the wind-tailed coxcomb serpent had come. They materialized before the group, one elderly and one youthful. The elder appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, her white hair neatly arranged, exuding an aura of vitality despite her age. She wielded a 3-meter-long serpent-headed cane, adorned with 6 soul rings that pulsated rhythmically. Beside her was a striking young girl, appearing around 16 or 17, clad in agile attire that accentuated her well-developed figure. She too held a serpent-headed cane, albeit shorter at 2 meters, and bore 200-year soul rings. The appearance of the woman and girl startled the group, but relief washed over them upon noticing the 6 rings on the elder. Unconsciously, their gazes shifted to Chun Xiaoming, whose terrifying strength was well known. They felt reassured that she was merely a 6-ringed soul master, for even a 7-ringed soul saint would struggle against him. Little did they know that Chun Xiaoming had already reached the pinnacle of 9 rings as a title do. Their reactions would have been quite different had they known. Tang San and the others breathed a sigh of relief, while the elder felt a sense of ease, glancing at Dai Mubai, who had at most 3 rings, and smiled. Dear friends, please allow me to handle this wind-tailed coxcomb serpent. Without hesitation, the elder directed her martial spirit towards Oscar. Should the soul beast fall to Oscar's blade, it will be too late for regrets. Be cautious, Oscar. Dai Mubai and Tang San quickly shouted in alarm. Oscar, caught off guard by the sudden aggression, was momentarily stunned. Just as the attack drew near, a flash of white light surged forth, intercepting the blow. Such audacity to strike at my companions in my presence, a calm voice resonated, causing Oscar, Tang San and the others to breathe easier. Mao Hongjun cast a lewd glance at the elder and the girl, a mix of sympathy and unwholesome thoughts evident in his expression. The serpent-wielding woman faltered in surprise, having not anticipated that among this group there would be someone capable of countering her. Her gaze sharpened as she turned to Qin Xiaoming, who had yet to reveal his martial spirit. With a single step forward, the air around them quivered slightly as a terrifying pressure radiated forth, bearing down upon the serpent-wielding woman. The sheer power of level 99 soul force, even without the manifestation of a martial spirit, rendered her completely immobilized, unable to move an inch. The expression on the snake lady's face shifted dramatically as she realized she had encountered a formidable opponent. She quickly lowered herself and called out, "Esteemed elder, I am but a humble soul who failed to recognize the greatness before me. This windtail coxcomb snake is at your disposal. I implore you, for the sake of my husband, to let us depart." Her words were laced with urgency and a hint of supplication, yet she invoked the name of the Dragon Lord, which irked Qin Xiaoming slightly. Had she not attacked Oscar in a bid to seize the soul beast, Qin Xiaoming might have overlooked the incident, letting it slide in the spirit of the narrative, perhaps even forging a friendship. However, the snake lady's brazen act of snatching from Oscar was rather excessive. Had she not refrained from killing him, she would have already met her demise. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiaoming made a decision. If she sought face, he would grant it. "Very well, if you, the great dragon snake, desire my respect, so be it. Yet, let us see your prowess." With a resonant thud, he landed firmly, exuding an air of confidence that struck the snake lady like a heavy blow, leaving her momentarily flabbergasted. Her complexion darkened as she regarded Qin Xiaoming, her previously humble demeanor stiffening, her once vibrant eyes now flickering with indignation. As a formidable soul Douluo, she could hardly tolerate such disrespect, especially from one so young, seemingly dismissive of her 6 soul rings. If she were capable of defeating Qin Xiaoming, she would not hesitate to strike him down and demonstrate the depth of her power. However, casting a glance at her granddaughter beside her, the snake lady suppressed her discontent and forced a smile. "Esteemed elder, you jest. Your strength is indeed profound, and I am no match for you. If you harbor any grievances, I submit to your judgment, but I beseech you to spare my granddaughter." "Stop. How has this turned into me oppressing the weak and bullying the vulnerable?" The more she listened, the more disconcerted she became. She had stepped forth to uphold justice and deliver punishment to the wicked. Yet somehow, in the snake lady's narrative, she appeared as the villain. Noting Qin Xiaoming's genuine look of confusion, the snake lady's expression shifted dramatically as she quickly lowered her gaze, growing increasingly anxious. After all, a soul-level powerhouse emerged from a sea of bloodshed. One must possess cunning and depth of character. The individual before her, whose soul power seemed to weigh heavily upon her, was undoubtedly above the rank of soul Da, yet appeared to be merely in their 20s. Clearly, they had manipulated their appearance. Such a person would surely possess a sinister intellect, especially one so concerned with reputation. The earlier remark was evidently a veiled threat. Should she speak indiscreetly, he might indeed take action. While she lamented Qin Xiaoming's boldness and desire for prestige, thoughts of her granddaughter compelled her to bow her head in submission. She was also subtly stalling for time. "Esteemed elder, you jest. I harbor no such intentions. Do not accuse me of bullying you. With your level exceeding 60, requesting my respect is commendable. I have heard that your great dragon snake possesses a martial soul fusion technique capable of contending with titled Douluos. I'm most eager to witness it." The martial soul fusion technique, a means to battle beyond one's rank, was something Qin Xiaoming had yet to witness. Today, with the snake lady before him, his curiosity was piqued. Perhaps he could glean some insight from their technique. Is it coming? Just as he finished speaking, a disturbance echoed from a distance. Qin Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward the approaching figure. With a whoosh, a silhouette emerged from the dense forest. A tall, slender elder, appearing to be over 70 years of age, with silver hair cascading down. Like the fragrant incense, he wielded a dragon-headed cane, exceeding 4 meters in length, shimmering in bright silver. The cane's dragon head was intricately detailed, exuding brilliance, while the elder's face, lined with wrinkles, betrayed his age. He bore 8 soul rings, moving rhythmically as he advanced toward the snake lady. Excellent. The great dragon snake has now gathered its forces. Observing the newcomer with calm detachment, Chen Xiaoming knew that the martial soul fusion technique of the great dragon snake had never before been displayed, and he was keen to experience it firsthand. Standing beside Chen Xiaoming, Oscar and the rotund Ma Hongjun felt the pressure emanating from the elder's 8 soul rings, swallowing hard. Xiao Oscar, are your soul rings about to take flight? Ma Hongjun leaned in, his voice low. Chen Xiaoming is merely a 7-ringed soul saint. While this individual can utilize a martial soul fusion technique to rival title Douluo's. Shut it, fatty. Do you think Teacher Chen is foolish? If he dares to let them come, he must have a plan in place. Right, Teacher Chen? Chiding Ma Hongjun, Oscar looked at Chen Xiaoming with wide, starry eyes. For some reason, Chen Xiaoming felt an inexplicable urge to strike him. Get away, get away. I'm not interested. Go find the fatty. Waving his hand, Chen Xiaoming dismissed Oscar's infatuated gaze, stepping forward with purpose. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. Unleash your martial soul fusion technique and receive my challenge. Upon doing so, you may depart. The snake lady whispered to the dragon lord beside her, Meng Shu, whose gaze sharpened as he regarded Chen Xiaoming, his brow furrowing. He could not sense the other's strength, perceiving him as an ordinary person. No action? Chen Xiaoming observed the pair, who merely stared in silence without making a move, and chuckled lightly. If you do not act soon, you may find yourselves in peril. Stepping forward, a terrifying wave of soul power erupted, overwhelming Meng Shu as if he had plummeted from heaven to hell, rendering him nearly immobile under the oppressive force. Glimpsing at the snake lady beside him, their years of partnership had forged a deep understanding. Both unleashed their soul power. The snake lady's 6 soul rings shimmered as she gently twisted her serpent staff. With a soft hiss, 6 soul rings merged into the staff, which suddenly glowed with a purple light. A 3-meter-long purple serpent emerged, its small, flat head adorned with tiny wings, gracefully slithering up along the snake lady's body. Roaring, Meng Shu summoned forth his own power, and the dragon-headed cane emitted a golden light. His 8 soul rings pulsated, melding into the golden radiance, and with a fierce cry, a golden dragon burst forth. The dragon, adorned with twin horns and flowing whiskers, soared into the sky above Meng Shu. In a flash, the purple serpent, sensing its counterpart, ascended toward the golden dragon, and a brilliant golden light erupted from both figures, enveloping them in a terrifying wave of soul power. Beneath the golden glow, their forms gradually faded from sight, consumed by the radiance. Gulping, Oscar and Ma Hongjun stood in awe, their mouths agape. Is this the martial soul fusion technique? Its power is astounding. The ferocious currents of energy surged around them, and the wind howled. Long Gong Meng Shu and Shipo Ko Xingxiang had transformed into a magnificent golden pillar of light, towering over 50 meters high. The originally diminutive purple snake and golden dragon, measuring just over 3 meters, began to entwine with each other, their forms expanding several-fold. A tremendous oppressive force emanated from the golden pillar, casting its weight upon the surroundings. Chen Xiaoming observed the escalating fluctuations of soul power within the golden light with an air of calm, a smile gracing his visage as he addressed the brilliance. There is no rush. Gather your soul power at your leisure. I shall await your readiness. Chapter 28. The Unrivaled Dragon and Snake. Part 2. A thunderous roar erupted from the golden pillar, sending a terrifying wave that swept away the surrounding vegetation. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others unleashed their martial spirits, relying on the nearby giant trees to withstand the ferocious wind. Dai Lauda, perhaps we should retreat to a safe distance. Tang San suggested, glancing apprehensively at the formidable soul power emanating from the golden pillar. Engaging in a battle of this magnitude between soul Douluo and title Douluo is tantamount to courting death. Very well, let us depart. Dai Mubai acquiesced, preparing to pull the auxiliary members, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, to safety. Why flee? Stay and observe, Chen Xiaoming interjected, his determination evident. After all, it is not every day one has the opportunity to witness a duel. And I am merely facing a relatively weak title Douluo. What is there to fear? With a powerful step, Chen Xiaoming summoned forth a series of crimson soul rings that shimmered with an alluring red light, causing the air around him to rupture with explosive force. As 9 red, 10,000-year soul rings manifested, the atmosphere around him shattered with a series of resounding blasts. The 6th soul ring radiated brilliantly as soul power coalesced, activating his 6th soul skill, Qingmu Guardian. With a gentle incantation, robust tree trunks emerged, adorned with simple patterns, rising to a height of 5 meters in an instant. Countless trunks erupted from the ground, encircling Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others, forming a protective barrier that shielded them within. Yet these trunks, which should have been tightly packed, revealed gaps of approximately 30 centimeters. Through these openings, Tang San and the others could clearly observe the unfolding events outside. "Stay here and watch closely as I demonstrate," Chen Xiaoming declared, abruptly halting before revealing his true intentions. He then lifted his gaze towards the golden pillar above. Within the pillar, the fusion had reached its final stage. A purple-gold dragon emerged, its eyes shimmering with distinct luminescence, exuding a myriad of colors. The colossal dragon measured over 50 meters in length, its golden scales glistening as it coiled around the golden pillar. With a roar, the purple-gold dragon unleashed its utmost soul power, radiating blinding light before merging back into the golden pillar, amplifying its might to that of a celestial golden staff. Intricately carved with the image of the dragon, the pillar tilted ominously, descending towards Chen Xiaoming. "Ah, a plaything of a staff? How fortuitous, for I too wield a staff." Chen Xiaoming remained unfazed as the golden pillar descended upon him. His 8th soul ring, which had yet to be activated, began to glow, gradually elevating until it fused with the Qingmu tree in his grasp. The silver sheen of the Qingmu tree absorbed a trace of crimson, as a torrent of soul power surged forth, manifesting as a blood-red light that enveloped Chen Xiaoming. The Qingmu tree radiated with renewed brilliance, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of soul power. The ground trembled violently, unsettling Tang, San, and the others sheltered within the Qingmu defense, prompting them to grasp the sturdy trunks for stability. Below, the earth appeared to collapse, fissures forming as Tang, San activated his purple extreme magic eye, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Little San, what do you see?" Dai Mubai inquired urgently. "How can this be? Such terror from a tidal Douluo?" Tang San murmured, incredulity etched upon his face. Boom! In the next instant, the ground beneath them erupted, revealing a colossal Qingmu trunk that surged upward with a radius of nearly 50 meters. The trunk bore crimson markings, growing swiftly to a height of 50 meters. 8th soul skill, Qingmu ascended. Chen Xiaoming unleashed his dormant 8th soul skill, as the burgeoning trunk rose like a colossal iron rod, striking towards the golden pillar. A crimson aura enveloped it as the massive Qingmu tree diminished in size, shrinking from 50 meters to 30, then to 10, finally condensing to a diameter of merely 3 meters and a length of approximately 15 meters. The trunk was engraved with blood-red inscriptions, glowing with an intense heat. With a resounding crash, the golden light descended, colliding with the iron rod. A tempest of energy surged outward, an invisible wave radiating for a kilometer, snapping branches and uprooting trees, while the ground buckled, revealing terrifying fissures over 10 meters deep. Sheltered within the Qingmu defense, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others remained hidden as the violent winds rushed past, narrowly escaping injury. Crack, crack, crack. The golden pillar began to fracture. Its descent halted as the once vibrant golden light dimmed significantly. Boom! With a subtle shake of his head, Chen Xiaoming waved his right hand, and the red Qingmu rod surged forth with renewed power, shattering the golden light completely, revealing the figures of the formidable dragon and snake couple. However, the duo appeared gravely weakened, their faces pale. Shipo bore faint traces of blood, while Long Gong seemed slightly better but exuded a frail aura. His once mighty soul power now barely at the level of a soul king. Long Gong glanced at the injured Shipo, swiftly catching her as they descended to the ground. The explosive force had obliterated everything in its wake, leaving only a shattered landscape behind. Cough, cough, cough. Long Gong coughed lightly, his expression grim as he regarded Chen Xiaoming, particularly fixating on the 9 crimson soul rings that lingered beneath him. 9 10,000-year soul rings, a title de law. He could hardly argue against his defeat. He sensed that Chen Xiaoming had shown restraint. That final strike could have easily annihilated them, yet he had chosen mercy. Grandfather, Are you all right? A frantic voice broke through the tension, as Meng Iran, previously shielded by the golden light, rushed forward to stand protectively before her grandparents. Do not harm my grandfather. If you wish to strike, take me first. Tears welled in her eyes, her small form trembling yet resolute in her defense of the two. Iran. Long Gong and Shipo exchanged glances, their eyes glistening with emotion. With a granddaughter like her, they felt their sacrifices were worthwhile. Chen Xiaoming gazed at this poignant scene with a sense of helplessness. How had a promising situation devolved into such chaos? Was it due to his lack of skill, or was it that the opponent had deviated from the expected norms? Covering his face, he looked at Tang San and the others behind him, who were watching with great interest, feeling despondent. Hurry up, hurry up. Who said they wanted to kill you? Right, focus on your training, and we can spar again when we have the chance. Chapter 29. The lesson supporting the severely injured snake lady, Tianxiang. Long Gong silently led Meng Iran away, his face tinged with shame. It felt like excessive bullying. In his entire life, he had never encountered a titled Douluo who was so oppressive. Yet, given his lack of strength, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and depart quietly. On the other side, Chen Xiaoming reflected on the retreating figures of Long Gong and Snake Lady, feeling quite moved. The power of the martial soul fusion technique was indeed impressive. No wonder it was said to be capable of contending with titled Douluo. It likely possessed the strength of a level 91 or 92 titled Douluo. However, in an actual confrontation, the titled Douluo would undoubtedly prevail, as the disparity in soul power was insurmountable. He wondered how it would compare to the Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to test it? A spark of intrigue flickered in Chen Xiaoming's eyes, completely oblivious to the astonishment of Tang San and the others behind him, especially Tang San, who, having lived 2 lives, found it hard to cope with the current situation. The theories imparted by his teacher regarding soul masters had been utterly trampled by Chen Xiaoming's display. He had yet to recover from the shock of the 700,000-year soul rings, and now, in just a few days, his opponent had transformed into a titled Douluo. Is it really possible to elevate one's soul power so rapidly in just a few days? Could it be that he has some sort of cheat? Galping nervously, Ma Ongjun, with a face full of disbelief, turned to Dai Mubai and asked, "Did I see that correctly? Teacher Chun is a titled Douluo now?" He questioned whether he was dreaming or if he had simply not woken up yet. "Oscar, why are you pinching me?" The sound of his discomfort echoed as he rubbed his plump arm, glaring angrily at Oscar beside him. "Does it hurt, fatty?" Oscar asked, still in shock. "Of course it hurts. If it didn't, you try hitting me and see." "All right, so it's not a dream," Oscar replied, realization dawning upon him. A mischievous grin spread across his face. If Chen Xiaoming was indeed a titled Douluo, it could only mean that their Shrek Academy was on the brink of rising to prominence. In the future, when they went out to cause trouble, they would no longer have to fear. They could swagger confidently. The girls, including Ning Rongrong, were momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. However, she soon recalled the letter she had sent home, her expression shifting as she glanced at Chen Xiaoming, realizing that the news had not yet reached her. "All right." They left. "Oscar, hurry up and absorb the soul ring." Chen Xiaoming clapped his hands, having warmed up after the earlier skirmish, and turned to Tang San and the others, who stood frozen in place, and gently instructed them. As if awakening from a dream, Oscar came back to his senses, picked up his knife, and approached the Fengwei chicken crown snake. With a swift motion, he struck. A purple halo emanated from the snake, radiating a gentle pulse of soul power. Oscar promptly sat beside the Fengwei chicken crown snake, raising his hand to summon his martial soul, the giant sausage. Under the soft pink glow, he drew the snake's soul ring into his own body, beginning the absorption of his 3rd soul ring. As Oscar absorbed the soul ring, the others waited nearby. Chen Xiaoming leisurely settled down, indulging in a quiet moment of solitude. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others gathered around Oscar, resting and adjusting themselves. With a titled Douluo present, there was no need for them to guard Oscar during this process. Tang San's gaze kept drifting toward Chen Xiaoming, his confusion deepening. Noticing Tang San's scrutiny, Chen Xiaoming turned and asked, "Little San, do you have any questions you wish to pose?" Everyone was aware of the peculiarities surrounding Chen Xiaoming's cultivation speed and the configuration of his soul rings. Yet, he remained unbothered, confident in his formidable prowess. In the realm of mortals, none could threaten him. Teacher Chun, why do you possess both soul power and soul rings? Tang San hesitated, feeling that his inquiry was a knot he needed to untangle. He believed that Qin Xiaoming was not a malevolent individual. You're curious as to why all my soul rings are from 10,000-year beasts, right? Understanding that Tang San would likely ask this, Qin Xiaoming chuckled lightly. Do you remember what I wanted to tell you at the hotel? I shall reveal it now. You all know that a soul master can acquire soul rings of varying ages based on their soul power. The first soul ring can be over 400 years, the second over 700 years, and the third up to the ninth can endure 10,000-year soul rings. Tang San nodded, recognizing that this information aligned closely with what the master had researched. His gaze toward Qin Xiaoming gradually shifted, realizing that not only did he possess extraordinary strength, but he also had a profound understanding of soul master theories. However, this is just the standard configuration for soul rings. There are exceptional cases that do not conform to this pattern. Pausing, Qin Xiaoming observed the curious expressions of Dai Mubai and the others, then turned back to Tang San and continued. For instance, if a soul master with twin martial souls has been training with their first martial soul and successfully breaks through to the title Douluo level, when they attempt to attach a soul ring to their second martial soul, do you think they would choose a 100-year ring or a 10,000-year ring? He glanced around at the attentive faces, particularly focusing on Tang San, who likely remained unaware of the true intent behind the master's encouragement for him to cultivate blue silvergrass. After pondering Qin Xiaoming's words, Tang San's eyes sparkled briefly before the realization was concealed beneath a veil of contemplation as he silently acknowledged the truth. Then, are you a twin martial soul? Ma Hongjun inquired, having also come to a realization. Qin Xiaoming shook his head. He was not merely a twin martial soul. He was a being far superior, known across countless realms by a resounding and dignified title. Unrivaled. Your perspectives are still too narrow. What I just mentioned is but one possibility. There are numerous other circumstances that could lead to my current state. Shaking his head, Qin Xiaoming continued speaking, observing the eager faces of Dai Mubai and the others, who were listening as if they were diligent students attending his lecture. A sense of sacred mission glimmered within him. Indeed, in this age, one must have an audience to truly shine. Chapter 30. The Forest King, Titan Giant Ape to acquire a 10,000-year soul ring. A soul master has three methods. One is to directly slay a 10,000-year soul beast, which you all are aware of. Now, let me enlighten you on the other two methods. Raising two fingers, Qin Xiaoming glanced at the silent Xiao Wu and smiled gently. The second method to acquire a 100,000-year spirit beast is known as sacrifice, specifically, the sacrifice of a spirit beast. Upon hearing this term, Xiao Wu trembled, instinctively lowering her head and huddling closer to Tang San, resembling a frightened rabbit. She did not dare to glance at Qin Xiaoming. Ever since she learned that he was a titled Douluo, she had been utterly petrified, as a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form, while others might remain oblivious. Qin Xiaoming could perceive her true identity. The mere thought tightened her heart as if gripped by an iron hand, filling her with terror. The concept of spirit beast sacrifice was foreign to Tang San, absent from the knowledge imparted by his master. He looked up at Qin Xiaoming with confusion. Indeed, spirit beast sacrifice is a rare occurrence. Typically, the relationship between spirit beasts and humans is one of hunter and prey. What spirit beast would willingly offer itself as a sacrifice, transforming into a spirit ring for another? At this point, Qin Xiaoming paused, casting a glance at Tang San, seemingly aware that the protagonists shared a similar fate. Tang Hao and the blue silvergrass, Tang San and Xiao Wu. There seemed to be another one in the mix. Qin Xiaoming inhaled sharply. The four legendary figures of his past life seemed to pale in comparison to Tang San's family. Heroes like Su Xian, Ning Kaichun, Luo Shi, and Dong Yong appeared utterly insignificant in this context. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Qin Xiaoming returned his gaze to Tang San and Xiao Wu before continuing. However, if such a situation does exist, then the sacrifice spirit beast could assist a spirit master in transcending the limitations of their spirit power. For instance, if you are currently at the 20th level, and a 100,000-year spirit beast is willing to sacrifice itself for your spirit ring, you could effortlessly obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring without the risk of being overwhelmed by its energy due to your lower spirit power. A collective gasp filled the air. The others looked towards Chen Xiaoming, astonished. Could it be that all of his 100,000-year spirit beasts had been acquired through this method? However, such an opportunity was rare and not something they could hope for. He glanced at Tang San, acknowledging that this method was one he alone could cherish, shaking his head. Now, let me share the final method. This is something you can strive for. What is it, Teacher Chen? Please tell us. Upon hearing that they could make an effort, Dai Mubai and the others eagerly turned to Chen Xiaoming. Divine gift spirit rings. He replied, just remember this for now. Your cultivation is still too low. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to attain it. When the time is right, I will reveal more. But for now, you must focus on improving your cultivation. As he trailed off mid-sentence, the others were left in suspense, eagerly awaiting further explanation that did not come. They felt as though they had swallowed a fly, frustrated yet unable to voice their discontent. Teacher Chen, what level of cultivation must we reach? Tang Sen inquired, quick-witted and observant. Wait until you reach the 60th level, Spirit Emperor, Chen Xiaoming replied. Glancing at the sky, he noted that Oscar's absorption of the spirit ring was nearing completion, and it was about time to wait for that great beast. However, it seemed Tang San's spirit power had yet to break through. Should he lend him a hand? A glint sparked in his eyes as he contemplated, channeling his spirit power toward Tang San. Just after hearing Chen Xiaoming's words, Tang San had not yet processed the information when he felt the surge of spirit power approaching. He looked up astonished. Teacher Chen, what are you doing? Do not speak. Circulate your spirit power to resist, Chen Xiaoming instructed calmly. Although Tang Sen was puzzled, he complied and began to channel his energy. The incoming spirit power was not as formidable as he had imagined. With all his might, he found himself momentarily locked in a stalemate. Teacher Chen, what is this? Dai Mubai interjected, observing the scene, while Xiao Wu looked anxiously at Tang San, fearing that Chen Xiaoming had discerned her true identity and was trying to subdue him for her sake. Do not speak. Tang San's spirit power is on the brink of a breakthrough, and since we are here in the Stardow Forest, I will assist him. I do not wish to make another trip, Chen Xiaoming explained softly. The Xiantian skill that Tang San practiced was a Taoist mental method, emphasizing the harmonious balance of yin and yang, with an enduring inner vitality. Under normal circumstances, Chen Xiaoming would not use this method to help others break through. However, in Tang San's case, it was entirely feasible. Firstly, he possessed the Xiantian skill, and secondly, he was the protagonist. The breakthrough of spirit power occurred even faster than Chen Xiaoming had anticipated. In mere moments, he sensed Tang San's spirit power amplifying, a smile gracing his face as he gradually withdrew his own energy. Excellent. My efforts have not been in vain. After a brief period of adjustment, Tang San sat cross-legged, opened his eyes, and stood, respectfully bowing to Chen Xiaoming. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Chen Xiaoming nodded, satisfied with Tang San's character. Casting a glance at him before disregarding the envious and astonished gazes of Dai Mubai and the others, focusing instead on the silent Xiao Wu. Since she had revealed her strength as a titled Douluo, she had been timid and withdrawn, likely fearing he would discover her identity. He could not help but shake his head, inwardly amused. Half an hour later, Oscar completed the absorption of his spirit ring, obtaining the ability to fly. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others remained calm. They had already expressed their astonishment numerous times that day, and Oscar's spirit skill was no longer a novelty. Due to Tang San's breakthrough, Chen Xiaoming decided to linger in the Stardow Forest a bit longer with the group, searching for a few days without success in finding a suitable spirit beast. 2 days swiftly passed, and as night fell once more, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others were busy setting up tents while Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu prepared food. Having not been summoned by Chen Xiaoming for 2 days, Xiao Wu felt a bit puzzled, but gradually settled down. The Stardow Forest was serene that night, and Chen Xiaoming waited patiently, sensing that the great beast he anticipated was drawing near. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he detected subtle movements in the darkness ahead. His heart ignited with determination as he prepared to move. Finally, it had arrived, the king of the forest, the Titan Giant Ape. Chapter 31, The King of the Forest. The Titan Giant Ape, Part 2, Everyone, gather around, quickly. A commanding voice imbued with spirit power resonated, prompting Dai Mubai and the others to hastily abandon their tasks and rush over. Teacher Chen, what is it? Dai Mubai asked, arriving at Chen Xiaoming's side. Confusion etched on his face. Neither Dai Mubai nor Tang San Oscar or the others understood what had transpired to warrant such gravity from Chen Xiaoming. Yet, in the next moment, they grasped the situation as an eerie scene unfolded within the dark woods before them. Before their eyes, two towering trees slowly parted, revealing a colossal figure that emerged silently from the depths of the forest. Upon sighting this massive creature, Tang San and the others felt as though their very breaths had been stolen. They finally understood why Chen Xiaoming had summoned them. Like a towering mountain, its dark, gleaming fur shimmered faintly under the dim light of the stars and moon. The majestic form was adorned with muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills. Its eyes, the size of lanterns, sparkled with a crystalline yellow hue, and despite its immense size, this behemoth moved without a sound, even its breath silent, gliding through the night like a phantom. Chen Xiaoming gazed at the approaching giant, flames of anticipation igniting within his eyes. He had awaited this moment. The second to recognize it was Tang San, who, armed with the knowledge imparted by his master, identified the creature almost instantly. It was none other than the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Even the typically composed Tang San's voice wavered at this revelation. According to the teachings of his master, the Titan Great Ape was an absolute sovereign of any spirit beast forest, possessing unparalleled strength and speed. It exhibited virtually no weaknesses in either offense or defense, standing among the rare elite at the pinnacle of the spirit beast hierarchy. Damn it! How could such a king of beasts appear in the outer circle? Dai Mubai exclaimed, fear evident in his eyes. Teacher Chun, this is the Titan Great Ape. Tang San began, ready to elaborate, but was interrupted by Chen Xiaoming. Do not worry, I am aware. With me here, no harm shall befall you, he declared, his voice as crisp as a spring breeze, easing the tension and fear among the group, especially considering Chen Xiaoming's formidable title of Douluo, which reassured them all. Yet, Tang San remained anxious, though he chose not to voice it. According to his master's theories, 100,000-year spirit beast was seemingly superior to a title Douluo. After all, spirit beasts, unlike spirit masters who reached the pinnacle of spirit power in mere decades, possessed an immensely terrifying spirit power accumulated over a prolonged period of growth. Perhaps it was Chen Xiaoming's words that provoked the Titan Great Ape, for it made a simple yet ominous movement, taking a step toward Chen Xiaoming and his companions. A terrifying pressure emanated from the Titan Great Ape, its aura sending hearts racing in Dai Mubai, Tang San, and others. Was it truly fair for a king of the forest to bully the weak so? With a calm smile, Chen Xiaoming stepped forward, his own formidable spirit power surging forth, radiating a powerful aura. The overwhelming spirit energy swept over Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others, alleviating the oppressive pressure they felt from the Titan Great Ape. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu observed the Titan Great Ape with a worried expression, her gaze shifting anxiously between it and Chen Xiaoming. He had not yet attacked. Was he intentionally using her as bait to draw the creature towards them? Panic gripped Xiao Wu's heart as she beheld the burning determination in Chen Xiaoming's eyes, causing her spirits to plummet. The two locked eyes, one a towering giant standing 15 meters tall, the other a mere human the size of its finger. Their forms were utterly mismatched, yet they faced each other in a tense standoff. The Titan Great Ape, possessing intelligence comparable to that of a human, sensed danger emanating from Chen Xiaoming. Confused by the Titan Great Ape's inaction, Chen Xiaoming pondered, still feeling the chill of the wind. Why was it not attacking? Had it forgotten its role, failing to display the decisiveness it had shown against Zhao Wujie? If it remained idle, how was he to maintain his facade? Determined, he resolved to apply pressure. Titan Great Ape, I have discerned your intentions, he proclaimed, causing the air around them to tense. Xiao Wu, standing behind, felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing into Tang San's embrace. Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Tang San asked, concern etched on his face as he looked at her pale countenance. With her heart heavy, Xiao Wu gazed into Tang San's eyes and meekly asked, brother, if I were to die, would you be sad? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her question. But the look in her eyes struck him like a dagger, stirring a profound sense of loss within him. An indescribable feeling surged from his heart as he pulled Xiao Wu into a tight embrace. Do not think such things. I have said that if anyone wishes to harm you, they must first tread over my corpse. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes as she clung to Tang San. A sweet smile breaking through, silently confessing, "Brother, I like you." Witnessing this exchange, Dai Mubai contemplated deeply, realizing that no one could guarantee Chen Xiaoming's ability to confront the Titan Great Ape, and they might very well meet their demise here. Feeling a surge of emotion, he leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing, locking eyes with her in sincerity. "I will protect you until my last breath." Without waiting for her response, he reached for her hand. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, her eyes darting away, but soon she ceased her resistance, a deep sense of gratitude illuminating her gaze. Ning Rongrong watched this scene with envy, only to be interrupted as Oscar stepped in front of her. Meanwhile, the hefty Ma Hongjun gazed at the pairs around him, feeling a pang of sorrow, wishing to avert his tears. Yet, he was not the most unfortunate. That title belonged to Chen Xiaoming, who stood facing the Titan Great Ape, unable to maintain his facade, while others began to display affection behind him. Glancing up at the Titan Great Ape, which was fixated on him, Chen Xiaoming felt the urge to give up. Behind him, couples exchanged glances, while he stood locked in a stare with a creature that resembled neither monkey nor gorilla. What was the purpose of this encounter? Had he mistakenly entered the wrong scene? Chapter 32. The Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, Part 2, in the Douluo Forest. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Chen Xiaoming took a deep breath, calming his bruised spirit, and steeled himself, raising his gaze once more to meet the Titan Great Ape's large, penetrating eyes. "Do not blame me. Blame Xiao Wu for her display of affection." With a surge of spirit power, a tremendous force erupted from within Chen Xiaoming, as red 10,000-year spirit rings shimmered with a blood-like glow around him, unleashing an astonishing pressure. "Everyone step back. Do not interfere," he commanded, his voice resonating like thunder as he took a firm step, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The red aura flickered and vanished, while the third spirit ring surrounding him sparkled brilliantly. Facing the Titan Great Ape, Chen Xiaoming knew he could not protect everyone. Third spirit skill, entanglement. Thick branches shot forth from beneath his feet, spiraling toward the Titan Great Ape, their speed swift and agile, resembling green snakes as they wrapped around the formidable beast. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others witnessed Chen Xiaoming taking action and did not hesitate to embrace their beloved ones. Retreating swiftly, in an instant, the plump figure, bearing a somewhat resentful expression, led Ning Rongrong and Oscar away. In a battle of the title Douluo level, their presence would only serve as a burden. No one would be foolish enough to remain. Roar! As Xiao Wu was carried away, a fierce glint flickered in the eyes of the Titan giant ape, especially upon sensing Chen Xiaoming's title level strength, which clearly revealed Xiao Wu's true identity. In light of this situation, the Titan giant ape could no longer maintain its previous calm demeanor. Its soul power surged within like a turbulent ocean. With a thunderous roar, a wave of black energy surged from the Titan giant ape, hurtling toward Dai Mubai and the others, while the branches entangled around the Titan giant ape became taut. The Titan giant ape struggled with its legs, its body slightly bent, as its massive arms slammed against the ground, pulling forward with ferocity, accumulating soul power, while its fierce visage continuously let out roars. Oof! With a cold snort, a wave of soul power erupted from Chen Xiaoming's body, directly confronting the oncoming black energy wave. The Titan giant ape presented a perfect opportunity to witness the might of a 100,000-year-old beast against the ultimate title Douluo. Bang! 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 With each sound of cracking, the Titan giant ape was enveloped in a shroud of black energy, its powerful arms straining against the pressure, while its entangled legs struggled relentlessly. The ground beneath it shattered under the Titan giant ape's struggle, its legs sinking slightly. Chen Xiaoming glanced at the branches entwined around its legs, many of which had already snapped. The remaining ones would not hold for much longer. Bang! With another resounding crash, the branches entangling its left leg were freed. The Titan giant ape shook violently, then forcefully stomped its liberated left leg against the ground behind it. Roar! Utilizing the strength of its left leg, it completely broke free from the branches. Without pausing, it charged toward Chen Xiaoming, leaping into the air. Two fists, each several times larger than a hammer, descended upon Chen Xiaoming. The terrifying force and speed of the Titan giant ape's attack, akin to a mountain crashing down, created a sudden pressure in the air between them, enveloping Chen Xiaoming in an overwhelming aura. Chen Xiaoming slightly lifted his gaze to meet the titan giant ape's massive form. His second soul ring, which had remained dormant, now radiated brilliantly. The red-hued 100,000-year soul ring flickered, burrowing into the ground, and with a flash of red light, slender branches surged forth from beneath the earth, wrapping around Chen Xiaoming. Second soul skill, shadow of the tree. A soft whisper emanated from the tightly wrapped branches, just as the titan giant ape's attack drew near. Boom! The colossal body struck the earth, its fists containing terrifying power mixed with an explosive surge of soul energy, smashed the encircling branches into a mere pulp. The ground fractured, deep cracks spreading for hundreds of meters, culminating in a terrifying collapse that unleashed a wave of soul energy far more potent than before, generating an even mightier black wind. Dust filled the air, and the spot where Chen Xiaoming had once stood was now a vast pit. However, the titan giant ape did not relent after its successful strike. Its enormous, lantern-like eyes scanned the surroundings as if searching for something. Meanwhile, Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others, having escaped earlier, felt the terrifying pressure and took refuge behind towering trees. Fortunately, they had fled quickly enough. The residual shockwave that reached them was significantly diminished, posing little threat. After consuming a few recovery sausages from Oscar, they felt somewhat restored. They wondered about Chen Xiaoming's fate. Was he a match for the titan giant ape? Oscar, handing Tang San a sausage, expressed his concern. Rest assured, even if he cannot prevail, without our hindrance, with Teacher Chen's tidal Douluo strength, he should be able to flee. Just a momentary aftershock had already left them shaken, and Tang San felt the weight of a powerful presence once more as he consumed Oscar's sausage. Reflecting on Chen Xiaoming's words, indeed, this world is still ruled by the strong. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, the titan giant ape was still searching. Feeling something was amiss with the punch it had struck, it lacked the usual sensation of crushing flesh, resembling the sound of breaking wood instead. Top, top, top. Light footsteps echoed as Chen Xiaoming approached unscathed from a distance. His attire merely dusted with grime, not a single tear in his clothes. "Were you looking for me?" he said with a light chuckle, aware that his second soul skill, shadow of the tree, allowed him to leave a phantom in one place while his true self appeared elsewhere. It was reminiscent of a technique called stand from an anime he had once watched. Yet, there was a crucial difference. Chen Xiaoming's technique required the presence of trees in his surroundings. The titan giant ape, gazing at Chen Xiaoming's reappearance with its enormous eyes, expressed little surprise, though a hint of gravity settled in its demeanor, darkening its already ominous countenance. Observing this scene, Chen Xiaoming began to channel his soul power with a growing seriousness. Boom! The titan giant ape stomped heavily, launching itself like a cannonball towards Chen Xiaoming, roaring in fury as the air was swept away by the ensuing gust. Chapter 33. The Forest King, Titan Giant Ape, and Roar. The relentless black energy surged forth as the titan giant ape charged with ferocity, its eyes gleaming with malice. The sight of Chen Xiaoming unharmed exerted immense pressure on it, especially as the latter's 900,000-year soul rings shimmered, each representing a deep-seated grudge. A black halo flickered around the titan giant ape, and Chen Xiaoming suddenly felt an overwhelming weight, as if lead had been poured into his body. Domain, gravitational control domain. Chen Xiaoming furrowed his brow, realizing that the titan giant ape was fully committed, employing its ultimate technique, the gravitational control domain. This domain allowed the titan giant ape to manipulate gravitational forces at will. It could increase or dramatically decrease gravity. At this moment, the gravity applied to Chen Xiaoming was intensified, increasing tenfold. The atmosphere grew dense, a palpable pressure locking down the space around him. With a leap, the titan giant ape launched itself into the air, its massive fist swinging outward, condensing all the earth elements around it into a single powerful strike, which glimmered faintly. This punch was even more formidable than the last. A glimmer of cunning satisfaction danced in the titan giant ape's enormous yellow eyes, and it unleashed a devastating punch that resonated with a thunderous roar. The Forest King titan giant ape, was ready to show off its might, having remained passive until now. Chen Xiaoming calmly raised his head to meet the shadow cast by the descending fist. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Enough playing, it's time to get serious. With indifference, the Titan giant ape regarded Chen Xiaoming, its expression one of disdain. Now, it believed the battle was merely a matter of strength, and soon it would reduce him to a mere subordinate. Clang! A crisp sound echoed, and Chen Xiaoming's ninth soul ring shimmered at his feet, radiating a resplendent red aura. A surging wave of soul power erupted, causing the ground to cave in as countless sturdy branches erupted forth, growing wildly. The faint glow emanating from his right hand, where the greenwood tree martial soul resided, merged with the ninth soul ring, unleashing a beam of red light that shot towards the frenzied branches. In an instant, the branches sparkled with light, and the once simple tree patterns transformed into vibrant red lines. The already robust branches took on a formidable quality, resembling steel chains. With swift precision, the branches darted towards the Titan giant ape, the four thickest ones aiming directly at its limbs. Suspended in midair, the Titan giant ape fixed its gaze on Chen Xiaoming, its attention sharpening as it sensed the impending attack. In a moment of realization, it roared furiously, unleashing a violent wave of black energy while activating its gravity control domain, concentrating on the four thickest branches. The black energy clashed against the advancing branches, momentarily slowing them down, but they quickly regained their momentum. However, the four branches directed at the Titan giant ape's limbs faced a significant reduction in speed due to the gravity control domain. Seeing the effect of its domain, the Titan giant ape felt a surge of joy, hastening its descending fist. With a light flick, the greenwood tree martial soul glowed brilliantly, sending forth a red beam interspersed with a faint silver light, which split into four in midair, seamlessly merging with the four sturdy branches. In the next heartbeat, the branches, previously impeded, shimmered with a fleeting silver light, instantaneously appearing in front of the Titan giant ape. It was as if the branches transcended space, breaking through the constraints of the gravity domain, catching the Titan giant ape off guard. Attempting to swing its fist, the Titan giant ape found itself ensnared, as the other three branches bound its legs and left arm. With four resounding thuds, the branches swiftly pulled apart, separating the Titan giant ape's limbs and preventing any chance of resistance. The remaining slightly thinner branches capitalized on the opportunity, reinforcing the control over its limbs before advancing towards its waist and head. Even the slender branches boasted a radius of 2 meters, swiftly binding the Titan giant ape in midair as a massive log gradually rose from the ground, with the branches tightening around it. The ninth soul skill was not solely defensive. The tree realm descends, as Chen Xiaoming's ninth soul skill represented a formidable power, being a 100,000-year soul ring. It could withstand Tang Hao's overwhelming Haotian hammer and simultaneously serve to restrain foes. Observing the Titan giant ape, now thoroughly bound and roaring in frustration, Chen Xiaoming couldn't help but shake his head. You should not have acted so arrogantly. Now, look at the consequences. He mused. Being boastful is a skill. Without the strength to back it up, one should refrain from such folly. A log rose from beneath Chen Xiaoming's soul ring, ascending until it hovered before the Titan giant ape. As the Titan giant ape roared, a terrifying gust of energy surged forth, causing Chen Xiaoming to grimace, his face turning ashen, resembling coal. He staggered slightly, rubbing his temple, feeling a bit overwhelmed. With a swift motion, he extended countless branches to seal the Titan giant ape's mouth, preventing it from attempting another roar. Taking a deep breath and listening to the system notifications, he regained his composure and turned his attention back to the Titan giant ape. Now silenced, the creature could only glare at him with its enormous golden eyes, radiating fury and resentment, devoid of any other emotions. Chen Xiaoming shook his head in disbelief. What is this creature? We are both 10,000-year soul beasts. Yet when I recall my own time as one, I was so amicable. Apart from the occasional skirmish with soul masters seeking to test their mettle, I was a peaceful being. Why does the Titan giant ape exude such rage? Impulsiveness can lead to ruin, he pondered. Observing the struggling Titan giant ape, Chen Xiaoming frowned, realizing he had been too absorbed in the battle to consider the next steps. What should I do with this giant? Kill it? I already have enough soul rings. And for a mere 10,000-year soul bone? He considered his own transformation into a soul beast, feeling a chill run down his spine. Perhaps not. The soul bone might not even compare to its bloodline essence. With a dismissive wave, he decided to leave, feeling unsatisfied with the day's events, but promising himself to engage the creature in the depths another time. Stretching his limbs, he regarded the titan giant ape, still seething with rage, and chuckled. "Do not worry about Xiao Wu. I will not harm her." With that, he lightly leaped, heading towards Tang San and the others. As the branches binding the titan giant ape slowly loosened, the creature's eyes reflected confusion, but soon brightened as it heard Chen Xiaoming's distant voice. "Remember, if you ever wish to transform, seek me out. I shall protect you." Chapter 34. Return to Shrek Academy. Additional update. In a certain part of the Stardow Forest, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others anxiously awaited, having fled to safety from the clash between Chen Xiaoming and the titan giant ape. However, the surrounding area remained eerily quiet, and they had yet to see any sign of Chen Xiaoming. "Dai, do you think Teacher Chen has been turned into a snack by the titan giant ape?" Fatty Ma Hongjun peered into the darkness, seeing nothing but an endless void. The title of the Forest King overshadowed even that of a title Douluo. "Shut up, Fatty. Teacher Chen is not so easily defeated." Dai Mubai snapped, displeased. This was not a time for jest. Chen Xiaoming fought to save them against the titan giant ape. If he had truly met his end, he deserved their respect. Ma Hongjun, caught under Dai Mubai's glare, realized his error and sheepishly retreated. "I was just concerned about Teacher Chen." Tang San remained silent, activating his purple extreme demon eye to its fullest, staring into the distance from which they had fled. After a long moment, he let out a sigh of relief. "Xiao San, do you sense anything?" Dai Mubai leaned in, anxiously inquiring. Tang San retracted his gaze, shaking his head slightly, causing Dai Mubai's expression to darken. "Mubai, perhaps this is the best outcome. The absence of any disturbances behind us suggests that the titan giant ape did not pursue. Whether Teacher Chen triumphed or was defeated, it indicates he is likely unharmed. Otherwise, the titan giant ape would have followed us." Hearing Tang San's reasoning, Dai Mubai and Oscar felt a glimmer of hope, their anxiety easing slightly. Suddenly, just as they began to relax, a figure emerged from the darkness, prompting Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others to instinctively take a defensive stance in front of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Teacher Chen, Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eye, piercing the night to identify the newcomer, exclaiming in surprise. As Dai Mubai and Oscar, among others, breathed a sigh of relief. They initially feared it was the titan great ape that had pursued them. With a decisive leap, Chen Xiaoming landed before Tang San and the others, nodding at them with a slight smile. "Apologies for losing track of time while playing with that giant. I kept you waiting." Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Oscar exchanged bewildered glances, questioning if the giant he referred to was indeed the titan great ape. Furthermore, the notion of losing track of time while playing with it seemed utterly preposterous. What became of the titan great ape? Xiao Wu, standing behind Tang San, stepped forward anxiously, disregarding Chen Xiaoming's formidable title as a Douluo. Although puzzled by Xiao Wu's intense reaction, everyone turned their gaze toward Chen Xiaoming, eagerly awaiting his response. A hint of amusement flickered in Chen Xiaoming's eyes as he glanced at Xiao Wu. After a brief contemplation, he replied with a smile, "It has been slain." The two words struck Xiao Wu like thunder, leaving her momentarily stunned. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she leaned weakly into Tang San's embrace. "Xiao Wu, what is the matter?" Tang San questioned, cradling her with a hint of concern, sensing that something was amiss. "Ah, little girl, I was merely jesting. As a title Douluo with a full set of spirit rings, I have no need for them, so I let it go." Rest assured. Observing Xiao Wu's fragility, Chen Xiaoming shook his head, bemused. "You should know that those two were destined to perish later." Upon hearing Chen Xiaoming's words and meeting his sincere gaze, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback by the flicker of compassion in his eyes. Meanwhile, the others were preoccupied with the notion of the titan great ape, 100,000-year spirit beast, being released so casually. "Teacher Chen, look, you don't need it, but could you perhaps give it to me?" The plump Ma Hongjun shamelessly rubbed his hands together, sidling up to Chen Xiaoming, his eyes glinting with the same shrewdness as Flinder, albeit with a rather lecherous demeanor. "Ugh, Fatty, you've echoed my words. Teacher Chen, how about giving me one as well?" Oscar chimed in, displaying his own brand of comedic lewdness as he too approached Chen Xiaoming. "Step aside, you two novices. Do you truly think you could absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring? I would fear you'd explode from the experience." Chen Xiaoming waved his hand dismissively, sending the two clowns away. Realizing their inadequacies, both Fatty and Oscar exchanged awkward smiles. Acknowledging their lack of strength. Teacher Chun, isn't this a pre-order? Oscar chuckled sheepishly as he slowly retreated. Chen Xiaoming glanced at everyone with mild exasperation, feeling the urge to enlighten them. So you desire a 100,000-year spirit ring, do you? I hadn't intended to reveal this, but I shall. When you reach the Spirit Emperor level, I will personally take you to a place where your training speed will greatly increase. Furthermore, when you break through to the Spirit Saint level, there exists a chance for you to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring. However, whether you achieve this depends entirely on your own efforts. In the meantime, focus on enhancing your physical condition and willpower. Otherwise, you will have no opportunity. Chen Xiaoming's words ignited a spark of determination in everyone's hearts as they contemplated the source of his own 100,000-year spirit rings, filling them with ambition. Observing their newfound vigor, Chen Xiaoming felt satisfied. It served as a form of motivation. As for the place he mentioned, it was naturally the Sea God Island. And the reason for waiting until they reached the Spirit Emperor level was twofold. Their strength would then be sufficiently adequate, and for their own safety. Chen Xiaoming's own peak tidal strength meant that he was not easily challenged. Yet in this realm, there were gods. He still had a fair distance to cover before breaking through to the divine level, and with the bloodline source in his mind yet to be comprehended. He would not recklessly seek out trouble at the divine shrine. Casting a glance at the Shrek 7 monsters before him, he pondered their future as gods, wondering if the divine beings in this realm faced such hardships in seeking successors. Each one seemed to be fervently searching for their inheritors. Particularly, Tang San had even ventured to the Heaven Do plane to find that scoundrel Zhou to succeed his divine position, highlighting the arduous nature of divinity. As the cool evening descended, adorned with twinkling stars, Chen Xiaoming sighed inwardly. Becoming a god is not my desire, yet I hope to persist through this life. The tides may ebb and flow at your leisure, but I shall not falter. Chapter 35. Return to Shrek Academy, Part 2. Following their venture into the Stardow Forest. After successfully returning from the confrontation with the Titan Great Ape, Chen Xiaoming led Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others deeper into the forest. With Chen Xiaoming's intervention, Tang San did not pursue alone nor encounter the face-devouring spider. However, as fate would have it, the very next day, as they pressed further, a face-devouring spider lunged at them, attempting a surprise attack, only to be vanquished by Tang San's hidden weapon. What unfolded thereafter was a series of dramatic events that left Chen Xiaoming utterly astonished. The face-devouring spider had undoubtedly transcended its limits, yet Tang San, seemingly spurred by some madness, sought to absorb it despite being fully aware of the risks. He expressed his reasoning with eloquence, claiming that if one could not even absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring, the prospect of successfully absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring in the future was bleak. Life should be lived without fear, he proclaimed, which was commendable. Had Chen Xiaoming not read the novel and known that Tang San was the chosen one, capable of absorbing spirit rings beyond his level without consequence, he might have been persuaded. Ultimately, as expected, Tang San successfully acquired his third spirit ring along with the external spirit bone from the face-devouring spider, leaving him elated. On the other hand, Xiao Wu, influenced by Chen Xiaoming's presence, refrained from breaking through to the 30th level to consolidate her spirit power. Thus, after Tang San's achievement, the group set off. After spending over a day navigating the Stardow Forest, they finally emerged into the warm sunlight, which dispelled the forest's chill, alleviating the heaviness in their hearts and granting them a sense of relief. Let us go. We can rest in the town. Chen Xiaoming smiled gently, and the group made their way toward the town beyond the forest. In the town's inn, they rested for 2 days. Afterward, Chen Xiaoming led them back to Shrek Academy. During those 2 days, Xiao Wu remained close to Tang San, her mood noticeably subdued, which puzzled him. Despite his inquiries, she remained reticent, and seeing her distress, he ceased to press her, choosing instead to offer silent companionship. After 2 days, they embarked on their journey home, and after a day's travel, they finally arrived back at Shrek Academy. Finally back. The feeling of home is truly wonderful, Oscar exclaimed, rather dramatically. The journey through the Stardow Forest had been exhausting, and he longed to collapse onto his bed for a restful sleep. All right, everyone is tired. Go get some rest. With a gentle smile, Chen Xiaoming expressed his understanding. He then turned to the slightly distracted Xiao Wu, hesitating for a moment before speaking softly. Xiao Wu, please stay. Startled, Xiao Wu halted in her tracks, instinctively grasping Tang San's hand. She turned slightly, determination gleaming in her eyes. Had the moment finally arrived? She thought to herself. With a deep gaze, she looked at Tang San, only now realizing the depth of her love for him. Gradually, her hand slipped from his, and a faint smile appeared, reminiscent of their first meeting. Approaching Chen Xiaoming, Xiao Wu's eyes were resolute, internally bidding a final farewell to Tang San. Brother, I'm leaving. Remember to think of me. Don't forget me. I love you. Behind her, Tang San's expression shifted, as if he had heard Xiao Wu's farewell. Yet, seeing her merely walking towards Chen Xiaoming left him increasingly perplexed. Throughout their journey, he had sensed something amiss with Xiao Wu. She seemed to be fearful of something. He had struggled to comprehend it until that moment when she let go of his hand. He understood that her fear was directed towards Chen Xiaoming. Xiao Wu, he called, stepping protectively in front of her. The purple extreme magic eye activated, and his soul power surged as 3 soul rings shimmered beneath him. Brother. Xiao Wu's voice trembled with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes, as Tang San's silhouette etched itself deeply into her heart. Xiao San, Xiao Wu. The already departed Dai Mu Bai and the others turned at the sound behind them, their gazes landing on Tang San, who had activated his martial spirit. They swiftly rushed forward. Dai Mu Bai, enveloped in his martial spirit, stood beside Tang San, while Zhu Zhuqing and the fatty positioned themselves on either side, with Oscar and Ning Rongrong behind, their martial spirits flickering to life. Is there an enemy? Their eyes scanned the surroundings, which were eerily silent. No one else was present. Dai Mu Bai cast a worried glance, but received no reply. Instead, he noticed Tang San's unwavering gaze fixed on Chen Xiaoming. A jolt of unease coursed through him, as he harbored a troubling thought. The next moment, Chen Xiaoming's calm words confirmed his fears. Oh, Xiao San, do you intend to stop me? Though spoken lightly, his words carried an icy chill and an undercurrent of menace, causing the temperature around them to plummet. A tremendous pressure bore down on Tang San, immobilizing him. Teacher Chun, is there some misunderstanding? Dai Mu Bai, sensing the oppressive force emanating from Tang San, urgently called out. Yet, Chen Xiaoming remained unfazed, waving his hand, causing tendrils to erupt from the ground, ensnaring Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others, rendering them powerless. A group of soul masters at the 20th and 30th levels had no chance to react, finding themselves bound and immobile. I'll ask you once more, step aside, and I may grant you a chance to live. The icy glint in his eyes intensified, and the soul pressure bearing down on Tang San escalated further. The newly acquired external soul bone provided some assistance, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. Very well, it seems you have made the worst decision. The pressure surged dramatically, and a sharp sound reverberated as Tang San felt a breakthrough within him, alleviating some of the burden. Chen Xiaoming observed the scene with a glimmer of satisfaction, though he quickly concealed it. Step aside, you are in the way. With a flick of his wrist, branches emerged from the ground, binding Tang San and casting him aside. The pressure that had weighed upon him vanished, but Tang San remained in shock, his eyes blazing with rage, his mouth muffled by the branches as he struggled futilely, viewing the Shrek's 7 devils bound before him. Chen Xiaoming felt a sense of satisfaction. It was quite a sight to behold. Initially intending to converse with Xiao Wu, he found himself reveling in the unexpected turn of events. Perhaps he was merely assisting this ill-fated couple, as they had only realized their feelings during the Soul Master competition, only to part ways afterward. 6 years later, their reunion had turned tragic. Observing Xiao Wu standing alone, Chen Xiaoming felt like a tyrannical villain, a wicked grin creeping onto his face. You have a final moment to bid him farewell. His calm words echoed as Xiao Wu approached the bound Tang San, her delicate hand caressing his face. She felt an overwhelming reluctance, but knew her time was up. Leaning slightly against him, she savored his warmth. Memories of their shared moments flooding her mind, from their initial encounter to their recognition as siblings, and finally to their 6 years of companionship. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed so much together, and the more they had experienced, the heavier her heart became. Brother, take care of yourself, don't think of me. Tears of profound longing fell. Her deep affection crystallized in her plea. Chen Xiaoming's terrifying strength made her wish for Tang San not to risk himself seeking vengeance on her behalf. She would fade away like smoke. Brother, you must live. Live well. Tang San's eyes were already brimming with tears. At that moment, he understood Xiao Wu's significance in his heart. The sensation of impending loss pierced him deeply. Xiao Wu gazed at him once more, placing a gentle kiss on his lips before turning away, unable to look back for fear of wanting to stay, which might endanger him. Let us go. I will accompany you. With a light smile, Chen Xiaoming felt like a villain for orchestrating their separation. Clearing his throat, he contemplated the implications of his actions. Would Tang San seek revenge once he ascended to godhood? Reflecting on his own experience, he sighed in relief, realizing he might reach divinity before Tang San, and thus felt no fear. With a serious demeanor, Chen Xiaoming led Xiao Wu toward a nearby grove. Within moments, their figures vanished from Tang San and the other's sight. No, don't go, Xiao Wu. Tang San's desperate cries were muffled by the branches, leaving him unable to voice his feelings. He felt the sincerity of his emotions surge within him. Xiao San, calm down. I believe Teacher Chen won't harm Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai attempted to reassure them amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Oscar's eyes sparked with realization. Considering Chen Xiaoming's power, if he truly intended to do something to Xiao Wu, he could have acted in the Stardow Forest, and they would have been powerless to stop him. There was no need for such elaborate schemes to bring them back. Tang San, consumed by confusion and overwhelmed by Xiao Wu's departure, struggled to think clearly. However, Oscar had detected something amiss. Why would Chen Xiaoming choose to take them back instead of acting immediately in the Stardow Forest? He could have eliminated them all and blamed it on the Titan giant ape, avoiding all this fuss. Oscar's analysis illuminated Tang San's mind, and in that moment, he felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. As Tang San's intelligence was restored, he began to analyze the situation, finding everything to be utterly irrational. As time gradually passed, the branches that bound the group slowly loosened. Tang San felt a surge of joy and leaped in the direction where Chen Xiaoming had previously departed. Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances, and after a moment of determination, they swiftly followed suit. The Shrek 7 monsters were certainly not the type to shy away from danger. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest, Chen Xiaoming led Xiao Wu to a tranquil spot, surveying their surroundings with keen interest. It was the dark night when the wind howled, the perfect time for nefarious deeds. Clearing his throat, he corrected himself, acknowledging the grim reality. Do you know why I brought you here? With a serious demeanor, he relied on his noble spirit in this secluded wilderness. Xiao Wu, her eyes devoid of life, nodded faintly, already aware of her fate. Chen Xiaoming hesitated, unsure how to proceed without her input. 10,000-year-old beasts can take form. I never anticipated this. Besides me, there are indeed other choices. Xiao Wu, resigned, nodded again. But suddenly a flash of realization struck her, and she lifted her head, her eyes regaining their spark. Upon meeting Chen Xiaoming's mischievous smile, she felt a whirlwind of emotions. What do you think? Surprised? Xiao Wu's heart raced like a roller coaster, having plummeted to despair only to rise once more. The swift ups and downs of life caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily dazed as she stared at Chen Xiaoming in astonishment. You too? Seeing her reaction, Chen Xiaoming felt satisfied. This was the effect he desired. Despite a minor misstep earlier, it was inconsequential. Indeed, I recognized your identity from the very beginning. I intended to discuss it with you, but it seems you and Xiao San have a bit of a connection. He clicked his tongue, observing Xiao Wu's cheeks flush red as she lowered her head, embarrassed by her previous behavior. However, it has been proven that Xiao San is indeed worthy of being with you, silly girl. Cherish it. With a light-hearted tone, Chen Xiaoming glanced at the distant figure approaching, a smile gracing his lips. Seize the moment while flowers bloom, lest you find yourself grasping at empty branches. With that, he swiftly moved toward the approaching individual. A soft command echoed, and Dai Mubai and the others felt a powerful surge of soul energy envelop them, causing their bodies to involuntarily drift toward Shrek Academy. Though terrified, they fell silent when they discerned the identity of the newcomer. Teacher Chen, what about Xiao Wu? Dai Mubai, as the leader, inquired, while Zhu Zhuqing and the others gazed intently at Chen Xiaoming. Xiao Wu is fine. I merely have a few matters to discuss with her. Don't you think it's time for Tang San and Xiao Wu to have some privacy? Chen Xiaoming exchanged knowing glances with them. prompting Dai Mubai and the others to understand his unspoken message. Oscar, ever the rascal, grinned and chimed in, yes, yes. Teacher Chun is right. They should have some alone time. We wouldn't want to be a bother. The implications were clear, and Dai Mubai and the others shared light laughter, saying no more on the subject. Though Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were a beat behind in understanding, they soon caught on to Oscar and Dai Mubai's expressions. Oomph. Despicable men, Ning Rongrong muttered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chun Xiaoming, taken aback, wondered why he was being labeled a despicable man. He glanced back at the grinning Oscar and Dai Mubai, his expression turning stern. Mubai Xiao Ao, fatty, what on earth are you thinking? Such impure thoughts. You should learn from me. Starting tomorrow, you three will train with me. His words left Dai Mubai and the others in disbelief, staring at him incredulously. What were we thinking? ISNT you who told us? You know the thing you sent us? They exchanged glances, realizing they were all on the same page. Never have we encountered such brazen shamelessness. The following day, Chun Xiaoming awoke naturally, having entirely forgotten about his promise to train with Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others. He was far too busy for such matters. Lying in bed, he opened his drowsy eyes, turning slightly to find the sunlight streaming in, almost blinding. Just as he prepared to drift back to sleep, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Who on earth is so inconsiderate as to disturb my dreams so early? He shouted irritably, yet the intrusion fully dispelled his drowsiness. Reluctantly, he rose and opened the door. Standing there was Oscar, his demeanor somber and dejected. Casting a glance at Chun Xiaoming before hesitating to speak. Teacher Chun, a guest has arrived. The dean asked me to summon you to the office. Without waiting for a response, Oscar trudged away, leaving Chun Xiaoming in a state of confusion. His pleasant dreams had been interrupted, and Oscar seemed more troubled than he was. What's going on? He pondered, recalling Oscar's words. A guest? What do they want with me? Am I to serve as some sort of host? He remembered that the master was likely arriving at this time. Could it be that Flinder had grown bold enough to request the master to analyze his soul rings? Regardless, since the master was here, it was prudent to see what Flinder intended. After preparing himself, Chun Xiaoming stepped outside, the midday sun glaring down upon him, making him quite uncomfortable. Flinder's office was situated at the back of the academy, not far away, and soon he arrived at the door. Before he could enter, he overheard voices engaged in conversation. Frowning slightly, he pushed the door open to reveal a spacious office where Flinder was conversing with a few others. Among them was a man of average height, somewhat slender, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. His short black hair was parted, and though his features were unremarkable, he exuded a unique aura, his eyes reflecting a blend of laziness and sharpness. As he sat beside the tea set, his eyes lit up upon seeing Chun Xiaoming enter. Excitement radiating from his expression. The others present included two more individuals, one dressed in white, with an elegant demeanor reminiscent of a cultured scholar. Yet he carried an air of grandeur and nobility. Beside him stood an elderly man, clad in a pristine white robe, his silver hair neatly tied at the back. His countenance bore an ancient gravitas, with his eyes slightly closed, exuding an aura of remarkable sharpness in every gesture. A title Douluo? Upon entering and exchanging a glance with the old man, Chun Xiaoming immediately sensed the formidable strength emanating from him, an instinctive recognition that only the truly powerful possess. How intriguing! A title Douluo is present. A subtle smile graced his lips. Despite the presence of such a powerful figure, he felt no fear. He glanced at Flinder, who was anxiously gesturing toward him, causing Chun Xiaoming to pause. What does this mean? Ahem, allow me to introduce, this is the vice president of the academy, Chun Xiaoming. And this is my old friend, known as the master, Flinder announced as he rose from his seat, pulling Chun Xiaoming along to introduce the slender man. Upon hearing the title of master, Chun Xiaoming understood the man's identity. Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaojing, a master of martial soul theory. And this is the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, who has come at our invitation. Flinder continued, turning to introduce the elegant gentleman. Upon hearing the title of the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Chun Xiaoming's eyes lit up as he recognized the old man's identity. Two titled Douluos. Sword Douluo and Chun Xin. Just an invitation? Chun Xiaoming pondered briefly, recalling that he had indeed mentioned wanting to meet him when he had been boasting, asking Ning Fengji to come in person. However, after a trip to the Stardow Forest, he had forgotten. Young friend, you are quite busy. I, Ning, have come at your invitation, a warm voice interjected, as Ning Fengji chuckled while looking at Qin Xiaoming, their gazes meeting without a hint of displeasure. Qin Xiaoming silently admired Ning Fengji's composure, truly a master of temperance. It is my honor to have the esteemed leader Ning visit personally. Qin Xiaoming felt compelled to show respect to someone who had come in person, responding with a gentle smile. Principal, you summoned me for what purpose? Turning his attention to Flender, Qin Xiaoming was surprised by Ning Fengji's arrival, initially expecting to converse with the master, but now realized he needed to address Ning Fengji first. You carry on. I am not in a hurry, Flender said, exchanging a glance with the master, who slightly shook his head before standing and making his way toward the door. Flender, being astute, followed suit, closing the door behind them. In an instant, only Qin Xiaoming, Ning Fengji, and Qin Xin remained in the office. Qin Xiaoming casually took a seat, lifting the prepared teacup to pour himself a cup of tea, savoring a sip. I wonder what brings the esteemed leader Ning to seek me. Placing the cup down, Qin Xiaoming preferred straightforwardness and boldly inquired. Haha, young friend, you are indeed amusing. Was it not you who requested my personal presence? Ning Fengji jested, deftly returning the question to Qin Xiaoming. However, I did not send a title de law to probe others. Qin Xiaoming replied, his gaze sharp. Your visit must be to ascertain my capabilities, alongside a curiosity about how I possess multiple 100,000-year soul rings. A subtle pressure emanated from Qin Xiaoming, filling the office in an instant. Qin Xin, who had remained silent, felt a tremor of soul power within him, a unique aura enveloping both him and Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji's expression shifted slightly. Qin Xiaoming's directness and the pressure he exerted added a layer of intensity to the atmosphere. His purpose for coming was indeed to gauge Qin Xiaoming's abilities, but regarding the secrets of his soul rings, he had already gleaned much from Ning Rongrong the previous night. Thus, his intention was more about forming a friendship with Qin Xiaoming, along with a small ulterior motive. Young friend, you jest, those are your secrets. And I naturally have no desire to pry. Ning Fengji responded nonchalantly, though his eyes sparkled with intrigue as he observed Qin Xiaoming, increasingly pleased with his demeanor. I wonder what you think of my little girl. Qin Xiaoming sputtered, tea spilling from his mouth in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? You wish to introduce Ning Rongrong to me? The exclamation echoed from Flender's office, catching the attention of Flender and the master, who had just descended the stairs. They exchanged glances, Flender's eyes filled with astonishment, while the master wore an expression of knowing. Clang! At that moment, a light sound was heard as a figure stumbled down from the side. Flender and the master turned to see Oscar, who awkwardly scratched his head, though the look of disappointment in his eyes was unmistakable. Having only just begun to see Ning Rongrong in a different light during their time in the Douluo forest, he now faced a formidable rival in the form of Qin Xiaoming, leaving him feeling utterly lacking in confidence. Swish, swish, swish. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and others descended from above, standing beside Oscar. Ning Rongrong gazed at Oscar with a complex expression. She was aware of Oscar's feelings for her, and since the last incident in the Douluo forest, when he had protected her, she had felt a stirring in her heart. Yet, as a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, with her father being the school's leader, she had to consider the well-being of the entire sect. Her personal affections paled in comparison to the responsibilities she bore as the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Little Oscar eyed. Ning Rongrong started but faltered, unsure of how to articulate her feelings, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Do not say it, I understand, Oscar interjected, unwilling to hear her say the words that could shatter his hopes. He preferred to pretend as if nothing had happened, perhaps preserving the beauty of his initial feelings. Understanding Ning Rongrong's predicament only intensified Oscar's frustration, clenching his fists in bitterness. Why did he have to be a support-type soul master? Why? As his inner turmoil surged, Oscar felt a momentary release before regaining his composure. Little Oscar, Tang San said, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. He could empathize with Oscar's feelings, having experienced similar emotions the previous night, but found himself at a loss for words to console him. Sigh. Observing his student's distress, Flender's previously jovial expression turned somber, and he sighed deeply. With a title de law like Ning Fengji and another like Qin Xiaoming, he, as a mere soul sage, felt utterly powerless. Perhaps the situation had not yet reached its nadir. The master, who had remained silent, glanced at the dejected group before speaking up. As his words fell, Oscar's expression shifted in surprise, and Ning Rongrong and the others turned their attention to the master. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Tang Sin asked excitedly, eager to clarify the master's intentions for Oscar. Without hesitation, the master pondered briefly before articulating his speculation. "If what you say is true, and he indeed possesses the strength of a title Douluo, then it is not certain that he will acquiesce to the proposal of Sect Master Ning. A title Douluo of over 90 levels, adorned with 9 soul rings of 100,000 years each, would find no assistance from the 7 treasures glazed sect. Such an individual pursues the ultimate goal of soul masters, ascending to the 100th level and achieving divinity. The thought of witnessing someone with the potential to challenge for this pinnacle in his lifetime stirred turbulence within the master. At just over 20 years of age, possessing the might of a title Douluo and 9 soul rings of 100,000 years, he indeed has the potential to reach the 100th level. Thus, such a person may be reluctant to be constrained by the 7 treasures glazed sect. The master's words left Oscar and the others stunned, and Oscar's eyes briefly glimmered with hope before dimming again. For these were mere speculations. Ultimately, everything hinged on Chen Xiaoming's decision. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Chen Xiaoming sat back in astonishment, taking a deep breath. The mechanical voice by his ear announced that he had gained 100,000 experience points, allowing him to regain his composure as he regarded Ning Fengji with a discerning gaze. "Are you suggesting that I marry Ning Rongrong and become part of the 7 treasures glazed sect?" Chen Xiaoming's excited words mirrored his earlier exclamations, leaving Ning Fengji equally astonished. He had merely viewed Chen Xiaoming as the vice dean of Shrek Academy, and that Flinder had taken a disciple named Ma Hongjun, curious to see if he could persuade Ning Rongrong to join him. After all, Chen Xiaoming was nearly twice Ning Rongrong's age, a thought that had not crossed his mind. Now, faced with Chen Xiaoming's meaningful gaze, Ning Fengji felt a headache coming on, unsure whether Chen Xiaoming had always harbored such intentions or if this was a spur-of-the-moment idea. Regardless, he found himself deep in contemplation. Chen Xiaoming appeared to be just over 20, yet he had already attained the strength of a title Douluo, along with several soul rings of 100,000 years. Such power would surely give even the sword Douluo pause. If he were indeed to marry Ning Rongrong, the 7 treasures glazed sect would boast 3 title Douluos, solidifying their position on the continent, especially considering Chen Xiaoming's not insubstantial looks and demeanor. Ning Fengji found himself genuinely intrigued. The disciples of large sects often found themselves ensnared by such matters. As the daughter of the sect, Ning Rongrong was no exception. Fengji, the sword Douluo, Chen Xian, who had remained silent until now, observed Ning Fengji's expression. After years of companionship, he understood his thoughts well. Seeing him seemingly swayed, he could not help but voice his disapproval. Ning Rongrong had grown up under his watch. Chen Xian regarded her as his own granddaughter. Naturally, he was displeased at the notion of using her as a means to attract a powerful ally, and his gaze towards Chen Xiaoming sharpened considerably. Ning Fengji sighed slightly, recognizing the difficulty of the topic. However, thinking of Ning Rongrong, he lifted his head slightly and replied to Chen Xiaoming, "If you have such intentions, our 7 treasures glazed sect would be honored." His agreement was decisive, but Chen Xiaoming awaited further elaboration. He was not like the gluttonous Ma Hongjun. He was a title Douluo, and marrying Ning Rongrong would mean inheriting the 7 treasures glazed sect upon Ning Fengji's passing. Would he truly be willing? Yet, whether the young lady would consent still required inquiry. Hearing such words, Chen Xiaoming mused inwardly, calling Ning Fengji an old fox. Asking about Ning Rongrong was merely a guise for discerning whether he held any affection for her. A title Douluo who harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong was indeed desirable for the 7 treasures glazed sect. Conversely, a title Douluo devoid of emotional foundation with her was unwelcome. With the topic of Ning Rongrong concluded, Chen Xiaoming chose not to dwell further. She was simply a girl whose temperament did not align with his own. Had it been someone like Zhu Zhuqing, steadfast in love and willing to face life and death together, Chen Xiaoming might have hesitated. With idle chatter behind him, Chen Xiaoming turned his attention to Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo Chen Xian, his previously dormant fighting spirit reigniting, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Having long heard of the seven treasures glazed pagoda's renown, he inquired, "Might I request a demonstration of your prowess today?" Chapter 39. Battle with Sword Douluo, Chun Exin, seeking recommendations. Having long heard of the seven treasures glazed pagoda's fame, he wished to witness its might. Chun Xiaoming's eyes burned with ambition. He was already invincible. In the entire Douluo plain, aside from deities, only a handful of individuals and soul beasts could match him in combat. Among those, Tang Hao and Chun Xian were formidable indeed. With Chun Xian's strength as a super Douluo and a powerful martial soul, he was comparable to the Hao Ian hammer, igniting Chun Xiaoming's fervor. However, he wondered if the latter possessed the same resilience as Tang Hao. "My friend, be cautious." Ning Fengji's words were cut short as the sword Douluo, Chun Xian's demeanor shifted, pulling him back in an instant. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted, enveloping the entire office. The sound of crashing furniture echoed as the pressure of soul power shattered tables, chairs, and teacups, causing the building to tremble. Outside, Flinders sensed the surge of soul power almost immediately, his expression changing as he swiftly grabbed Master and retreated. Quickly, he called out to Tang San and the others, who likewise felt the ominous energy and hurriedly followed Flinders' lead. With a thunderous explosion, Flinders' office was obliterated, and several figures burst forth from the debris, including Chun Xiaoming, alongside Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo, Chun Xian. "Ha, what a splendid Sword Douluo, Chun Xian. Let us engage in a thrilling battle today." With a leap, Chun Xiaoming dashed towards the dense forest outside Shrek Academy, knowing that this place was ill-suited for a fierce confrontation. Otherwise, the academy itself would be reduced to ruin amidst the clash of two titled Douluos. The earlier exchange had left Sword Douluo, Chun Xian solemn, for he had not anticipated that Chun Xiaoming's soul power would surpass his own. It is known that after reaching level 95, each level gained brings an exponential increase in power. Despite possessing 97 levels of soul power, he had found himself at a disadvantage during their earlier encounter, leaving him astonished at Chun Xiaoming's formidable cultivation. Fengji, casting a glance at Ning Fengji, Chun Xian's long-dormant sword heart stirred for the first time. Few could match him at his level of soul power, and Chun Xiaoming's emergence sparked a flicker of excitement within him. Alas, we must go. Having shared many years of camaraderie, Ning Fengji understood Chun Xian's expression, recognizing that if Chun Xiaoming harbored such intentions, it was an opportune moment to gauge his true capabilities. With a swish, the sword Douluo and Ning Fengji vanished in an instant. "That's Dad and Grandpa Jian." Ning Rongrong's expression shifted as she watched the two depart. Sensing the potential confrontation, she felt a surge of urgency and dashed after them. "Rongrong, be careful. Wait for me," Oscar shouted, not hesitating to follow suit. Seeing this, Tang San, Daimu Bai, and the others quickly joined Flender in pursuit. Not long after they left, Zhao Wujia arrived hurriedly, staring at the collapsed office building in bewilderment. What exactly transpired? He stepped out for a moment, and upon his return, this is how things stood. Meanwhile, on the other side, a swift sound cut through the air. In no time, Chun Xiaoming arrived at the location where he had previously clashed with Tang Hao. This place was notably spacious, allowing for an unrestricted display of skill. With another swift sound, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo Qinshin soon followed, halting atop the rubble, momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Both were seasoned warriors, well aware that a fierce battle had erupted here previously. "Since we are here, I shall dispense with unnecessary words," Chun Xiaoming said with a gentle smile, stepping forward decisively. 9 terrifying blood-red soul rings, each signifying 100,000 years of power, emerged around him. Ning Fengji and sword Douluo Qinshin were momentarily stunned. Hearing about such a phenomenon was one thing, but witnessing it was an entirely different experience. A surge of immense soul power radiated from Chun Xiaoming, as the 9 blood-red rings encircled him like a blooming rose. In his right hand, a green wooden tree martial spirit materialized, shimmering with a soft glow. The verdant trunk bore glimmers of silver, ethereal and enigmatic. "Now," Qinshin called out, understanding that this was not a moment for hesitation. He sprang forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Fengji, a silver longsword manifesting in his grasp. The sword measured 4 feet 3 inches in length and 3 inches in width, with a hilt extending 12 inches, crafted entirely from pure silver. devoid of any embellishments. As he unsheathed his sword, the surrounding air quivered, as if sliced by the blade's sharpness. Beneath him, 9 soul rings appeared. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Behind him, Ning Fengji summoned a delicate tower of resplendent colors, the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Compared to Ning Rongrong's, the brilliance of Ning Fengji's was even more dazzling. With 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, forming beneath him, the aura of his 79th level soul power radiated, though somewhat diminished compared to the 2 titled Douluos. It was wise not to underestimate the significance of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda in his possession. Prepare yourselves. Chen Xiaoming laughed heartily, activating his 1st and 3rd soul rings simultaneously. 1st soul skill whip, 3rd soul skill bind. Countless tendrils erupted from beneath his feet, racing towards sword Douluo Qinshin. In battles among soul masters, it was common sense to first eliminate support-type soul masters. However, Chen Xiaoming pursued an ultimate combat experience, eager to ascertain the true extent of sword Douluo Qinshin's strength in conjunction with the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. As the attack surged, both Qinshin and Ning Fengji remained calm and collected, their years of collaborative combat allowing for seamless coordination. Qinshin brandished his longsword, activating his 1st, 3rd, and 4th soul rings, advancing towards Chen Xiaoming. 1st soul skill, sword sh. 3rd soul skill, flow like water. 4th soul skill, manifest killing intent. The 1st soul skill enhanced his attack by 30%, and a radiant light flickered upon the blade. The 3rd soul skill unleashed a beam of sword light that soared toward the oncoming tendrils. Yet, this was just the beginning. In an instant, 3 streams of light converged, merging with the sword light. The 7 treasures were renowned. The 2nd said, speed. The 3rd, soul. The 5th, attack. With a 70% increase in speed, soul power, and attack, the sword light surged over 50 meters in length, nearly enveloping the advancing tendrils. Qinshin followed closely, unleashing his 4th soul skill. His longsword sliced through the air, emitting a blade that, while not as massive as the sword light, was imbued with the utmost essence of soul power, glimmering with silver. As the sword blade emerged, the space surrounding it trembled, cleaved asunder by its unparalleled sharpness. In a clash of energies, the sword light collided with Chen Xiaoming's wooden tendrils, revealing crimson patterns upon them. The seemingly fragile tendrils stood resilient, akin to steel, as they countered the sword light. The might of the sword light, augmented by the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, was indeed formidable, slicing through approximately 1/3 of the tendrils before its power waned and dissipated. Sword Douluo Qinshin's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the 100,000-year soul rings. However, within moments, the astonishment in his eyes vanished, replaced by an unwavering resolve. The sword blade soared forth, following the path carved by the sword light, aimed directly at Chen Xiaoming. Observing the potency of the 100,000-year soul skill, Ning Fengji contemplated briefly before channeling another stream of light from the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda into the sword blade. The 7 treasures were renowned. The 6 spoke of attribute. The black 10,000-year soul ring shimmered with profound hues, elevating Ning Fengji's soul power to its zenith, activating his mightiest soul skill. Aside from the 7th, as the light merged with the sword blade, a dark halo swirled around it, instantly fusing into the blade, solidifying its silver radiance and augmenting its sharpness. The blade sped forth, slicing through the tendrils of the 1st soul skill as if they were mere meteors. In an instant, it breached the tendril's defense, reaching Chen Xiaoming's front. Startled, Chen Xiaoming realized the formidable nature of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Its attribute enhancements seemed to counter his own. His martial spirit was the green wooden tree, albeit infused with a hint of bloodline essence, which he had yet to fully comprehend. Sword Douluo Qinshin's 7-kill sword was inherently sharp, and with the attribute amplification, it became even more lethal, surpassing the power of the Haotian hammer against Chen Xiaoming by several degrees. The blade expanded before him, and as Chen Xiaoming activated his 2nd soul ring, countless tendrils surged forth, enveloping him in a radiant glow. 2nd soul skill, tree shadow. The blade sliced through, cleaving the ensnared tendrils in 2. Qinshin glanced at the outcome. Finding it empty, his expression tightening. Suddenly, the tendrils erupted beneath his feet, swirling with a crimson hue, ensnaring sword Douluo Qinshin in mere moments. With a light leap, Chen Xiaoming descended from another vantage point, gazing at the subdued sword Douluo Qinshin with an amused smile. Can you showcase your true prowess? Otherwise, with such meager strength, I wonder if you two shall manage to leave unscathed. Chen Xiaoming was well aware of sword Douluo Qinshin's capabilities, beyond his soul power. He possessed the 7 kills domain and a unique soul skill of merging man and sword to confront even the divine. While ultimately defeated by Bibi Dong, who had ascended to godhood, his strength was not to be underestimated. My young friend, must we truly engage so fiercely for mere sparring? Ning Fengji maintained his composure, addressing Chen Xiaoming with a calm demeanor. Since we are sparring, do you not wish to discern the true extent of my abilities? Chen Xiaoming replied nonchalantly, focusing primarily on sword Douluo Qinshin, viewing Ning Fengji merely as an enhancement to Qinshin's prowess. As a super Douluo, do you not yearn to comprehend the gap between yourself and a limit Douluo? As the words fell, the previously composed sword Douluo Qinshin raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening with intensity, a glint of sword light flashing from his eyes. You are the ultimate Douluo, he murmured softly, unleashing a unique domain from within himself, enveloping a 30-meter radius around him in an instant. This was the 7 killing sword, the domain of sword Douluo Qinshin. The formidable power of Chen Xiaoming as an ultimate Douluo finally stirred Qinshin's emotions, compelling him to abandon any reservations. With his soul power at 97, he faced a staggering 70% disparity against the ultimate Douluo. Beyond the 95 level, each increase in soul power presented a formidable challenge. From 95 to 96, soul power increased by 20%. From 96 to 97, it surged again by 20%. From 97 to 98, an increase of 30%. And from 98 to 99, the ultimate Douluo experienced a 40% rise, even with Ning Fengji's assistance temporarily boosting his soul power by 70%. The presence of a 100,000-year soul ring still weighed heavily on sword Douluo Qinshin. Nevertheless, reaching his level and having the opportunity to duel an ultimate Douluo was indeed a rare chance. I shall unleash all my strength and humbly ask for your guidance, Qinshin declared gravely. Chen Xiaoming sensed a subtle shift, recognizing that this was a man devoted to the path of enlightenment, albeit lacking the fortune of a protagonist. The vines binding him gradually unraveled, prompting Chen Xiaoming to regard him with newfound respect. Ning Zhongzhu, please activate your martial soul's true form and grant him a 70% soul power boost. Chen Xiaoming instructed Ning Fengji, who stood nearby. Faced with sword Douluo Qinshin, a surge of fervor ignited within Chen Xiaoming. Ning Fengji paused, observing Qinshin, who returned the gaze with eyes ablaze with a desire for battle. Realizing the significance of the moment, despite his lack of understanding regarding the term ultimate Douluo, he was witnessing a rare sight. The 7th soul ring beneath his feet shimmered, the dark 10,000-year soul ring merging into the 7 treasures glazed tower. A radiant, multicolored light erupted as the tower expanded, enveloping Ning Fengji in a brilliant glow. The 7 soul rings surged, integrating into the towering structure, which gleamed with layers of light. In the distance, Ning Rongrong and the others had just arrived, their astonishment palpable as they witnessed the unfolding spectacle, with Ning Rongrong covering her mouth in shock. The 7 treasures, true body. The 7th soul skill of the 7 treasures glazed tower, martial soul. The 7 treasures true body enhances the power of other soul skills while reducing their consumption. Ning Rongrong had never anticipated witnessing such a scene upon her arrival. The astonishment was merely the beginning. As Ning Fengji activated his martial soul's true form, the radiance of the 3rd soul ring blazed, sending a violet beam into sword Douluo Qinshin. 7 treasures, famed for 3 things. Soul, with his soul power amplified. Qinshin felt an almost doubling of his inner strength, his eyes gleaming with sword light as the 7 killing domain expanded, and the 7 killing sword floated before him. In an instant, Qinshin's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Everything around him seemed to sharpen, even the air distorting slightly. The razor-sharp aura felt as though it could tear through everything in its vicinity. This elder, akin to a precious sword, had finally unveiled his peak power after a long immersion. Observing this, Chun Xiaoming smiled faintly. This version of Sword Douluo Qinshin was worthy of his full effort, his eyes glimmering with determination. Come, let me witness the so-called unity of man and sword. Chapter 41. Unity of Man and Sword. 7 kills in a row. Gome. Let me witness the so-called unity of man and sword. Chun Xiaoming's calm words echoed through the arena. Both Ning Fengji, who had activated the 7 treasures' true body, and the arriving Ning Rongrong felt the immense pressure of the confrontation between the two. A piercing light suddenly flashed from Sword Douluo's eyes, and in the next moment, the 9 soul rings of the 7 killing sword melded together, transforming the crystalline blade into one adorned with 9 stars. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 corresponding to the 9 soul rings. The fusion of rings into soul was the true essence of Sword Douluo Qinshin's power. The sword measured 4 feet 3 inches in length, 3 inches in width, with a handle length of 1 foot 2 inches, named 7 kills. Qinshin grasped the hilt of the 9-star 7 killing sword, and in the blink of an eye, he transcended mere humanity, becoming a whirlwind, an indescribable might erupting from him. A resonant hum vibrated through the air as the 9-star 7 killing sword seemed to resonate with Qinshin's intentions. In that moment, Chun Xiaoming felt he was not facing a man, but a drawn sword. A black halo flickered, and in an instant, the figure of Sword Douluo Qinshin vanished, replaced by a colossal 7 killing sword, 2 meters long and half a meter wide. Witnessing this, Chun Xiaoming's heart raced. This was the true form of the Sword Douluo's weapon spirit, now in perfect harmony with him, exponentially amplifying the sword's power. With a swift motion, Chun Xiaoming's green tree martial soul stirred, its branches and leaves swaying as he activated his 7th soul ring. A surge of green and red light intermingled, illuminating the space, and a massive apparition of the green tree materialized behind him. Standing 15 meters tall, the green tree swayed in the wind, its green trunk shimmering with a faint silver glow, intricate red patterns gradually etched upon its branches. The radiance enveloped Chun Xiaoming, and in an instant, he felt as though he had merged with the green tree, the surrounding space subtly trembling as silver light radiated from within him, the entire form of the green tree becoming almost ethereal. This extraordinary scene left the onlookers in awe, particularly the master, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and confusion. According to his theories, a martial soul like the green tree should not possess such spatial abilities. Could it be a mutation of the martial soul? The master pondered. His interest piqued. At that moment, Chun Xiaoming deemed the opinions of others inconsequential. All he desired was battle. Having remained invincible for far too long, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. A gentle chime echoed as his 8th soul ring glimmered. The crimson 10,000-year soul ring transforming into a streak of light that surged into the green tree martial soul. As the red light coursed through, a robust branch extended from the core of the green tree, roughly 3 meters in diameter, stretching out for about 10 meters before halting. Fiery red light emanated from the green tree, intricately carved along the branch, while a silver glow enveloped it. "Please, bestow your teachings upon me." A resonant voice echoed as, behind the 7 killing sword, a towering 5-meter shadow emerged, mirroring Sword Douluo Qinshin perfectly. With a single hand gripping the sword, he moved with an elegance that seemed to follow the principles of the universe. The massive 7 killing sword swung forth, as if alive, drawing upon all surrounding power in that moment. With the colossal sword aimed at Chun Xiaoming, a subtle flick of the wrist unleashed 7 powerful beams of sword light, carving the character for kill in the air. The sword light cleaved through space, revealing an alternate dimension, each beam of light as dark as the abyss. The Sword Douluo Qinshin did not relent. He swung his immense 7 killing sword with fervor, empowered by the spirit energy of the 7 treasures glazed tower, unleashing 6 profound characters of kill. As the 6th character of kill surged forth, he hesitated momentarily, his eyes ablaze with battle intent, and a delicate sword light flickered into existence. Kill! With the final strike, the spectral form of Sword Douluo merged with the sword, transforming into a radiant sword light that embodied the 7th character of kill, charging relentlessly towards Chun Xiaoming. In that instant, the entire sky darkened. The ominous aura emanating from the black character was palpable, causing Tang San and the others watching from afar to feel an overwhelming pressure, instinctively drawing upon their inner spirit power to brace against it. Ning Feng He, utilizing his seven treasures' true body, felt a tremor of concern as he observed Chun Xian's familiar techniques, a skill he had come to know intimately over decades of companionship. Witnessing the culmination of the 7 kills, he could not shake the feeling of foreboding. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Any injury sustained would lead to dire consequences. A soft resonance of the sword echoed from the 7th character. Its once pitch-black form now surrounded by an aura of collapsing space, shrouded in darkness. Under the provocation of Chun Xiaoming, who had reached his utmost limit as a soul, Douluo, sword Douluo, Chun Xian transcended his own boundaries. At this moment, his mind was consumed by the singular vision of the sword, the one capable of cleaving the heavens. All distractions faded as he truly became one with the sword. The domain of the 7 kills seamlessly merged into the character of Kill. The originally dark character now shimmered with elusive light. The razor-sharp sword light merely grazed the ground, leaving a gaping chasm that seemed bottomless, as if slicing through the air, producing a piercing sound that plunged the space into darkness. Tang San, the master, and others turned their gaze towards Chun Xiaoming, uncertain who in this world could withstand such a formidable onslaught from sword Douluo, Chun Xian. Simultaneously, Chun Xiaoming's eyes were fixed with uncontainable excitement upon the approaching 7th character of Kill. This final strike encapsulated Chun Xian's entire cultivation and his unwavering will towards the sword. It was no longer merely a character, but the very embodiment of Chun Xian himself. The sword and the man had become one. 10,000 swords conceal their edge over 1,000 miles. The furious cleave of the divine sword unmatched. A clear voice resonated from all directions, leaving Tang San and the others momentarily stunned. The sound echoed of swords concealed for decades, yet to be unsheathed, waiting to turn back, like meteors racing against the moonlight across the 9 continents. The voice returned, clearer this time, emanating from the Aoki tree, leaving everyone astonished. But soon, the tone rose with fervor. 1,000 generations for the sword to heal, residing in a corner while embracing freedom. Now turning, the sword's aura surged, daring to question who in the world would dare to oppose. Silence enveloped the surroundings as Tang San and the others stood transfixed. Chun Xiaoming's voice, imbued with soul power, reverberated, evoking the formidable spirit of sword Douluo's sword light across the realms. Ha! What a glorious 7 kills! What a magnificent sword Douluo! The Aoki tree swayed fervently, as if celebrating a momentous occasion, while Chun Xiaoming's excited words rang out. You have earned my true effort. With those words, the Aoki tree's martial spirit unfurled in the wind, radiating an intense light akin to the rising sun, blinding Tang San and the others. As the brilliance faded, a spectral figure emerged from the Aoki tree, identical to Chun Xiaoming but slightly taller, enveloped in a silver glow. His long silver hair cascaded down his back, and his eyes shimmered with myriad colors, sparkling like shards of broken space. The spectral Chun Xiaoming floated gracefully, and, as he descended, the space beneath him trembled, rippling like the surface of a lake. His right hand reached towards the extended branch, for which a brilliant crimson light burst forth, enveloping the branch as if it were ablaze, undergoing a metamorphosis into a 2-meter-long ordinary wooden staff, radiating a rich wave of soul power. With a gentle touch upon the staff, the silver light from Chun Xiaoming's eyes flowed into it, carving ancient patterns upon its surface. Clad in flowing white robes with silver hair dancing in the air, the spectral Chun Xiaoming stood poised with the staff. The surrounding space felt ethereal and insubstantial, as Tang San and the others gazed intently. Though Chun Xiaoming stood there, he appeared almost unreal. An uncanny illusion lingered in their minds. It seemed as if he were not merely a person, but a colossal ancient tree reaching towards the heavens, both tangible and elusive, difficult to grasp. With a calm smile, the spectral Chun Xiaoming gazed at the imminent black sword light of the character Kill, his staff shifting slightly. Suddenly, the space before him rippled like a lake, unleashing a tremendous wave. And within its depths, darkness emerged, not of soul power or techniques, but of fragmented space. Block. A crisp sound resonated as the massive wave of space surged, halting the black character of Kill just a meter from Chen Xiaoming, obliterating the first black character. The aftermath of the spatial tremor surged towards the second character, which intensified in brilliance. Yet it pressed onward against the fractured space. Before it could react, the third and fourth black sword lights arrived, confronting the trembling space. The fifth black character followed swiftly, unleashing a terrifying sword light that shattered the opposing space, creating a black rift. The rift appeared swiftly, but closed just as quickly. Yet, this act of defiance by the spectral Chen Xiaoming allowed him to withstand the final strike of sword Douluo Chenexan. The union of man and sword culminated in the absolute seventh sword. The seventh sword soared forth, its momentum not as overwhelming as the preceding six, instead coalescing into a singular point of black sword light. At that moment, the entire space resembled a blank canvas, marred only by the trace of the black sword light that passed through, leaving behind an indelible mark. As the distance narrowed, when the sword's radiance was merely 10 meters from the illusory figure of Chen Xiaoming, a peculiar wave of energy flashed by, enveloping Chen Xiaoming. In that moment, the domain of 7 kills erupted. The brilliance of the sword's light intensified, merging seamlessly with the essence of the 7 kills sword. Although it could still unleash its power, Chen Xiaoming found it rather unexpected. However, the stronger the sword Douluo became, the more composed he felt. The silver glimmer in the eyes of the illusory Chen Xiaoming flickered, and his previously motionless right hand finally moved. It simply lifted, wielding a wooden stick, and pointed towards the sword's radiance. With an inaudible hum, the terrifying force of the sword's brilliance struck the wooden stick, which appeared to be an ordinary piece of wood, yet astonishingly managed to withstand the mightiest of strikes. The space seemed to freeze, a scene that Tang San, Ning Fengji, and the others had never anticipated. They had imagined that Chen Xiaoming would triumph, albeit with great difficulty. Not with such ease. Eyes widened in shock, they gazed at this bizarre spectacle with sheer terror. Even Tang San, with his purple extreme magic eye operating at its peak, was unable to penetrate the terrifying waves of confrontation between Chen Xiaoming and sword Douluo Chenexan. The area around them appeared shrouded in an unusual aura, elusive to Tang San's vision. If even Tang San found himself at a loss, one could only imagine the confusion of the others, who stood frozen in place. Grandpa Jian, Ning Rongrong murmured in disbelief, witnessing the situation of sword Douluo Chenexan. Simultaneously, Chen Exin, transformed into a sword, was the most astonished of all. With Ning Fengji's support, his soul power was now on par with Chen Xiaoming, and having transcended his limits to achieve the unity of man and sword, he unleashed his peak seventh sword. With such strength, sword Douluo Chen Exin had long attained the level of a limit Douluo. He mused that even if a deity were to face such a strike, they would not dare to remain so unperturbed. With incredulity, he gazed at the tip of his 7-kill sword, where a faint yet resplendent silver light resided. Tang San could not see it, but Chen Exin could. It was that silver glimmer that thwarted his advance. The wooden stick beneath the silver light seemed as unfathomable as an ocean, as if his sword had merely skimmed the surface of the sea, stirring only a ripple before tranquility returned. The black sword radiance gradually dissipated, revealing sword Douluo Chen Exin gripping the 7-kills sword, his robes billowing in the wind, the sword resonating softly. Observing this, Chen Xiaoming gave a subtle nod with the wooden stick, causing a slight tremor that sent sword Douluo Chen Exin staggering backward. With a few steps, he retreated to Ning Fengji's side, a trace of blood already staining the corner of his mouth. The illusory Chen Xiaoming smiled calmly. This was his first time harnessing the power of his bloodline to merge with his martial soul in battle, and he was greatly satisfied with the result. Watching sword Douluo Chen Exin retreat, a radiant glow enveloped Chen Xiaoming as he spoke with a serene smile. You are the first to compel me to reveal a portion of my true strength. You may take pride in that. Chapter 43. Comprehending the source outside Shrek Academy. Upon the plain, cough cough cough, is this the power of a 99th level limit Douluo? After being defeated by Chen Xiaoming's strike, sword Douluo Chen Exin felt little anger, rather a poignant reflection. Years ago, his father had perished in battle against a limit Douluo, and today, with Ning Fengji's assistance. He had still been overwhelmed by a single blow. The prowess of a 99th level limit Douluo had become starkly apparent to him. However, Chun Xian was unaware that the being he faced was far more than a mere limit title Douluo. With a step, the battle concluded and the brilliance faded. Chun Xiaoming reappeared, gradually making his way toward Ning Fengji. Are you alright? It was my first time using such power. It could be a bit difficult to control. Noticing the injured sword Douluo, Chun Xian, Chun Xiaoming felt somewhat apologetic. He was not the type to kill indiscriminately. His match with sword Douluo Chun Xian had merely been a thrill of the hunt. Chun Xian's character was one that Chun Xiaoming admired, relentlessly pursuing a higher realm. Pure and unyielding. With Ning Fengji amplifying his soul power by 70%, Chun Xian was now stronger than the previously injured Tang Hao, prompting Chun Xiaoming to finally utilize the bloodline power he had yet to deploy. He intended to gauge its potency, yet as it was his first application, he had not fully grasped the intricacies of the bloodline power, leading to a heavier control that had inadvertently harmed Chun Xian. It's nothing. Just a bit of rest will do. Sword Douluo, Chun Xian waved his hand, indicating he was fine. He could feel that Chun Xiaoming had held back. And with the earlier integration of the 7 kills sword's domain, most of the impact had been mitigated, leaving him with only minor injuries. Grandpa Jian, how are you? After the battle, Ning Rongrong rushed forward, throwing herself into Chun Xian's embrace, her voice slightly choked with concern. Her usual haughty demeanor was replaced by genuine worry for Chun Xian's condition. Witnessing this scene, Chun Xiaoming felt a touch of embarrassment. With a flicker of light in his eyes, he turned slightly to see Oscar approaching and called out, "Oscar, hurry up. Don't you see we need you?" Oscar paused for a moment, but upon seeing Ning Rongrong's anxious expression, he quickly sprang into action. However, as if recalling something, he murmured to himself, and soon, recovery sausages began to materialize. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda did not possess restorative effects, so at this moment, only Oscar's sausages could aid in Chun Xian's recovery. Naturally, Oscar was more than eager to enhance his standing before his future father-in-law, especially with the inexplicable clash between Chun Xiaoming and Ning Fengji. Oscar had already conjured an image of their dispute in his mind. As he passed by Chun Xiaoming, a voice enveloped in soul power reached his ears. Simply 2 words, "Keep it up." Oscar was momentarily stunned, looking up in confusion to find Chun Xiaoming smiling faintly, patting him on the shoulder, offering a knowing glance before turning away. Exchanging a subtle gesture with Ning Fengji, Chun Xiaoming decided to make his exit. It would be awkward to linger, especially in such a situation. After walking for a short while, he encountered Master and Flinder arriving. The expressions of Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others reflected profound astonishment. Chun Xiaoming's strength had once again reshaped their understanding of title Douluos. In the eyes of Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and the others, emotions of complexity, shock, admiration, and yearning swirled within them, though the prevailing sentiment was one of awe, particularly for Tang San, having lived 2 lives. Witnessing Chun Xiaoming's might today ignited a spark of aspiration within him. Could soul masters truly reach such heights? If Chun Xiaoming were aware of Tang San's thoughts at that moment, he would simply smile gently and inform him attaining such heights as a soul master is improbable. But as a deterrent, one may certainly strive for it. Without lingering, even as Master appeared eager to speak, his gaze filled with longing. Chun Xiaoming had no intention of becoming a test subject or revealing his secrets. Furthermore, after battling Sword Douluo Chun Xian, he felt he had gained deeper insights into the bloodline source in his mind. Now, with no pressing matters at hand, he was determined to return and contemplate his newfound understanding. Following this encounter, Chun Xiaoming grew increasingly satisfied with his bloodline essence. Had it not been for the folly of overreaching, with only a smattering of comprehension regarding the rudiments of the bloodline source, Chun Xiaoming would have sought to accumulate experience and ascend to the intermediate level. Taking a moment to compose himself and breathe deeply, he resolved that it would be prudent to fully grasp the foundational aspects of the primary bloodline before contemplating any upgrade. After exchanging pleasantries with Flander and the others, he set forth towards Shrek Academy. Upon his return, he found Zhao Wujia and the others waiting anxiously, having sensed the terrifying fluctuations of soul power from afar, but refraining from approaching recklessly. As Chun Xiaoming rejoined them, Zhao Wujia inquired about his well-being. But Chen Xiaoming deflected the question with casual remarks, subtly intervening to give Oscar an opportunity to shine, while dismissing Tang Dou's inquiries. With a silent acknowledgement that he had done enough for Oscar, Chen Xiaoming ambled to his room, seated himself in a meditative posture, and closed his eyes, digesting the insights he had previously attained. A shimmering silver aura enveloped him, rendering his form ethereal as he immersed himself in cultivation. Meanwhile, the master, having found no answers from Chen Xiaoming, turned to the sword law for insights, yet the latter merely offered a few terse responses before lapsing into silence. Recognizing the futility, the master refrained from further questioning, aware of his ignorance regarding the soul power realm of title Douluo, particularly the existence of limit de law. Injured, the sword Douluo graciously accepted Flanders' invitation to recuperate at Shrek Academy. With Ning Rongrong's encouragement, Ning Fengji and his entourage made their way to the academy. The following day, after a night of meditative cultivation, Chen Xiaoming reopened his eyes, a glimmer of silver light sparkling within. The efforts of the night had borne fruit, and he had made significant strides in understanding the bloodline source he had previously struggled with. His comprehension of the spatial path had deepened following the insights gained from his earlier battle, reflecting on the revelations from his combat experience. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes. Indeed, only through the constant brush with death can one grasp the essence of mortality. As the night surrendered to dawn, the first light of daybreak heralded a fresh beginning. Within the bustling Shrek Academy, life stirred anew. The door creaked open, and inhaling the crisp morning air, Chen Xiaoming stretched contentedly, listening to the sound of accumulating experience. The academy, though modest in size, revealed that two individuals had already arrived at the dining hall before him. Upon noticing Chen Xiaoming, they greeted him with smiles, which he returned awkwardly. These were Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, whom he had bested the previous day. Turning away, Chen Xiaoming casually surveyed the breakfast options, only to be taken aback. The simple rice porridge and buns had been replaced by fragrant meat porridge, adorned with grains and accompanied by fruits, eggs, milk, and various meats. The lavish spread left Chen Xiaoming momentarily speechless. Had Flander decided to indulge, or had he been shaken by yesterday's defeat? Just as he pondered this, Zhao Wujie entered, followed closely by Dai Mubai and the plump Ma Hongjun. "Good morning," they greeted, but received no reply, leading to their puzzled expressions over the breakfast offerings. Zhao Wujie approached Chen Xiaoming, only to freeze in astonishment, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "What in the world? Has Flander changed his ways?" Zhao Wujie's outburst caught the attention of Dai Mubai and the others, who rushed over, equally stunned by the opulence of the breakfast spread. Familiar with Flanders' notorious frugality, they were incredulous that he would lavish such a feast upon them. Exchanging glances, they all recognized the underlying implications. Something was amiss. "Ah, so everyone is here so early." Flander appeared at the doorway, his face beaming with a self-satisfied grin, completely devoid of the sorrow from the previous day's chaos. His mischievous smile suggested he was up to something. The unease among Chen Xiaoming, Zhao Wujie, and the others deepened. It was not the stern Flander that they feared, but this jubilant version of him. "Is the breakfast not to your liking?" Flander queried, observing their silence before he moved towards Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo with his meal. "Ah, I knew this old fox would have a reason for his generosity," Zhao Wujie muttered, understanding that the source of this extravagant breakfast lay in Flander's dealings with Ning Fengji. With a spark of determination, he, along with Ma Hongjun, helped themselves to the feast, eager to savor the unexpected bounty. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoming and Dai Mubai shared a knowing smile, selecting their breakfast before departing. They were left to speculate how much Flander had extracted from Ning Fengji to afford such extravagance. Shortly thereafter, when Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing arrived, Zhao Wujie, prompted by a nod from the former, tentatively inquired about the breakfast arrangement. "Oh, you mean this? My father mentioned that our academy's breakfast will henceforth be provided by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as I am part of the academy now. It's a friendly gesture." Thus, the dean had no grounds to refuse, Ning Rongrong explained softly. "As for the office that was destroyed during our spar, my father has agreed to compensate, but I'm not privy to the exact amount." At the mention of the spar, Ning Rongrong cast a glance at Chen Xiaoming, who was engrossed in his meal, oblivious to any connection to the incident. After a satisfying meal, Chen Xiaoming patted his belly contentedly, eliciting surprised looks from Dai Mubai. Zhao Wujie, and the others. Teacher Zhao, are you leaving? Dai Mubai exclaimed, his voice rising in surprise as he turned to Chen Xiaoming with eager curiosity. The others, including Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Flander and Ning Fengji, focused their attention on him. Indeed, I wish to explore matters beyond this realm. This continent is vast, far exceeding your understanding. As a soul master, one must forge ahead relentlessly in pursuit of one's path to transcend the limitations of soul power, Chen Xiaoming declared, standing tall, his eyes shimmering with myriad reflections. Having fought alongside the Shrek 7 monsters, he felt that remaining here held no further meaning for him. Come to Shrek Academy to meet the Shrek 7, merely an expectation from past life. Now that I have encountered them, there is no need to linger any longer. My path, Chen Xiaoming, has never been here. It leads to the stars and the vast sea. Teacher Chen, will you return after this departure? Asked the chubby Ma Hongjun. He recalled that Chen Xiaoming had promised them that once they became soul emperors, he would take them to a certain place. If he were to leave and not return, where would they find the 10,000-year soul rings? Chen Xiaoming understood Ma Hongjun's concerns with just a glance. However, considering that it would take them at least 6 years to attain the strength of a soul emperor, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. Rest assured, I will return after visiting a few places. Do not worry about your soul rings. Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat embarrassed at having his thoughts exposed, forced a smile and fell silent. As his gaze swept across the crowd, it paused slightly upon seeing Xiao Wu, and he smiled gently, recalling the final matter to resolve here. Teacher Chen, when do you plan to set off? Tang San pondered, eager to ask many questions. Beside him, Xiao Wu felt a sense of reluctance as a fellow being. Deep down, she wished Chen Xiaoming would not leave, yet she would not impede his journey, for he had no obligation to remain and protect her. In 3 days, after Xiao Wu's soul power breaks through, I will take her to the Stardow Forest, and then I will depart. Observing the reluctant expressions of those around him, Chen Xiaoming felt warmth in his heart. Though their time together was short, the sincerity of Shrek Group was unparalleled. Seeing that Chen Xiaoming had made his decision, the others had little to say. After breakfast, he set off with Xiao Wu towards the Stardow Forest. However, this was merely a guise to find a place for Xiao Wu to condense her soul ring, before returning shortly thereafter. On the eve of his departure, the Shrek 7, Zhao Wujie, Flander, and others held a farewell ceremony for Chen Xiaoming. Amidst the revelry, the boastful Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others ultimately found themselves incapacitated by Ning Rongrong, their embarrassment reaching new heights. Thankfully, Chen Xiaoming had the foresight to leave early, otherwise, he would have been unable to depart the following day. The next morning, as he gazed at the still sleeping Tang, San, and the others, Chen Xiaoming quietly walked to the gates of Shrek Academy. Taking one last glance at the Shrek emblem outside the academy, he smiled softly. Farewell, Shrek. I will return. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Chen Xiaoming's departure went unnoticed, leaving behind the inebriated Tang, San, and Dai Mubai unaware of his absence. Just as Chen Xiaoming's figure vanished on the horizon, a few silhouettes emerged from the side. Flander, Zhao Wujie, Ning Fengji, and Douluo. While alcohol could intoxicate Tang, San, and his group of soul sages, it could not affect the likes of them, who were soul saints and titled Douluos. Flander and Zhao Wujie had known Chen Xiaoming for quite some time, often exchanging thoughts and insights with him, while Ning Fengji and Douluo found Chen Xiaoming shrouded in an aura of mystery, difficult to decipher. As they watched Chen Xiaoming depart, Ning Fengji couldn't help but murmur, I hope to see him again. A month later, at the northernmost point of the Tiando Empire, known as the Extreme North, the temperature here is perpetually frigid, with few visitors. Yet, it is home to the Icebound Forest, a gathering place for soul beasts, where many ice attribute soul masters rely on the forest for their sustenance. Amidst the snow, a figure slowly approached, clad in a heavy, snow-colored cloak, with long hair cascading behind. His delicate face bore an air of tranquility and composure, surrounded by an unusual aura. Phew, after such a long journey, I have finally arrived. The figure was none other than Chen Xiaoming, who had left Shrek Academy and finally reached one of his destinations, the Extreme North. The Extreme North is one of the continent's 3 major soul beast gathering places, home to 3 incredibly formidable beings known as the 3 Kings of the Extreme North. Each possesses terrifying strength, with 3 of the top 10 soul beasts in the Douluo realm belonging to them. Furthermore, who would dare claim that the soul beasts capable of surviving in such harsh conditions are weak? Gazing at the forest before him, distinct from the Stardow forest, this forest shimmered with an ethereal glow, blanketed in snow and adorned with icicles, resembling exquisite ice sculptures. This was another gathering place for soul beasts in the extreme north, the icebound forest. Detouring would be too cumbersome. I shall traverse straight through. The true depths of the extreme north lay a day's journey ahead, but crossing the icebound forest would expedite his passage significantly. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaoming chose to proceed directly through it. An insignificant gathering of soul beasts, lacking even a 10,000-year soul beast, could not hinder his progress. Should they dare to obstruct him? A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Xiaoming's eyes. With a single step forward, he gradually made his way into the icebound forest. Along the path, the ancient trees adorned with ice crystals presented a unique charm, and the faint aura of soul power emanating from him dispelled the weaker soul beasts lurking nearby. As a being who had transformed from a soul beast, Chen Xiaoming preferred not to harm them unless absolutely necessary. The soul beasts within the icebound forest were mostly weak, with the outer regions populated by lesser 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, all of whom fled upon sensing Chen Xiaoming's soul power. As he ventured deeper, Chen Xiaoming encountered a variety of peculiar soul beasts: an ice crystal cat, whose entire body sparkled like gems, a snow princess, slender and adorned with snowflakes, and a snowball-like creature with short limbs that rolled along the ground. The more he saw, the more he marveled at the wonders of this world. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the depths of the forest, imbued with soul power, causing Chen Xiaoming to furrow his brow. He had unknowingly ventured into the inner circle of the forest. Pausing his steps, he discerned the faint tremors ahead, sensing a group approaching him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures sprang forth from the front, led by a woman with flowing white hair, a noble visage adorned with a snowflake-patterned garment, pristine and unblemished. 6 soul rings shimmered beneath her feet, revealing her status as a soul emperor. Chen Xiaoming was taken aback. She appeared to be in her early 20s, yet possessed the strength of a soul emperor. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. An optimal configuration. Behind her stood 3 identical girls and a boy. The triplets, all sharing the same martial spirit, a single ice crystal, glimmering with a faint glow. White, yellow, purple, purple, black. 15 soul rings floated beneath the 3, not only identical in martial spirits, but also in soul power levels and ring configurations. Upon encountering the 3 individuals, Chen Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether their soul skills were identical. The last figure among them was a man whose martial spirit manifested as an ice blade, beneath which 6 soul rings shimmered, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. Notably, the 5th soul ring did not attain the millennium level, rendering it significantly inferior to that of the preceding female. The leading female soul emperor hesitated upon seeing Chen Xiaoming, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, but she soon paused, preparing to move aside. With soul beasts in pursuit behind them, she sensed that Chen Xiaoming radiated soul power akin to that of Soul King. Deeming it unnecessary to involve an innocent party. "Are you insane?" she exclaimed, but just as she made a move, the man behind her seized her arm, propelling himself toward Chen Xiaoming. "He is a Soul King, and he can buy us a moment, enhancing our chances of escape," he murmured, his gaze towards Chen Xiaoming filled with fervor. They were being hunted within this icy forest, and he had feared that he might lose 1 or 2 of his companions. Unexpectedly, they had encountered a Soul King, which felt like divine intervention. While a Soul King alone could not withstand the soul beasts pursuing them, he could certainly delay them. The female Soul Emperor and the 3 Soul Kings behind her exchanged pained glances. Rushing towards Chen Xiaoming would inevitably draw him into their plight. Despite her reluctance, the Soul Emperor was firmly held by the man. "Let's not forget about Xiaoxue and the others. If he falls, they will perish." The man's final words rendered the Soul Emperor motionless, and she ceased her struggle. "Let us go." With her resignation, a smile broke upon the man's face as he called out, leading the Soul Emperor directly towards Chen Xiaoming. The distance between them was minimal, and soon they stood beside him. The male Soul Emperor slowed his pace, allowing the triplet Soul Kings to pass first while he remained behind. Seizing the moment when the triplet and the Soul Emperor cast their eyes downward in shame, the man's expression hardened, and he swung his ice blade towards Chen Xiaoming's calf, unleashing a flash of light. He cared not for the outcome of his strike. His intent was solely to hinder Chen Xiaoming's escape, thus buying time to confront the soul beasts. As the blade approached, Chen Xiaoming stood unfazed, exuding an air of calm while a hint of coldness flickered in his gaze. It has been far too long since anyone dared to ambush me. You are merely the second. The blade struck, yet Chen Xiaoming regarded it with indifference, even applauding the audacity of the assailant. The last individual who had dared to strike him had done so when he was merely a centennial greenwood tree, surrounded by a team of soul masters, one of whom had attempted a sneak attack from behind. Back then, Chen Xiaoming had exhibited kindness, granting the assailant a swift departure, free from suffering. 9 years had elapsed since that encounter, and he had presumed no one would dare attempt such a feat again. However, he was astonished to find such boldness in this frigid northern land. A fierce roar drew his attention, and he glanced displeased toward the source, where a towering ice snow bear, approximately 7 meters tall, emerged. Its fur was as white as snow, and its brown eyes blazed with fury. It cast a fleeting glance at Chen Xiaoming before charging forward. This northern region is indeed fierce, such is the nature of both soul masters and soul beasts. Shaking his head, Chen Xiaoming spoke softly, and a tremendous wave of soul power emanated from his being, causing the snow-laden ground to tremble slightly. Roots and branches surged forth, targeting both the ice snow bear and the incoming blade. However, with a mere flick, one of the branches shattered the assaulting blade, while several others ensnared the ice snow bear. Crimson patterns emerged on the green branches, yet the ice snow bear, undeterred, relied on its 70,000-year cultivation, asserting its dominance within the icy forest. No one could threaten it, save for a tidal Douluo. Even a soul Douluo would fail to intimidate it. The branches struck like lightning, binding the ice snow bear in place, rendering it immobile. Its furious roars filled the air as it struggled against the frigid grip, its imposing form swelling with the cold. But the more it fought, the tighter the bindings became. Within moments, the once formidable ice snow bear was left helpless, realizing its impending doom. In that instant, the creature understood the formidable strength of the individual before it, a titled Douluo. The bear questioned its own fate. Having pursued a few individuals, how had it stumbled upon such misfortune? With the ice snow bear subdued, Chen Xiaoming propelled himself forward, chasing after the fleeing figures. Had they merely passed by, he would have paid them no mind. However, the man's malevolent intent with that final strike had compelled him to take action. Meanwhile, the female Soul Emperor, having been dragged along, abruptly freed herself and shouted at the male Soul Emperor, "How could you do this? Let go of me." She had witnessed the man's final strike, leading the ice snow bear towards them. It was already a betrayal, and to deliver a blade to Chen Xiaoming, severing his last chance of survival, was utterly unconscionable. The man's eyes betrayed urgency. The 70,000-year-old ice snow bear was an insurmountable threat in this frozen expanse, and given their cultivation levels, they could not withstand its might. Should the injured Soul King encounter the bear, he would undoubtedly flee, leaving them as the primary targets. He would not gamble on such an outcome. He was convinced that the ice snow bear would make the most prudent choice. Enough. We must not linger. That individual will not hold them off for long. We need to leave swiftly. His eyes darted back, his words laced with urgency. He had pursued the Soul Emperor for several years, and this venture into the icy forest was to secure a soul ring for one of the triplets. Under normal circumstances, their cultivation should have kept them safe, as high-level soul beasts were scarce in this region. Yet, they had encountered a formidable ice snow bear, a foe they could not confront, and thus had to flee. No, I cannot endanger others and then leave with a clear conscience. The Soul Emperor hesitated, wrestling with her thoughts, but ultimately resolved with a determined expression. Are you mad? Returning now is tantamount to seeking death. The male Soul Emperor's face darkened, realizing that his initial impression of her innocence had been misguided. Her navette had veered into foolishness. And what about you? After several years of acquaintance, having grasped the temperament of the Soul Emperor's woman, The man refrained from further inquiries and shifted his gaze towards the triplet sisters. They exchanged glances before directing their attention back to the sole emperor's woman. Very well. I wish you all the best, he thought, observing a group of fools headed towards their demise. He was not foolish enough to follow them. At just over 30, he had already attained a soul power of level 63. He had aspirations of challenging the rank of Soul Douluo in this lifetime and would not recklessly squander his life here. With a resolute step forward, the man prepared to flee, only to see a figure clad in white materialize ahead of him, approaching slowly. A glance exchange between them caused his expression to shift dramatically. The crunch of snow beneath his feet echoed softly as Chen Xiaoming, appearing to be an ordinary individual, approached him. Yet, an intangible pressure enveloped Chen, rendering the man immobile as if under a spell, his eyes wide with fear as he watched the figure advance step by step. The man, now acutely aware of Chen Xiaoming's youthful visage, felt a surge of terror. He realized he was in the presence of an ancient being, likely a soul master of at least the Soul Douluo level, and perhaps even a title Douluo. Despite the frigid air, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his body trembling slightly, his mind blanking as if short-circuited. Behind him, the Soul Emperor's woman and the triplet sisters were equally stunned by Chen Xiaoming's sudden appearance. The Soul Emperor's woman instinctively stepped forward, shielding the sisters. The man could conceive the thoughts racing through her mind, and despair washed over her as she recalled their prior actions. "Senior, please allow me to explain," the man shouted anxiously, desperate to articulate his defense for otherwise. He faced certain death. Yet, before he could finish, Chen Xiaoming stood directly before him, raising a finger to his lips. "Shoo, no need to speak, just observe." With a regretful glance, Chen lowered his finger slightly, prompting the man to look down, where he discovered a crimson branch had pierced his chest unbeknownst to him, vitality ebbing from his eyes. Never had he imagined he would meet his end here before his dreams of attaining Soul Douluo could materialize. The branch that had pierced him began to grow, swiftly reaching 3 meters in length, sprouting leaves and flowers, only to wither moments later, leaving behind a skeletal branch draped in silver frost within the snow. As the Soul Emperor's woman and the triplet sisters stood in shock, Chen Xiaoming's figure vanished, leaving behind an ice sculpture and his faint words. "This place is too desolate. Another ice sculpture will suffice." Chapter 47. Titan Snow Demon King in the frozen forest stood a withered tree, approximately 3 meters tall, enveloped in layers of frost, with glistening icicles adorning its branches, presenting a unique charm. Yet at the base of the tree knelt a figure, a slender branch piercing through their chest, above which rested a frozen flower, strangely blood-red, alluring yet deadly. The Soul Emperor's woman gazed at the scene before her, rendered speechless by the shock, and, still trembling, glanced around before hastily leading the triplet sisters away. As the cold wind howled past, the only remnants of the encounter were the solitary ice sculpture, merging seamlessly with the frozen forest. Half a day later, a towering figure moved slowly through the snowstorm, standing at 7 meters tall, cloaked in thick, white fur. It was an ice snow bear king over 70,000 years old. Yet, atop its back rested a human figure, lounging against the softness of its fur, basking in warmth and comfort. After an indeterminate period, the ice snow bear king came to a halt on a vast plain. The figure dismounted, surveying the expansive snowfield, eyes gleaming with excitement. "At last, I have reached the icy plains of the far north." It was Chen Xiaoming, who, after subduing the ice snow bear king in the frozen forest, had utilized its strength to traverse the woods and arrive at the heart of the extreme northern region. The vast icy plains were shrouded in swirling snow, the ground blanketed in thick layers of snow, the biting cold palpable even with each breath. The roar of the ice snow bear king echoed behind him. Chen Xiaoming turned with a faint smile, patting its side. "Consider yourself lucky to have encountered me. Let us proceed." Having little interest in this soul beast of merely 70,000 years, Chen Xiaoming's true objective lay within the expansive icy plains. Wrapping himself in a woolen blanket, he stepped into the snow-laden expanse. Swallowed by the snowstorm, Chen Xiaoming's silhouette quickly faded from view. Progressing slowly through the blizzard, he navigated the icy plains of the far north, a realm unlike the Douluo forest, where powerful soul beasts roamed freely, and no one could predict what they might encounter next. The extreme cold and treacherous weather deterred most soul masters from hunting in this desolate land. The true terror lay in the presence of three formidable soul beast monarchs that ruled the northern expanse: the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and the Titan Snow Demon King. Both the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor were listed among the top 10 ferocious beasts, each having surpassed the 20,000-year mark in cultivation, their might far exceeding that of the Titan giant ape, which was merely 10,000 years old. Chen Xiaoming had ventured here to witness the splendor of the Snow Emperor, a formidable being with a cultivation of 700,000 years. He wondered if such power could elicit half of his own strength. Thinking of the latter's prowess, unique aura, and pure, enchanting beauty, nay, rather, the pristine essence of ice, ignited a flicker of fervor within him. With determination in his eyes, Chen Xiaoming advanced towards the center of the icy plains. Although there were no distinct inner and outer circles, heading toward the center seemed prudent. Otherwise, the vast expanse would render his search futile. As for why he did not reveal his full strength, he mused that he had yet to truly live. Or perhaps his experience points were insufficient for leveling up. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly flaunt it. Suddenly, a clattering sound interrupted his thoughts. Oh, what was that? Whose principles are these? The vastness of the northern icy plains was far greater than Chen Xiaoming had anticipated. After 3 days of wandering, he had only just begun to approach the periphery of the central region. Along the way, he encountered numerous soul beasts, all of which he dismissed. His target was the Snow Emperor, not these lesser creatures. The storm intensified in the central area, the temperature dropping further. Chen Xiaoming gazed into the distance, lost in contemplation, pondering how to navigate the desolate expanse. Did he truly have to rely on luck? As he wrestled with this dilemma, an immense figure emerged slowly from the storm. Its silhouette barely discernible, yet towering nearly 100 meters high, resembling a colossal mountain. Each foot, resembling a towering pillar, supports a massive mountain. Before the figure even approaches, an overwhelming aura emanates towards Chen Xiaoming, accompanied by a surge of spiritual fluctuations. Chen Xiaoming gazes at the enormous form before him and smiles faintly. It seems fate has delivered him a fortuitous encounter, having been unable to find a soul beast to inquire for directions. He now stands before one of the northern three kings, the Titan Snow Demon King. Legend has it that this creature is a descendant of the ancient ice god, a relic of the Titan giants, born towering over 10 meters, with adult Titan snow demons reaching heights exceeding 50 meters. As one of the northern three kings, its stature nearly approaches 100 meters, rivaling the oceanic soul beasts in size. This creature is also known to have an affinity for the Snow Emperor, which may provide insight into the latter's whereabouts. Chen Xiaoming, having absorbed numerous tidbits of knowledge regarding soul beasts, finds this information unexpectedly useful at this moment. As the Titan Snow Demon King meanders across the frigid plains, despite its melodious title, it ranks as the least powerful among its peers, possessing barely 200,000 years of cultivation, having endured myriad tribulations over the eons. The prospect of facing another calamity without further enhancement of its strength or bloodline fills it with trepidation. Thus, it roams the ice fields, occasionally seeking rare treasures. With its prolonged lifespan, it is in no hurry, day by day, searching for the bounties of nature. Its towering figure and formidable presence establish it as the undisputed ruler of this icy expanse, where no one dares to challenge its supremacy. Indeed, it is the brightest being in this frozen realm. However, during its leisurely wanderings, a human figure, akin to an ant, enters its spiritual perception. Surprisingly, this human displays no fear, instead approaching steadily and positioning itself directly in front of the Titan Snow Demon King. Might you share the whereabouts of the Snow Emperor? It inquires boldly. I could offer you a chance at survival in return. The voice, laced with soul power, reaches the Titan Snow Demon King through the swirling snow. Until this moment, it had dismissed the human's presence, but now it is filled with fury. A mere human ant dares to infringe upon the domain of the Snow Emperor, seeking death. With a roar, the Titan Snow Demon King brings its colossal foot down upon Chen Xiaoming, intent on teaching this and a lesson about the consequences of such audacity. With a foot measuring 5 meters long and over 2 meters wide, it descends upon Chen Xiaoming, the terrifying wind pressure dispersing the surrounding snow. A thunderous crash resounds as the figure is driven into the snow, and the Titan Snow Demon King lifts its foot in satisfaction, for an ant is ultimately just an ant, incapable of withstanding its might. However, as it prepares to depart, it suddenly feels a tightness in its raised leg, followed by a slight tremor throughout its massive body. Confused, the Titan Snow Demon King looks down to find thick branches erupting from the snow, entwining around its left leg. The green branches glimmer with a hint of red, creeping steadily up its leg toward its torso. In the very spot where it had previously stomped, the human figure now stands resolutely, surrounded by 9 terrifying scarlet soul rings pulsating ominously, exuding an overwhelming aura of soul power. With a subtle smile, the figure summons a green tree from beneath its feet, growing taller and taller until it reaches nearly 100 meters, matching the height of the Titan Snow Demon King. Qin Xiaoming regards the imposing creature with a hint of murderous intent. Though he harbors no desire to slay soul beasts, he is fully capable of doing so. Have you contemplated how you wish to meet your end? The calmness of his words feels like a declaration of an inevitable truth. The Titan Snow Demon King, having lived for over 100,000 years in the extreme northern ice fields, suddenly feels a chill coursing through it, an unsettling sense of dread. With a furious roar, it responds defiantly, deeming any affront to the Titan Snow Demon King unforgivable, regardless of whether the challenger is a titled Douluo. An icy tempest gathers, coalescing into a vortex of extreme cold, radiating a terrifying glacial light, freezing the very air around it into minute crystalline shards. Seeing the Titan Snow Demon King prepare to strike, Qin Xiaoming is equally unyielding. Unlike the Douluo forest, the ground here is blanketed with thick snow, limiting the full expression of his green wood tree martial spirit. Yet, from beneath the surface, branches surge forth as Qin Xiaoming's third soul ring activates, rapidly expanding to ensnare the 100-meter-tall Titan Snow Demon King thoroughly. The red 10,000-year soul ring melds into the branches, a slender red light flickering along them. And in an instant, the strength of the branches amplifies dramatically. The Titan Snow Demon King, undeterred, channels its cold energy to the utmost, unleashing a condensed sphere of frigid air, rapidly expanding into a snowball exceeding 5 meters in radius, propelled forward by the howling winds. As the snowball approaches, Qin Xiaoming remains unfazed, his 6th soul skill illuminating as the tree platform beneath him expands outward, quickly encompassing a 10-meter radius. Sturdy branches rise to form a protective barrier before him. 6th soul skill, Greenwood Defense. The burgeoning green tree trunks envelop Qin Xiaoming, and the red 2,000-year 6th ring bursts forth, enlarging rapidly as it settles into the Greenwood Defense. Red light flickers, and crimson patterns emerge on the already robust defense, rendering it as resilient as steel. With a resounding crash, the snowball collides with the Greenwood Defense, unleashing a torrent of chilling air that envelopes the platform in a thick white mist. This mist is a manifestation of the Titan Snow Demon King's extreme cold energy, accumulated from eons in the northern realms, exuding a fearsome aura. Crackling sounds echo as ice crystals appear on the greenwood branches, the extreme cold infiltrating the defense. In no time, the entire structure appears frozen, resembling an ice fortress. Observing the human before him, who dares to absorb the full impact of his attack without flinching, the Titan Snow Demon King cannot help but smile, believing that even a titled Douluo would not dare withstand such frigid might. Let me escort you on your final journey. With a powerful swing of its fist, nearly the size of Small Hill, a fierce gust of wind accompanies the blow, causing the surrounding air to tremble as the Titan Snow Demon King unleashes its terrifying power. Just as the fist is about to strike the greenwood defense, a soft chime reverberates from within the barrier. The frozen greenwood suddenly glows red, and in the blink of an eye, the ice encased wood appears as if it has been ignited. The ice crystals melted, releasing a voluminous cloud of white steam that enveloped the Qingshu platform. Whoosh, 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 red fragments burst forth from the mist, causing the Titan Snow Demon King to momentarily falter. Was this human warrior not supposed to be a mere plaything? How could he still retaliate? Stunned, the Titan Snow Demon King hesitated, but the attack was already upon him. The red wooden shards descended like searing brands, crashing against the Titan Snow Demon King's colossal form in the blink of an eye. Though his punch sent countless fragments flying, his massive body became a target, forced to retreat several steps under the relentless onslaught. As the snow and wind dissipated, the white mist transformed back into ice crystals, falling gently in the frigid air. The previously formidable Qingshu defense had vanished, leaving Chen Xiaoming standing serenely on the platform, unperturbed, merely smiling at the Titan Snow Demon King. Zzz. Energy surged around the Titan Snow Demon King, revealing numerous wounds across his grand physique, with fragments lodged within him. A chilling aura radiated outward, freezing the shards as he gradually healed. In that moment, the arrogance in the Titan Snow Demon King's eyes faded. A single strike from this individual had forced him back, indicating that he was, indeed, a peak powerhouse even among title Douluos. If he continued in his previous arrogance, he would be wasting the 200,000 years he had lived. Human, you are formidable, but you are unwelcome here, and there is no Snow Emperor. The Titan Snow Demon King, in a voice that echoed across the plains, spoke for the first time, his immense form recovering while gathering his momentum. Hearing those words, Chen Xiaoming coldly smiled. Your opinion on my welcome is irrelevant. The deceased 10,000-year-old beast lacked the qualification to dictate my fate. Chapter 49. Qingshu Dragon Spear Human. You seek death. The furious roar reverberated across the northern plains, inciting the Titan Snow Demon King's rage. How dare a mere human title Douluo attempt to slay him? Did he believe the three kings of the far north were mere clay? Crack, crack, crack. An overwhelming chill erupted from within the Titan Snow Demon King, an extraordinary aura enveloping Chen Xiaoming in an instant. A domain? Chen Xiaoming furrowed his brow, surprised that the Titan Snow Demon King possessed a domain of his own. It was no wonder. Even the Titan giant ape had a domain, so a being of this stature would naturally possess one as well. After all, he was a rare hybrid of divine beasts, blessed with exceptional traits. The temperature plummeted, and a layer of ice crystals formed on the Qingshu platform. Chen Xiaoming felt a peculiar pressure weighing upon him, dulling his thoughts and senses. Intriguing. This domain even included mental energy. Having witnessed the gravity control domain of the Titan giant ape and the 7-kill domain of the sword doll, the Titan Snow Demon's domain was indeed unique. Amidst the sluggish effects, there was also a mental wave that suppressed other spiritual energies. Boom! As Chen Xiaoming pondered, the Titan Snow Demon King's attack arrived. Ice crystals coalesced upon his fists, resembling two towering icebergs. Having inherited the bloodlines of the ancient ice god and the Titan Snow Demon, he seamlessly combined both, granting him his own domain, the Ice Freeze domain. With his immense body and strength, he could render his opponent's movements sluggish, rendering them utterly helpless against his punch. In his youth, he had once pursued the Snow Emperor, enduring a near-fatal encounter but ultimately surviving. Few had perished at his hands, and Chen Xiaoming was the first peak title Douluo to challenge him. Exuding confidence, the Titan Snow Demon King was taken aback as he beheld Chen Xiaoming slowly raising his right hand. 8th Soul Skill, Qingshu Ascendant. A soft voice resonated as the spirit of the Qingshu tree illuminated, and his 8th soul ring burst forth, merging into the tree, conjuring a massive ethereal silhouette. A red wooden staff extended from it, which Chen Xiaoming grasped lightly. Transform. As the redwood entered his hand, soul power surged within like a tide. The front end of the staff gradually transforming until, in an instant, a spiraled spearhead emerged. Throughout the battle, Chen Xiaoming's mastery over his spirit had flourished. He had evolved from merely utilizing soul skills to integrating them into his combat style. His strength had risen tremendously. You will soon discover whether it is I who seeks death. With a firm stomp, 9 soul rings of 10,000 years shimmered, unleashing a torrent of soul power. His 3rd soul ring launched forth, merging into the Qingshu spear, from which branches sprouted like delicate wooden dragons, intertwining into the spear. Whoosh! With a leap, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Chen Xiaoming's eyes. A 200,000-year-old beast dared to kill him. He would show no mercy. Grasping the Qingshu dragon spear, Chen Xiaoming charged toward the Titan Snow Demon King's colossal right fist, which descended with formidable might like an iceberg. Before he could near, A terrifying explosion of ice crystals erupted, sending countless shards raining down, reminiscent of the wooden fragments Chen Xiaoming had unleashed earlier. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in the Titan Snow Demon King's eyes. How foolish of this human to taste the bitter fruit of his own actions. Humph. With a disdainful snort, he thought to counter his own strategy. Chen Xiaoming's audacity was both commendable and foolish. The third soul skill of the Qingshu dragon spear manifested, radiating brilliance as countless branches surged forth, forming layers of protective barriers before Chen Xiaoming. The descending ice crystal fragments were entirely halted by the branches, unable to penetrate. This sight momentarily stunned the Titan Snow Demon King, but joy quickly followed. With Chen Xiaoming thus restrained, he was but a living target, unable to evade his impending punch. Roaring in fury, the Titan Snow Demon King's eyes turned blood red, and his already towering figure surged an additional 30 meters, reaching a terrifying height of 130 meters. The dormant Titan Snow Demon bloodline within him awakened, causing his body to swell dramatically. The sheer force created a tremor in the surrounding air. His descending fist ballooned nearly to double its size, enveloped not only in chilling air but also a sphere of dark, ghostly light. To provoke the Titan Snow Demon King would be to teach this human a lesson about the consequences of arrogance. The Titan Snow Demon King's sudden outburst prompted Chen Xiaoming to take a closer look. His intelligence was commendable, having concealed his true power until now. However, the unfortunate flaw lay in his poor judgment. He had chosen the wrong opponent. With his resolve to kill solidified, Chen Xiaoming would not hold back. Kill! With a thrust of the Qingshu dragon spear, a glimmer of silver light appeared at its tip, almost entirely concealed by the crimson glow emanating from a spear. Thud! Like a mountain's fist crashing down, Chen Xiaoming's figure paled in comparison to even a single finger of his opponent. Yet in the moment of collision, a flash of silver light emanated, and Chen Xiaoming darted past, piercing straight through the Titan Snow Demon King's fully unleashed fist. Blood spilled forth. Yet before it could touch the ground, it froze mid-air. With a swift leap, Chen Xiaoming landed upon the shoulders of the Titan Snow Demon King, pivoting his body to intercept another powerful punch, which he effortlessly pierced through. Standing atop the Titan Snow Demon King's head, he rested the Azure Dragon spear gently against its massive cranium, exuding an air of calm authority. The howling cold winds seemed to amplify the Titan's bewilderment as blood continued to ooze from the wounds on its fists. The force of its own bloodline power had been directly penetrated, a notion almost unfathomable to the Titan Snow Demon King. Yet the reality was undeniable. Chen Xiaoming stood above him. What was most terrifying was the fear emanating from the Titan Snow Demon King, triggered by the mere presence of the Azure Dragon spear, which measured only about 3 meters in length. An instinctive voice within warned him that should that spear descend, death would surely follow. With a casual flick, Chen Xiaoming pointed the spear's tip at the Titan Snow Demon King's crown, his gaze drifting towards a distant, snow-laden realm, where visibility faltered. Yet a subtle smile graced his lips. Since fate had brought him here, why not make an appearance? Reflecting upon this, he decided to pen a few words of gratitude. First, he expressed his heartfelt thanks to the readers who had supported this book along its journey. He appreciated every vote, every donation, and every insightful comment left by his readers. It was their enthusiasm and suggestions that had propelled the author forward, albeit in a rather twisted direction, making it a path of no return. Moreover, he extended his gratitude to his editor, Paida, for their valuable feedback. As for the book's release, he acknowledged the criticisms regarding its brevity, assuring readers that a burst of creativity would soon emerge. Whether he sought validation was inconsequential. What mattered was his preference for concise, impactful writing. He encouraged those who enjoyed the book to lend their support in whatever capacity they could, whether through votes or contributions, while also understanding the constraints of their circumstances. The author vowed to maintain a consistent update schedule, promising at least 3 updates daily, with the possibility of increasing to 4 or 5 based on performance, as he too felt the weight of exhaustion. Furthermore, for those willing to pledge their allegiance, a commitment to raise the chapter count would be honored, with additional chapters unlocked upon reaching certain milestones. In closing, he expressed gratitude for the unwavering support, promising to continue striving for excellence in his writing endeavors. As the words echoed, The Titan Snow Demon King beneath him momentarily froze in astonishment. However, soon its mental prowess expanded, sensing a familiar presence approaching through the swirling snowstorm, which brought it a sense of joy. "Human, you should not be here," came a chilling voice devoid of anger. The figure remained distant, the surrounding storm intensifying. "Release him and depart at once." The Titan Snow Demon King displayed an expression of excitement, uncertain whether it was relief from escaping peril or joy at the arrival of the figure meant to rescue it. "Haha, those who wish to kill me have only one path, death." Chen Xiaoming chuckled, taken aback by the demand to release the Titan Snow Demon King, but quickly found amusement in it. "Not even you can dictate my actions." With that declaration, Chen Xiaoming unleashed his soul power, and with a flash of silver light from the Azure Dragon Spear, he pierced through the Titan Snow Demon King's skull. The unleashed soul power wreaked havoc as the silver light cleaved a rift in space within the Titan's head. A final roar escaped the Titan Snow Demon King, but as disbelief washed over, the spark of life in its eyes gradually extinguished. The Titan Snow Demon King, one of the three rulers of the extreme north, had fallen. Suddenly, the snowstorm erupted violently, enveloping Chen Xiaoming in a cascade of snowflakes as an overwhelming pressure surged from afar. In an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped him, as if his body were being ensnared by frost. Not far off, the figure that had approached drew closer. Chen Xiaoming focused his soul power and finally beheld the true visage of the entity before him. The figure resembled a human girl of around 17 or 18, with cascading white hair that flowed to her feet. Her flawless, elongated form was draped in a simple ice blue gown, exuding an air of purity and grace, reminiscent of winter blooms defying the frost. Her sky blue eyes were ethereal and penetrating, as if they could see through all worldly matters. Even in her momentary irritation, she retained the elegance of a celestial being, untouched by earthly concerns. She was the Snow Empress, the third among the 10 ferocious beasts, the sovereign of the extreme north. Chen Xiaoming marveled at her youthful appearance, recognizing that the Snow Empress was one of the rare humanoid soul beasts. However, her beauty was almost criminally captivating. He pondered whether such a striking figure would feel pain if struck by a spear. A sharp voice of indignation pierced through his thoughts. Shameless. Having lived for 700,000 years, the Snow Empress had witnessed far more than any human could fathom, and the mention of a spear from Chen Xiaoming ignited her fury. With a graceful motion, her delicate hand unleashed a torrent of soul power, akin to a roaring wave. The surrounding storm was drawn toward her, coalescing into an icy barrage that momentarily halted the blizzard. Chen Xiaoming touched a nearby snowflake, watching it melt into water. As he contemplated the scene, the suspended snowflakes abruptly surged toward the Snow Empress. Imperial palm of endless winter. With a single strike, the world shifted, and an intense cold surged toward Chen Xiaoming. In that moment, he felt a profound chill, distinct from the Titan Snow Demon King's field of frost, which merely dulled his movements. This was a frigid force intent on freezing him entirely, before the strike could land. Its might rivaled that of the Titan Snow Demon King's most potent blow. Chen Xiaoming tightened his grip on the spear, fully aware of the formidable opponent before him. The Snow Empress's right hand gleamed like polished jade, as pure and white as snow, seemingly carved from a flawless piece of white jade. As the chill swirled around them, the world regained its tumult, and the Snow Empress's figure vanished from sight. A faint ripple of energy surged through the storm, prompting Chen Xiaoming to focus. With a sudden flash, the Azure Dragon Spear in his hand ignited with silver light as he thrust it forth. A soft hum resonated as an intense chill coursed along the spear towards him, the Snow Empress's figure flickering as she retreated, landing 30 meters away. Crack, crack, crack! Ice crystals began to spread from the tip of the spear, and Chen Xiaoming found himself unable to dispel them despite channeling his soul power. He could only slightly impede the rate of freezing. The radiant glow of the 8th soul ring shimmered, enveloping the entire Qingmu dragon spear in a crimson light. Yet surprisingly, even with the augmentation of a 100,000-year soul ring, he could not disperse the encroaching ice. Chen Xiaoming's gaze sharpened with intrigue. The Emperor's palm of great cold was indeed formidable. No wonder even the resurrected extreme Douluo had proclaimed that no one could withstand a strike from the Emperor's palm. Its might was such that even an extreme Douluo would likely only be able to evade its edge. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress hovered gracefully in the storm, exuding an air of authority over the tempest, coldly gazing down upon Chen Xiaoming. Those struck by her emperor's palm were left with no chance of survival. Chen Xiaoming calmly lifted his head, feeling exhilarated by the Snow Empress's formidable presence. A mysterious aura emanated from him, and in that moment, it seemed as if the swirling winds and snow had come to a halt. His body slowly levitated, his robe billowing without wind, producing a resonant sound. The Qingmu dragon spear, half encased in ice, was raised. A fleeting glimmer of silver flashed in his eyes, and a layer of silver light enveloped the spear. As the silver light emerged, the previously spreading ice crystals were instantly frozen in place, revealing dark, shadowy edges. A black fissure suddenly appeared, and the Qingmu dragon spear was swiftly consumed by it, losing half of its form. Not far away, the Snow Empress's expression shifted to one of gravity as the darkness emerged, causing the surrounding snowstorm to intensify. Chen Xiaoming slowly withdrew the Qingmu dragon spear, now intact yet shimmering with silver light, while faint spatial fluctuations radiated from him. The Snow Empress's casual palm bore the power of a 100,000-year soul ring. And Chen Xiaoming regarded the icy maiden before him with a faint smile. Now he could finally wield his powers with assurance. Chapter 51. Imperial Sword. Ice Extreme Unmatched continued. Upon the vast, frigid plains, snowstorms swirled, the biting winds howled, and the cold pierced to the bone. Two figures floated in the air above a colossal soul beast carcass. A blood-red 100,000-year soul rings slowly, drifting nearby. The immense soul power dissipated, perceivable even from a distance. The center of the extreme northern plains was a gathering ground for powerful soul beasts. And the demise of the Titan Snow Demon King stirred many 10,000-year soul beasts into restlessness. If they could absorb the bloodline and soul power of the 100,000-year soul beast, their own evolution to that tier would be greatly expedited. Yet, none dared to approach the center. Only those with cultivation above 70,000 years, possessing intelligence comparable to humans, could reach this point. The death of a 100,000-year soul beast signified both opportunity and peril. As the soul power of the Titan Snow Demon King dispersed, it mingled with two other familiar soul power fluctuations, prompting the soul beasts in the extreme north to hesitate. In the battlefield, Chen Xiaoming stood firm, his silver eyes shimmering as a faint spatial wave enveloped him. The surrounding snowstorm could not encroach any closer. The Qingmu dragon spear in his hand glimmered with a chilling radiance. The Snow Empress's expression turned serious as her ethereal gaze scrutinized him, emanating a unique vibration that subtly stirred the surrounding space. Her figure seemed to meld with the falling snowflakes, becoming one with the elements. My domain? Chen Xiaoming's expression shifted. The Snow Empress's strength surpassed that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Her power was likely sufficient to contend with a third-level deity. Amidst the swirling snow, her form vanished from his sight, blending seamlessly with the tempest. His silver eyes flickered, and the faint spatial waves imprinted in his mind revealed that the Snow Empress was not entirely one with the heavens. Though he lost sight of her, he could still perceive the spatial fluctuations. Crack, crack, crack. The temperature plummeted once more, and the falling snow coalesced into ice crystals, creating a stunning spectacle within a radius of 10,000 meters. Countless snowflake-shaped ice crystals hung motionless in the air, reflecting sunlight and radiating brilliant light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of crisp sounds reverberated as the ice crystals spun, producing a thunderous roar that seemed to seal off the space around them. The world dimmed, and every inch of space quaked violently. The previously discernible traces of the Snow Empress vanished amidst the swirling ice crystals. Chen Xiaoming paused momentarily. Then a faint smile graced his lips. How intriguing. The Snow Empress truly lived up to her reputation. When did she perceive his presence? Inwardly acknowledging her prowess, Chen Xiaoming raised the Qingmu dragon spear, for these resplendent ice crystals served purposes beyond mere motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of spinning ice crystals surged toward him from all directions, plunging the realm before him into darkness as sunlight was eclipsed by the overwhelming mass of ice crystals. Clang! Chen Xiaoming's fourth soul ring and ninth soul ring ignited simultaneously, and a colossal Qingmu tree shadow materialized behind him, swaying defiantly even in this frigid domain. Growing wildly, in an instant, it reached a height of 30 meters, and both soul rings flew forth, merging into the Qingmu tree shadow. Fourth soul skill growth. Ninth soul skill, tree realm descends. Boom! Two blazing red beams erupted, and a towering Qingmu tree shadow enveloped Chen Xiaoming. Countless branches emerging to form sturdy trunks that shielded him within. Beneath him, a silver gleam flickered as a robust branch slowly ascended. The branch was entirely green, adorned with silver carvings, alongside two blood-red markings. It shot upward, reaching 30 meters in mere moments. Countless branches extended from the top, converging to form a bud-like shape. A vibrant green glow bursting forth and surging into the bud. The bud, barely 3 meters in size, thrived under the verdant radiance, its once azure branches melding into one, transforming into a massive silver petal that appeared both surreal and vibrant with life. The formidable defensive tree realm, forged from numerous thick branches, faced the onslaught of ice crystals. Representing Chen Xiaoming's ninth soul ring and his strongest defensive soul ring, now unleashed to counter the Snow Empress's icy barrage. Countless crackling sounds echoed as the ice crystals struck the trunks, yet all were repelled, unable to inflict any harm upon Chen Xiaoming. Floating in midair, the Snow Empress observed this scene with an indifferent gaze. With a slight gesture of her right hand, the ice crystal assault intensified, an extreme chill erupting as countless icy tendrils surrounded the tree realm. The outer layer of the Qingmu trunk succumbed to the frigid air, its defensive power significantly diminished. Clang, clang, clang. One by one, ice crystals penetrated the trunk, the cold surging toward its core. In mere moments, the defensive outer layer of the tree realm was breached. Chen Xiaoming, situated within, found himself at a loss for words as he witnessed this unfolding spectacle. The wisdom of the Snow Emperor is remarkably profound, as she adeptly harnesses the frigid air to diminish the defenses of her arboreal realm. However, with the outer layer breached, Chen Xiaoming remains largely unfazed. After all, his most formidable defense is far from simplistic. Just as this thought crosses his mind, the Snow Emperor, who had previously remained inactive, makes her move once more. This time, she performs a singular, yet elegant gesture. Her delicate right hand, as graceful as jade, rises slowly, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. In that moment, a deep blue long sword, seemingly forged from crystallized ice, materializes from thin air. Before Chen Xiaoming can scrutinize it closely, the sword emits a radiant arc of deep blue, transitioning from dark to pale hues before culminating in a brilliant white. The terrifying sword light carves through the air, leaving fracturing patterns in its wake, as if the very atmosphere has solidified into ice only to be cleaved apart. The sword beam slices through the outer layer of the arboreal defense and strikes the inner layer, instantly creating a visible crack. What was once an unassailable barrier is breached in the blink of an eye. The chilling aura enveloping the sword forms an icy path in the air, as the deep blue long sword advances gracefully towards Chen Xiaoming, akin to an ethereal spirit amidst the snow. The imperial sword, unparalleled in its icy might. As the 52nd chapter unfolds, the imperial sword remains unmatched in its icy supremacy. With the path of ice laid before him and the sword light approaching, Chen Xiaoming's gaze sharpens, his eyes gleaming with silver brilliance. He steps forth, a subtle ripple of spatial energy manifesting as he swiftly thrusts his Qingmu dragon spear against the sword beam. A resonant hum reverberates through the space as an exquisite point of light forms at the point of contact, only to be engulfed by darkness, shattering the surrounding area and unleashing a cataclysmic force that tightens the space around him. The fractured space begins to mend, and a resplendent, deep blue sword light flickers before vanishing. The Snow Emperor, her figure ethereal amidst the swirling wind and snow, unleashes yet another strike. A lethal sword attack catches Chen Xiaoming momentarily off guard, yet he smiles gently as the flower buds at the center of his arboreal realm finally bloom, reminiscent of a flourishing blossom in a prosperous era, radiating silver light, with red stamens, silver petals, and verdant leaves. As the flower blossoms, a brilliant silver light flashes, akin to a meteor streaking across Chun Xiaoming's path, causing a delicate disturbance in the space ahead, as if a thin mirror had emerged within the original realm. With the flower's bloom, the realm is established. The blue sword light pierces the mirror's surface, creating gentle ripples across its reflective plane. Observing this, the Snow Emperor's expression shifts, and with a flick of her right hand, she directs the imperial sword, followed by a powerful palm strike, retreating gracefully to a distance. Crack, crack, boom! The might of the imperial palm spreads momentarily, causing the spatial mirror to shudder, shattering all ice crystals into a flurry of falling snowflakes. Chun Xiaoming, unperturbed within the mirror's domain, nods in satisfaction. The Snow Emperor gazes solemnly at the bizarre flower radiating above, a sight she has never encountered before. The flower, now partially visible, seems to exist outside the bounds of this space. The Snow Emperor falls silent. Chun Xiaoming's defense has effortlessly withstood her two most formidable attacks without a single crack appearing, far surpassing her understanding of strength. A moment of hesitation washes over her. Though she has survived the calamities of 70 millennia, she senses her own limitations. Engaging Chun Xiaoming in a direct confrontation could lead to her downfall if she were to sustain injury. As the sovereign of this frigid realm, sacrificing herself for the Titan Snow Demon King, or the already deceased Titan Snow Demon King, seems a grave miscalculation. Her cerulean eyes scrutinize Chun Xiaoming, who in turn is evaluating the Snow Emperor. The arena falls into a hush. Chun Xiaoming glances at the Snow Emperor before shifting his gaze to the radiant spatial flower above, exhaling a sigh of relief. This spatial mirror technique, a culmination of his insights into the pathway of space, has manifested through the integration of his ninth soul skill, the arboreal realm, and the abundant vitality derived from his fourth soul skill. It is a manifestation of his bloodline power, a stroke of divine providence. Witnessing its formidable effect, Chun Xiaoming feels a profound sense of contentment. Despite the potency of his bloodline origin, one drawback remains. The system lacks a one-click comprehension feature, necessitating his own understanding. Having only grasped a minuscule aspect of his primary bloodline origin thus far, Chun Xiaoming finds himself at a loss for words. Yet, even this small fragment, when infused into his soul skills, has birthed his own abilities. The spatial mirror and the Qingmu dragon spear, an offensive and defensive combination. As for why he does not refer to it as the Qingmu staff, could he divulge that it simply sounds more melodious? Certainly not. The primary reason lies in the existence of the advanced version, the Qingmu silver spear. Positioned behind the spatial mirror, Chun Xiaoming stands invulnerable, calmly observing the Snow Emperor. Despite the latter's attempts to unleash her ultimate moves, she cannot inflict upon him even the slightest harm. With an inward sigh of tranquility, Chun Xiaoming finds himself pondering the prowess of the 10 great beasts, particularly Dtion. He wonders if his current strength would allow him to engage in a playful challenge with Dtion. The thought of the latter's formidable cultivation and the dragon god's signature soul skill, the dragon god claw, ignites a fire of determination within Chun Xiaoming's eyes. However, for now, he must first address the immediate situation. Raising an eyebrow, he casts his gaze toward the figure swiftly approaching from a distance behind the Snow Emperor. Across the horizon, a vibrant emerald light swiftly envelopes the land, transforming the world into a dazzling expanse of translucent green, reminiscent of an enormous emerald gemstone suspended in the sky. As this emerald hue spreads to a radius of 1,000 meters around the Snow Emperor, the snow accumulations are stirred, and within the snow, a flash of green light reveals a soul beast appearing beside the Snow Emperor. The soul beast, a scorpion approximately 1.5 meters in length, displays two striking colors, icy blue and vibrant emerald. Its front end is layered in 4 tiers, with its head positioned atop the foremost layer. Its silvery white mandibles glimmer with a chilling radiance, while the unique hexagonal scales covering its upper half shimmer with an astonishing brilliance akin to diamonds. Its eyes, resembling yellow gemstones, gleam with brilliance, and its 6 elongated, powerful legs radiate unparalleled luster. The emerald scorpion's tail dances with vitality, imbued with life. The Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion, the Ice Emperor. In the extreme northern realm, such a potent soul beast could only be the elusive Ice Emperor, as Chun Xiaoming cannot fathom any other possibilities. casting a glance at the Snow Emperor and then at the approaching Ice Emperor. Chen Xiaoming envisions a vivid scene in his mind. Indeed, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor are true soulmates. Snow Maiden, how do you fare? As the Ice Emperor arrives, she urgently inquires. Having sensed the disturbance caused by the clash between the Snow Emperor and Chen Xiaoming in this frigid core of the Northern Realm, prompting her swift arrival. I'm fine, Bing. The Snow Emperor responds, her previously tense demeanor relaxing slightly upon the Ice Emperor's arrival. With her assistance, she now possesses a fighting chance. Chen Xiaoming, eavesdropping on their tender exchange of names, feels a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He can't help but ponder why he hadn't arrived here thousands of years earlier. Perhaps to witness the spectacle between the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor in their prime. Alas, what a pity it is. With a fleeting glance, Chen Xiaoming's eyes swept over the Ice Emperor's menacing scorpion tail, momentarily causing him to exclaim, "How long?" before hastily averting his gaze, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Coughing lightly, he chided himself for his wicked thoughts. Now was not the time for such distractions. As he lost himself in contemplation, the Ice Emperor gleaned the unfolding events from the Snow Empress and cast a glance at the lifeless Titan, Snow Demon King beneath them, a flicker of coldness flashing in his gem-like eyes. Chapter 53. Origin Breakthrough, Second Update. The extreme northern lands were suddenly engulfed in a howling blizzard, the heavy snowflakes being whipped into a frenzy by the ferocious winds. The already frigid temperature plummeted further, the terrifying chill threatening to freeze everything in its vicinity. The Snow Empress emanated a terrifying wave of soul power, her domain, the Emperor's cold sky snow dance, reaching its zenith, transforming the surrounding area into a realm of snow. With a crack, the Ice Emperor similarly unleashed a torrent of soul power, his eternal freeze domain spreading forth, enveloping Chen Xiaoming once more within the Snow Empress's domain. In the damp air of the extreme north, moisture was relentlessly transformed into piercing cold winds and snowflakes the size of goose feathers, sharp as blades and gleaming with an icy sheen. Together, the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor wielded their powers, casting the entire area into a world of ice and snow, commanding everything within their dominion. Chen Xiaoming refrained from intervening, patiently awaiting their combined might, eager to ascertain the true extent of his spatial mirror's prowess. "Gome, let me witness your strongest strike," he proclaimed, his voice resonating amidst the swirling snow and flashing cold light. As the forms of the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor vanished from sight. Yet, Chen Xiaoming understood that they were now gathering strength, preparing for their ultimate assault. Under the duality of their domains, bolstered by the abundant chill of the extreme north, the potency of their soul techniques would surely be magnified. "I hope you are strong enough," he murmured softly, closing his eyes slightly as the silver light of the spatial flower above him cascaded down, enveloping him in its luminescence. Flickers of silver shimmering within his gently closed eyelids. Drawing upon the immense external pressure, Chen Xiaoming delved into the understanding and fusion of his bloodline origin. He felt as if he had transcended into another realm, his form melding with the silver light, becoming ethereal and elusive. Within the storm, the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor sensed Chen Xiaoming's state, their expressions momentarily tightening as they exchanged glances before the Snow Empress nodded. In her delicate hand, a deep blue sword light manifested once more, its power heightened compared to before. A gust of cold air erupted from the Ice Emperor, merging instantly with the Emperor's sword, resulting in a white halo encircling the blue sword light. "Bing, are you?" The Snow Empress's countenance shifted as she realized that what the Ice Emperor had expelled was not merely soul power, but the essence of his ultimate ice, a tremendous cost that would take centuries to replenish. "Snow Empress, there is no alternative. The enemy is too formidable. Without this, we stand no chance," the Ice Emperor replied, her voice tinged with fatigue. The immense expenditure had drained her reserves. Yet seeing the power of the Emperor's sword amplified more than twofold, she breathed a sigh of relief. The Ice Emperor then raised her front claw, ice crystals forming anew as she concentrated her soul power to restore her state to its pinnacle. "Snow Empress, it is your turn now," she declared, vanishing in a flash toward Chen Xiaoming's spatial mirror. The Ice Emperor's front claw glimmered with cold light as the spatial mirror trembled slightly. an exquisite brilliance of ice blossoming forth, freezing a radius of approximately half a meter around her. With a swift motion, a verdant scorpion tail darted past, leaving a mark upon the previously crystalline surface. Following the strike, the Ice Emperor's figure flickered away. Snow Empress, now is the moment. As the words fell, the deep blue sword light surged forward, piercing directly into the icy surface. A clear, ringing sound echoed as the spatial mirror enveloping Chun Xiaoming rippled like a tranquil lake. The Snow Empress, standing resolutely, a gentle breath merging into it. The previously half-meter crystalline surface began to congeal once more, extending outward rapidly. Seizing the moment of disruption, it took mere moments for an ice mirror with a radius exceeding 10 meters to form. Oof! A soft exhalation escaped as silver light flickered upon the spatial flower, smoothing the ripples across the mirror, slowing the freezing process significantly. The Snow Empress observed this scene with a hint of hesitation, yet quickly resolved herself, a faint aura emanating as she summoned the power of the extreme northern lands. The accumulated chill of countless years surged into the Snow Empress's body, amplifying the blue sword light's power once more. At that moment, the spatial mirror seemed to face not just the Snow Empress, but the entirety of the extreme northern plains. What had once been impervious now caved under the onslaught of the sword light. Intense spatial turbulence reverberated through the mirror, and Chen Xiaoming instinctively felt his soul power being rapidly siphoned away into the blooming flower. Yet, he had no time to ponder this. For as the Emperor's sword surged in might, a subtle shift occurred within the space surrounding him. The ever-changing spatial dynamics momentarily left him in awe. The brilliance of his bloodline origin flickered in his mind, and his comprehension of spatial fluctuations ignited like sparks. The world before Chen Xiaoming no longer resembled the extreme northern plains, but an expansive, boundless starry sky. A tangible spatial barrier loomed before him, with a gentle touch. It trembled as if a stone had been cast into a lake. The space rippled in layers, and within those layers, Chen Xiaoming glimpsed the essence of the universe itself, each ripple carrying with it an overwhelming weight, as if infused with the power of the world, capable of toppling mountains and seas. For a moment, he was mesmerized by the exquisite transformations of space before him. Though his understanding was limited, he adhered to his instincts, drawing forth insights into the path of the universe. On the plains, the Snow Empress's assault on the spatial mirror reached its zenith. Although the mirror had been dented, it remained unbroken. Even with the power of the extreme north at her disposal, the Snow Empress found it impossible to breach Chen Xiaoming's defenses, leaving both her and the Ice Emperor in despair. Just as the Snow Empress contemplated retreating with the Ice Emperor, the seemingly invulnerable spatial mirror unexpectedly shattered. The Snow Empress focused intently, sensing the peculiar nature of the shattering, and refrained from launching another attack, for she understood their respective strengths. Floating in midair, Chen Xiaoming's eyes glimmered with silver light as he gazed at the mirror-like space that had fractured, a deluge of inspiration flooding his heart. The understanding of one's ancestral bloodline deepened further, countless flashes of insight illuminating Chen Xiaoming's mind. At this moment, he yearned to find a secluded place for introspection, losing all interest in frolicking with the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor. Observing the two before him, he felt a sense of delight, finding them increasingly agreeable. "I bestow upon you a chance. May fate bring us together again." As his calm words fell, Chen Xiaoming took a step, causing a subtle ripple in the space around him. An aura of spatial fluctuation emanated forth, instantly altering the countenances of the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the space before them shifted slightly, and two distinct energy waves surged into their bodies. The Snow Empress and Ice Emperor fell into a trance, entranced by the unique state they had entered. Amidst the swirling snow, they contemplated for a lengthy period before gradually regaining their senses. They exchanged a glance, turning toward the spot where Chen Xiaoming had once stood. The Qingshu platform, with its sturdy branches, had now been transformed into a frozen sculpture, standing silently upon the plain, a testament to Chen Xiaoming's prior presence. A flicker of something unusual glimmered in the Snow Empress's ethereal eyes. She uttered a single word before falling silent. Amidst the swirling snow, her figure vanished without further ado. leaving little said to the Ice Emperor. Watching the Snow Empress's departure and then glancing at the spot where Chen Xiaoming had disappeared, the Ice Emperor's expression grew complex. Her instincts hinted that the Snow Empress might be departing from her life. Yet, recalling the unique energy that had surged into her mind earlier, the Ice Emperor remained silent. With a soft sigh, she lingered not, casting a glance at the lifeless body of the Titan Snow Demon King beneath her. At that moment, her interest waned. Perhaps, with a complete understanding of that energy, she would surpass her limits during the next calamity. As snowflakes danced in the air, a flash of emerald light flickered, and the Ice Emperor's figure also vanished into the vast expanse of snow. In an instant, the once tumultuous battlefield was left with only the massive corpse of the Titan Snow Demon King, emanating a faint spiritual energy with a 1,000-year soul ring swirling above it, its crimson hue shimmering against the white snow. If any soul master were to discover that their coveted 1,000-year soul ring lay carelessly discarded here, they might find themselves in despair. In the surrounding regions of the extreme north, the soul beast stirred restlessly, sensing the waning energy of the battlefield. Many formidable soul beasts began to approach cautiously. In the vast expanse of the extreme north, the death of the Titan Snow Demon King sparked a bloody struggle for dominance, leaving one to wonder which soul beast might ultimately ascend to fill the void left by its demise. However, this was of no concern to Chen Xiaoming. Somewhere in the extreme north, Chen Xiaoming's figure materialized, glancing at the ground beneath him, his resolve firm. With a decisive step, verdant trees erupted from the snow, forming a square wooden cabin. In a flash, Chen Xiaoming entered. Boom! The wooden cabin descended slowly, soon sinking beneath the snow's surface. As the swirling snow enveloped it, a new layer of white blanketed the top. Within the cabin, Chen Xiaoming sat cross-legged, entering a state of seclusion. His mind erupted with insights, the understanding of his bloodline power flowing forth like an unrestrained torrent, as if a tap had been turned on. Otherwise, why would he have rushed to conclude the battle so hastily, graciously gifting the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor before departing? Without hesitation, Chen Xiaoming closed his eyes, directing his spirit into the source of his bloodline. Upon touching the silvery light, a wave of dizziness overcame him, the surrounding space shifting as if he were ascending continuously. The once grand starry sky drew ever nearer, the previously diminutive stars magnifying before his eyes. In mere moments, he felt as though he were amidst billions of stars. Gazing down upon the expanse of the cosmos, a tapestry of twinkling lights. Buzz! He continued to rise, and with a gentle sound, arrived at a wondrous realm, surrounded by vibrant hues. Brilliant silver light shimmered ethereally, dark flickers danced in and out of existence, and gentle waves of colorless energy permeated the surroundings, accompanied by countless elusive glimmers of light. Enthralled by the myriad of colors and points of light, Chen Xiaoming immersed himself in this brilliance, engaging in deep contemplation. Time flowed swiftly, and tranquility returned to the extreme north. Unbeknownst to how long had passed since the previous battle, the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor had vanished, never to reappear in the extreme north. Many soul beasts speculated that the two might have perished on the battlefield, particularly after the death of a 100,000-year soul beast. The demise of two more would not be surprising. The corpse of the Titan Snow Demon King was ultimately claimed by a 95,000-year extreme Ice Wolf King. Utilizing the immense soul power and bloodline within the Titan Snow Demon King, successfully ascended to the ranks of a 100,000-year soul beast, becoming one of the triad of rulers in the extreme north. During this period, numerous events transpired. The Shrek 7 and others accompanied Flander to Heavendo City, where they settled at the Blue Lotus Academy, rekindling the former Golden Triangle. Tang San was predictably taken by the poison Douluo. However, benefiting from his protagonist aura, he emerged unscathed, rapidly enhancing his strength through the ice and fire double eye. The remaining Shrek 6 also advanced their cultivation within Heavendo City. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall finally discovered the battlefield outside Shrek Academy. Following several layers of reports, it eventually caught the attention of the higher-ups, who discreetly initiated an investigation. The colossal Spirit Hall began to function like a machine, and Chen Xiaoming finally entered their sights. After all, Chen Xiaoming's several encounters had created significant disturbances, and with numerous residents living in Shrek Academy, Their testimonies and descriptions alerted the spirit hall to the presence of Chen Xiaoming, a suspected title Douluo. However, what truly piqued the spirit hall's interest were the accounts from those who had witnessed Chen Xiaoming's red 100,000-year soul ring. The mention of 7 crimson rings transmitted swiftly to the higher-ups, elevating Chen Xiaoming to notoriety. Yet, all this transpired beyond the awareness of Chen Xiaoming, who remained oblivious to his newfound fame within the spirit hall. Somewhere in the extreme north, a figure surged forth from the depths of thick snow, suspended in the air, surrounded by a faint aura that repelled the wind and snow. Finally, after a prolonged absence from sunlight, Chen Xiaoming gazed at the beam of light cutting through the storm. Exhaling deeply, emerging from his seclusion, he smiled faintly at the boundless expanse of snow, pondering how the two had fared in their own understanding. Chapter 55, The City of the Extreme North. In the vast expanse of the extreme north, a figure stepped forth, with silver hair cascading and clad in white garments. The figure moved gracefully, appearing to traverse the distance in the blink of an eye, reaching 100 meters away in an instant. The figure emerging from seclusion is none other than Chen Xiaoming. After searching extensively in the far north, he found no trace of the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor. Reflecting on the small gifts he had given them before his retreat, he surmised that they were likely occupied with their own meditative practices. Thus, he chose not to linger any longer and departed from the frigid expanse. During his hasty departure, he had forgotten to retrieve the soul bone from the Titan Snow Demon King he had vanquished. By the time he returned, it was too late. The opportunity had slipped away. A mere 10,000-year soul bone was inconsequential to him, for he, Chen Xiaoming, was not one to be in want of such relics. Even after scouring the snowy terrain for an entire day, turning over every flake, he found nothing. It is precisely this lack of discovery that allowed him to proclaim nonchalantly that losing a 10,000-year soul bone was hardly a calamity. As he gradually distanced himself from the extreme north, Chen Xiaoming resolved to take a different route this time. Uncertain of his next destination, whether to seek out Emperor Tian in the Stardow Forest, head straight to the sea, or perhaps visit Tang San and his companions, he decided to meander on his own. The Douluo continent was vast, and he had yet to explore it properly. This journey promised to yield plentiful experiences, a perfect opportunity to unwind and immerse himself in the cultural tapestry of Douluo, rather than merely the songs of swallows and the dance of orioles. Located at the northernmost tip of the Tiando Empire, the city of Extreme North is perpetually shrouded in snow and ice, presenting a captivating winter landscape. The city itself is expansive, being the only major stronghold in the north. Close to the 2 great spirit beast gathering grounds, the Extreme North and the Frozen Forest, it boasts a city area comparable to Tiando City, a necessity given the abundant land and spirit beasts that characterize this untamed northern expanse. Wherever there are spirit beasts, a substantial market for spirit masters emerges. The city thrives on its proximity to these 2 gathering sites, and despite the dangers of the extreme north, the frozen forest remains a viable choice for many spirit masters. At this moment, as Chen Xiaoming strolled toward the northern gate of Extreme North City, he noticed the imposing gates adorned with the characters Extreme North, weathered by relentless storms. The city walls were encrusted with layers of ice crystals, appearing to meld seamlessly with the icy realm. Upon entering the city, he was greeted by bustling shops, far more lively than he had anticipated. Soldiers patrolled the streets, and the throngs of people flowed continuously. Alongside the shops, the streets were adorned with unique ice sculptures, depicting both spirit beasts and spirit masters, along with some artistic creations that left Chen Xiaoming perplexed, such as a pillar supporting the sky and an iceman pushing a cart, which he found utterly bewildering. As Chen Xiaoming ambled leisurely through the streets, he was blissfully unaware that, at the city gates, a figure hastily made their way toward the heart of the city, within the Spirit Hall of Extreme North City. The influence of the Spirit Hall extended across all major cities in the Tiando Empire, making it impossible for a significant northern city like Extreme North to lack a main hall. Not only did the city have a main hall, but it was also under the watch of a grand bishop of considerable strength, given the proximity to 2 major spirit beast gathering areas. The Spirit Hall could not afford to be without a strong presence. At this moment, a figure rushed into the Spirit Hall, lightly knocking on the door, to which a deep voice called out from within, "Come in." As the door swung open, a man appearing to be in his 60s sat at a desk. The newcomer approached and whispered a few words into the man's ear, prompting a spark of excitement in the man's eyes. "Are you certain?" he inquired. "Yes. Grand Bishop, it's confirmed," the figure replied respectfully. The man immediately sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with fervor, as if struck by a sudden thought. He returned to his desk and penned a letter, which he sent through a concealed passage. "Ensure that all personnel at the gates are vigilant. I don't care what he does inside the city, but I must be informed the moment he departs," he commanded sternly, calling for his personal guard from outside. "From today onward, we shall reinforce the defenses at the gates." "Yes," the two replied respectfully before exiting, leaving the man alone, pacing back and forth in the room. The Spirit Hall had previously disseminated portraits of Chen Xiaoming, instructing personnel to remain vigilant. Little did they expect him to appear in this remote northern region, let alone within their city. As the Grand Bishop of the Spirit Hall in extreme North City, Scott recognized Chen Xiaoming's significance to the organization. This was an announcement from both the Papal Hall and the Veneration Hall, promising that any individual who reported a sighting would gain access to the Spirit Hall for training, along with a reward of soul bone. The rewards were astonishingly generous. At just over 60 years of age, Scott possessed a soul power of 78, having held his position in this northern territory for many years without making further progress. This opportunity presented itself as a chance of a lifetime. By entering the Spirit Hall for training and acquiring a soul bone, should he break through to an 80-level soul power, he could contend for the rank of Platinum Bishop. The thought filled Scott with uncontainable excitement, though the news had already been disseminated. The remoteness of the extreme north meant it would take several days for the information to travel. The individual in question, as described in the Spirit Hall's reports, was a soul sage equipped with 700,000-year spirit rings. Otherwise, he would not have been reported, but rather confronted directly. Scott was acutely aware of this reality. Hence, he refrained from sending anyone to surveil such a formidable soul sage, as that would only alert the prey. Instead, he resolved to monitor all exits and ensure the individual's movements remained within the city. Once reinforcements from the Spirit Hall arrived, he would have fulfilled his duty without fault. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoming continued to explore the city, blissfully ignorant of the machinations unfolding around him. Yet would he truly care? In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes are merely invitations to disaster. After wandering for the better part of the day, night fell upon extreme North City, where flickering lights illuminated the streets, a celestial tapestry of stars mirrored by the glow below. Chen Xiaoming paused before a lavish tavern, momentarily captivated by its green lights. He pondered whether the green illumination was a reminder to those seeking a prosperous life, or perhaps a warning that entering would lead to misfortune. With a dismissive scoff, he turned away and headed into a more conventional inn. How utterly unseemly! Chapter 56. The arrival of the Spirit Hall's envoy. Extreme North City bustled with vitality. Perhaps due to his preoccupation with battles and the pursuit of his bloodline's essence, Chen Xiaoming had scarcely taken the time to relax. Yet he found himself enjoying nearly half a month in this vibrant city. Over this time, he explored the city thoroughly, finding immense joy in the experience. As night descended once more, after concluding another leisurely day, Chen Xiaoming returned to his lodgings, retiring early for rest. He planned to depart the next day. Meanwhile, at the southern gate of extreme North City, two figures quietly entered, making their way toward the Spirit Hall. At this moment within the Spirit Hall, Scott anxiously awaited news, knowing that the two esteemed elders would arrive today. As a high-ranking cleric, he stood in anticipation. Suddenly, two figures clad in black robes darted in, startling Scott momentarily. However, upon sensing the subtle yet formidable aura they emanated, he quickly regained his composure. "I am Scott, your subordinate. I humbly greet the two esteemed elders," he said, bowing respectfully. "Have we confirmed the target?" One voice inquired coolly. Beads of sweat began to form on Scott's brow as the pressure from their presence weighed heavily upon him. "Esteemed elders, due to the formidable strength of our adversary, I dared not send anyone to surveil, fearing it might raise alarms." As he finished speaking, the weight on his shoulders intensified, prompting him to continue. "However, I have stationed individuals to monitor the city gates, and, as of today, no sign of the individual has been detected. They should still be within the city. Should?" There was a hint of displeasure in the voice, causing Scott's sweat to trickle down as he bowed even lower. "Well done," another figure remarked lightly as the tension in the air eased. Scott exhaled deeply, relieved. Although the initial speaker still bore a trace of displeasure, they chose to remain silent, considering the strength of the individual before them. Under the tranquil night, the northern city appeared eerily quiet, yet beneath this calm, shadows of the spirit hall moved stealthily, searching for something. The following morning, I slept splendidly. It's time to depart. After stretching, Chen Xiaoming, having spent a fortnight in the northern city, realized he had exhausted all leisure activities and was ready to explore new locales. Relaxed and unhurried, he planned to level up once he had gathered sufficient experience. That was what he deemed a true life. The monotonous grind of relentless training to become stronger brought no joy to his existence. Exiting through the southern gate of the northern city, he soon found himself on an expansive plain, still blanketed in thick snow from the season. Satisfied, he paused to take in the sight. "Come out. You've been following me for quite a while now. Aren't you tired?" From behind a nearby hill, two shadowy figures approached, obscured by their dark robes, their faces hidden. With a gentle smile, Chen Xiaoming turned to face the newcomers, unfazed. Since leaving the northern city, he had sensed someone tailing him. After all, having comprehended the intricacies of spatial pathways for so long, it would be embarrassing to be unaware of being followed. "Gentlemen, you have accompanied me for some time. Is there something you wish to discuss?" The two figures were taken aback by his awareness and calm demeanor. One step forward, 9 soul rings gradually rising from beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A standard configuration representing the power of a title Douluo. The overwhelming pressure of soul power bore down on Chen Xiaoming. "The Pope requests your presence at the Spirit Hall," the cold voice declared, intensifying the weight upon him. "Oh, the Spirit Hall?" Chen Xiaoming mused, intrigued. Why would they seek him without cause? It seemed he had no ties to the Spirit Hall. Had they somehow learned of his possession of a 100,000-year soul ring? His curiosity piqued. "While I am uncertain of your Pope's intentions, I am quite busy at the moment and cannot oblige." With a nonchalant smile, he dismissed the pressure, recognizing it to be merely at the level of a soul Douluo, insufficient to warrant his serious attention. "Do you intend to refuse?" The voice turned icier, and the oppressive soul power surged to the level of a title Douluo. "And what if I do?" Throughout the exchange, Chen Xiaoming maintained his disregard for the two, contemplating ending the confrontation swiftly, had he not wished to toy with them. In a flash, he activated his 5th soul skill, Chain Shadows. As he spoke, his figure darted forward, the 5th soul ring shimmering, summoning a black scythe of death, its dark aura swirling ominously. The chains of the scythe shot forth, ensnaring him in a multitude of shadowy links in an instant. The figure, a title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, boasted a soul power of level 91, wielding the death scythe as his martial spirit, known as the Death God. One of the few neutral title Douluos within the Spirit Hall. His mission this time was personally entrusted by Pope Bibi Dong. Seeing his attack succeed, the Death God Douluo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reassured by the apparent disparity in their strengths. Yet, upon witnessing Chen Xiaoming's composed expression, he felt an inexplicable jolt of unease. This was going too smoothly. The other wasn't even attempting to resist. "Be cautious," warned the other title Douluo, who had remained silent until now, suddenly appearing beside the Death God. Known as the Snow Wolf Douluo, he too possessed a soul power level of 91, his martial spirit being the Snow Wolf. "Do you understand why I detected your presence long ago, yet chose to linger here?" Chen Xiaoming inquired softly, a smirk gracing his lips amidst the tense silence. The two titled Douluos exchanged startled glances, but before they could respond, he surveyed his surroundings, the expanse of white snow. Serene and peaceful. "Do you not think this a fitting place for a burial?" His nonchalant words hung in the air, causing both the Death God Douluo and the Snow Wolf Douluo to feel a sudden chill of danger, as if the very temperature around them had dropped. Their bodies froze, enveloped by an aura of impending peril. Gazing at Chen Xiaoming, now bound by the chains of death, he resembled a tiger poised to strike. No longer the docile prey he had seemed moments before. "Let us attack together." The Snow Wolf Douluo's expression hardened, unleashing his soul power as his soul rings gleamed brightly. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A standard martial spirit configuration, the Snow Wolf manifested, its bones cracking ominously as its muscles bulged. Tearing through its dark attire, each muscle defined, the surrounding temperature plummeted further as the wolf's white fur enveloped its form, claws extending like daggers, glinting ominously in the light. In unison, the seventh soul rings of both figures flared to life, engulfing them in searing brilliance. The immense pressure emanating from Chen Xiaoming compelled them to act immediately, unleashing their martial souls in their true forms. A colossal shadow of a death scythe materialized, towering over 50 meters high, enveloped in terrifying black energy, with chains of death swinging ominously, producing a resonant sound. At that moment, the Death Douluo seemed to embody the essence of death itself, wielding the massive scythe, surrounded by swirling darkness, while the eighth spirit ring beneath him glimmered with a black light. A fierce roar erupted as the snow wolf radiated golden light, his already formidable physique expanding rapidly as if inflated. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed 9 meters in height, his muscles swelling to an exaggerated degree. His snowy fur grew wild, transforming him into a true snow wolf. The brilliance of his ninth spirit ring shone brightly, and the terrifying claws glimmered with an eerie light as they lunged towards Chen Xiaoming. The two titled Douluos joined forces, but Chen Xiaoming paid them no heed, gazing at them with an indifferent demeanor. The eighth spirit skill, Death's Summons, and the ninth spirit skill, Bloodthirsty Kill, were unleashed. The towering death scythe descended from the heavens, its horrific might tearing through the air with a piercing sound, reminiscent of death itself arriving to claim souls, echoing with wails of despair. As the claws of the snow wolf, surrounded by a faint black glow, descended upon him, Chen Xiaoming pondered, "Is this truly the extent of your combined power?" He shook his head gently, having harbored no expectations, yet finding their strength disappointingly feeble. With a subtle push of his foot, a gentle ripple emanated from him, revealing 9 blood-red spirit rings, each 100,000 years old. The moment these formidable rings appeared, the surrounding space seemed to freeze in time. An overwhelming surge of spirit power enveloped the arena, causing the Death Douluo and Snow Wolf Douluo to stare in horror at the alluring yet lethal red rings surrounding Chen Xiaoming. Titled Douluo, they gasped, stunned by the revelation of his power, as the information gathered by the Spirit Hall indicated that Chen Xiaoming was merely a soul sage. Otherwise, how could a titled Douluo with 900,000-year spirit rings possibly send just the two of them to confront him? It was tantamount to seeking death. Flee. The two seasoned titled Douluos swiftly assessed the situation and made a decisive decision, their figures flickering as they unleashed their attacks before hastily retreating. A titled Douluo with 900,000-year rings was beyond their capability to confront. A soft chime echoed as an immense wave of spirit pressure descended upon the Death Douluo and Snow Wolf Douluo, feeling as though they bore the weight of a towering mountain on their shoulders, rendering them immobile. First spirit skill, Whip. Countless branches surged forward, countering their previous attacks. However, the vast disparity in spirit power between the 91-ranked titled Douluo and Chen Xiaoming was so great that it rendered any hope of him needing to utilize his sixth spirit skill moot. The attack from the first spirit skill, Whip, effortlessly neutralized their offensive. Impossible, they exclaimed in disbelief, watching as their assault was casually deflected by Chen Xiaoming with just a single spirit skill. Disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. The gulf between their spirit powers exceeded 5 times, and taking into account the 100,000-year spirit rings, the disparity was akin to a soul king bullying a soul master, an egregious display of power. Is this how little respect the Spirit Hall holds for me? Did you truly send just the two of you to your deaths? Chen Xiaoming mused, bewildered at why such a formidable individual would dispatch 2 91-ranked titled Douluos against him. Surely they ought to have sent someone of greater caliber, like the Ghost Douluo. Could it be that these two had offended Bibi Dong and were sent as expendable pawns? His gaze scrutinized them, growing increasingly convinced that they had indeed been dispatched to their doom. At this moment, both the Death Douluo and Snow Wolf Douluo were engulfed in despair, their minds consumed by a singular thought. If they miraculously survived, they would personally eliminate the informant responsible for their predicament. How could such a terrifying titled Douluo be misrepresented as merely a soul sage? Yet there was no chance for reprieve. Just as they prepared to speak, Chen Xiaoming, evidently impatient, waved his hand. Countless branches surged forth, swiftly impaling them, turning their bodies into a porcupine of sorts. Very well, if it must be so, he concluded, indifferent to whether they were sent by the Spirit Hall to perish. Having attacked him, they could not escape the consequences. In this world, one must be prepared to face retribution for their actions. As he gazed down at the pierced bodies, their eyes reflected a mixture of unwillingness and acceptance in the face of absolute power, unable to resist as Chen Xiaoming swiftly dispatched them. The light of life within their eyes gradually faded, their heads bowing in defeat. Observing their lifeless forms, Chen Xiaoming shook his head gently, but then, with a flick of his hand, a branch pierced the left arm of the death Douluo, extracting a translucent soul bone that landed in his palm. Intrigued by the soul bone emanating a faint aura, Chen Xiaoming marveled, "Is this what a soul bone looks like?" Outside the extreme north city, the two bodies, now encased in ice, awaited discovery. When Scott finally found them, they had already frozen into lifeless sculptures, plummeting into despair. He hurried back to report the news to the Pope's Hall, unable to fathom the consequences of the two-titled Douluo's demise. He could only anxiously await his fate. Meanwhile, none of this bore any relevance to Chen Xiaoming, who had already departed. 3 days later, in Moshue City, a northern city of the Tiando Empire, after several days of travel, Chen Xiaoming finally arrived. Upon entering the city, he sought out a hotel to rest. After enjoying a hot bath, he reclined comfortably in bed, fiddling with the soul bone he had obtained from the death Douluo. Having refrained from absorbing the bone during his travels, he now had the leisure to ponder its significance. He wondered how many years old it might be. With his eyes gently closed, he sensed the faint energy emanating from it. Moments later, he opened his eyes, disappointment flickering within their depths as he furrowed his brow. The energy readings indicated it was merely over 20,000 years old, a rather weak specimen, unworthy of his current strength. Touching the soul bone, he began to contemplate its potential. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes sparkled with realization as he sat upright. "System," he silently called, and in a flash, the long-forgotten system panel reappeared before him. Host, Chen Xiaoming, age, 26, martial soul, Greenwood tree soul power, level 99, first soul ring, 100. 000 years, second soul ring, 100. 000 years, third soul ring, 100. 000 years, fourth soul ring, 100. 000 years, fifth soul ring, 100. 000 years, sixth soul ring, 100. 000 years, seventh soul ring, 100. 000 years, eighth soul ring, 100. 000 years, ninth soul ring, 100. 000 years, entity, Greenwood tree bloodline, hollow willow, primary, item, 10,000 years soul bone, 27,000 years experience points, 15,763, 525. 000 having not checked for several months. Chen Xiaoming noticed a significant increase in his experience points, rising from over 7 billion to more than 15 billion. A glance at the experience requirements for ascension revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. The experience needed for deification was merely 100 billion, a target he had comfortably reached. However, Chen Xiaoming was in no rush to ascend, for he pondered the unknown consequences of becoming a deity. His cautious nature prevented him from acting recklessly. Furthermore, achieving divinity merely once would not guarantee supremacy. He preferred to bide his time, enduring through the ages. He aspired to become the mightiest limit Douluo, and when he ascended, he aimed to emerge as the most powerful God King. Clearing his throat, he acknowledged that divinity still seemed a distant prospect. His gaze shifted to the attribute panel, where he noted with delight that the soul bone was also upgradable. The thought had crossed his mind earlier. If the system allowed for the enhancement of soul rings, surely soul bones could be elevated as well. Observing the experience required for the upgrade, which was identical to that of the soul rings, he swallowed hard. At that moment, he felt a surge of ambition. The notion of the 900,000-year soul rings he had previously envisioned might warrant reconsideration. With 9 soul rings of that caliber, along with a complete set of million-year soul bones, he believed he could obliterate the gods themselves without even ascending. Calm. As images of himself adorned with resplendent million-year soul rings and a full set of soul bones, wielding a greenwood dragon spear while standing atop the pinnacle of divinity, filled his mind. He felt himself getting lost in the grandeur. Eventually, he returned to reality, recognizing that such visions were captivating. Chen Xiaoming resolved to remain patient, amassing 1,000 billion experience points before unleashing his full potential. He yearned to be the first in the Douluo realm to dare confront the gods as a mere mortal. With fervor igniting his spirit, he rapidly accumulated experience points. The 10,000-year soul bone, 27, 000, 047, 000, 067, 000, 087, 000, 100, 000. Waves of immense soul power surged into the soul bone, causing it to shimmer with a faint glow. The fluctuations of soul power gradually intensified, and in mere moments, a flash of red light indicated a transformation within the soul bone. Previously a mere crystalline object, it now radiated with a semblance of life. Holding the soul bone, he felt a gentle warmth coursing through his hand, a delightful sensation. The 10,000-year soul bone was indeed extraordinary. As he sensed the vibrations within the soul bone, Chen Xiaoming squinted slightly, realizing that such an artifact was fitting for his strength. Pondering his own transformation from a 10,000-year soul beast, he wondered why he had never felt he possessed a soul bone. After a moment of contemplation, he began to search himself, but found nothing. A wave of doubt washed over him. Was it not said that 10,000-year soul beasts were guaranteed to drop soul bones? Yet, he had never encountered a soul beast that had utilized one. Frustration bubbled within him. Was it fair that humans could slay soul beasts to acquire soul bones while the beasts themselves remained devoid of such treasures? Reflecting on the system's restoration function, a perilous thought crossed his mind. Did it encompass resurrection? If it did, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chen Xiaoming was merciless in his fervor, capable of turning against even himself in a fit of passion. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he gazed at his experience points and sighed, refraining from taking action. A single 10,000-year soul bone was not worth the risk. Should resurrection be included, but his experience insufficient, he would face dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to postpone this thought for another time. Regret washed over him as he recalled his earlier foolishness in slaying the Titan Snow Demon King without claiming its soul bone. Cursed be the beast that had taken it. He cursed under his breath, realizing it was too late to rectify his mistake. Returning to the extreme north was impractical. He had lost track of both the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. Shaking his head, he was reluctant to hunt other soul beasts. The drop rate for soul bones from lesser beasts was dismally low. Even if he slaughtered every soul beast in the extreme north, he doubted he could acquire a complete set. Just as despair threatened to take hold, he glanced at the soul bone in his hand and suddenly beamed with realization. How could he have forgotten about the Spear Hall? Chapter 59. Zhu Duo and Gue Duo in the Heavendo Empire. The intense initial rounds of the Soul Master competition concluded in Heavendo City. All 15 teams, escorted by 500 royal knights, set forth towards the venue for the finals, Spirit City. Among them were the Shrek's 7 devils, traveling under the protection of the royal knights, receiving a warm welcome, with few daring to provoke them. However, on the 11th day of their journey, as they traversed a secluded path, a chilling aura emanated from the surrounding mountains. Countless rocks tumbled down like rain, and thousands of figures cloaked in black emerged at astonishing speed, descending upon the participating teams below. In an instant, chaos erupted at the foot of the hillside, where the academy-trained soul masters, accustomed to solitary combat, found themselves overwhelmed by the onslaught of black-clad assailants. Alas, they were a pampered group of soul masters. On a certain hillside, a figure clad in a white robe shook his head. Over 200 soul masters faced more than 1,000 thieves. Despite the presence of a soul king among them, it was rather embarrassing to be overwhelmed. If this group coordinated like the royal knights, the battle would have likely been resolved long ago. The figure's gaze gradually shifted to a spot where a young boy in blue was demonstrating his prowess. Countless concealed weapons flew from his hands, and with every strike, an adversary fell. Although his use of hidden weapons was commendable, it was also too conspicuous. The figure's attention then moved to 3 silhouettes rushing towards the boy in blue. Instead of intervening, he chose to observe quietly. The boy in blue was none other than Tang San, who had not been seen for half a year. As he was cornered by the 3, he swiftly threw out a soul tool, the mother and child soul-devouring dagger, and retreated. Unfortunately, the 3 adversaries emitted powerful soul energy, an 8th-level soul Douluo and 2 7th-level soul saints. The impact of the dagger was slightly diminished, leaving them unscathed. With a cold command from the leading soul Douluo, The two soul saints charged towards Flinder and Lu Erlong, while he himself unleashed the brilliance of his seventh spirit ring. Golden light erupted, transforming his arms into magnificent golden wings, with a grand golden silhouette appearing behind him as he manifested his martial soul, the Golden Eagle. Just as the Golden Eagle Soul Douluo prepared to strike down Tang San and his companions, an elderly figure stepped forward, enveloping Tang San and the others in a gentle wave of soul power that shielded them from the Golden Eagle's oppressive force. The figure on the hillside narrowed his eyes, puzzled by the appearance of the gaunt elder. Had he not previously driven them away? Why was he now coming to their aid? The lean figure was none other than the renowned Dragon Duke, Meng Shu, an over 80-level Soul Douluo. The situation below continued to shift. The Dragon Duke's arrival restrained the Golden Eagle Soul Douluo. Just then, a soft voice echoed from afar, followed by the emergence of another figure in white. The figure on the hillside couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of excitement. After waiting so long, she had finally arrived. He murmured in anticipation, yet he still refrained from acting. It was not yet the opportune moment. The white-clad figure, upon appearing, effortlessly dismissed the Dragon Duke and his wife, then directed her attention towards the Golden Eagle Soul Douluo. A tremendous pressure once again enveloped the Shrek 7 monsters. A unique aura, imbued with a faint fragrance, radiated from the figure in white, rendering the Shrek 7 monsters immobile and unable to harness their soul power. As the Golden Eagle Soul Douluo prepared to attack, the white-clad figure detected the presence of the Heartbreak Red in Xiao Wu's arms and struck the Golden Eagle Soul Douluo away. She safeguarded Xiao Wu and, when the Golden Eagle attempted to retaliate, encountered Dai Mubai, who had consumed the wondrous mushroom, the heaven-piercing chrysanthemum, sharing the same martial soul as the white figure. He too was protected. Once again, the unfortunate Golden Eagle was sent flying. The figure on the hillside observed this spectacle, unable to suppress a laugh. How embarrassing for a Soul Douluo to be reduced to this state. The delay caused by the white-clad figure allowed another tidal Douluo to slowly approach, a slender elder resembling a spear, with long hair that shimmered with a hint of green and eyes like gleaming emeralds. The elder approached with a commanding presence of soul power. Ah, is this the Poison Douluo? Aside from the Poison Douluo, I cannot fathom who else would intervene on Tang San's behalf at this moment. With the arrival of the Poison Douluo, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once more, yet the figure on the hillside remained unhurried to act. Important characters always made their entrance at the climax, much like himself, as the Poison Douluo and the white-clad Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged banter. A cold voice quietly resonated in the air, accompanied by the silent arrival of a dark figure beside the white Chrysanthemum Douluo. It was the ghost Douluo Gui Mei. The figure on the hillside finally revealed a pleased smile. Excellent. Everyone is finally gathered, but he cast a glance toward another direction. There, 2 additional figures had also arrived, and the battle below had commenced. Just as the white Chrysanthemum Douluo prepared to strike Tang San, the sword Douluo, Chen Xen, finally caught up, blocking a lethal strike aimed at Tang San. How fortunate the protagonist is. Transforming misfortune into fortune, Tang San's experiences prompted a sigh from the figure. Unlike him, who had never encountered perilous situations, effortlessly leveling up without any of the protagonist's thrill. With the arrival of the sword Douluo, Chun Xian, and Ning Fengji, the battle below had become utterly unwinnable. Just a single sword Douluo paired with Ning Fengji was beyond what the thieves could contend with. Not to mention the presence of the Poison Douluo. Seeing the situation was untenable, the white Chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo decided to retreat decisively. The figure on the hillside, having observed for a considerable time, noticed the prelude had concluded, stretched his shoulders, and then, with a flash, positioned himself before the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo. "Excuse me, but have you inquired about my permission to leave?" As the crowd believed the ordeal was over, a white-clad figure leisurely manifested, blocking the path of the 2 tidal Douluo powerhouses. His playful yet teasing voice reverberated throughout the valley. The numerous teams present looked on in alarm at the audacity of one who dared to obstruct the path of tidal Douluo-level experts. Was he out his mind? However, upon hearing this voice, the sword Douluo, Chan Xian, and Ning Fengji exchanged glances, recognizing the speaker. A subtle smile graced Ning Fengji's face as he swiftly moved to stand among Tang San and the others. The sword Douluo also stepped back, clearing the area. Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and their companions found the voice somewhat familiar, but were momentarily unable to place it. Who might you be to intervene in our affairs? Ghostmay inquired, his expression grave, as he sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from the figure, reminiscent of the Great Offering. Exchanging glances with the chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan, the two unconsciously began to channel their soul power, remaining on guard. Oh, you just bullied my disciples. Surely you haven't forgotten about me. Slowly, the figure removed his white robe, revealing his visage, flowing silver hair, and a signature, sunny smile. Teacher Chun, Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others exclaimed joyfully, especially the gluttonous Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who now regarded the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo with mischievous intent. Chen Xiaoming's prowess is well known to them. He is merely a title Douluo, yet he might indeed help them exact their vengeance. Not far away, the couple, the world-defying dragon snake, wore solemn expressions. Long Gong Meng Shu let out a faint sigh, remarking that he had anticipated this outcome based on the earlier aura and dialogue. As he gazed at Chen Xiaoming, who stood defiantly before Zhu Duo and Fei, a wave of sympathy washed over him for the two. It's you, Zhu Duo exclaimed, his icy voice revealing his shock upon seeing Chen Xiaoming's visage. Chen Xiaoming smiled slightly, realizing that the members of the Spirit Hall were indeed aware of his identity. It seems you both know me. That simplifies matters. Leave behind a soul bone, and I shall permit one of you to depart. Leave two, and I shall allow both of you to leave. Leave three, and I will make today's events as if they had never occurred. Such arrogance, utterly audacious. Soul bones are coveted treasures that countless soul masters yearn for. The individual before them not only obstructed title Douluo, but was also demanding 2 soul bones from them. Truly madness. The onlookers shared this sentiment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Chen Xiaoming. Quite a bargain. ISNT it? 2 soul bones for your lives. I consider it a fair exchange, don't you? As he raised 2 fingers, Chen Xiaoming's gaze sharpened, and his soul power surged forth, intensifying the pressure upon Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. You go too far. Years of privilege had shielded Zhu Douluo from such humiliation, especially with Gue Douluo at his side. They possessed their ultimate martial soul fusion technique. Even if their opponent was stronger, what did it matter? Enough talk. Let us engage him. Gue Douluo commanded coldly, and a different hue erupted from his being, unlike the black radiance he had previously emitted. Brilliant silver flames ignited in an instant, while Zhu Douluo was enveloped in a golden blaze simultaneously. In that fleeting moment, the 9 soul rings adorning their forms illuminated in unison, enhancing the splendor of their golden and silver flames. Standing together, their bodies merged as one, and the 18 soul rings coalesced into a massive golden and silver aura that soared into the sky. In an instant, the world seemed to transform into these 2 colors, and everything around them appeared to freeze. As the golden and silver halo formed, both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo vanished, the enormous ring soaring upward to become a diameter of over 100 meters. At that moment, whether it was the astonished sword Duo, Chan Exine, or the utterly bewildered Tang San and others, they found themselves immobilized, unable to move. A martial soul fusion technique of the title Douluo level. Tang San, Chun Exin, Flinder, Ning Fengji, and the others deduced what was happening, yet their astonishment only deepened. Especially for Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo, they were unaware that the Spirit Hall possessed such a hidden trump card. This terrifying martial soul fusion technique, if unleashed unexpectedly against the 7 treasure glazed tile school, left Ning Fengji at a loss for how to respond. Act swiftly. Gue Douluo's anxious voice echoed from within the golden and silver halo, reaching the ears of golden eagle soul Douluo. In the next moment, amidst the flickering brilliance, Chen Xiaoming was enveloped in a golden and silver radiance, rendered immobile in midair. Golden eagle soul Douluo snapped back to reality, swallowing hard as he gazed in shock at Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. This was his first encounter with a title Do-level martial soul fusion technique, and he recalled Gue Douluo's command. With a whoosh, the true form of the golden eagle rushed towards Chen Xiaoming's head, its sharp claws diving down to strike. A commendable martial soul fusion technique. It's called the 2-stage stasis field, is it not? Chen Xiaoming stated calmly, causing a tremor to ripple through the bodies of Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. he was aware of the name of their martial soul fusion technique. Alas, is still too weak. With a shake of his head, a faint spatial fluctuation emanated from Chen Xiaoming, sweeping towards the incoming golden eagle soul Douluo, who was instantly repelled. His martial soul form shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The terrifying spatial fluctuation cascaded over the area, sending violent ripples through the two-stage stasis field. In an instant, the golden and silver halo shattered, its brilliance extinguished. And Douluo and Douluo materialized from the fading light, their faces pale and blood trickling from their lips as they stared in horror at Chen Xiaoming. How is this possible? One strike to shatter our martial soul fusion technique. Are you surprised? Chen Xiaoming asked softly, stepping forward as if teleporting. Now standing directly before Douluo and Douluo. He raised his right hand slightly, 10,000-year soul rings ascending beneath his feet, and the overwhelming wave of soul power enveloped the two. Two crimson tendrils burst forth from Chen Xiaoming's hand, piercing directly through their foreheads. Remember, using spatial domains against me is your gravest error. With a thud, two cold corpses fell to the ground, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Many had already recognized the identities of the fallen. The two titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, Douluo and Douluo, gulping in trepidation. They gazed at Chen Xiaoming as he descended, utterly bewildered by the emergence of such a formidable figure who had disregarded the Spirit Hall and swiftly dispatched two titled Douluos. In an instant, the crowd recoiled, creating distance between themselves and Chen Xiaoming. Neither his power nor the wrath of the Spirit Hall was something they could contend with. Let me check. As he landed before the bodies of Douluo and Douluo, Chen Xiaoming unleashed tendrils that viciously pierced their corpses. In moments, their bodies were riddled with wounds, a harrowing sight to behold. The onlookers, already fearful, were further unnerved as they witnessed Chen Xiaoming not only kill, but also desecrate the remains. Especially for those like Huo Wu, who once idolized the titled Douluos. Their expressions turned ashen. How repulsive! Are all titled Douluos deranged? Huo Wu mused, glancing at the others. The poisoned Douluo who toyed with venomous snakes. The sword Douluo wielding blades. The deceased Douluo associated with flowers. The ghostly Douluo, and now Chen Xiaoming, who seemed to revel in corpses. It dawned on her that none who achieved the titled Douluo status were truly sane. Finally found it, Chen Xiaoming exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he delicately extracted two translucent soul bones from the corpses with his tendrils. As two of the Spirit Hall's formidable titled Douluos. Each possessed two soul bones. Though only two, the faint soul power emanating from them suggested they were approximately 50,000 years old. Not bad. This trip was not in vain. He stowed the two soul bones, one from the right arm and one from the left leg, each unique. As for the age of the soul bones, did it truly matter to Chen Xiaoming? Previously, one might have thought that Chen Xiaoming was a soul master capable of murder and dismemberment. However, at this moment, gazing at the two soul bones he had acquired, their eyes sparkled with awe. Alas, they could only admire him from afar, as the thought of confronting him was beyond their wildest imaginings. With a swift motion, the golden eagle soul Douluo, having been struck, said nothing and immediately activated his soul skill to flee. Yet, Chen Xiaoming merely cast a fleeting glance, and with a surge of soul power, he exerted an overwhelming pressure that immobilized the golden eagle soul in mid-air, rendering him powerless. Why the haste? Fear not. I shall spare your life. Chen Xiaoming's voice, infused with soul force, resonated in the ears of the golden eagle soul Douluo. Upon hearing he would be granted mercy, the latter sighed in relief. However, Chen Xiaoming's subsequent words froze him in place. Return to your master and inform her that I am still in need of a skull, a torso, and a right leg bone. I shall come to find her. With that, the golden eagle soul Douluo felt an unexpected lightness in his body and, without hesitation, fled without the foolishness of making threats. If Chen Xiaoming dared to kill a titled Douluo, he certainly would not spare a mere soul Douluo. Within moments, the golden eagle soul Douluo had vanished into a distant speck in the sky. And Chen Xiaoming had no time to deal with the weak bandits who had previously charged at him. They were merely pawns, insignificant enough not to warrant his attention, especially since they had not provoked him and were unlikely to possess soul bones. In an instant, the bandits fled in disarray, and the Academy Soul Masters did not pursue. All gazes turned to Chen Xiaoming, captivated by his words. Did he truly comprehend that the two titled Douluos he had slain were backed by the Spirit Hall? The master of the Golden Eagle Soldoa was none other than the current supreme figure of the Spirit Hall, the Pope Bibidong. To audaciously extort the Spirit Hall like this, one could only be either extraordinarily powerful or utterly arrogant. Yet, with the lifeless bodies of the two titled Douluos at his feet, who could dare question his might? Alas, my young friend, you have acted recklessly, sighed Ning Fengji as he approached Chen Xiaoming, looking at the dead Zhu Dao and Gui Filuo with a hint of sorrow. Both were renowned powers of the continent. Meeting such a tragic end elicited his pity. Had they known this would happen, it would have been wiser to relinquish their soul bones, though their power might have diminished. At least they would have lived. Ning Zhongzhu, this is where we differ. You exist in comfort with your keen intellect, yet your character and martial spirit lack a certain vigor. Having acquired 2 soul bones, Chen Xiaoming felt a surge of elation. A soul master must forge ahead without hesitation to reach greater heights, while those in supportive roles, like Ning Fengji, must inevitably exercise caution. Listening to Chen Xiaoming's lofty rhetoric, Ning Fengji silently assessed his own soul power at level 79, and he retrieved his 7 treasures glazed tile, trembling involuntarily. At that moment, he wished he could crush Chen Xiaoming with it. Did he not desire to enhance his soul power? Did he not yearn for progress? Yet, his martial spirit was limited to 7 layers. He had reached his peak, leaving no room for advancement. Noticing the glimmer of resentment in Ning Fengji's eyes, Chen Xiaoming remained unfazed. With that 7 treasures glazed tile of yours, to crush him would require an unthinkable number of levels to ascend. Only with the heavenly Linglong Su Huang Tower could such an act be conceivable. Ah, old Jian, you are here as well. In his uplifted mood, he playfully patted the shoulder of Jian Douluo Chenxin, who involuntarily shuddered at the touch. We should have a friendly spar sometime. At the mention of a spar, Jian Douluo Chenxin chuckled lightly. Although he was somewhat aged, he was not foolish. The injuries from their last battle had only recently healed, and to engage in another spar would likely lead him to an untimely end. However, upon gazing at the fallen Zhu Dao and Gui Dao, Chenxin's expression grew more complex. The strength of this young man had evidently increased. He was indeed a formidable individual. After exchanging pleasantries with Jian Douluo and others, Chen Xiaoming disregarded the surrounding gazes and approached Tang San and the others, who had just moments ago been bullied, but now found themselves in awe of the young man who had turned the tables. The sentiments within them were beyond expression. Reflecting on Chen Xiaoming's previous words, it was clear, the one with the mightiest fist dictates the narrative. Indeed, Chen Xiaoming's fist was powerful enough that the 2 titled Douluos had perished without uttering a word. With the departure of the bandits, the Royal Knight Brigade, escorting the participating teams, tidied up and continued on their journey. However, this time, despite the calmness of the road, there lingered an oppressive air. With the deaths of the 2 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall, they were still en route to Spirit City. To speak bluntly, upon their arrival, the titled Douluo among the Shrek team would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Spirit Hall. A fierce battle was inevitable. Yet, Chen Xiaoming was unconcerned. Currently, he was engaged in conversation with Ning Fengji, Tang San, and others. The affairs of the Spirit Hall were trivial to him, while the matter of soul bones was of utmost importance. My young friend, having slain 2 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, they will not let you off easily. Is it wise to venture into Spirit City? Ning Fengji regarded Chen Xiaoming with perplexity. Regardless of his formidable strength, the Spirit Hall was a vast entity. Should they swarm him, even someone as powerful as Chen Xiaoming could sustain injuries. Do not fret, you misunderstand. The Spirit Hall is not as formidable as you believe. Shaking his head, Chen Xiaoming felt it necessary to clarify. The titled level experts of the Spirit Hall were, in fact, not numerous, perhaps no more than 10. I have slain 4, leaving approximately 12 or 13 remaining. As he spoke, Chen Xiaoming began to count, murmuring the names. 1 Grand Priest, 2 from the 2nd Priest to the 7th Priest, 6 in total. Yu Eguan, Gui Mei, Shinigami, and Xiulong, for have already fallen. Thus, we are left with Qianjun, Jiangma, Shilong, and Xixue. The Pope Bibidong makes for a total of merely 12. Listening to Chen Xiaoming enumerate the titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, even detailing their names, Ning Fengji and the others were left speechless. Did the spirit hall belong to him? How could he possess such detailed intelligence? Wait, you said you killed 4? Ning Fengji, recovering from his astonishment, quickly interjected, but that only accounts for Yu Egguan and Gu Mei. Oh, during my recent outing, I happened upon 2 others and dispatched them with ease. He replied nonchalantly, as if merely describing a trip to the market. Ning Fengji and Tang San were left disheartened. In the 2 decades of peace on the continent, the number of fallen title Douluos was likely far fewer than those slain by Chen Xiaoming. Even Ning Fengji could not fathom the chaos that would ensue once Bibi Dong learned of the loss of 4 title Douluos. Enough about the spirit hall. Do not be afraid. Should they provoke me, I shall dismantle the spirit hall entirely. An unascended Qian Douluo cannot possibly stand in my way. Chen Xiaoming waved his hand impatiently. He had summoned Ning Fengji and Tang San not to deliberate on the spirit hall, but rather to discuss soul bones. Ning Zhongzhu, how about we strike a deal? With a gentle smile, Chen Xiaoming raised a finger and spoke softly. The skull, the trunk bone, and the right leg bone. If Master Ning can present any one of these soul bones, regardless of the age, I shall vow to lend my aid once during the perilous times of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. What say you? Given the wealth of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, such a trivial matter should pose no challenge for you. Ning Fengji fell silent for a moment, Chen Xiaoming's words igniting a flicker of desire within him, particularly since the request for any age of soul bone was made. While he lacked assurance regarding those over 10,000 years, acquiring bones aged a century or a millennium seemed feasible, given the influence of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Soul bones are indeed rare, yet in Ning Fengji's eyes, Chen Xiaoming's promise held greater significance. Very well, I shall inform you before we reach the Spirit City. Nodding in agreement, Ning Fengji acquiesced, and Chen Xiaoming smiled slightly. Securing soul bones aged a century or a millennium would be relatively effortless, with Ning Fengji's financial prowess. Obtaining 1 or 2 should be a mere trifle. With that, Chen Xiaoming's gaze shifted to Tang San, a sunny smile illuminating his features. Ahem, little San, is there anything you require my assistance with? Caught off guard by Chen Xiaoming's inquiry, Tang San hesitated for a moment before a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. Yet, this only deepened his confusion. How could Chen Xiaoming possibly know he possessed a soul bone? Was he present when he slew the soul beast back then? Tang San's mind raced as he pondered, grappling with Chen Xiaoming's unwavering gaze, leading him to a moment of indecision. Just then, a striking figure flashed through his mind, dispelling his doubts and prompting decisive action. Teacher Chen, I do indeed have a soul bone. As he spoke, Tang San retrieved the soul bone he had acquired from the soul beast, revealing a crystal-clear skull that shimmered with extraordinary colors. Chen Xiaoming glanced at it, remaining unhurried, and smiled gently at Tang San. Speak, what do you wish me to assist you with? Uninterested in being beholden to others, Chen Xiaoming had no qualms regarding the likes of the death god, Douluo, and the chrysanthemum Douluo, both of whom belonged to the spirit hall. However, neither Tang San nor Ning Fengji posed any threat to him, and thus, he was not one to indiscriminately resort to violence. I hope Teacher Chen can help me protect someone, Tang San stated, determination etched in his eyes, particularly after his purple extreme demon eyes advanced further. A metaphorical ticking time bomb had been nestled within him, and now, Chen Xiaoming's presence had presented him with an opportunity. Upon hearing such a request, Chen Xiaoming's expression soured instantaneously. Caught off guard, he realized he should never have broached the subject. Once again, he found himself overshadowed by the pure-hearted Tang San. Without needing Tang San to elaborate, Chen Xiaoming already knew whom he was meant to protect. With a swift motion, he snatched the soul bone from Tang San's grasp, casting him an irritable glare. After suppressing his emotions, he ultimately relented. Understood, I will ensure her safety. You may leave now. With that, a wave of soul power surged forth, and Tang San was unceremoniously expelled from the vicinity. Stunned, he found himself thrown out before he could even utter his thoughts. Nevertheless, a faint smile crept across his face as he graciously hopped onto another vehicle, where the figure from his earlier reverie awaited him. Though Tang San was cast aside, Chen Xiaoming's mood soured. The amiable atmosphere that had prevailed moments ago was now tainted by a subtle aura of decay. Do you smell that? Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback by the question, then sniffed the air, detecting nothing amiss. What is it? It's the faint scent of love in the air, Chen Xiaoming replied to himself, casting a glance at the soul bone in his hand, pondering why it seemed less appealing now. Chapter 63. Spirit City, half a month later. On the eve of their arrival at Spirit City, the group spent their final night resting on the serene plains. The night was beautiful, and the gathering was a rare occasion for camaraderie. However, as they were to arrive at Spirit City the next day, drinking was out of the question, lest Ning Rongrong showcase her talents once more. After the gathering concluded, Ning Fengji presented a wooden box to Chen Xiaoming. Upon receiving it, Chen Xiaoming's eyes brightened, and without uttering much, he exchanged a few words with Tang San and the others before retreating to his carriage alone. Opening the box revealed a right leg bone pulsating with a faint wave of soul power, approximately a millennium old. Chen Xiaoming regarded it with indifference. He then took out the soul bones that Tang San had entrusted him with, alongside those acquired from the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo. 4 lustrous soul bones, left leg bone, right arm bone, and skull, were now before him, and with the left arm bone he had already integrated, he was on the brink of assembling a complete set of soul bones. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of experience flood in. It had become a habit for Chen Xiaoming to inhale deeply before enhancing his abilities. Without further ado, he seized the left leg bone and, employing the rapid dexterity honed over years of solitude, began the process of leveling up. 10,000-year soul bone. 51000610007 100008100009 1000100000 in no time. A flash of red light enveloped the left leg bone, elevating it to the status of a 100,000-year soul bone. Satisfied, he set it aside and proceeded to enhance the remaining 3 soul bones to the same esteemed level. Before long, the 4 soul bones displayed a remarkable transformation, radiating a gentle wave of 100,000-year soul power, a sight to behold. It's time to commence. Starting with the right arm bone, Chen Xiaoming settled into a meditative posture and began absorbing the soul bone. For him, the 100,000-year soul bone was not a laborious endeavor. As the night turned cool, Chen Xiaoming finally opened his eyes, stretching his body with ease, the sounds of cracking bones resonating as he reveled in the immense power now coursing through his limbs. If soul rings enhance soul power, then soul bones fortify the very essence of soul master's physique. Having fused 500,000-year soul bones, Chen Xiaoming felt that with sheer strength alone, he could overpower even the weaker titled Douluos. After all, soul masters are akin to fragile mages. When faced with a tank like him, they would inevitably kneel. This explosive power feels so much more satisfying. Clenching his fists, Chen Xiaoming reveled in the newfound strength. Now, only the trunk bone remained. A soul master's body comprises 6 major parts, corresponding to 6 soul bones, with the trunk bone being the rarest of them all. Yet, he was not perturbed. Chen Xiaoming recalled that the last soul bone would surely drop from slaying a 10,000-year soul beast. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes as the images of the 10 formidable beasts flashed through his mind. Should he hunt the Emperor Heaven or the Evil Emperor? It seemed both options were viable, leaving him momentarily indecisive. No matter, he would wait and see. Perhaps one of them would be unfortunate. Tomorrow they would arrive at the Spirit Hall, and it was possible the trunk bone lay within its confines. Thus, Chen Xiaoming felt no urgency. The crux of the matter was that 100,000-year soul bones had never been his ultimate goal. This was merely the beginning. Upon the completion of the soul bone absorption, Chen Xiaoming flickered and reappeared atop the carriage, reclining on its canopy and gazing at the myriad stars scattered across the night sky. With a gentle closing of his eyes, he succumbed to a restful slumber. The following day, the city of Wuhan, though not vast in comparison to the colossal cities of Tiando and Soda, stood out with its formidable 80-meter-high walls, which were an impressive sight from the outside. The walls, over 30 meters thick, were entirely constructed of granite. The hexagonal citadel was encircled by 6 walls, each adorned with a grand relief representing one of the 6 powerful martial souls. To Chen Xiaoming's surprise, upon his arrival in Wuhan City, he was met not with the anticipated grand welcome, but rather a disconcerting silence. This left him somewhat perplexed. He had already vanquished 4 foes, and yet Bibi Dong remained remarkably composed. Her cunning was undeniably profound. However, he found solace in her absence, relishing the opportunity to explore Wuhan City. Unbeknownst to him, within the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong seethed with fury. In the expansive hall, a woman of slight stature, adorned in a luxurious black robe embroidered with golden patterns, wore a crown of purple gold, and wielded a staff encrusted with countless gems. Her alabaster skin and nearly flawless visage were overshadowed by the flames of wrath blazing in her eyes, contrasting sharply with her otherwise ethereal and regal presence. Bibi Dong, the illustrious leader of the Wuhuan Temple, felt deeply insulted by the audacity of Chen Xiaoming. "Chen Xiaoming, I shall remember you," she declared, her voice laced with malice. As the Pope, she had never been so openly threatened. Had it not been for the massacre of her subordinates at his hands, she would not have endured such humiliation. The few allies she had within the temple, such as the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, had been lost, leaving her with scant resources to confront him. Her thoughts darkened as she gazed out at the eerily quiet Wuhuan city beneath the tranquil night sky. Meanwhile, after a lengthy exploration, Chen Xiaoming returned to his designated lodgings. Observing the profound night sky once more, he muttered to himself, "On a moonless night, it is an opportune time for murder." A sly smile crept across his face, and in an instant he vanished from sight. As the capital of the Wuhuan Temple, Wuhuan City was heavily fortified, with numerous soul masters patrolling its streets, rendering it nearly impossible for any untoward events to transpire within its confines. Suddenly, a shadow glided silently through the darkness, swiftly approaching the lodgings designated for the Soul Master competition. Clad in a black robe that seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, the figure went unnoticed by the vigilant guards. With decisive intent, the figure advanced to a specific room, and in a flash, a glint of cold steel pierced the air, striking with deadly precision. A peculiar sound echoed, causing the figure to momentarily falter. Yet, without hesitation, they retreated, only to find a figure suspended in midair before them. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, Chen Xiaoming, with his silver hair flowing, regarded the intruder with a glint of mischief in his silver eyes, his presence radiating a subtle spatial distortion that enveloped the area. "Are you searching for me?" he inquired, a serene smile gracing his lips. The black-robed figure stood in tense silence, scrutinizing Chen Xiaoming, who had made his appearance without a sound. The unsettling stillness surrounding them was palpable. The chirping of insects had abruptly ceased. "Is it a member of the Wuhuan Temple?" Chen Xiaoming mused, contemplating the adversary's lackluster prowess. "Do they truly believe a soul Douluo of such caliber is fit to assassinate me? It seems rather juvenile." Suddenly, a wave of soul power pressed down upon the black-robed figure, whose expression shifted dramatically as they realized the dire situation. "Your Excellency, the Pope summons you," they stammered. "Oh, allow me to ponder. It seems it is this hand," Chen Xiaoming replied coolly, with a flicker of crimson light in the black-robed figure's eyes. They felt a sharp pain as a branch pierced through their right arm. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, the branch absorbed it, sprouting a delicate red flower that bloomed elegantly. A wave of dread washed over the black-robed figure as the thread of death loomed. Resolutely, they severed their own arm, retreating swiftly. The bizarre scene unfolded as the branch drained their essence, and the crimson blossom took flight before fading into nothingness upon touching the ground. "Let's depart," Chen Xiaoming commanded, descending gracefully. He was eager to uncover Bibi Dong's intentions and the trap she had laid. The black-robed figure regarded Chen Xiaoming with a mix of trepidation and resentment. Their animosity was not directed at him, but rather at Bibi Dong. As a soul Douluo, they had only complied with her orders due to her overwhelming authority. They had not been informed of the identity of their target, and the thought of attempting to assassinate a titled Douluo was utterly foolish. Cursing under their breath at the loss of their arm, the black-robed figure resolved to report this incident to the second elder upon their return. Together, they made their way outside Wuhuan City, deftly avoiding patrols due to their considerable strength and familiarity with the terrain. Eventually, they arrived at a hillside where a figure awaited them, already prepared for their arrival. "Your Excellency, I have brought the individual as instructed. I shall take my leave now," the black-robed figure announced respectfully, bowing slightly before attempting to depart. The waiting figure acknowledged them with a subtle nod, but as the black-robed figure turned to leave, they froze in shock. Looking down, they discovered a sharp object had pierced their chest, blood seeping from the wound. As life slipped away, the black-robed figure cast one last glance at the woman seated beneath the moonlight, their expression a mixture of disbelief and defeat. Chun Xiaoming quietly observed from the side, showing no concern for the demise of the figure in black robes. He was certain that if Bibi Dong did not act, he would. Gazing at the serene Pope Bibi Dong, who continued to brew wine under the gentle moonlight, her exquisite beauty became even more enchanting. Had he not just witnessed her decisive ruthlessness, he might have mistaken her for a celestial being. "May I inquire, Your Holiness, what is the purpose of summoning me here at this late hour?" In the solitude of the wilderness, with a third party who had learned the truth silenced, Chun Xiaoming's curiosity was piqued as he regarded Bibi Dong. "Please take a seat." With a subtle wave of her hand, Bibi Dong calmly pushed a cup of wine toward him, her light laughter directed at Chun Xiaoming. At their momentary gaze, Chun Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback by her composure, which was unexpectedly surprising. However, confidence in his own strength allowed him to sit down with ease. He glanced at the teacup in front of him, merely smiling without any intention of lifting it. "Please," Bibi Dong softly urged, lifting her own cup to drink, casting a glance at the unmoved Chun Xiaoming, yet not minding his indifference. Bibi Dong's demeanor caused Chun Xiaoming to pause slightly. What was her intent? Could it be that she realized she could not overpower him and was contemplating something illicit or morally questionable? If that were the case, Chun Xiaoming would remain resolute, refusing to budge, for he preferred to remain passive. Ahem, dispelling the nonsensical thoughts in his mind, he reminded himself of Bibi Dong's character. There was no way she would engage in such actions. With a gentle sweep of her hand, a wooden box appeared on the table, which Bibi Dong promptly opened, revealing 3 translucent soul bones. Chun Xiaoming's eyes brightened, particularly at the sight of one that was a torso bone. "Your Holiness, are you attempting to bribe me?" He chuckled lightly, the spark in his eyes gradually dimming. A mere torso bone held little allure for him. If he truly desired it, he would have already wreaked havoc in the Stardow forest. You may interpret it as such. Given your strength, being merely the vice principal of an academy is a significant underestimation. Why not join me in creating a new world with the Spear Hall? Chun Xiaoming was somewhat disappointed, expecting more profound discourse from Pope Bibi Dong, only to receive such a clitch proposition. Collaborate with the Spirit Hall? How absurd! He thrived on freedom, not constraints. As he surveyed Bibi Dong, he recognized that she had overlooked the most crucial aspect. The notion was commendable, yet she had forgotten one vital truth. Why would a lion negotiate with a lamb destined for slaughter? On a tranquil hillside outside Spirit City, Bibi Dong, who had maintained her composure, finally displayed a flicker of emotion on her stunning visage. With a slight raise of her brow and her eyes shimmering under the moonlight, she exuded a coldness akin to a venomous serpent. "Are you refusing my offer?" Gently shaking his head, Chun Xiaoming met her icy gaze with tranquility. Undeterred by the serpent's threat, the Pope had reigned too long, convinced of her invincibility, oblivious to the fact that she was merely a pawn in a larger game. In their exchange, Bibi Dong detected sympathy and pity in Chun Xiaoming's eyes, igniting a surge of anger within her, albeit tempered by years of experience as a pope. She swiftly collected the wooden box from the table, deciding that if he was ungrateful, there was no need to retain him. For the supremacy of the Spirit Hall, anyone deemed unworthy must be eliminated. Though her heart harbored murderous intent, she chose to bide her time. As she prepared to depart, a surge of formidable soul power suddenly descended upon them. Bibi Dong's expression shifted as she cast a cold glance at Chun Xiaoming, unleashing her formidable soul power, which reached level 98, shattering Chun Xiaoming's casual suppression. "Ah, it seems everyone has underestimated you. To possess soul power at level 98 is impressive." As Bibi Dong's power erupted, Chun Xiaoming sensed the depths of her strength. Her level was indeed surprising. How could one with such power endure against Tang Hao? Such restraint and composure were truly formidable. However, this level of strength was still insufficient. With a firm step, Chun Xiaoming unleashed his own soul power, reaching level 99. 9 blood-red, 10,000-year soul rings emerged, enveloping him entirely in a magnificent display of force. The overwhelming soul power enveloped Bibi Dong, causing her to feel as though she were burdened by a towering mountain. Shock colored her features as she recognized the disparity between their strengths, reminiscent of the gap she had sensed with Douluo. Another limit Douluo? A successor of the divine? How about it? Do you still wish to engage in combat? I wouldn't mind if the Spirit Hall required a new pope. Chun Xiaoming's words darkened Bibi Dong's expression once more, her resentful gaze sweeping over him. Who had initiated the conflict? Surely, she was aware. Returning her resentful gaze, Chun Xiaoming met her challenge head-on. Who doesn't have their own secrets? I, Chun Xiaoming, possess more than you can imagine. Shameless, she exclaimed, astonished at such audacity. With a huff, she said, say what you will, as Chun Xiaoming remained unfazed. The third soul ring at his feet glimmered, sending forth several tendrils toward Bibi Dong. In response, Bibi Dong unleashed her soul power, invoking her martial spirit and leaping backward. With her impressive level of soul power, she could not be subdued by mere force. Yet, in the next instant, Chun Xiaoming appeared before her as if he had teleported, flashing a smile. Before Bibi Dong could react, he had already retreated to his previous position. Looking up in astonishment, Bibi Dong realized he had never actually left. He now held a wooden box in his hand. Sensing its contents, her expression turned cold. My appearance fee is rather steep. Opening the box, he extracted the torso bone without hesitation, tucking it away. I shall accept this soul bone as a token of your graciousness, Spirit Hall. Of course, if you wish to extend your hospitality further, I would not object. However, next time, it may not involve soul bones. With the torso bone in hand, Chun Xiaoming casually tossed the wooden box back, dismissing the other two soul bones. He required no more, having already completed his soul bone set. Well then, it's getting late. I must take my leave. With a light step, he vanished, leaving Bibi Dong gazing after him, her gathered soul power dissipating, uncertain of her ability to confront him as he seemed to surpass even Douluo. Casting a glance at the departing figure and then at the lifeless form of the black-robed soul, not far away, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Chun Xiaoming and Douluo, may you both suffer mutual destruction. After a brief moment, he exhaled, finally gathering everything he needed, grasping the skeletal remains in his hand. Chun Xiaoming wasted no time and directly activated the system interface, embarking on a frenzied upgrading spree. This fragment, merely around 10,000 years old, was of unknown origin, yet after expending nearly 900 million experience points, he elevated it to the level of a 100,000-year soul bone. As he gazed at the final soul bone before him, Chun Xiaoming did not hesitate, commencing the absorption process. Sitting cross-legged, he allowed his soul power to flow gently as the crystalline soul bone fused into his body. A silvery halo radiated from within him, its edges shimmering with a hint of red, pulsating rhythmically. An overwhelming sense of power surged through the bones of his torso, causing his physical attributes to soar rapidly. The soul bones he had previously absorbed now emitted a faint glow, their potent energy coursing through his veins, muscles, blood, and bones. The luminous energy navigated through his body, enhancing his strength. The previously upgraded areas surged once more under the influence of the skeletal remains. Immersed in this energy, Chun Xiaoming focused intently on the absorption, a delighted smile creeping onto his lips. The process did not take long, but just as he believed he had finished, a subtle silvery glow appeared, and a torrent of silver energy surged throughout his body. A cacophony of cracking bones resonated as the previously integrated 100,000-year soul bones seemed to endure immense pressure, the silver light slowly permeating into them. This was bloodline. In an instant, Chun Xiaoming comprehended what was transpiring. The power coursing through him had doubled compared to before, and the most terrifying aspect was the enhancement of the soul bones scattered throughout his body. Those bones, now tinged with a silver sheen, felt as if they had reached their limits of endurance. Elated at first, he soon became alarmed and quickly closed his eyes, fully concentrating on guiding the silver energy. Gradually, the entire room was enveloped in a silvery luminescence. As the first rays of dawn broke, Chun Xiaoming opened his eyes, having completed the absorption. With a slight movement, a brilliant silver light erupted from him, causing a ripple in the surrounding space. At long last, it was complete. Chapter 66, The Soul Master Tournament Finals, 5 days later. The preliminary rounds of the Advanced Soul Master Tournament had concluded, leading to the finals, which would be held before the Spirit Hall. For the past few days, Chun Xiaoming had remained in his room, acclimating to his surging power. Though the increase in strength was somewhat overwhelming, it had nevertheless led to a modest enhancement. After 5 days of adjustment, he could now effectively wield his newfound abilities. Gently pushing open the door, he found Tang San, Flander, and others waiting outside. Today marked the final day of the competition, and it was time for him to make an appearance. With his enhanced strength, he felt eager to find someone to spar with. "Come on, today I'll personally oversee things, so let us ensure victory," he said, patting Dai Mu Bai and Tang San on the shoulder, his smile warm towards the Shrek 7 devils. "With Teacher Chun here, we are sure to succeed," Fatty Ma Hong Jun exclaimed proudly, only to be met with a sharp slap from Flander from behind. "Watch your manners." Flander had grown considerably cautious since Chen Xiaoming had demonstrated his power, especially after effortlessly defeating both the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. "No worries, Fatty, what's wrong? You can't win on your own, so why not let me help you cheat?" Chen Xiaoming quipped, his demeanor friendly as he leaned on Fatty's shoulder, chuckling lightly. Hearing the implication that he was incapable, Fatty felt a rush of indignation. How could a man admit to weakness? Just as he was about to retort, Oscar chimed in with a laugh. "Indeed, Fatty just can't manage it. Teacher Chun, why not lend him a hand? Help him?" Chen Xiaoming's smile turned playful as he glanced at Oscar, raising an eyebrow. "Little Oscar, have you perhaps grown too confident during my absence?" He feigned deep contemplation before a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. "Oh, I remember now, back when I first arrived. Who was it that spent all their time with Fatty? TSK, quite the sight." As his words hung in the air, Oscar felt a tightening in his waist, nearly yelping in pain as he turned to see Ning Rong glaring daggers at him. Oscar found himself in a precarious position, feeling the weight of past misdeeds. "Let us go. Focus on the competition. I want to be helping you," Chen Xiaoming said, giving a reassuring pat to Fatty and Tang San, feeling lighter-hearted after teasing Oscar. The competition venue of the Spirit Hall was not far, and although Tang San and the others had sustained some injuries during the previous battles, Chen Xiaoming felt no need to assist them. Their victory was assured. His purpose for attending was to find a sparring partner and to repay Tang San for his soul-bone favor. Upon arrival, Chen Xiaoming found a spot and closed his eyes to rest. Flander and the master appeared tense, aware of the numerous gazes from the elders and the Pope of the Spirit Hall directed at them. They understood precisely who the focus was on. After a prolonged period of unease, to their relief, no one from the Spirit Hall approached them during the event. Flander and the master gazed at the resting Chen Xiaoming, genuinely impressed by his audacity. Having slain 4 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, he still dared to appear so brazenly before them, a courage that even Hao Yi and Douluo would struggle to match. Up above, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Jian Xian exchanged glances, both wearied by the situation. Chen Xiaoming's presence here was audacious, a blatant affront. Even Ning Fengji found himself at a loss for words. With the start of the match, Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the rest of the Shrek 7 devils engaged fiercely with the Spirit Hall team. Alas, the disparity in soul power proved insurmountable. Despite their teamwork and the use of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda and their martial soul fusion techniques, they failed to establish an advantage. As the round progressed and their trump cards were exhausted, the sustainability of their soul power was revealed, leading to their suppression by the Spirit Hall. In the final moments, Tang Sen activated his protagonist aura, unleashed the Tang Sect's hidden weapon, the Bat Wing reincarnation, and executed a desperate counterattack, securing victory. As the Shrek team celebrated their victory, Ning Fengji inadvertently caused trouble by blowing away the Amaranth Heart, which concealed Xiao Wu's presence. In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes focused on her, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from them. Their faces turned pale as they lowered their heads, instinctively retreating. The fruits of victory were being distributed among Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, and the others, while the most formidable figures in the arena paid no heed to the soul bones. After all, what were a few soul bones in the presence of a living, juvenile 100,000-year soul beast? Ning Fengji exchanged a glance with Sword Douluo, Chun Xen, and then directed his gaze toward Chen Xiaoming. If anyone could save Xiao Wu, it would be him. Suddenly, Ning Fengji seemed to have an epiphany and turned to Tang San, who also appeared to sense something, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, without uttering another word, they understood that this was the Spirit City, and even they, along with Sword Douluo, lacked the strength to escape unscathed. As time passed, the Shrek 7 had finally distributed the soul bones. Bibi Dong, seated at the head of the assembly, rose, flanked by 2 titled Luo elders from the Spirit Hall. With the rewards allocated, the tournament had officially concluded. "Seize the girl," Bibi Dong stated coolly, gesturing toward Xiao Wu. In an instant, Tang San positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Wu, with others rushing to his side. Dai Mubai and the others were baffled, unaware of the unfolding situation, while the master confronted Bibi Dong with indignation. At this critical moment, Ning Fengji stepped forward to halt the advance of the two elders from the spirit hall. Amidst the commotion, Tang San slowly turned, his gaze filled with affection as he faced Xiao Wu. Their eyes met, and he gently cupped her delicate face in his hands, uttering the profoundly heartfelt words, "Foolish girl, what does it matter if you're a human or a soul beast? All I know is that you are my sister and the one I love." Chapter 67. The Spirit Hall strikes within the Spirit Hall arena. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Xiao Wu's eyes as she contemplated everything, especially the revelation of her identity by Tang San and his declaration of love. At that moment, nothing else mattered. Her heart was solely with Tang San. He embraced her soft form, his voice imbued with soul power resonating throughout the arena. "If you want to take her, you must first step over my corpse." A profound silence enveloped the crowd, even Bibi Dong momentarily taken aback. Her expression a complex mix of emotions as she observed Tang San and Xiao Wu. However, only a brief moment passed before she regained her composure, taking a deep breath, her gaze turning fierce. "Caesar, show no mercy to those who obstruct us." The two-titled Douluo, standing beside her, shot forward toward the Xiao Wu in Tang San's arms. Flinder, Lu Erlong, and the master exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their right hands. In an instant, brilliant golden light erupted, forming an extraordinarily dazzling golden triangle in the air. The three activated their martial spirit fusion technique, positioning themselves as a barrier between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yet they faced two formidable titled Douluo, and even with their fusion technique, the odds were not in their favor. On the other side, Bibi Dong unleashed her own martial spirit, her soul power surging at the formidable level of 98, binding the poisoned Douluo in place. The situation grew precarious, leaving Ning Fengji and Sword Law unable to intervene. Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu in his arms, planting a tender kiss on her cheek, and whispered firmly in her ear, "I will not let anyone harm you." After speaking, Tang San turned his gaze toward the unmoving Chun Xiaoming behind him. At that moment, Chun Xiaoming rose from his seat and stretched, having long desired to intervene. However, upon witnessing Tang San and Xiao Wu's display of affection, he felt a pang of jealousy. With a swish, the air seemed to ripple as Chun Xiaoming vanished, reappearing in the air before Tang San and Xiao Wu. With a deep, resonant hum, the two-titled Douluo charging at Xiao Wu were sent hurtling back as if struck by cannon fire. "Did you consult me before attempting to harm them in my presence?" Clad in white, with silver hair flowing and a subtle smile gracing his handsome face, he floated serenely, hands behind his back, awaiting Bibi Dong's response. A tremendous surge of soul power swept beneath him, and in an instant Dai Mubai and the others felt the weight on their shoulders lift, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. "That was close. Teacher Chun is here," Ning Rongrong thought, her heart still racing as she glanced at Xiao Wu in Tang San's embrace, silently grateful. With Chun Xiaoming's intervention, the pressure on Flinder and the others diminished, allowing them to retreat and protect Tang San and Dai Mubai. "Humph, you have indeed made a move," Bibi Dong coldly remarked as a massive golden silhouette rose silently behind her, 9 radiant soul rings ascending in a flash, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. A total of 9 soul rings, revealing the true strength of the Spirit Hall's Pope to the poisoned Douluo and the others for the first time. Casting a glance at Bibi Dong, Chen Xiaoming smirked, realizing that she had prepared for this confrontation, intending to ensnare them all. Scanning the Pope's Hall and the nearby Elder Hall, he sensed multiple auras stirring. "It seems you were indeed well prepared. Let them come forth." As he spoke, 3 figures flew out from the Pope's Hall, while 5 more emerged from the Elder Hall. A total of 8 figures appeared, joining forces with the two-titled Douluo to encircle Chen Xiaoming. The air filled with a cacophony of soul power detonations as a series of dazzling soul rings soared from the 10 figures. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Each of the 10 figures was surrounded by 9 soul rings, and in an instant, the vast expanse above the Spirit Hall was shrouded in immense martial spirits. The terrifying soul power emanating from them caused many soul masters below to faint, unable to withstand the pressure. In a moment, only soul saints and above retained their consciousness. Yet they too were immobilized by the oppressive soul power, gritting their teeth to endure. It was a rare sight to witness so many tidal Douluo simultaneously. Indeed, nearly 80% of the continent's tidal Douluo seemed to be gathered here. The poisoned Douluo wore an expression of disbelief, and even Ning Fengji was astonished by the spirit hall's might. With over 10 tidal Douluo, such power was insurmountable on the continent. The 10 tidal Douluo from the spirit hall unleashed their overwhelming soul power upon Chen Xiaoming, akin to a colossal tidal wave crashing down. Yet he stood resolutely, like an unyielding boulder, unperturbed as the surrounding space rippled faintly. Chen Xiaoming was not surprised by the presence of so many tidal Douluo in the spirit hall. He was already aware of more than a dozen, not to mention those he did not know about. If you insist on opposing the spirit hall, you will face certain death. The figure of Bibi Dong slowly approached, exuding confidence, her icy gaze fixed upon Chen Xiaoming. Today, she intended to settle the scores from previous events. Such excessive confidence borders on folly, especially for one in her esteemed position as a pope. In response to Bibi Dong's stare, Chen Xiaoming lightly shook his head, genuinely perplexed as to the source of her confidence. Among the 10 tidal Douluo, he discerned 3 at level 92, 1 at level 93, 2 at level 95, 1 at level 96, and 2 at level 97, with a single individual reaching level 98. 6 of them were at level 95 or below, leaving only the level 98 tidal Douluo worthy of note. As she soared from the Elder Hall, Chen Xiaoming began to grasp her identity. Such verbal bravado is best kept to oneself. With this assembly, Bibi Dong believed she could secure victory even against Qian Douluo. After all, with 2 level 98 tidal Douluo, including herself, they had a formidable advantage. Although Bibi Dong was astounded by the might of the Elder Hall, her primary concern at this moment was Chen Xiaoming, for their earlier plans had been focused on eliminating him. Without further ado, Bibi Dong issued a cold command to strike first, leading the charge, followed closely by the golden crocodile Douluo. Like her, possessed a formidable level 98 soul power. The remaining tidal Douluo of the spirit hall unleashed their soul powers, their soul rings flashing brilliantly, transforming the skies above the spirit hall into a vibrant tapestry of light. Witnessing the united front of the spirit hall, Chen Xiaoming felt his fighting spirit ignite. You are utterly ignorant of true power. As vivid soul rings glittered, a barrage of soul techniques surged towards him. Just as they were about to strike, Chen Xiaoming moved. He gently raised a finger and pointed at the space before him, his eyes flashing with silver light. A searing silver radiance erupted from within him, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters. Within this expanse, the space resembled a placid lake. Whether the incoming soul techniques or the approaching spirit hall warriors, they appeared as mere leaves upon the surface of the water. With a subtle gesture, the tranquil space rippled, the waves spreading outwards. A white shockwave, mere meters from Chen Xiaoming, was swept away by the spatial disturbance, retreating like a fallen leaf back to the originating spirit hall warrior. The spirit hall warrior was momentarily stunned, attempting to evade, but his body felt inexplicably sluggish, terror evident in his eyes. The remaining energy attacks, like the white shockwave, were repelled, with only a trio opting for close combat, armed solely with their flickering martial spirits. Unable to be deflected, observing the three who chose melee, a smile graced Chen Xiaoming's lips. Close combat. They may find themselves meeting a swift demise. With his 8th and 3rd soul rings shimmering, the martial spirit of the greenwood tree sparkled in his right hand, the greenwood dragon spear poised for action. A light push from his feet caused ripples to emanate around him. Alarmingly, the closest opponent, a tidal Douluo wielding a gun-type martial spirit, possessed a meager level 92 soul power. The moment Chen Xiaoming moved, a suffocating aura of death surged into the warrior's heart. A crisp sound echoed, akin to piercing through a thin layer of paper. The gun-wielding warrior scarcely had time to react before the greenwood dragon spear pierced through his chest. Shock filled his eyes, yet regret and unwillingness dominated his expression. Had he known, he would have preferred to launch an energy attack instead. The first to fall. As those words left his lips, a subtle ripple in space heralded Chen Xiaoming's reappearance. The dragon spear unhesitatingly aimed at an elder Douluo with level 95 soul power. Unlike the previous warrior, This one had a moment to react, witnessing Chen Xiaoming pierce his heart with a single thrust. After living a mere second longer than the former, he too succumbed, his demise marked with unfulfilled regrets. Chen Xiaoming took the liberty of counting the seconds for him. Oomph. A cold voice rang out as the last attacker. The peak Douluo from the Elder Hall at level 98 stepped forward. His martial spirit, the Golden Crocodile King, a top-tier spirit, unleashed a torrent of soul power. With a sudden step forward and a swift pivot, his massive tail swept outwards, a cascade of golden light hurtling towards Chen Xiaoming. The initially aggressive claws were withdrawn, the warrior hesitating to advance. As the attack approached, Chen Xiaoming remained unfazed, lightly lifting his dragon spear to meet the onslaught. The overwhelming force from the giant tail surged towards him, yet Chen Xiaoming merely smiled, leveraging the momentum to propel himself towards another tidal Douluo. This one, also at level 92, wielded a striped tiger martial spirit and unleashed his sixth martial spirit shockwave, only to be sent hurtling back. Overwhelmed, he failed to notice Chen Xiaoming's approach, only perceiving a flash of silver light before darkness enveloped him, his life extinguished by a single thrust. Hut, 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 hut. The sounds echoed as prior attacks detonated, inflicting harm not upon Chen Xiaoming, but rather upon their own ranks. Two warriors too weak were injured by their own soul techniques, while the others, though beleaguered, managed to withstand the onslaught. Yet the most tragic fate befell those who had charged in a close combat. Among the three who advanced, two lay dead, leaving only the formidable golden crocodile Douluo to survive. Thump, thump, thump. Three lifeless bodies fell to the ground, their life essence extinguished beyond revival. With the demise of three titled Douluo, Flanders, Tang San, and the others finally regained their senses, realizing that within the blink of an eye, Chen Xiaoming had nearly annihilated three titled Douluo. What had initially been a source of concern for Flanders and the master transformed into palpable relief. Despite their awareness of Chen Xiaoming's strength, facing the 10 titled Douluo had left them apprehensive. Meanwhile, Jianduo Chengshan, stationed below, gazed at the composed Chen Xiaoming, his eyes sparkling with wonder. The realm, is this truly his domain? It is nothing short of terrifying, although he possessed his own insights. Jianduo Chengshan's understanding extended only to 50 meters, and he could typically maintain a range of merely 30 meters. Yet the realm Chen Xiaoming had just manifested undoubtedly exceeded 100 meters. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that within Chen Xiaoming's domain, even Jianduo Chengshan felt his movements growing sluggish. It was as if he were mired in a quagmire, the surrounding space impeding his every action, demanding every ounce of strength to move. He recalled his last confrontation with Chen Xiaoming. Upon returning, he had experienced a surge in soul power, yet even with his current strength, navigating this domain proved exceedingly arduous. Jianduo Chengshan could only imagine the plight of the others, especially when he beheld Chen Xiaoming's seemingly effortless demeanor. He couldn't shake the feeling that the latter had yet to unleash his full potential. The conjecture of the sword Douluo, Chen Xian, proved to be accurate. At this moment, Chen Xiaoming floated in midair, not even exerting his full strength. His previous move was merely an experiment of the domain he had painstakingly acquired, the domain of spatial fluctuation. Although the name lacked elegance, Chen Xiaoming paid it no mind. It sufficed for his purposes. This domain embodied his recent insights into the principles of spatial fluctuations. Once activated, it caused energy attacks to rebound, while everything else fell into a state of sluggishness. The degree of this sluggishness varied according to one's cultivation level. For instance, a tidal Douluo at level 95 would find themselves nearly frozen in space within the domain. Those at level 98 could still move, albeit at a greatly reduced speed. Had there not been additional tests to conduct, even the golden crocodile Douluo would have been dispatched with a single strike. The arena fell into a profound silence, with BB Dong's expression darkening ominously. In the blink of an eye, the Spirit Hall had lost 3 tidal Douluos without even having laid a finger on their opponent. This display of strength far surpassed what she had previously witnessed from Chen Xiaoming. Her miscalculation of his capabilities had now placed her in a precarious situation. It was an unfortunate circumstance. After all, BB Dong was unaware that Chen Xiaoming had transformed significantly, leveraging the past few days to enhance his power. The Shrek team, supported by Chen Xiaoming's soul power, gazed in awe at his commanding presence. The rotund Ma Hongjun could not suppress a gulp, murmuring in astonishment, "Surely, Teacher Chen Wen-Ti annihilate the Spirit Hall outright. Will he?" Chapter 69. The eruption of power. The remaining 7 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall exchanged grave glances, instinctively drawing closer together, no longer daring to encircle Chen Xiaoming as they had before. Particularly, the 2 titled Douluos at level 92 exhibited signs of retreat, despite their status. Achieving the title Douluo rank was no easy feat if Chen Xiaoming could effortlessly eliminate a level 92 title Douluo with a single shot. It implied he could eliminate them just as easily. The thought of being so easily cut down like grass left them feeling discontented. While they were prepared to die for the future glory of the Spirit Hall, they did not wish for their deaths to be rendered so utterly meaningless. As Chen Xiaoming's gaze occasionally swept across them, their sense of safety dwindled further. What a humiliating predicament it was for such esteemed titled Douluos to be treated in such a cavalier manner. Bibi Dong exchanged a glance with the golden crocodile, Douluo, realizing that Chen Xiaoming's power exceeded their expectations. Relying on sheer numbers would prove futile against such strength. All those below level 95, retreat, she commanded sternly. The Spirit Hall's future relied on these individuals, and the thought of Chen Xiaoming cutting them down at what was intolerable for both Bibi Dong and the golden crocodile Douluo. The moment Bibi Dong's words fell, 3 figures soared into the air, landing below. Chen Xiaoming made no move to pursue. Those 2 level 92 and 1 level 93 were inconsequential. They could not even withstand a single punch from him. What value would they bring in testing his complete set of soul bones? Glancing at the remaining Spirit Hall warriors, he noted 1 at level 95, 1 at 96, 2 at 97, and 2 at 98, 6 titled Douluos in total. Chen Xiaoming's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the one with a mere level 95. The level 96 individual was excusable. However, this level 95 title Douluo had not even brushed against the threshold of a super Douluo. What was he still doing here? "You step down," he commanded with an indifferent demeanor, pointing at the level 95 title Douluo. The man, taken aback, stood on high alert, anticipating an attack. Instead, he was met with the order to leave the field. He turned to Bibi Dong, who, after a moment of contemplation, surprisingly nodded in agreement. The man's face flushed with indignation. Having cultivated for so many years, he prided himself on being among the strongest in the continent. Yet today, he found himself dismissed by a young man in his 20s. As a dignified titled Douluo, he had not even been granted the opportunity to engage. Feeling diminished to such an extent, he believed he was even lesser than his 2 weaker companions. His gaze wandered in confusion, unsure of his purpose in this confrontation. Was he merely here to offer himself as a sacrifice and be selected by his opponent? Bibi Dong remained oblivious to the man's internal turmoil. Her own anger was surging uncontrollably. The hatred she harbored for Chen Xiaoming had surpassed all else. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, years of effort had culminated in this moment, now rendered meaningless. The prestige and accumulated foundation of the Spirit Hall lay in ruins at the hands of a single individual. What on earth is Teacher Chen doing? Ma Hongjun swallowed hard, likening Chen Xiaoming's actions to that of ordering a meal. Was his power so overwhelming that even titled Douluos could be treated as mere dishes? Daimu Bai, Oscar, and the others exchanged silent glances, choosing not to speak. Indeed, the master was truly formidable. Nearby, Ning Fengji found himself at a loss for words. Was this the formidable power of a limit Douluo, capable of instilling fear in the entire Spirit Hall? In midair, watching yet another titled Douluo descend, Chen Xiaoming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, using these individuals for warm-up was not a poor choice. "Are you ready?" he inquired, the space around him shimmering faintly as silver light flickered. In an instant, he vanished from sight, the Qingmu dragon spear disappearing as well, replaced by tightly clenched fists. With a seemingly mundane punch, enveloped in a radiant silver glow, Chen Xiaoming summoned the might of his complete set of 10,000-year soul bones. Eschewing the skills of these bones, he relied purely on the power of his body to strike. The resounding impact echoed violently as the soul leveled in 96 titled Douluo was struck as though by a cannonball. His body hurtled backward, chest caved in, bones splintering outward. A gruesome sight of blood and flesh. In the air, the figure fell, becoming a bloodied meteor that crashed into the ground below. creating a crater 5 meters in radius and 2 meters deep in the granite surface, enveloped in dust, the outcome uncertain. Bibi Dong, the golden crocodile, Douluo, and the others were visibly shaken, their expressions filled with shock as they stared at Chen Xiaoming. Though Bibi Dong had struggled to keep pace with his previous speed, the explosive power he displayed now filled her with a sense of despair. His strength had indeed escalated. Standing below, Sword Douluo, Chan Xen murmured to himself, noting that the speed and explosive force he had just witnessed were at least 5 times greater than before. Coupled with his earlier desire for soul bones, he deduced that Chen Xiaoming must have successfully gathered a complete set, while Bibi Dong and the others remained stunned. Chen Xiaoming was equally taken aback by the sheer might of his own punch. Was this truly the extent of his power? Had he become so formidable? With a complete set of 10,000-year soul bones and the infusion of bloodline strength, he sensed his abilities had multiplied several times over, though the precise magnitude remained elusive. Now, with a single punch capable of nearly eliminating a level 96 title Douluo, he began to grasp the reality of his strength. After all, he had only employed half of his power. What a fragile being. Shaking his head, Chen Xiaoming felt his enthusiasm wane. The true strength of a title Douluo lies in soul power, soul skills, and while physical strength is important, the differences are not as significant. Even the divine Qianren Xue could be pierced through the heart by the Guanyin tear, illustrating the limitations of a deity's physical resilience. With his current power, Chen Xiaoming sincerely doubted that anyone could withstand a punch from him without perishing. Initially, he intended to test the limits of his strength against them, but now it seemed that such an experiment would prove futile. Faced with opponents who could be dispatched with a single punch, he felt a sense of ennui. Could they not muster more vigor? He did not wish to be a mere one-punch man. With an inner cry of helplessness, a profound sense of solitude washed over him. There is a saying, life is indeed as lonely as snow. There is a song that echoes this sentiment. How lonely it is to be invincible. How weary it is to be invincible. Chapter 70, Power Eruption, Part 2. Hey, you are the elite of the Spirit Hall, the pinnacle of soul masters on this continent. Can you not exhibit some of that title Douluo grandeur? Floating serenely in midair, Chen Xiaoming shouted loudly at Bibi Dong and her stunned companions on the opposite side. Come on, show some passion. I've already defeated 7 of your title Douluo. 7? Why do you all look as though you've not eaten? Having already left Bibi Dong and her companions questioning their very existence, Chen Xiaoming had no choice but to unleash his verbal prowess, attempting to rouse their fighting spirit. Look at you all, claiming to be title Douluo. If you don't defeat me today, tomorrow the continent will echo with the news. Shocking. The top 10 title Douluo of the Spirit Hall were brutally defeated by a single individual, rendered incapable of self-care. Is that the kind of report you wish to see? In midair, Chen Xiaoming continued his relentless tirade, his verbal assault overwhelming. The multitude of onlookers below were rendered speechless. Boss Dai, what is Teacher Chen doing? The plump boy scanned Chen Xiaoming with confusion, noticing that he seemed increasingly invigorated as he spoke. Was this really the invincible Chen Xiaoming they once knew? He appeared more like a master of words now. I'm not sure. Perhaps he is deliberately provoking the strong ones from the Spirit Hall, Dai Mubai mused. Glancing at Bibi Dong and her group, who were visibly flushed with anger, their fists clenched, the fury in their eyes nearly erupting. Chen Xiaoming, you're too much. Bibi Dong's thunderous roar, infused with her immense soul power, shattered the skies, resonating for miles. Stepping forward, her 7th soul ring glimmered, and her body transformed. Her purple-black armor rapidly enveloping her as she morphed into a gigantic spider, the green hairs on her 8 legs shifting to purple, radiating a spectral glow. This was Bibi Dong's true martial spirit, the Death Spider Emperor. The purple light intensified, and her 8th soul ring flared brilliantly, summoning another identical Death Spider Emperor alongside her. With both manifestations, Bibi Dong's aura surged, emanating a potent purple light as a lethal death domain surged towards Chen Xiaoming. Within her death domain, a toxic environment nullified any teleportation skills, serving as Bibi Dong's strategy to counter Chen Xiaoming's speed. Nearby, the golden crocodile Douluo was astonished by Bibi Dong's power, but equally infuriated by Chen Xiaoming's taunts. His 7th soul ring shone fiercely, blinding golden light erupting from him as each scale on his body stood erect, his white hair morphing into thick, horn-like appendages, resembling a colossal crocodile. The other, titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, activated their true martial spirits, their seventh soul rings glowing, enveloping the skies above the Spirit Hall in overwhelming soul power, creating a pressure akin to a cataclysm, the surrounding space trembling precariously. 5 figures surged towards Chen Xiaoming, this time not launching energy attacks, but preparing for a direct confrontation with their martial spirits. The glory of the Spirit Hall was theirs to defend. The colossal martial spirits converged, their combined soul power unleashed. A massive crocodile's iron tail and 8 sharp, faintly purple spider legs descended upon him, nearly engulfing Chen Xiaoming. The air crackled with explosive sounds, particularly from the crocodile's tail and spider's pincers, as the surrounding darkness seemed to shatter. This is splendid. Watching them charge with all their might, Chen Xiaoming laughed heartily, realizing that his verbal jabs had not been in vain. Sometimes, a little provocation was necessary. A fierce silver light erupted from within him, enveloping his form as the 10,000-year soul bones within him activated, their silver markings glowing like inscriptions. An overwhelming force surged through Chen Xiaoming's body, far surpassing his previous strength. Is this truly my power? Flexing his fists, he felt the strength capable of delivering a fatal blow to a titled Douluo. For the first time, he pushed his power to its limits. Even more terrifying was the silver light emanating from him, gradually coalescing around his body as if donning a silvery armor. The shimmering silver hue, combined with his already formidable strength, continued to rise exponentially. It was as if the dormant power of his bloodline had finally found its purpose, surging forth uncontrollably. Swallowing hard, Chen Xiaoming, in his first full exertion, was taken aback by the unfolding events. Raising his head, he looked with sympathy at the approaching Bibi Dong and her companions. It's not that he wishes to show off. Rather, his bloodline power compels him to. He does not desire this. With a swift motion, Chen Xiaoming prepared to vanish once more. Bibi Dong coldly commanded her death domain to envelop him. Yet the silver glow around him flickered, rendering the death domain ineffective. Fear not, I shall be gentle. Identifying a title wielding a weapon, who possessed considerable strength with a soul power of 97. Chen Xiaoming's soft voice caught him off guard. However, a glance revealed Chen Xiaoming's fist connecting with his martial spirit's form. Boom! Chen Xiaoming's full power punch, enveloped in scorching silver light, shattered the golden glow of the martial spirit in an instant. The overwhelming soul power combined with the explosive bloodline energy left the titled Douluo feeling as though his martial spirit had shattered at that moment. A rush of blood surged within him, causing his vision to darken as he collapsed. Having landed a decisive blow, Chen Xiaoming wasted no time. Knowing Bibi Dong and her comrades would seize the opportunity to attack him again without hesitation. In Bibi Dong's eyes burned a frenzied determination. If Chen Xiaoming remained alive, her ambitions for the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly falter. 2 deathly spiders, 16 chilling spider spears, pierced towards Chen Xiaoming's body from all directions. She couldn't believe that even if Chen Xiaoming possessed immense strength, being struck would leave him unscathed. Die Chen Xiaoming. Chapter 71. The Eruption of Power, Part 2. Whoosh. The frosty spider spears tore through the air, emitting a glimmer of cold light, aimed directly at Chen Xiaoming's vital points. His eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, and lower body. Not even the ground beneath him was spared, sealing off all avenues of retreat with merciless ferocity. Too slow. The cold light magnified before his eyes, and even from below, he felt a chilling breeze. Chen Xiaoming's words lingered in the air as his figure transformed into a streak of light, nearly brushing against the spider spears. Advancing towards Bibi Dong. Boom! In an instant, Bibi Dong, in her true martial spirit form, instinctively expelled a strand of spider silk from her abdomen. But Chen Xiaoming's fist had already descended. The spider silk stood no chance against Chen Xiaoming's punch, which landed squarely on Bibi Dong's abdomen. Puff! The massive spider-like body was sent flying, blood gushing forth. Yet, being a rank 98, Bibi Dong's strength held firm, barely maintaining her martial spirit form without shattering. Death! Just as the blow landed, the iron tail of the golden crocodile, Douluo, swept in. In contrast to Bibi Dong's attack, this strike was filled with explosive power. The air exploded violently, emitting a deafening sound, as the tail's movement stirred up a howling wind, its edges shimmering with a terrifying dark glow. Insufficient strength. Clenching his right fist, silver radiance coalesced upon it as his internal soul power erupted, the energy of his soul bones pushed to their utmost limits. Chen Xiaoming refrained from summoning his martial spirit, eager to ascertain the true extent of his strength. Boom! He unleashed a simple yet significantly more potent punch than the previous one. The silver light flickered, and Chen Xiaoming's fist met the crocodile's tail. A terrifying force erupted from his fist as he lightly stepped on the void, channeling the power through the crocodile's tail. With a soul power of 99, this strike, propelled by the full array of his soul bones, was exceedingly formidable, even without the use of his martial spirit. The top-tier martial spirit, the power-based Golden Crocodile King, unleashed its soul power. To his astonishment, the strongest strike was repelled by a single punch from his opponent. Blood surged within him, and the overwhelming force traveled through the crocodile's tail into his body. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of the golden crocodile, Douluo's mouth, his eyes reflecting shock and resentment. Here was a dignified, rank 98 titled Douluo, utterly defeated, unable to withstand a single punch. Truly, it echoed the old adage, there are no burdens in youth, yet one can live a century in vain. A mouthful of blood spilled from the golden crocodile, his breath faltering. Although still in his martial spirit form, the overall momentum began to wane. He was, after all, aging. With his rank 98 soul power, he could still fight, but after sustaining internal injuries, his strength declined even more than that of BB Dong. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more figures were sent flying. Yet these 3 lacked the resilience of BB Dong and the golden crocodile, Douluo. Their soul power was not as high, nor did they possess the formidable martial spirit or the protection of soul bones like BB Dong. They fell from the air, bloodied and unconscious on the ground below. Terrifying, insurmountable, despairing. At this moment, BB Dong felt a complex mix of emotions, realizing the magnitude of the existence she had provoked. Having been wise and patient throughout her life, her position as the Pope had gradually led her astray. Twin martial spirits, rank 98 soul power, 10,000 years soul rings, 10,000 years soul bones, each a coveted dream for soul masters across the continent. Yet she possessed them all. Before encountering Chen Xiaoming, she believed no one, aside from a few like Qian Daolu, could rival her. Now, that arrogant notion was shattered, reduced to mere dust by Chen Xiaoming's might. With each punch, she had felt the sensation of power, and Chen Xiaoming was prepared to unleash a couple more blows, but no one dared to advance any further. Confused, he looked up, locking eyes with the expressions of despair on BB Dong and the golden crocodile Douluo. Seeing the golden crocodile Douluo's breath falter, Chen Xiaoming felt a twinge of discomfort. Sigh. Too weak. With a gentle sigh, he lost interest. Just as BB Dong and the others had begun to show promise, a single punch incapacitated them. What more could he say? Perhaps at this moment, only those divine beings could provide him with genuine pressure. Yet, contemplating the nature of the divine, he silently shook his head. The body of a god is undoubtedly frail, but the god himself is not weak. Reflecting on the strength of a secondary deity, Chen Xiaoming felt the need to remain cautious. If he could endure, he would wait until he amassed enough experience to level up before challenging the gods, be it the sea god, the god of war, the god of Azura, or the god of death and destruction. He intended to confront them all in due time. As Chen Xiaoming quietly contemplated his future confrontations with the god of Azura, below, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others gazed at the nearly defeated 2 from the spirit hall, unable to believe their eyes. In such a short span, 3 had fallen, with 2 sustaining severe injuries. Staring at the 6 chaotic figures sprawled on the ground nearby, Dai Mubai and the others were at a loss for words. Equally complex were the feelings of the poisoned Douluo, not far away. As a rank 92 titled Douluo, he had felt invisible since the onset of the battle. It seemed everyone had forgotten his presence, especially since several rank 92 titled Douluos had been swiftly dispatched by Chen Xiaoming. Reflecting on his role as the vice president of Shrek Academy, Douluo felt fortunate that he had not been present when bullying Flender and the others, or his grave would likely be 3 meters high by now. Sigh, my 2 friends, allow me to send you off. Casting a glance at the 2 before him. Now that they had been brought to this state by the spirit hall, Chen Xiaoming wouldn't mind taking down a couple more titled Douluos, even if one of them was BB Dong. However, he would not spare them merely for the sake of narrative progression. After all, Would the absence of Bibi Dong hinder the advancement of the plot? Chen Xiaoming did not think so. Without Bibi Dong, perhaps another, like Bai Bixi, would emerge to oppose Tang San. Yet, Chen Xiaoming's gaze turned to a certain direction, where the offering hall stood. An elder emerged, tall and robust despite his age, with no visible signs of frailty aside from his white hair, betraying his 100+ years. As his figure appeared, he floated gracefully, each step casting a halo of sacred light around him. The great offering. The despondent golden crocodile, Daw, upon seeing the elder's arrival, couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. Even Bibi Dong, despite their animosity, felt a sense of relief upon the elder's appearance, her resentment momentarily quelled. Chen Xiaoming observed with indifference, unimpressed by the elder's ostentatious entrance, knowing that he would soon have the elder kneel to reclaim that arrogance. A slight smile graced his lips. In the spirit hall, there was only one person capable of such cultivation, finally willing to emerge from your small domain. Angel Douluo, Qian Daolu. Chapter 72. Qian Daolu, the elderly figure, stood upon the sacred light, his expression tranquil. With a single step, he flickered and appeared before Bibi Dong and her companions. The grand offering, the golden crocodile Daw, suppressed his internal injuries and moved closer to the newcomer. But before he could utter a word, he was interrupted by the elder's wave of his hand. Step back, you are no match for him. With a gesture, a surge of holy light flowed into the golden crocodile, Douluo's body. Although it was not a healing skill, he immediately felt the alleviation of his wounds. A flicker of joy crossed his eyes as he respectfully bowed and turned to leave, not straying far, but instead standing silently before the spirit hall, awaiting the spectacle of Qian Daolu's overwhelming defeat of Chen Xiaoming. The humiliation faced by the spirit hall today must be avenged. Bibi Dong gazed at the elder with resentment. Their relationship was far from harmonious. Yet, in this moment, she held her tongue and swiftly descended. Chen Xiaoming paid no heed to their departure, his focus entirely on Qian Daolu. At the pinnacle of the 99th level, the ultimate Douluo, there were only a few such beings in the Douluo realm. The king of slaughter, Tang Chun, the grand offering of the spirit hall, Qian Daolu, and Poseidon, residing far away on Sea God Island. I once thought Tang Chun was the only rival I would face in my life. Yet I find that there exists another formidable figure, such as yourself, on this continent. A glimmer of seriousness flickered in Qian Daolu's eyes as he observed Chen Xiaoming. Although both possessed the 99th level soul power, the sheer strength emanating from Chen Xiaoming was terrifyingly extraordinary, rendering even Tang Chun pale in comparison. What is your purpose today? Qian Daolu inquired. The spirit hall had already suffered grievous losses, yet he lacked the confidence to guarantee Chen Xiaoming's capture, even with the Angel Temple's legacy at his back. Deep down, Qian Daolu was reluctant to engage in battle, for those who achieved the 99th level ultimate title Daw, like himself and Tang Chun, sought the ultimate path to divinity. In his eyes, Chen Xiaoming, so young, yet having reached such a pinnacle, could not possibly disregard the final step toward ascension. You are quite young and have already caught up to my age. Do you not desire to pursue that final step? Seeing Chen Xiaoming remain unmoved, Qian Daolu continued, his words laced with temptation. Oh, the final step? Chen Xiaoming feigned ignorance, secretly amused as he contemplated what scheme Qian Daolu was concocting. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others perked up their ears, eager to discern what this final step entailed. Was it the ascent to the 100th level of divinity? But did gods truly exist in this world? With your strength, do you not wish to pursue it? Having lived for a century, Qian Daolu possessed a keen understanding of human nature. He found it hard to believe that someone as young as Chen Xiaoming, aware of the path to divinity, will not seek it out. I know of a place where one can ascend to divinity. If you are willing to erase the grievances between you and the spirit hall, I am prepared to disclose its location. As these words fell, the crowd was taken aback. A divine realm, 100 level of ascension. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun were utterly bewildered. Was it true that gods existed and that soul masters could achieve the 100 level? Why are you pinching me? A sudden cry from the portly one broke the tension as he swatted away Oscar's hand, which had been pinching his flesh. Oscar and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, realizing the portly one was not dreaming. The day's events were more surreal than any dream. First, they learned that Xiao Wu was not human, but a 100,000-year soul beast. Then they witnessed Chen Xiaoming single-handedly defeat the Spirit Hall's top 10 title Douluo with ease, and now an elder had appeared, claiming knowledge of a divine realm where one could ascend to the 100 level. Finally, unable to contain his amusement, Chen Xiaoming laughed heartily. I expected some cunning from you, Qian Daolu, but it seems your intentions are rather simplistic. With a smile gracing his face, he scrutinized Qian Daolu, fully aware of his ulterior motives. The place you speak of, is it not the city of slaughter? At the mention of the city of slaughter, Qian Daolu's calm demeanor shifted dramatically, and he ceased to speak further, his gaze fixated intently on Chen Xiaoming. The latter's knowledge of the city of slaughter, coupled with its status as a realm of ascension, indicated that Qian Daolu's prior demeanor had been a facade. Understanding dawned upon Qian Daolu, yet Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others remained perplexed. Where was this place that they had never heard of? Qian Daolu, do not treat me as a fool. With a sharp retort, Chen Xiaoming declared that the city of slaughter was a domain ruled by the Shura god, known for its unique selection process, unlike other gods who favored one-on-one encounters. The Shura god allowed many to compete, ultimately claiming a divine position when the time was ripe. How did Tang San acquire dual divine titles? It was because the Shura god intervened. Had it not been for the sea goddess' inability to defeat him, he would have been forced to confront the Shura god. Qian Daolu, you wish for me to venture to the city of slaughter to meet Tang Chun, do you not? If we were to contend for a divine position, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce conflict. Regardless of who prevails, one of us would certainly perish. Chen Xiaoming shook his head, his gaze towards Qian Daolu dripping with sarcasm. In the end, the Spirit Hall would lose an adversary. If both Tang Chun and I were to suffer mutual destruction, the Spirit Hall would effortlessly eliminate two formidable foes, would it not? Qian Daolu's calculations had been laid bare by Chen Xiaoming, leaving him momentarily astonished before he regained his composure, maintaining his indifferent fa-ade. As he resigned himself to being discovered, Qian Daolu's eyes sharpened. Boom! A terrifying surge of soul power erupted, enveloping the surroundings with an intensity far surpassing that of the golden crocodile, Douluo, and Bibi Dong. Behind Qian Daolu, a resplendent light erupted, encasing him in a halo of golden brilliance, as three pairs of pure white wings unfurled. Ultimate martial soul, six-winged angel. Ding, 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 ding. A series of soul rings radiating formidable pressure ascended from beneath his feet, instantly enveloping the heavens. Black, 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 red. 8 black. 1 red. A terrifying configuration of soul rings unveiled Qian Daolu's immense power. Observing this spectacle, Chen Xiaoming offered a faint smile, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Is this truly the extent of your strength? How utterly disappointing. Chapter 73. Qian Daolu, Part 2, Above the Spirit Hall. The ethereal image of the six-winged angel emerged behind Qian Daolu, its wings unfurling as it radiated a soft golden light. Entering a state of ethereality while Qian Daolu himself swiftly merged with the angelic apparition. The entire being, encompassing skin and hair alike, was rendered in a pure golden hue, with the garments upon him dissolving within that golden essence. Enveloped in a resplendent golden flame, he resembled a celestial angel. Even the soul rings adorning him were transformed into gold at that moment. The golden halo gradually ascended, then suddenly expanded, creating dazzling halos in the air. Qian Daolu surged forward, his 6 wings unfurling behind him, soaring like a golden meteor towards Chen Xiaoming. The explosive golden light expanded at an almost imperceptible speed, enveloping thousands of square meters in an instant, turning everything around into gold. Qian Daolu's domain, the Angel's domain, within this sacred space. Chen Xiaoming felt immense pressure from all directions, as if his senses were confined to a narrow expanse. A domain? Who hasn't T1? A silver radiance erupted from within Chen Xiaoming, akin to a blazing sun, emitting brilliant light. The golden light of Qian Daolu's angel domain was instantly pushed aside, as silver light spread relentlessly, constraining the angel domain to a mere 10 meters around Qian Daolu. Unfazed, Qian Daolu pressed on, his vast, 6-winged, angelic silhouette holding flames of gold that burned like the sun itself, igniting the celestial phenomena around him. Unique strands of energy gradually merged into the flames, and amidst their flickering, A colossal golden flame sword took form, radiating intense, divine energy. With a cold snort, Chen Xiaoming summoned forth his soul power, a torrent of energy surging as his long undisturbed martial spirit emerged. Beneath him, 9 blood-red soul rings pulsated, emanating a fiery crimson glow. As his martial spirit unfurled, the blood-red light of the 100,000-year 7th soul ring soared into the Aoki tree martial spirit. A massive silhouette of the Aoki tree materialized behind Chen Xiaoming. Standing 15 meters tall, its azure trunk draped in a faint silver glow, with red patterns intricately engraved on its branches. Enveloped in luminosity, Chen Xiaoming felt as though he fused with the Aoki tree, the surrounding space trembling slightly as silvery light radiated from him. The silhouette of the Aoki tree flickered, as though it were not bound by this realm. An ethereal figure emerged behind the Aoki tree, identical to Chen Xiaoming, but slightly taller, shrouded in silver light. With cascading silver hair and eyes that sparkled with myriad reflections, akin to a shattering cosmos. Boom, 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 boom. The resounding blast reverberated as Douluo, hovering in midair, unleashed the brilliance of his 6-winged angel. The 6 wings shot forth, igniting into searing golden flames, coalescing into a fiery sword. This flame sword mirrored the massive sword wielded by the 6-winged angel. Douluo raised it slightly, the golden radiance intensifying. As 6 colossal flame swords erupted from behind the angel, unleashing an inferno of solar fire directed towards the giant sword in his grasp. The continuous solar flames merged, solidifying the golden flame sword into a 100-meter behemoth, composed entirely of solar fire, as the temperature around the spirit hall soared to a terrifying degree. Flander, master, and others formed a golden dragon, exerting all their strength to withstand the onslaught, barely holding their ground. Nearby, the poison daw and others activated their martial spirits, striving to counter the residual heat of the solar flames. The spatial domain emanating from Chen Xiaoming quivered under the tumultuous waves of solar fire. Observing this from within the Aoki tree, Chen Xiaoming felt his own determination ignite. If Douluo sought to resolve this with a single blow, he would meet him to the very end. The colossal silhouette behind the Aoki tree gestured slightly, and a robust branch extended from the main body, entwined with 9 red soul rings engraved upon it. A flash of silver light swept past, and the azure branch shimmered with silver brilliance. With a resounding clap, Chen Xiaoming grasped the phantom, merging violently with the silver light. In an instant, both the phantom and the wooden staff surged in size, growing to over 30 meters tall in the blink of an eye. The angelic holy sword, the 6 flame swords merged, and Douluo's immense 6-winged angel swung down with terrifying force, shaking the very fabric of space, as black cracks manifested in its wake. The sheer might caused the ground to collapse, rendering the surrounding soul saints and soul Douluos unconscious. The blow, infused with solar fire, radiated golden light, resembling a sun plummeting towards Chen Xiaoming. Without hesitation, he uttered not a word. The 30-meter silhouette confronted the 100-meter golden flame sword, and Chen Xiaoming swung the silver wooden staff. The silver glow erupted, with 9 blood-red soul rings swirling around it, expanding as it collided with the golden flame sword. The two forces met with a thunderous impact, the ferocity of the solar flames pressing down upon the wooden staff. Douluo's gaze momentarily flickered with joy, but was swiftly replaced by shock. Cracks began to form on the solidified energy of the flame sword, as he turned to see Chen Xiaoming smiling faintly. The colossal phantom of Chen Xiaoming moved slightly, unleashing a burst of silver light from the wooden staff, which instantly enveloped the solar flames. The power of the Aoki staff surged forth, and with a mighty crash, it shattered the golden light, sending the flame sword careening backward. The cracks could no longer withstand the force, erupting in midair, as sparks of fire scattered downwards. The residual might of the Aoki staff remained unyielding, sweeping across Douluo's 6-winged angel silhouette. The angel's golden light attempted to resist, but crumbled upon contact as the staff struck and obliterated the illusion. With a splintering sound, the golden light shattered, and Douluo's figure fell from the sky, blood spilling forth as his aura plummeted. The towering phantom of Chen Xiaoming merely shook his head, sighing softly. Alas, I have yet to exert myself, and you have already fallen. Chapter 74. The 5-Year Pact. Silence enveloped the area, as if all existence had stilled. Above the spirit hall, only Chen Xiaoming remained suspended, with no one else uttering a sound. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and the others stood in stunned silence, numbed by the spectacle they had witnessed, unable to articulate their thoughts. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, Sor Douluo Flander, and the others found themselves equally speechless. As they marveled at the astonishing power of the spirit hall, they realized that Chen Xiaoming had single-handedly decimated most of it. The number of titled Douluo who have been defeated is staggering, and several have sustained severe injuries. The so-called strongest angel Douluo, Qian Daolu, was unable to withstand even a single strike from Chen Xiaoming and was sent flying, gravely wounded. In such circumstances, even the seasoned Ning, Fengji, and Sor Douluo were left utterly bewildered. A sigh escaped the lips of those present, while the golden crocodile, Douluo, of the spirit hall, who had not yet departed, turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. His previously recovering condition had once again deteriorated. Without hesitation, he swiftly made his way towards the fallen Qian Daolu. Bibi Dong gazed at the vanquished Qian Daolu with a heavy heart. Under normal circumstances, she would have been pleased with his injury, yet joy eluded her because his defeat rendered all the ambitions of the spirit hall utterly fruitless. Coughing, Qian Daolu lay on the ground, his face ashen and disbelief evident in his eyes. He had never anticipated such a crushing defeat. With a supreme martial soul, the six-winged angel, he found it unfathomable that he could not even withstand a single attack from his opponent. "Have you ascended to godhood?" he managed to ask, raising his head with great difficulty to gaze at Chen Xiaoming, who was now enveloped in a silver glow. How could another title Douluo possibly be so much stronger? The only explanation was that his adversary had indeed become a deity. However, upon witnessing the blood-red 10,000-year soul rings around the ladder, Qian Oliu's gaze dimmed. Defeated, he had not expected to lose so completely. Whether it was resentment, nostalgia, or despair, Qian Oliu's expression was complex. Chen Xiaoming, equally contemplative as he surveyed the fallen crowd below, had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. He had already reached the pinnacle of mortal existence in this world. To continue onward meant embarking on the path to achieving 100 levels of godhood. Gods were few, and among them, some were not particularly formidable, such as those in the category of food gods, leaving only the angel god, who was quite powerful. His gaze lingered momentarily on Tang San, Bibi Dong, and Qian Daolu. Now that he had chosen this path, Chen Xiaoming needed to prepare for the future. For instance, during the time he waited for experience points to accrue, he would urge these protagonists of their respective realms to hasten their growth. Bored to such an extent, Chen Xiaoming had become invincible, capable of cultivating both gods and adversaries. Qian Daolu, Bibi Dong, you have 5 years, only 5 years. After that, I demand a battle with the gods, or else the spirit hall shall face annihilation. His icy words left both Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu in shock. A battle with the gods? What would he possibly mean? As the angel Douluo who served the angel god, Qian Daolu suddenly had a realization, and his expression turned astonished as he looked at Chen Xiaoming. In his life, Tang Chun had been his greatest rival, yet he admired Tang Chen's strength and spirit. Little did he expect to encounter someone with even more audacity today. A battle with the gods in 5 years? Qian Daolu glanced back, a figure flashing in his mind, and after a moment of steeling his resolve, a glimmer of determination appeared in his eyes. Very well, our spirit hall accepts this challenge. Chen Xiaoming nodded. Killing Qian Daolu would change nothing. He had enhanced his soul power, and achieving 100 levels would make him more than a match for the likes of the Shura god. Qian Daolu was merely the representative of the angel god, akin to Poseidon of Sea God Island. While he would not show Qian Daolu any mercy, he still had to respect the angel god's authority. Descending gracefully, Chen Xiaoming stood before Dai Mubai and the others, who were at a loss for words to express their excitement and admiration upon his return. Slowly, Xiao Wu and Tang San approached. "Thank you," they both said sincerely. Bowing in gratitude, Tang San understood that without Chen Xiaoming, he would never have been able to save Xiao Wu, even at the cost of his own life. "Now I have repaid the favor for your soul bone, little San." Chen Xiaoming waved dismissively. "It's just the spirit hall. No matter how many mortals there are, they will always remain mortals." However, He turned his gaze to a certain spot, a playful smile gracing his lips. What is this? Have you been watching for so long and still not shown yourself? His words left the crowd momentarily stunned. Was there someone else? Dai Mubai and the others felt a twinge of tension, suspecting that the spirit hall may have lurking powerful figures. However, seeing Chun Xiaoming beside them, they relaxed somewhat. A shadowy figure appeared silently before them. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, tall and imposing. His tattered robe hung loosely over his bronze skin, and he looked as if he had just awakened from a deep slumber, his hair a tangled mess resembling a bird's nest, and his unkempt beard suggested he had not groomed himself in days. About that blow from years ago, how do you think we should settle the score? He said coldly. The person before them, aside from the Hao Yian Tang Hao, could be no one else. In his youth, he had been reckless, and his lack of skill had nearly led to his own downfall. Now, encountering Chun Xiaoming once more piqued his interest. Please, I was merely jesting. Given your current strength, I am at your mercy, Tang Hao replied, adopting an attitude of submission, though a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. He understood that with Chun Xiaoming's prowess, he had long since revealed himself. If the latter truly wished to settle the score, he could have finished him off with ease, without needing to go through such elaborate measures to draw him out. Boring, I'm leaving. Having reached his current level, with soul power, soul rings, soul bones, and the essence of his bloodline, Chun Xiaoming's strength had multiplied beyond measure. It felt somewhat beneath him to bully a sickly titled Douluo like Tang Hao. Little San, your father's debt will fall upon you. In 5 years, at Shrek Academy, I shall take you to the promised land of godhood. Remember, once you ascend, you will need to battle me in place of your father. Life is lonely as snow, Chun Xiaoming concluded, no longer paying attention as he vanished into the distance, leaving behind only the resonant echoes of his words filled with soul power. Amidst the green willows and the vibrant scenery, he departed as gracefully as a shooting star. Chapter 75. 5 years later, the sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky, and a gentle, warm breeze, tinged with heat, swept over Shrek Academy. Ever since the Academy's victory 5 years prior, when Chun Xiaoming single-handedly battled the Spirit Hall, the Snow Knight Emperor had personally visited Shrek Academy to meet with Flanders and the others. Subsequently, with the support of the Heaven Do Empire, Shrek Academy experienced rapid growth, surpassing the Imperial Academy of Heaven Do. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall, subdued by Chun Xiaoming's earlier challenge of 5 years, dared not impede Shrek Academy's development. In a short time, Shrek Academy became the undisputed #1 academy across the continent. At this moment, under the midday sun, a young man and woman arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. They appear to be around 20 years old, with a young man slightly older than the girl. The young man had long golden hair cascading down his back. His bright eyes filled with excitement as he stood there, fixated on the unique monster sculpture adorning the Academy's entrance plaque. The young maiden's face bore an icy demeanor, her fiery spirit contrasting vividly with her perfect physique, which exuded a compelling allure. In stark opposition to the youth clad in black, she donned a flowing white dress that concealed most of her alabaster skin. The golden-haired youth sighed, pondering how swiftly time had passed. 5 years had elapsed in the blink of an eye. He wondered how his companions fared. "We'll find out upon meeting," she replied succinctly, her cold visage betraying a flicker of excitement in her beautiful eyes. This striking duo was none other than Dai Mubai, the leader of the Shrek's 7 monsters, and Zhu Zhuqing, the 7th member of their group. 5 years had passed, yet they remained steadfast in their commitment to the promise left by Chun Xiaoming. 5 years ago, during a fierce battle, Chun Xiaoming had vanquished all the elite members of the Spirit Hall, seemingly vanishing thereafter, leaving only a promise for a reunion at Shrek Academy 5 years hence. Under the weight of Chun Xiaoming's formidable presence, the Spirit Hall dared not lay a hand on Tang Hao and Xiao Wu, but following the conclusion of the Soul Master competition, everyone embarked on their respective journeys. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the Star Luo Empire, while Tang San and Xiao Wu accompanied Tang Hao. Ning Rongrong was taken back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school by Ning Fengji, and Oscar pursued his own happiness by following suit. The portly Ma Hongjun, feeling a tinge of melancholy, proclaimed his desire to traverse the continent alone. Thus, after a brief reunion, the Shrek's 7 monsters parted ways. awaiting the moment of their long-anticipated gathering. As the 5-year mark approached, they yearned for the exhilarating moment of their reunion. The excitement within Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing was palpable, reflected in their expressions. Just as a dispute arose between Dai Mubai and the academy guards, the rotund figure of Ma Hongjun, lounging in the shade, observed them with a teasing grin. "Oh, this junior has quite the audacity to confront our esteemed Dai Mubai," he jeered, his imposing figure, standing 8 feet tall and equally broad, exuding a boisterous yet menacing aura. The robust pressure emanating from his 6th-level soul power caused the 2 guards to retreat in haste. 5 years have passed, and your bulk has not diminished. But your arrogance has certainly increased. A melodious voice approached. Clad in pink attire, with hair cascading to her waist, Ning Rongrong's elegant presence brightened the atmosphere, though the weight of Oscar's choices cast a shadow over the gathering. Zhu Zhuqing embraced the tearful Ning Rongrong, offering quiet solace. What should have been a moment of joyous reunion had morphed into a scene tinged with sorrow. "I wonder how Sange and Xiao Wu are faring. They must be all right," Ma Hongjun remarked, exchanging a glance with Dai Mubai that revealed a shared sense of longing. At that moment, a tall youth over 6 feet, with a well-proportioned physique, approached slowly. His handsome countenance bore a gentle smile, and his dark blue hair cascaded over his shoulders, with sapphire-like eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. Clad in white, he emanated an air of elegance and composure. "Who has caused our Rongrong such sorrow?" His melodious voice rang out. It was Tang San, returning after 5 years. The transformation he had undergone during this time was profound, both in appearance and demeanor, rendering him unrecognizable to Dai Mubai and the others. After a fruitless exchange, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun engaged Tang San in combat. Utilizing his blue-silver grass martial spirit and accompanying soul skills, they finally recognized his true identity. As they conversed at the gates of Shrek Academy, the topic inevitably turned to Chen Xiaoming. "Xiao San, has Teacher Chen contacted you over the years?" Tang San smiled wryly at this inquiry. Since that fateful day 5 years prior, when Chen Xiaoming had mentioned a battle upon his ascension, he had been plagued by anxiety. Back then, he had only reached the 40th level of soul power, a far cry from the 100 required for ascension. Despite 5 years of relentless training, he had barely managed to break through to the 64th level. "Do not fret, Xiao San, Teacher Chen likely meant it in jest," Dai Mubai reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Over these years, he too had diligently trained, achieving only the 63rd level of soul power, a distant dream of the 100-level ascension. Yet, they recollected how Chen Xiaoming had once proclaimed he would battle Tang San once he attained divinity, leaving them puzzled as to why this had not come pass. "By the way, Sange, did Xiao Wu not accompany you?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, having calmed Ning Rongrong. Her curiosity piqued as she scanned the area for signs of Tang San's arrival. After all, he had departed with Xiao Wu, and though the Spirit Hall had refrained from immediate action due to Chen Xiaoming's influence, concern lingered among the group. "Ah, Rongrong, were you longing for me?" A lively figure suddenly emerged, embracing Ning Rongrong. Dressed in a white gown that brushed her feet, she resembled an ethereal sprite, her flawless visage framed by cascading black hair. Her sparkling eyes seemed to converse, playfully caressing Ning Rongrong's cheek. "All right, Xiao Wu," Tang Sin chuckled, covering his face. Over 5 years, her playful nature had remained unchanged. If anything, it had flourished under his affectionate indulgence. As the group reveled in their playful banter, another figure approached leisurely. "Excellent. It appears you have all gathered quite harmoniously." Chapter 76. Reunion at Shrek Academy. In the office of the Shrek Academy, Flinder reclined languorously in his grand chair. His life in recent years had been one of tranquility, as the responsibilities of the academy had largely been delegated to Lu Erlong and the master, who managed the students' education. With funding provided directly by the Heaven Do Empire, he had little to worry about financially. Life was indeed comfortable, especially with Chen Xiaoming serving as the vice principal. Even the Spirit Hall dared not provoke him. A knock echoed through the office. "The door is unlocked. Please enter," Flinder replied lazily. The door creaked open as Zhao Wujin entered, a broad grin adorning his face. Over the years, he had cultivated his soul power, now reaching the 81st level, becoming a formidable soul de law. Flinder glanced at him without much concern. But a fleeting gaze towards the entrance caught his attention. A figure clad in white, with silver hair flowing like a gentle breeze, approached with a soft smile. Flender, it has been quite some time. The figure greeted warmly, nonchalantly stepping forward to pour himself a cup of tea from Flender's desk. It was none other than Chen Xiaoming, who, having served as the vice principal of Shrek Academy for over 5 years, felt entitled to indulge in the amenities. Come in, don't be shy, Flender invited. Just as Flender was momentarily surprised, he sensed a fluctuation of energy from outside the door, prompting him to rise in excitement. Tang San, Dai Mubai Master, and Lu Erlong entered the room. Flender's gaze swept across the faces of the 6 individuals before him, momentarily rendering him speechless. The Shrek 7 monsters were his everlasting pride. Today was a rare gathering, and he was determined to treat them generously. After 5 years apart, Chen Xiaoming had become increasingly carefree, his every frown and smile exuding a unique charm that left no room for disdain. Upon hearing that they were planning to take advantage of Flender, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Although Shrek had transformed in the past 5 years, Flender's notorious frugality remained unchanged, which was truly admirable. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others greeted Flender, while Chen Xiaoming quietly prepared tea. Over the years, Chen Xiaoming had not been idle. He had acquired the art of tea brewing from somewhere, cultivating his character and refining his temperament. It seemed he had even engaged in philosophical discussions with Tang San's aunt. Come, taste this, he urged gently. Tang San, Zai Mubai, and the others took their seats, and Flender's eyes brightened at what he saw. With keen perception, he discerned something remarkable. Gently lifting the teacup, he took a small sip. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San followed suit, while Zhao Wujie and Ma Hongjun drank heartily, dismissing any need for finesse, as they believed that drinking in abundance was far more satisfying. Chen Xiaoming was indifferent. After all, it was merely a cup of tea, destined to be consumed regardless of the manner. The essence of tea culture lies in its ability to clear the mind of distractions. For Chen Xiaoming, following the natural way and acting according to one's heart was the essence of existence. If one's mind was unsettled, the path to understanding would be obstructed. Well, I promised to lead you to the realm of divinity, and now that our 5-year agreement has arrived, it is time to share, he said, noticing Ma Hongjuan's eager expression. He revealed to Tang San and the others that it was merely a final memento. With a casual wave of his hand, a silvery light burst forth from Chen Xiaoming's palm, enveloping the entire office in an instant. This silvery radiance bore no oppressive force. It was as gentle as a breeze. Yet both Tang San and Flender felt an unusual sensation. Do not worry, this is my domain. I simply wish to keep our conversation private, Chen Xiaoming remarked without further elaboration. After 5 years, with an understanding of his bloodline's origin, his strength had grown. Was this truly surprising? His power had increased, and his domain had strengthened. Was that so astonishing? Now, you must remember what I am about to say, he reminded everyone, drawing Tang San and the others back to focus. In this continent, the existence of gods is no mere legend. Achieving 100-level divinity is within reach for soul masters. The master, who had been listening intently, felt a spark of excitement at the mention of the 100-level divinity. Indeed, it was real. There are generally 2 paths to achieving divinity. One is through reaching the 100-level soul power, and the other is through divine inheritance. You need not concern yourselves with the first method. Let me explain the second. The abrupt shift in focus left everyone momentarily taken aback, but they said nothing, for these secrets were unknown without Chen Xiaoming's guidance. The conditions for divine inheritance are as follows. First, one must become a titled Douluo with soul power above 95. Second, one must locate a site of divine inheritance. Third, one must pass the divine assessment. Generally, upon completing the divine assessment, one can break through to achieve divinity. Chen Xiaoming raised 3 fingers, withholding further information, but merely stating these 3 conditions made Ma Hongjun and the others swallow hard. Teacher Chen, reaching title Douluo feels far beyond our grasp, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, unable to contain himself. At level 61, he seemed only 34 levels away from title Douluo, but those 34 levels would take decades, and he had no confidence in achieving them. Flender and Zhao Wujie exchanged glances. At their age, they were merely soul Douluo, and it seemed unlikely they would ever become title Douluo. No wonder achieving 100-level divinity has become a legend, the master sighed softly. The harsh conditions for becoming a god meant that 99% of soul masters were barred from success. How many titled Douluo exist in the continent? The first requirement alone, soul power above 95, rendered the number exceedingly low. Chun Xiaoming observed the master, but refrained from elaborating further. Not every titled Douluo above 95 would suffice. The gods also consider one's martial spirit and personal potential. After all, Oscar nearly went unnoticed. Had it not been for the fact that the god of food had already chosen Ning Rongrong, he would never have bestowed his divine position upon someone so lacking in dignity. Reflecting on this, he glanced at Ning Rongrong and shook his head, inwardly lamenting. Chapter 77. Departing for Sea God Island. Teacher Chun, we are still only at 60 levels of soul power. Achieving divinity seems quite distant, Ma Hongjun remarked. Not out of fear, but because the conditions for achieving divinity were increasingly stringent. Moreover, there was an assessment involved. Do you think we, as soul emperors, are merely fodder for the title Douluo? Qin Xiaoming looked at the astute Ma Hongjun and sighed. Could they not wait for him to finish his thoughts? Indeed, your current levels are too low. I advise you to strive for divine inheritance and aim for soul power above 95. Otherwise, you may not pass the assessment. The assessment is no easy feat. Tang San possesses the protagonist's halo, and even he nearly faltered against the Sea Soul Whale King in the final challenge. For others, without Tang San's support, the odds would be slim. However, the location I intend to take you to poses no such concerns. Although it is also a place for divinity. It solely pertains to Shaosan. You will merely undergo some trials to enhance your cultivation. Having said this, Qin Xiaoming turned his gaze towards Tang San. The position of Sea God is rightfully yours. Without you, others may not succeed. As for the items required for the Sea God's 9 trials, Qin Xiaoming was unconcerned, as the vast and boundless protective barrier should be in the Tiando Imperial Palace. This item was unknown to the likes of Bai Bidong and Qian Douluo, or else they would have obtained it long ago. Only related to Xiao San, the master pondered, sensing the deeper meaning in Qin Xiaoming's words. 5 years ago, Qin Xiaoming had mentioned leading Tang San to divinity, and now he reiterated that it was connected to Tang San. Indeed, that place of divinity is called Sea God Island, where Tang San will face the Sea God's trials. If he succeeds, he shall obtain the position of Sea God. As these words fell, everyone was taken aback. The Sea God position? Tang San is to become a god. Observing their astonished expressions, Qin Xiaoming felt a sense of satisfaction. It was not easy for him to find worthy opponents. He had to cultivate them himself. As for why he did not seek out existing gods like the Sea God or the God of Shura, it was simply a matter of following his heart. There is no rush. Nothing compares to the feeling of nurturing someone oneself. Clearing his throat, he almost lost his train of thought. Qin Xiaoming cleared his throat lightly, choosing to say little to them. He set a period of 3 days for them to adjust, after which they would embark for Sea God Island. Once the conversation concluded, Qin Xiaoming remained active, personally following the master to visit the Tiando Imperial Palace. Inside the palace, he did not encounter Qian Renxue, the crown prince of Tiando. Perhaps due to the pressure from Qin Xiaoming, Qian Douluo had to recall Qian Renxue to focus on her cultivation in preparation for the angel god's assessment, aiming to become a deity and fulfill Qin Xiaoming's 5-year agreement. Within the palace, Qin Xiaoming had a private audience with the Snow Knight Emperor. No one knew what transpired in the secret chamber between them, but upon exiting, the Snow Knight Emperor wore a beaming smile. After leaving the palace, Qin Xiaoming did not linger further. The next step was to find Oscar. By a stroke of fortune, the following day, Oscar returned to Shrek Academy alongside Tang San. Thus, that evening, everyone gathered to celebrate the reunion of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Such a momentous occasion naturally saw Qin Xiaoming in attendance, where he again bore witness to Ning Rongrong's formidable drinking capacity. Oscar fell first, followed by Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Tang San, all succumbing to Ning Rongrong's prowess. Qin Xiaoming observed from the side, silently sighing for his intoxicated companions. They truly needed to train harder. As for why Qin Xiaoming remained sober, it was a jest to think he would succumb. He was renowned throughout the realms as an invincible figure. When the effects of the drink began to take hold, he simply clicked on the status bar, dispelling any notion of inebriation, instantly regaining clarity. However, it was merely 1,000,000 experience points. He was affluent enough not to care. Ah, wait a moment. Why not use soul power to expel the alcohol? The next day, despite the previous night's revelry, when Chen Xiaoming awoke, he found that Tang San and the others were already prepared. After hastily readying himself, he did not tarry, having entrusted the Hanhai Qingquan shield to Tang San, who had also become the teacher of Snow Avalanche. At the western gate of Tianhou City, the carriage was ready, and not only the teachers of Shrek Academy had come to see them off. Ning Fengji, Sword Delaw, Bon Delaw, and several elders from the Tang sect had all been invited by the master. Observing the reluctant expressions on everyone's faces, Chen Xiaoming did not rush them. The journey was long, and he could not simply fly Tang San and the others there. After a brief farewell, they finally set off towards Sea God Island. Along the way, Chen Xiaoming refrained from excessive conversation. Even as he sensed some lurking observers, he was unperturbed, taking the opportunity for some amusement amidst the boredom. The journey proceeded smoothly, save for an encounter with a band of foolish wolf bandits, which Tang San and the others swiftly dealt with. Days later, they arrived at Hanhai City, the largest coastal city on the western frontier of the Tiandou Empire and the grandest port city on the continent. Finally, they had arrived. Being here meant they were close to Sea God Island, though it was uncertain whether they would encounter the deep-sea demon whale king. If they did, it would surely be an interesting affair. Upon entering the city with Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others, the attention of Hanhai City's populace shifted to Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The intense and somewhat lewd gazes made Chen Xiaoming furrow his brow slightly. With a cold reprimand, he released a subtle pressure of soul power. Those who had been staring at Xiao Wu and the others immediately collapsed, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Chen Xiaoming. Under his icy gaze, they bowed their heads, too frightened to look up again. Let us go. Chen Xiaoming spoke softly, feeling displeased by their gazes. He himself had not even looked at them, yet they dared to gaze so brazenly. This time, he merely exerted a slight pressure, should they harbor any further thoughts. He would not hesitate to take action. Watching Chen Xiaoming defend them, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the others beamed with joy, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, shaking their heads in wry amusement, even if they felt it was somewhat ostentatious and might attract the attention of the Spear Hall. With Chen Xiaoming present, they were not afraid of any trouble that might arise. Ah, indeed, it is best to be like Chen Xiaoming. Chapter 78. Arrival at Sea God Island the following day, after resting for a night in Hanhai City. Chen Xiaoming paid no heed to Tang San and the others' whereabouts the previous day. He set off in the morning towards the western gate of Hanhai City. Tang San and Oscar had already arranged for a ship the day before. The Hanhai City dock, as the largest port in the Tiandou Empire, was impressively constructed, featuring at least 20 docks extending hundreds of meters into the sea, accommodating hundreds of vessels. The ship reserved by Tang San and Oscar was located on the eastern side of the dock. It was a brand new vessel, looking quite splendid, painted entirely in iron color. The ship measured 50 meters in length and over 20 meters in width, with a thick layer of iron plating protecting its hull beneath the iron gray paint. However, upon boarding, Chen Xiaoming couldn't help but frown slightly, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Welcome aboard the Sea Demon, greeted a middle-aged man in his 50s, laughing heartily as he gestured for them to enter. As his gaze swept over Chen Xiaoming, he felt an acute, piercing awareness of danger settle in his heart, akin to being targeted by a fierce sea soul beast. The sensation compelled him to lower his head, suppressing his demeanor. Are you from the Purple Pearl Pirate Group? Chen Xiaoming sneered, having seen through their concealed soul power. He recalled that in the original narrative, it was these individuals who led Tang San and the others to the deep-sea demon whale king, and he shook his head. This esteemed sir is jesting. I did not comprehend your words. The middle-aged man trembled slightly as the mention of the Purple Pearl Pirate Group caused him to grow tense. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others were no naive rookies. They recognized the tension and began to circulate their soul power, remaining vigilant. Teacher Chen, are these people from the Spear Hall? Oscar whispered to Chen Xiaoming, as they had never encountered these individuals before, and this was their first visit to Hanhai City. Besides the Spear Hall, Oscar could not fathom who else might wish them harm. No, let us go. We are pressed for time. Glancing at the sky, it was time to depart. Chen Xiaoming stepped onto the ship, and Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others exchanged glances before following suit. With Chen Xiaoming present, they were bold enough to board even a spirit hull vessel. The middle-aged man watched as Chen Xiaoming, fully aware of his identity, boarded the ship, momentarily stunned. Yet at that moment, Chen Xiaoming had already approached him. "Do not entertain any thoughts. Otherwise, you shall perish." His calm words lingered in the air, and the middle-aged man felt as though the space around him had been constricted, an invisible hand tightening around his throat. With eyes wide open, a suffocating sensation and a heavy presence of death surged into the middle-aged man's mind. Just as he believed his demise was imminent, all oppression and confinement vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he found that Chen Xiaoming had long departed, and even Tang San and the others had moved on. Gasping for breath, the middle-aged man cast a profound glance at Chen Xiaoming's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting an inexpressible fear. The words of Chen Xiaoming echoed in his mind, prompting a sudden change in his demeanor as he approached his subordinates. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions followed closely behind Chen Xiaoming, perplexed as to why he would choose this vessel despite being aware of its issues. Chen Xiaoming remained silent, and Tang San's group refrained from inquiring. Thanks to Chen Xiaoming's warning, the initially hostile Heidel and his crew exhibited a cordial demeanor throughout the journey. Were it not for their notorious reputation as pirates, Chen Xiaoming might have thought they were vying for the title of exemplary crew members. However, their perceptiveness was indeed commendable. Otherwise, Chen Xiaoming would have had no qualms about feeding them to the sharks. Having resolved the troublesome situation, Chen Xiaoming leisurely settled on the deck, basking in the sunlight, enjoying the sea breeze and admiring the scenery. The ocean's beauty is irreplaceable by any other sight. Without experiencing the vastness of the sea, one can never truly grasp its grandeur. The endless expanse of water met the sky in the distance, with the sun rising gently from the east, casting shimmering reflections upon the surface. In high spirits, Chen Xiaoming opted for a leisurely pastime, fishing in the Soul Beast Zone. Fishing aboard a moving ship seemed a foolish endeavor, leading Heidel and his crew to snicker quietly. Yet, as Chen Xiaoming reeled in one soul beast after another, their amusement turned to bewilderment. Even Tang San and his companions were astonished, questioning how such feats were accomplished. With a faint smile and no need for explanation, Chen Xiaoming hooked a massive 15-meter fish, dispatching it with a gentle flick. "Here, let's prepare this for today's feast," he instructed softly, prompting Heidel and his men to hurriedly gather the ingredients for processing. Fortunately, being soul masters, they managed to handle the substantial catch, which might have been a struggle for mere mortals. "Well, let today's training conclude here," Chen Xiaoming declared, inhaling deeply. While appearing to fish, he was, in fact, honing his spatial abilities. Thus, as they busied themselves, 10 days slipped by unnoticed. On the morning of the 11th day, Heidel stood on the deck, gazing ahead. In the distance, a small black dot appeared on the horizon. Upon spotting it, Heidel immediately commanded the sailors to anchor the ship. "My lord, ahead lies Sea God Island, but I can only escort you this far," he explained respectfully, glancing back at Chen Xiaoming. The waters nearby were teeming with soul beasts, and any approach would invite attack. "No need for further words. We shall proceed on our own." Chen Xiaoming waved dismissively. After 10 days adrift, they had finally arrived at this location, and a flicker of anticipation gleamed in Chen Xiaoming's eyes. Sea God Island. The site of the sea god's trial. He wondered if it would involve him. With a slight smile, Chen Xiaoming glanced back at the assembled Shrek 7 monsters, a mysterious wave of energy emanating from within him. "Let us go." As his words fell, Tang San and the others felt their bodies lift uncontrollably, rising 50 meters above the sea in no time. The ship beneath them appeared diminutive. Chen Xiaoming regarded Sea God Island without lingering, swiftly guiding Tang San and the others across the waters. Watching Chen Xiaoming and his companions depart, Heidel and his crew were left in astonishment, grappling with disbelief. After a long pause, relief flickered in Heidel's eyes. Thankfully, he had refrained from attacking them, or he would have truly faced the fate of feeding sharks. Chapter 79. The Sea God's Trial. Sea God Island radiated a warmth akin to spring. Stretching before them was a verdant expanse, the colossal island seemingly boundless. The air carried a unique fragrance, fresh and soothing, with the wind whispering secrets of the sea. Under the sunlight, the beach gleamed, its fine white sand sparkling like countless tiny crystals. Is this truly Sea God Island? On the tranquil beach, Chun Xiaoming descended with Tang San and the others, gazing at the picturesque scenery that evoked a sense of wonder from Oscar. Let us proceed. By the time Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others regained their composure, Chun Xiaoming's gaze had already turned towards the distance, as if peering through the endless greenery to behold some exquisite scene. Leading the way, the group walked leisurely across Sea God Island, which was vast, resembling a substantial landmass. They had not ventured far when they were halted by a group of figures clad in pale yellow garments. Lacking the context from the Pearl Island incident, Tang San and his companions were unaware of the significance of the attire worn by these individuals. I come seeking the grand offering, one of the leaders stated, while the others revered the sea god, eager to undergo his trial. Given that they were on the sea god's territory, Chun Xiaoming wished to avoid conflict, opting for a more low-key approach. The grand offering? The middle-aged leader furrowed his brow, uncertain about the implications of seeking the grand offering. The sea god held the highest rank on the island, followed closely by the grand offering. Scanning Chun Xiaoming with scrutiny, he hesitated momentarily before yielding under Chun Xiaoming's steady gaze. You are land soul masters, correct? I shall ask you once more. Will you depart or accept the sea god's trial? I must caution you, the trial is far more rigorous for land soul masters. And once you accept, there is no retreat. The middle-aged man looked towards Tang San and the others, seeking their opinions. The group exchanged glances, and though Xiao Wu hesitated, the remaining Shrek 7 monsters spoke in unison. Yes, we shall accept the trial. Seeing their determination, the middle-aged man said nothing further, whispering to a young soul master in yellow beside him. The young man nodded respectfully and quickly departed. I hope you do not come to regret this. Follow me. The middle-aged man led Qin Xiaoming and the others into the woods. Qin Xiaoming took the lead, observing his surroundings without any signs of impatience. Shortly after, they emerged from the trees into a clear waterhole, surrounded by dense forest, approximately 500 meters in diameter. At the center of the pond stood a triangular platform, surmounted by a peculiar stone pillar, shaped like a cone, adorned at the top with an intricate sculpture, and etched with countless complex patterns along its shaft. Beneath the stone pillar sat a solitary figure, eyes closed and back turned, seemingly immersed in meditation. This individual was clad in black attire. Esteemed Lord Seahorse, we have an incoming terrestrial soul master seeking to undergo the trial. Please grant permission, announced a middle-aged man in yellow, his voice propelled by soul power, slicing through the air with precision. Suddenly, the figure in black beneath the triangular platform opened his eyes, revealing two haunting gazes akin to deep abysses. Even from such a distance, Tang San and his companions felt a tremor in their hearts. A cold snort echoed, and the surrounding space seemed to convulse, causing the oppressive aura of the black-clad figure to dissipate without a trace. Only then did Tang San and the others exhale in relief. Gulme, I shall escort you to the assessment, he declared. Before the middle-aged man in yellow could respond, Qin Xiaoming and the others had already soared into the air, their forms transforming into streaks of meteors, racing towards the seahorse sacred pillar. Not good, the middle-aged man exclaimed in alarm. He had not anticipated Qin Xiaoming and his companions to act so recklessly at the seahorse sacred pillar. However, it was too late. Casting a glance at the seahorse Douluo beneath the pillar, the middle-aged man's expression shifted. The seahorse lord had not intervened? What could this mean? In a mere moment of astonishment, Qin Xiaoming and his companions had already landed beneath the seahorse sacred pillar. Upon touching down, Chun Xiaoming furrowed his brow slightly, not directing his gaze towards the seahorse Douluo, but instead upwards. Just moments ago, he had sensed an elusive presence watching him. Is it the sea god? He mused internally. Realizing this was the very reason he had been reluctant to come to such places. Being scrutinized by divine beings without sufficient strength felt akin to delivering one's self as a sacrifice. Thus, he had bided his time for over 5 years. A faint smile graced his lips as he lowered his head, choosing to disregard the gaze upon him. If they wished to observe, let them watch to their heart's content. His eyes swept over the somber expression of the seahorse Douluo before settling on the bewildered faces of Tang San and the others, exuding a sense of familiarity. Allow me to introduce you to the esteemed figure before you, the guardian of the seahorse sacred pillar, Seahorse Douluo, with a martial soul of seahorse and a soul power of rank 91. The pillar behind him is one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. known as the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. The trial you are to undergo will stem from this pillar. Each sacred pillar bears the same function, permitting one to accept the sea god's assessment. Typically, the trials are classified into 5 tiers: white, yellow, purple, black, and the top-tier red assessments. The higher the level of the trial, the more abundant the rewards. After providing a general overview to Tang San and the others, he observed their bewilderment. What is this? Tang San wondered. Isn't this the first time Teacher Chen has come here? Why does he seem so familiar, as if it were his own home? The Seahorse Douluo, perplexed, thought, what sorcery is this? He has articulated everything I intended to convey. What more is there for me to say? With a focused gaze, the Seahorse Douluo scrutinized Chen Xiaoming, who appeared to possess no soul power, resembling an ordinary person. Yet, one of his caliber could not entertain such a notion. This uncanny situation was reminiscent of his encounters with the Grand Offering Poseidon. Me? I am here to seek Poseidon, Chen Xiaoming replied, displaying no interest in the Seahorse Douluo before him. A man with such low soul power hardly impressed him. Casting his gaze behind him, Chen Xiaoming's lips curled into a smile, and his eyes brightened. ISNT, that right? Poseidon. Chapter 80. The Sea Goddess Trial, Part 2. In the distance, a crimson light gradually expanded. The onlookers perceived a slight distortion in the space, and the next moment, another figure materialized before the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. This figure was cloaked in a vibrant red robe, with a sea blue mantle cascading behind, the visage exuding a beauty that suggested she could not be older than 30. She radiated a unique aura, noble, elegant, and radiantly warm. In her right hand, she held a staff 3 meters in length, intricately carved in gold, culminating in a diamond-shaped protrusion embedded with a golden gem. Her azure eyes were deeper than the ocean, imbued with a kindness that seemed to carry the weight of ancient epics. Greetings, Grand Offering. The Seahorse Douluo bowed slightly, paying respects to the lady in red. Instantly, the attention of Tang San and the others was captured by the arrival of this woman. While Chen Xiaoming regarded her with keen interest, the sea god, Douluo Poseidon, the most formidable among the 3 supreme Douluos, had triumphed over both Qian Daolu and Tang Chun. Had it been 5 years prior, Chen Xiaoming might have relished the opportunity to engage her in combat, but now, cough, 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 urgent matters took precedence. Tang San, you must first undergo the sea goddess trial. Meeting Poseidon's gaze, Chen Xiaoming calmly instructed. Tang San and his companions snapped back to reality, while the Seahorse Douluo turned his attention to Poseidon. She nodded gently, and the Seahorse Douluo, understanding, stepped back slightly. Tang San and his companions offered a slight bow to Poseidon before following the Seahorse Douluo towards the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. Chen Xiaoming exchanged a knowing smile with Poseidon, pondering her interest in observing the nature of the trial bestowed upon this group. His gaze shifted to Tang San and the others as the Seahorse Douluo commenced the assessment. He slowly raised his hands, a look of reverence upon his face, positioning them before his chest. A soft blue light gradually manifested in his palms. The radiance burst forth, enveloping the Seahorse Sacred Pillar in a shimmering azure glow. Shortly thereafter, a flash of light emanated from the base of the pillar, a blue luminescence snaking up the intricate patterns of the sacred structure, ascending to its pinnacle in the blink of an eye. The Seahorse Douluo turned to face Dai Mubai, extending his right hand toward him. A beam of blue light cascaded from above, engulfing Dai Mubai's figure. The hue of the light began to shift, transitioning from blue to white, then swiftly to yellow, and almost seamlessly transforming into purple, finally settling on black. Black Level 6 Trial. The corners of the Seahorse Douluo's mouth twitched into a bitter smile. It was now evident that the actions of Chen Xiaoming and his companions had likely displeased the sea god. Otherwise, they would not have been subjected to such a perilous trial. Casting a sympathetic glance at the remaining Oscar and the others, he realized he could offer no further assistance. Following Dai Mubai, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn, facing a similarly daunting black-level trial, albeit with only 5 assessments. The Seahorse Douluo observed in silence as Oscar stepped up next, also confronting a black-level 6 trial. Sigh, an auxiliary food-type soul master, and even he faced a black-level 6 trial. What could the Seahorse Douluo say? As a devotee of the sea god, he could only silently lament for this group. Following Oscar, it was Ning Rongrong's turn. Chen Xiaoming chuckled softly at her murmurs about surpassing 6 trials, suspecting she might not achieve that, but perhaps one for the 7th. A radiant crimson light shot upwards like blood, piercing the serene blue sky, casting a crimson hue across the firmament. The prestigious 7th examination, Poseidon, who had remained unfazed, suddenly gasped with delight, surprise glimmering in his half-closed eyes. The crimson light gradually receded, 6 red luminescent barriers seamlessly merging into Ning Rongrong's forehead, transforming into a peculiar red 7-pointed star, emblematic of the highest examination. Rongrong, splendid work, Chen Xiaoming jested. He was not particularly astonished by Ning Rongrong's achievement, as her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda had evidently transcended certain limitations, granting her an edge over Oscar's innate full soul power food system. Of course, she is my wife. Her talent is unparalleled. Oscar, witnessing Ning Rongrong's attainment of the highest level of assessment, wore a cheeky grin and leaned closer, completely disregarding Chen Xiaoming's teasing, instead showering affection openly. Poseidon, suspended in midair, felt a shift in the atmosphere, having sensed a faint but distinct fluctuation around her, though it quickly dissipated. Her blue eyes turned towards Chen Xiaoming, filled with curiosity about the events that had just transpired. Oscar, you're quite bold, Chen Xiaoming thought to himself, feeling a tinge of annoyance as he realized he had underestimated Oscar's audacity. It seems I must have a word with the god of cuisine. While Oscar was engrossed in his affectionate display with Ning Rongrong, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, as if something ominous were about to unfold. The examination continued, and with Ning Rongrong's pinnacle 7th examination, Ma Hongjun's black level 6th examination appeared less remarkable. Unbeknownst to them, only Tang San and Xiao Wu remained. Thanks to Chen Xiaoming's intervention, Xiao Wu was not immobilized as she had been in the original narrative. After Ma Hongjun concluded his assessment, she energetically bounded forward, respectfully saluting the holy pillar, repeatedly murmuring about passing the 7th examination. Nearby, the seahorse Douluo's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Have they all lost their minds? We have already witnessed a 7th examination today, along with 3/6 and 1/5. Another 7th? Do they think this is a marketplace, where one can simply demand whatever they desire? The seahorse Douluo was adamant that there would not be another 7th examination. If there were, he would eat upside down. A crimson beam shot straight into the heavens, cutting off the seahorse Douluo's unfinished oath. He was not joking. He was a loyal follower of the sea god and would obey the sea god's will. Another pinnacle 7th examination. Having just experienced one, Poseidon was astonished to witness another. Opening her eyes in disbelief. Calm down. The most exhilarating events are yet to come, Chen Xiaoming said, comforting Poseidon as he watched Tang San gradually approach after celebrating with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's attainment of the pinnacle 7th examination was likely a gift from the sea god. The true spectacle, however, lay within Tang San. Come forth, sea god's 9th examination. Chapter 81. Battle with Poseidon on Sea God Island at the Seahorse Holy Pillar. A sound akin to the surging of the ocean echoed, followed by a colossal blood-red beam soaring into the sky, 10 times more powerful than before. The sea roiled, and at that moment, a massive wave, reaching heights of 100 meters, erupted, illuminated by intense azure light. The entire Sea God Island seemed to tremble in response to the ascending red light from the Seahorse Holy Pillar, and soon 6 other massive blood-red beams shot upwards, converging at a single point. In the next instant, the crimson hue faded, and from that convergence point, a brilliantly radiant golden light cascaded down from the heavens. The golden light danced before Tang San before settling upon his forehead. Gradually, the golden glow diminished, revealing the emblem of a golden trident. An air of majestic authority enveloped Tang San, as if he were surveying all existence. The seahorse Douluo was utterly numb. This unprecedented examination left him questioning reality. If he did not know better, he would have slapped himself awake, convinced he was dreaming. Ha ha! Sea God's 9th examination. Little San, it seems the position of Sea God is destined for you. Chen Xiaoming's figure appeared behind Tang San, patting him on the shoulder while glancing at the trident emblem on his forehead. As the protagonist, bolstered by the protagonist's halo, the Sea God's 9th examination was well within Tang San's grasp. Hearing Chen Xiaoming's words, Tang San's eyes brightened. Realizing the nature of his examination and understanding Chen Xiaoming's earlier comments about the path to divinity. However, doubts began to swirl in his mind. Achieving godhood at the 100th level was a dream for countless soul masters. Although Chen Xiaoming was powerful, Tang San sensed, especially after receiving the Sea God's 9th examination, that Chen Xiaoming had not ascended to the divine level. Then why does Chen Xiaoming want me to become the Sea God? Speak freely. Ask whatever you wish. Chen Xiaoming encouraged, noting Tang San's hesitation. Teacher Chen, you have yet to achieve godhood at the 100th level, correct? Why? Tang San's inquiry was left unfinished. But Chen Xiaoming grasped his intent, gently patting his shoulder while casting an intrigued glance at Poseidon, who had followed closely behind. What do you believe a god is? Chen Xiaoming's question momentarily stunned Tang San and the others, while the sea horse Douluo frowned, displeasure flickering in his eyes. They revered the sea god, and questioning the divine was a grave offense. In my view, a god represents an individual who possesses extraordinary power, Chen Xiaoming declared, his gaze ablaze with fervor, not waiting for a response from Tang San and the others. In the grand scheme of realms, the gods of Douluo may sound impressive, yet any random emperor from another dimension could easily obliterate them. Thus, for Chen Xiaoming, the concept of godhood was merely a reflection of strength. With a powerful fist, one may be called by any name. With a weak fist, even calling someone father may lead to a beating. As soul emperors, they could effortlessly crush ordinary people devoid of soul power, rendering them akin to divine beings in the eyes of the weak. With a gentle smile, Chen Xiaoming noted that Tang San and his companions still held a sense of reverence for the divine. Therefore, though I have not transcended to godhood, my strength has reached a level where I no longer need to fear the gods, and thus, I have no need for divine inheritance. After a lengthy discourse, Chen Xiaoming finally redirected the conversation, disregarding the astonishment of Tang San and the others as he bypassed the sea horse Douluo and approached the sea horse holy pillar. This was the realm of the sea god, and Chen Xiaoming was eager to test himself and ascertain what challenge the sea god would present based on his current capabilities. However, before Chen Xiaoming could advance, a crimson figure suddenly obstructed his path. It would be wise for you to retreat. The sea god had overheard Chen Xiaoming's irreverent remarks, and as a devoted servant of the sea god, Poseidon had received orders to reprimand this audacious young man. Poseidon felt a bittersweet smile forming within her as she resolved to fulfill the sea god's command. Are you the one attempting to hinder my progress? As the Grand Deacon of Sea God Island, she merely wished to gauge what challenge the sea god had in store for her, yet this individual dared to impede her. Such behavior was decidedly illogical, prompting Chen Xiaoming to think of certain gods who relished eavesdropping and spying. Let us proceed. I, too, wish to engage in a battle with you. We shall step outside. However, since the sea god wished to engage, Chen Xiaoming was more than willing to warm up a bit. The gentle sea breeze was refreshing, and a little sweat would only serve to invigorate him further. Upon returning to Sea God Island, he could enjoy a delightful bath. How splendid! In a flash, Chen Xiaoming transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing from Sea God Island and soaring over the vast expanse of the ocean. Poseidon followed closely behind, appearing before Chen Xiaoming in a graceful leap. Under the sea horse sacred pillar, Tang San and the sea horse Douluo observed in bewilderment as Chen Xiaoming and Poseidon, having barely exchanged a few words, rushed into battle without warning. They were utterly perplexed, unaware of what had transpired moments prior that had led to such a confrontation. Boom! 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 The sound of thunderous explosions erupted from 7 locations on Sea God Island as brilliant blue lights burst forth, converging in midair to form a colossal screen. On this screen, 2 figures could be seen suspended in the air, Chen Xiaoming and Poseidon, who had just departed. The seahorse Douluo gazed at the spectacle above, feeling somewhat disoriented. What was happening? Initially, he had thought the disturbance of the seahorse sacred pillar signaled a divine message from the sea god, but this seemed to diverge from the reverence he held for the deity. Alas, it appeared that their companion was in grave peril. The seahorse Douluo sighed softly, realizing why the grand priest had chosen to intervene. Such a display could only be orchestrated by the sea god's command. They could not wield the sacred pillar to evoke such a phenomenon. Are you suggesting? Tang San's eyes sparkled with realization, prompting him to inquire softly. The seahorse Douluo nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Those who disrespect the divine must face the consequences. No one could assist him now. Although concern flickered in their eyes, Tang San and the others still held faith in Chen Xiaoming, for his strength had always been formidable. He would not have made such a declaration without confidence. As Tang San contemplated the situation, Chen Xiaoming was wholly focused on the ocean, locking eyes with Poseidon. Are you ready? Here I come. Chapter 82. The Battle with Poseidon, Part 2. Beyond Sea God Island, in the boundless ocean, an unparalleled aura of authority radiated from Poseidon. Beneath the vast blue light, a colossal golden specter gradually materialized behind her. This figure, humanoid in form, emanated a commanding presence. Though its visage was obscured, it was evident that it wielded a massive trident. Poseidon's martial spirit, the sea god. 8 black rings and 1 red ring, 9 soul rings, were meticulously arranged around Poseidon. Hovering in midair, the overwhelming soul power surged like the ocean beneath her, and as her martial spirit emerged, the sea roared to life. With a flick of her wrist, Poseidon's second soul ring shimmered, and the waters beneath her surged forth, instantly conjuring a wave exceeding 100 meters, crashing toward Chen Xiaoming. In an instant, Poseidon vanished, her form enveloped in a radiant blue glow, as the surging wave transformed into 3 water dragons, each over 100 meters in length, roaring as they followed Poseidon. The towering waves blotted out the sun, descending like an apocalypse, while the water dragons split into 3 directions, effectively sealing Chen Xiaoming's escape. Calmly, Chen Xiaoming lifted his gaze, a glint of silver flashing in his eyes as his soul power surged. The manifestation of his martial spirit, the greenwood tree, emerged, and amidst a flicker of silver light, a dragon spear, shrouded in a silvery hue, appeared in his grasp. With the spear in hand, Chen Xiaoming vanished, reappearing before one of the water dragons. A flash of red light ignited as 9 crimson soul rings pulsed in harmony, allowing him to pierce through the water dragon. The breach began to close, but a faint ripple emanated from the opening. In the blink of an eye, the disturbance intensified, causing the entire water dragon to tremble before collapsing into the sea. The remaining 2 water dragons seized the opportunity, launching a dual assault to engulf Chen Xiaoming. The weight of the water dragons, infused with terrifying soul power, descended like a mountain, compressing the very air around him. Chen Xiaoming glanced at the monstrous wave looming behind the water dragons, then propelled himself downward. The silver light on his spear glimmered as he charged towards the descending water dragon. In a flash, the silver brilliance pierced through the water dragon, shattering it and unleashing torrents of seawater that spread around him. Just as he prepared to continue his assault, an inexplicable pressure enveloped him, as if he were submerged in the depths of the ocean. The overwhelming force from all directions momentarily stunned Chen Xiaoming, but he quickly regained his composure. The oceanic domain. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more thunderous roars reverberated as Chen Xiaoming looked up to see 3 more towering waves rising, joining the previous ones to encircle him completely. The sun was entirely obscured, and Poseidon stood atop the waves as they began to converge inward, followed by the water dragons crashing down. With her 7th soul ring glowing vibrantly, Poseidon's spectral form merged seamlessly with her own. As a limit Douluo, she would show no mercy, especially as this was the sea god's will. The true form of her martial spirit activated, black energy from the 8th soul ring coiling around her trident, as immense soul power flowed into it. The originally azure trident now radiated a blinding golden light. At Sea God Island, beneath the sea horse sacred pillar, Tang San stared at the scene depicted on the screen in astonishment. Is this truly the strength of Senior Poseidon? The intense golden light resonated deeply within him, evoking a sense of reverence akin to the earlier golden aura on his forehead, albeit far less potent. Daimu Bai, Oscar, and the others, however, were overwhelmed by the sheer spectacle of Poseidon's effortless manipulation of the ocean, leaving them in awe. 5 years ago, during Chen Xiaoming's battle against the Spirit Hall, such a commotion had not arisen even against Douluo. Could Poseidon truly surpass Douluo? Alas, she is serious, the sea horse Douluo murmured, observing the immediate invocation of her martial spirit and the 8th soul ring. This was Sea God Island, surrounded by the ocean. Poseidon, as a grand priest of Sea God Island, possessed the ability to command the very forces of the sea. Strike, she commanded, her trident glowing as it descended toward Chen Xiaoming, accompanied by the monstrous waves and water dragon assault. Boom! The colossal waves and torrents crashed down, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that stirred the entire surface of the sea, causing even those at a distance, such as Tang San and his companions, to feel a faint tremor. But where was Teacher Chen? Ma Hongjun gazed anxiously at the screen below, unable to spot Chen Xiaoming amid the onslaught of waves and torrents. Suddenly, just as Tang San and the others were consumed by worry, a figure soared upward from below, shimmering in silver, wielding a silver spear that shot toward the descending Poseidon like a comet. The silver spear clashed against the golden trident, unleashing a torrent of soul power that radiated outward. After a brief standoff, Poseidon's previously calm expression shifted dramatically as an overwhelming force surged from the trident. The shock of realization flickered in his blue eyes as he glanced at Chen Xiaoming, who merely smiled gently in return. With a sudden shift, a terrifying power erupted from the spear, causing Poseidon to be propelled backward almost instantaneously. The golden trident dimmed in brilliance, shattering with a series of crisp sounds. The golden trident, the manifestation of Poseidon's martial soul, was destroyed, resulting in chaos within his body, blood surging forth in a violent eruption. His soul power was thrown into disarray, and he quickly fell to a low point. Chen Xiaoming, with a flash, chose not to pursue but instead hovered in midair, wearing a serene smile. What do you think? My spear is still formidable. Isn't it? Chapter 83, Battle with Poseidon, Part 2, on Sea God Island. The seahorse sacred pillar. How could this be? She was defeated. The seahorse Douluo looked at the screen in disbelief, unable to fathom that the invincible being in his heart had fallen to a mere single strike from Chen Xiaoming. Such disbelief was shared by all the sea god's followers on the island. Poseidon served as a deity, being the strongest entity in their hearts, second only to the sea god himself. Her defeat was an unbearable truth for those who revered the sea god. How pitiful! Oscar sighed inwardly as he observed the shocked expressions of the seahorse Douluo and others. They too had once been in such disbelief. In the past, when Chen Xiaoming had single-handedly dominated the top 10 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, they had merely spectated in awe, and now it was their turn to witness the astonishment of others. Meanwhile, above the sea, Poseidon's complexion paled slightly. Although she managed to calm the turmoil within her soul power, the destruction of her martial soul was a significant blow. Most crucially, Chen Xiaoming had yet to unleash his martial soul. The disparity was insurmountable, while Poseidon could not comprehend the reason for such a vast gap. One thing was undeniable. She could not fulfill the task assigned to her by the sea god. With feelings of guilt and shame in her eyes, Poseidon's expression suddenly transformed. A streak of light surged forth from the distant sea god temple, radiating golden brilliance. It was the sea god's trident, resembling the one Poseidon had wielded during her martial soul manifestation. Yet this one was a true artifact of the sea god. The once hollow trident now glowed with a radiant golden light, sacred and inviolable, its divine essence emanating from that brilliant glow. The golden trident flew into Poseidon's hands, the heat of its golden light enveloping her completely. The injured Poseidon felt a warm surge within, her wounds miraculously healing, and more astonishingly, she sensed her strength surging once again with the embrace of the golden light. Grasping the weapon of the sea god, Poseidon's eyes filled with deep reverence, as if she were in the presence of the true sea god. Obey! The simple command resonated from the sea god's trident, its voice grand, as if echoing from the heavens, shrouded in mystery. Having served the sea god for many years, Poseidon instantly comprehended, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. A flicker of doubt crossed her gaze as she looked at Chen Xiaoming. What had he done to warrant such divine intervention from the sea god? This question lingered in Poseidon's mind, but Chen Xiaoming, too, found himself pondering. Having just displayed his prowess, he felt a unique surge of energy, followed by the emergence of the sea god's trident from the temple. An artifact was one thing, but what was that radiant golden glow? Surely, it must be the divine power of the sea god. Was the sea god playing some intricate game? Did he not fear being caught by the god of Shura and facing punishment? Was it a desire for a bittersweet thrill? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen Xiaoming found the sea god's intentions incomprehensible. Before him, Poseidon appeared transformed by the arrival of the sea god's trident. It was said that extreme Douluos were akin to demigods, lacking only the divine essence. Now, enveloped in golden light, Poseidon could very well be deemed a deity herself. Moreover, she wielded a magnificent artifact. This development piqued Chen Xiaoming's interest, as he had long desired to battle a god, and this version of Poseidon made him more serious. Just as Chen Xiaoming prepared to strike, a golden light shot forth from the seahorse sacred pillar, arriving on the battlefield in the blink of an eye, merging seamlessly into Chen Xiaoming's being. Startled by the influx of golden light, Chen Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, but soon his heart swelled with joy. The sea god, it seemed, acknowledged the imbalance in power, recognizing that enhancing Poseidon alone would be unfair and thus supplemented him as well. It appeared he had misjudged the sea god. With 70% of his strength, he had vanquished the sea god Douluo Poseidon, passing the test. Chen Xiaoming's expression shifted as he recalled his earlier thoughts, realizing he had indeed misunderstood the most crucial aspect. The divine was invincible, and the world was at its mercy. Dear heavens, no one ever informed me that the sea god was like this. The golden light that merged with Chen Xiaoming suppressed his soul power, causing his once 99th level soul power to regress gradually, eventually stabilizing at the 96th level. Feeling the tremendous loss of soul power within him, Chen Xiaoming wished to inquire of the sea god, "Where did you learn your mathematics? Was it from a physical education teacher? Are you unaware that ascending from 98 to 99 entails a 30% difference in soul power? You've reduced me by over half, and this is what you call 70% strength?" Meanwhile, Poseidon received the same notification from the sea god's examination, witnessing Chen Xiaoming's soul power plummet to half. A slight frown creased her lips, a bitter smile forming. Simultaneously, somewhere in the divine realm, a figure shrouded in blue light appeared, its features indistinct. Yet its eyes sparkled with intensity, a faint smile gracing its lips. The space behind the figure rippled slightly, and, sensing this, the expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Poseidon, you have violated the regulations." A chilling, muffled grunt echoed as a figure enveloped in dark crimson magical runes slowly emerged. "Azura, do not speak foolishly. I am merely assessing my heir." The figure cloaked in blue light retorted disdainfully, having long prepared his excuses. After all, why would one test a sea god without a plan? Humph. The cold voice lingered as the magical figure gradually receded, the space subtly trembling before vanishing entirely. The blue figure glanced back, relieved yet not overly pleased by the other's decisive exit. Knowing Azura as he did, he understood that this matter would not conclude so simply. Events in the divine realm were unbeknownst to Poseidon and Chen Xiaoming on the surface. Witnessing the sea god's audacity, Poseidon regarded Chen Xiaoming with a hint of amused interest. With a gentle smile, he echoed Chen Xiaoming's previous words. "Are you ready? I shall commence." Chapter 84. The Sea's Devastating Strike Boom. A faint glow flickered as Poseidon's eyes sparkled brighter, and with each flash, the air pulsated like waves. The sea god's trident, held lightly in Poseidon's grasp, pointed toward Chen Xiaoming, the air seeming to rupture as a resplendent blue-golden halo enveloped her, causing her to sway like ocean waves. Within a kilometer, the sea erupted, transforming into colossal waves that surged forth, pure water elements coiling into a brilliant blue ribbon, ascending skyward under the trident's guidance. "Go!" Poseidon commanded, swinging the trident, condensing the azure water elements into a luminous ring that sped toward Chen Xiaoming. As the ring launched, the surrounding space trembled under the weight of its power, and Chen Xiaoming instinctively felt the vast force constraining the area around him. The disparity in strength was staggering. Soul power surged within him, but he felt as if he were mired in quicksand, rendered immobile. With his soul power diminished, Chen Xiaoming, inherently at least 2 ranks below Poseidon, found his capacity to counter the attack severely compromised. Alas, it seems there is no other choice, he resigned, realizing he had to summon his true strength. Fortunately, over the past 5 years, he had not been idle. He had grasped a significant portion of his primary bloodline. Today was an opportune moment to test his abilities against Poseidon. Closing his eyes, Chen Xiaoming entered a peculiar state, his soul rings suspended in midair, and the surrounding space seemingly halted in time. An indescribable aura emanated from him, enveloping a kilometer radius in mere moments. A flash of silver light streaked through the space, halting the water elements summoned by Poseidon. No, to be precise, they were imprisoned. Poseidon, having gained a fragment of divine power, was taken aback. The ruler of the oceans had lost control over a section of water elements, an almost unfathomable occurrence. Yet, within that peculiar realm, Poseidon's probing mind faced significant resistance. Unable to penetrate, the blue water element ring aimed at Chen Xiaoming severed its connection to Poseidon, unable to draw upon his ceaseless strength. Break! Just as the blue ring approached, Chen Xiaoming abruptly opened his eyes, two beams of silver light shooting forth, one to the left, one to the right, reaching the ring almost instantaneously. The silver light unfurled, entwining and enveloping the blue ring in mere moments. Chen Xiaoming slowly raised his right hand, gently grasping, causing the entire space to quiver slightly, transmitting a unique spatial fluctuation. The silver light rapidly contracted and compressed. Boom! The mighty blue ring of water elements vanished with a muffled thud, and as the silver light faded, a dark void remained, exhaling a breath of darkness. Poseidon's expression tightened, astonished as he gazed at the spatial void. His opponent had shattered the very fabric of space. The spatial energy rapidly repaired itself, and within moments, the void was restored. However, Poseidon refrained from attacking again, instead observing Chen Xiaoming with great gravity. With a soul power level of 96, he had effortlessly withstood an assault from one imbued with divine might, even shattering space itself. Who could this individual possibly be? Yet, Poseidon began to comprehend why the sea god had mobilized such forces against him. Without the sea god's power and trident, he stood no chance of victory. This is impossible. He actually blocked an attack from the sea god. The seahorse, Douluo, gazed at Chen Xiaoming on screen, shock rendering him nearly speechless. In his decades on Sea God Island, he had never felt such fear as he did today. First came the 6th trial, then the 7th, and now the 9th, culminating in a battle with a formidable opponent wielding the sea god's power. The seahorse Douluo found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by astonishment. "Hey, Xiao Ao, do you think he has stunned into silence?" observed Ma Hongjun sympathetically, noticing the seahorse Douluo's vacant stare at the screen. He leaned toward Oscar, whispering softly. Though they too were astonished, their unwavering confidence in Chen Xiaoming remained intact. Witnessing him fend off the attack, they felt little concern, as the screen offered no insight into the sea god's true might. Only Tang San, stroking the trident emblem on his forehead, appeared contemplative. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the crowd pondered, several figures darted in from afar, clad in black attire, both male and female, all bearing the title of Tidal Daw, exuding formidable presence. "Seahorse, what has transpired?" inquired the strongest among them, addressing the seahorse Daw. They were none other than the guardians of Sea God Island, the remaining 6 Tidal Douluo. The earlier disturbances had originated from the seahorse pillar, prompting their inquiry. "You've arrived." The seahorse Douluo briefly explained the events to the newcomers, the strongest among them. The sea dragon Daw shifted expressions as he scrutinized Tang San and the others, his gaze lingering on Tang San's trident emblem, visibly intrigued. Meanwhile, above the sea, Poseidon spoke softly, "You are indeed formidable. Without the sea goddess power, I stand no chance." A blue glow flickered in his eyes, as the radiant trident glimmered with divine light. Lifting the artifact solemnly above his head, he channeled his soul power into it, the divine strength bestowed by the sea god converging toward the trident. Boom! Upon the surging sea, countless points of light ascended from the surface, soaring towards the celestial trident of the sea god. As the trident radiated golden brilliance, a shimmering golden silhouette materialized above, and a myriad points of light converged, forming a colossal blue trident of 100 meters in mere moments. In an instant, Poseidon, with a flicker of blue light in his eyes, brandished the sea god's trident and struck down fiercely at Chen Xiaoming. With a mighty, slashing motion, it was as though the attack descended from the heavens. The massive blue trident, imbued with immense power, thundered downward. Its brilliance erupted like a pillar collapsing from the sky, causing the waters of the ocean to surge beneath it. While it bore a resemblance to Poseidon's previous 100-meter water dragon, the two were worlds apart. The entire blue trident was forged from the essence of the true water of the moon, and as it swung, the might of the true water erupted forth. In an instant, an infinite oceanic silhouette manifested behind the blue trident, as if an entire sea were pressing down with terrifying force. Even from a distance on Sea God Island, the oppressive aura could be felt. Gulping, Oscar swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sensation weighing upon his heart, unconsciously swallowing again. Despite their distance, the intensity was palpable, making it unimaginable what kind of pressure Chen Xiaoming was enduring on the battlefield. Tang San's eyes also flashed with astonishment. He had believed that Poseidon's earlier display was the extent of the sea god's power. But now it became evident that the chasm between gods and mortals was unfathomably vast. The might of the sea god was apparent. In stark contrast to Tang San and the others, the sea horse Douluo and his companions wore expressions of reverence and excitement. For Poseidon's revealed strength was imbued with the essence of the sea god. This strike felt as if the sea god himself had unleashed it. On the surface of the sea, Chen Xiaoming found himself in a rather dire state, as Poseidon had fully summoned the sea god's power through the trident, unleashing his strongest attack. The moment Poseidon initiated the strike, it seemed as if the ocean beneath Chen Xiaoming was stirred, and as the blue trident descended, a terrifying pressure enveloped him from all sides, compressing him. The realm he had previously unleashed was now obstructed by a divine aura, enhanced by Poseidon's own powers. Looking up at the sky, the enormous blue trident shone brilliantly, transforming the celestial expanse into a vast ocean, shimmering and radiant. The might of the ocean was truly worthy of the sea god. This was merely a shadow of the true power. Poseidon was not the sea god. Yet with the aid of divine power and the trident, he could unleash such a formidable blow. Chen Xiaoming had to concede that the attacks of this realm's god were indeed formidable. It was time to reveal his true strength. With a faint smile, a blazing silver light erupted from within him, instantly dispelling the surrounding pressure. This time, the silver brilliance did not radiate outward, but coalesced within a 3-meter radius around Chen Xiaoming. A soft command resonated from the sphere of light, and behind it, a flash of silver illuminated the once empty space. An enigmatic aura emerged, causing the air to ripple as if disturbed by unseen waves. A sound, ethereal and enigmatic, reverberated from an unknown source, instilling an inexplicable sense of trepidation within Poseidon, akin to facing the sea god himself, an unstoppable force. Boom! Behind the sphere of light, the area that had previously shimmered with silver now tore apart, revealing a pitch-black rift in space, from which an ancient and profound aura seeped forth. Close! A hurried command emerged from the light, and in an instant, the torn space sealed itself, leaving behind only a trace of silver essence in the world. Enveloped by the light, Chen Xiaoming's complexion paled slightly, his aura weakened, yet upon glimpsing the silver essence before him, a satisfied smile graced his face. In an instant, the silver brilliance surged forth as the bloodline power within him awakened, the original silver aura finding its rightful place, flickering and merging into the silver sphere. A slender, willow-like silhouette emerged, emanating an ancient presence as endless silver light infused into it, the silhouette continuously solidifying. Now, just as Poseidon was momentarily stunned, a thunderous roar resounded, snapping him back to reality. He frantically summoned the sea god's power, plunging the trident downward without hesitation. In the face of this grand assault, Chen Xiaoming nonchalantly waved his hand. A solidified willow silhouette shot forth, and as it moved, it seemed to traverse infinite distances, crashing into the colossal blue trident. Boom! The oceanic silhouette behind the blue trident trembled violently, as if the entire sea were shaking. In the next moment, the blue trident was pierced through, constructed from the true water of the abyss and infused with sea god's power. It shattered into countless points of light and fell once more. The willow silhouette flickered and vanished, reappearing atop the vast oceanic apparition. The willow gracefully tapped the surging surface, and in an instant, the tumultuous waters stilled. The seahorse Saint Pillar. Gulp, gulp, gulp. How could this be possible? The approaching sea dragon Douluo and others wore expressions of terror. Such a strike, which they could not withstand, had been effortlessly neutralized. Who on earth was this person? Countless thoughts raced through the minds of the sea dragon Douluo and his companions. Yet the unfolding scene left them incapable of coherent thought. The seahorse Douluo glanced at his companions, exhaling in relief. Finally, he was not the one in shock. And what a relief it was! This time, it was not just the sea dragon and others who were astonished. Even Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others widened their eyes. They had felt the power of Poseidon's earlier strike, but to see it effortlessly neutralized by Chen Xiaoming was beyond comprehension. Only then did Tang San and the others realize that Chen Xiaoming's earlier words about no longer fearing the gods were indeed true. With the body of a mortal, he stood shoulder to shoulder with divinity. In this moment, not only Tang San, but also Poseidon on the surface of the sea found herself reflecting on the same thought. At that moment, the light of the sea god still faded from her form, leaving only a trace of its essence, allowing Poseidon to still hold the trident. Gazing at Chen Xiaoming, now enveloped in silver light, she found herself at a loss for words. She had been utterly defeated. When facing Chen Xiaoming's final strike, she found herself utterly defenseless, overwhelmed by the force that made her feel as though she were confronting an entire world. Had that blow been aimed directly at her, she doubted the sea god's light could have shielded her. As the silver light gradually waned and the willow silhouette vanished, Chen Xiaoming's form re-emerged, his eyes shimmering with silver light, emanating an air of supreme confidence. He, Chen Xiaoming, was invincible. Chapter 86. Temporary Respite on Sea God Island. On Sea God Island, the seahorse Saint Pillar, the seahorse Douluo, and his companions gazed apprehensively into the distance, where two figures approached, laughing and conversing. As they made their way back to the platform of the seahorse Saint Pillar, the two individuals, Chen Xiaoming and Poseidon, had just finished an intense battle. Yet their faces now bore no trace of the previous tension. Instead, they appeared quite amiable. Step by step, Chen Xiaoming approached Tang San and his companions, relishing the admiring glances cast his way by Dai Mubai, Oscar, and others. The adoration of the Shrek 7 monsters was a privilege not easily attained. Oscar, from this day forth, you shall be my most revered figure. Oscar chimed in with a mischievous grin, having once again witnessed Chen Xiaoming's formidable prowess. He realized that even deities did not possess such astonishing might. Henceforth, he resolved to cling to Chen Xiaoming's coattails. Ha ha, little Oscar, was I not your idol before? Chen Xiaoming chuckled, giving Oscar a gentle pat on the shoulder. In that moment, Oscar felt as though a mountain bore down upon him, though the pressure dissipated almost instantly. He took a deep breath, aware that he had just stepped on a sore spot. Fatty Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai exchanged knowing glances, suppressing their laughter. Had it not been for Chen Xiaoming's presence, they would have burst into fits of laughter. Oscar shot them a disgruntled glance, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Laugh all you want now, but just wait until I acquire a drop of his blood. Though Poseidon had been defeated, he faced no retribution from the sea god. On the contrary, Chen Xiaoming's presence intensified the sea god's urgency regarding Tang San's trials. After a brief exchange with Poseidon, who learned of Tang San's lineage as the great-grandson of Tang Chun, he expressed his astonishment before issuing a few instructions to the seahorse Douluo and departing. The seahorse Douluo respectfully opened a pathway, leading the way while simultaneously introducing the details of the trials. His gaze, however, frequently wandered towards Chen Xiaoming. The other title Douluo had already departed following the conclusion of the battle. Not long after, as they walked ahead, Chen Xiaoming suddenly halted, his figure flickering as he teleported back to the seahorse sacred pillar. His gaze fixated on the pillar, his mind racing back to the moment when he had been suppressed by a certain trial from the sea god. Now that he had triumphed over Poseidon, he pondered whether a reward might be in order. He had no greed. A divine spirit ring would suffice. He was eager to discover if a divine spirit ring could be upgraded through the system to become a divine ring. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity beneath the seahorse sacred pillar, nothing materialized. Just as impatience began to gnaw at him, a golden beam of light shot forth from the pillar and struck his forehead. Sea God Trial, completion rate, 50. Defeat of the new Sea God, completion rate, 100. A resonant voice echoed, causing Chen Xiaoming's expression to darken. He clenched his teeth, contemplating whether to manifest his plant-like form, but ultimately decided against it. Never have I encountered such an audacious deity, he thought, his earlier good spirits waning. Had he not been unable to locate the sea god, he would have ascended to confront him. Let us proceed. With a flicker, he rejoined Tang San and the others. Fortunately, Chen Xiaoming, being exceptionally gifted, did not place much significance on the so-called rewards. Otherwise, he might have unleashed his wrath upon the sea god for such a miserly demeanor. Teacher Chen, what reward did you receive? The others, having witnessed the golden light merging with Chen Xiaoming earlier, were eager to know. Given that he was already at level 99, any further advancement could lead to his ascension to godhood. Do not mention it. The task remains incomplete. Chen Xiaoming waved his hand in mild frustration, curious about what the sea god would bestow upon him. An increase in soul power by 1 level was out of the question. A 10,000-year enhancement to his spirit ring was also unnecessary. With 9 spirit rings of 100,000 years each, he sought a more substantial upgrade, something akin to 90,000 years. Unless the sea god could elevate the upper limit of his spirit rings, he had little interest in such trivialities. After contemplating, he realized the divine spirit ring was his most viable option. Unfortunately, as a single attribute spirit master at level 99, acquiring a spirit ring for himself was futile unless he gave it away. Teacher Chen, what is your task? Upon hearing that Chen Xiaoming's task was unfulfilled, the group became intrigued, especially Tang San, who had his own trials to consider. My task, Chen Xiaoming replied. It is to defeat you after you have completed the sea god's 9 trials. He patted Tang San's shoulder, recognizing that the sea god had orchestrated this task to encourage Tang San to test his own abilities. In the world of Douluo, gods primarily resided in the divine realm. A newly ascended god could only remain in the original plane for a century before being compelled to enter the divine realm. The divine realm, governed by strict laws and inhabited by immortal beings, offered little respite. After the reincarnation of 2 divine kings, the position of Ashura god had been passed to Tang San, necessitating a search for a successor to the divine legacy. Keep striving, little San, Chen Xiaoming encouraged, envisioning the trials that awaited Tang San in the divine realm. Thankfully, Tang San had wisely brought his companions along, sparing him from the solitude that awaited. Chen Xiaoming had no intention of enduring such a fate, nor did he aspire to enter the divine realm. As Tang San, who had just accepted the sea god's 9 trials, felt an inexplicable shiver at Chen Xiaoming's gaze, he wondered why he had chosen to use the word again. The group fell silent, and Chen Xiaoming refrained from speaking further. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at Seahorse City. The city was modest, accommodating around 1,000 inhabitants. Yet it bore the architectural style reminiscent of inland cities, evoking a sense of familiarity for Tang San and his companions. The Seahorse Douluo arranged lodging for Chen Xiaoming and his entourage at the main city hall, offering a few instructions before returning to the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. Chen Xiaoming, feeling at ease, followed the attendants to select a room and settled in. Before entering his room, he paused and turned to address Tang San and the others. When you commence your trials, do remember to call for me. Chapter 87. The trials began the following day. A refreshing sea breeze invigorated the spirit. After a delightful battle with Poseidon, Chen Xiaoming enjoyed a rejuvenating sleep, awakening naturally. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by a respectfully attired man in purple, inquiring if he desired breakfast. Not one to refuse such courtesy, Chen Xiaoming followed him to a table laden with a sumptuous breakfast featuring an array of fruits, congee, and various unique delicacies. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaoming indulged himself, savoring the meal with satisfaction. By the way, where are Tang San and the others? He asked the attentive figure beside him. My lord, they have already proceeded to the forbidden area, the purple-clad man replied respectfully. The forbidden area, you say? Chen Xiaoming pondered briefly, realizing that the forbidden area of Sea God Island was likely the venue for the assessment. It had been previously stated that he should be summoned during the evaluation. Shaking his head, he instructed the figure clad in purple beside him, who without hesitation took the lead ahead. Given the long distance, Chen Xiaoming, not accustomed to running, chose to soar through the air alongside the purple-clad figure. For him, the 200-mile stretch was merely a trifle. In no time, he spotted a distant speck, a small island embraced by the sea, enveloped in a gentle golden glow. At the pinnacle of the island stood a structure reminiscent of exquisitely carved white jade, square with a dome, shimmering with a sacred brilliance. "Master, we are approaching the forbidden area," the purple-clad man softly reminded him. "The sea god temple lies within, a hallowed place dedicated to the sea god. To fly over so indiscreetly would be disrespectful." "Indeed," came Chen Xiaoming's soft reply as he descended gradually, landing on the open ground outside the circular lake. His gaze swept over the steps, observing Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and others diligently practicing. Despite the perspiration trickling down their foreheads, they persevered in their training. Their awareness is quite commendable. They have swiftly discerned its purpose, Chen Xiaoming mused, smiling at Tang San and his companions, who were utilizing the sea goddess light as a training ground. After all, due to his influence, the members of the Shrek 7 monsters had all attained spirit power levels exceeding 60. Yet, without Poseidon to bestow divine spirit rings, they could not ascertain that the sea goddess light enhanced their training speed. Nevertheless, their unwavering dedication was indeed admirable. "Please assist by delivering food daily and some change of clothing for them," he instructed the purple-clad man, who appeared taken aback. Daily provisions and clothing changes? Was this a sign of establishing a permanent presence here? However, given Chen Xiaoming's esteemed status, the purple-clad man complied without question. Understood, he nodded in affirmation. And with a flicker, Chen Xiaoming crossed the circular lake and arrived at the foot of Sea God Mountain. Taking a glance at Tang San and the others, who were engrossed in their training, he chose not to interrupt, but instead directed his gaze toward Poseidon, who stood upon the steps. With a swift motion, Chen Xiaoming leaped, enveloped in silver light, choosing not to ascend directly, but rather to set foot on the steps and swiftly ascend. Within moments, he reached the top. At this point, Poseidon stood before him, her azure eyes surveying the individuals beneath her. She appeared unfazed by his arrival. "Your dedication is commendable," Chen Xiaoming remarked, casting a glance at Poseidon before shifting his gaze back to the steps below, where Tang San and Dai Mu Bai were diligently working up a sweat. Sighing softly, he stole a glance at Poseidon, feeling a twinge of regret. The path to divinity inevitably demands sacrifices. Qian Rinxue had lost Qian Douluo in her final trial, while Tang San had sacrificed Poseidon herself. Only Bibi Dong's fate remained a mystery. Perhaps she too faced similar tribulations. "Are you prepared?" Chen Xiaoming's words were casual, yet they bore profound implications, which Poseidon immediately recognized. Her gaze swept over Tang San, revealing a complex emotion within her eyes. From the outset of the Sea God S9 trials, she had been aware of the potential outcomes, yet her faith lay with the Sea God. Gazing at Chen Xiaoming, her hesitation melted away like snow, and she shook her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. With him present, did she still have the opportunity to eliminate Tang San? He had brought these individuals here for the sake of the Sea God's legacy, leaving her with no chance. "Do you require assistance?" Observing Poseidon's demeanor, Chen Xiaoming felt a surge of sympathy for her predicament. As the devotee of Sea God Island, she had once harbored feelings for Tang Chun, only to be separated for decades due to his insistence that they could only be together upon achieving divinity. In their final moments, they had only a few days together. However, Tang Chen's fierce ambition and Poseidon's eternal ties to the island foretold a fate of unfulfilled destiny for them. Poseidon's expression shifted slightly, but ultimately she gazed toward the vast ocean and resolutely shook her head. She had devoted her life here, honoring the sea god, and would never betray her faith. Seeing Poseidon's refusal, Chen Xiaoming chose not to press further. He had offered her a choice, and she had made hers. With a slight push against the ground, he began to depart, but just as he stepped off the stairs, he paused momentarily, hesitating before softly uttering, "Tang Chun is in the city of slaughter." With those words left hanging, Chen Xiaoming vanished, quickly descending the mountain. He had fulfilled his role in alerting Poseidon. How she chose to proceed next was beyond his concern. It was never his affair. The surroundings here are delightful. I shall rest for a while. The gentle sea breeze of Sea God Island, coupled with the warm sunlight, enveloped him in comfort. Standing at the mountain's base, he observed Tang San and the others, feeling rather idle. From the ground, branches sprouted and intertwined, forming a makeshift recliner. Reclining upon it, he basked in the warmth of the sun, leisurely watching Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and their companions as they toiled away. It was a stark reminder of a saying from his past life. In the moment of triumph, there is joy. To remain triumphant is to ensure perpetual joy.